Rom-com, title TBD. It was the middle of April, and in a certain diner in the middle of Akihabara, Itsuki Hashima and Haruto Fuwa were talking. They were both novelists, and they both had new books out on that day, so they had gone to this neighborhood and visited a few of its bookstores to see how things were going. The results were fairly obvious. Thanks to the debut of its anime version on TV a few days earlier, Haruto's Chevalier of the Absolute World was selling like hotcakes, both the new volume and the previous ones in the series. Itsuki's Sisterly Combat, on the other hand, was doing as well as it always did, decently enough, but the difference in popularity from Haruto's series was painfully obvious. It threw Itsuki off a bit. Of course, he had invited Haruto over to Akihabara in part to help him get out of his funk, but now it was Haruto trying to smooth things over for Itsuki. It took the promise of a free lunch to cheer Itsuki up somewhat, and in the course of their idle chatter, Haruto slipped in a question, making it seem as chill and banal a query as possible. Is Mako, like, seeing anyone right now? Itsuki blinked several times in response. He wasn't expecting this. Well, who knows? He replied with a quizzical look. Mako Shirakawa was their common friend, a girl currently attending college. She had once been Itsuki's classmate at the place, and even after Itsuki dropped out, she still routinely invited herself over to his apartment, using it to write reports, study for exams, play games, and read books to kill time. She also occasionally gave women's fashion and trend advice to Itsuki, along with feedback about his current works in progress. Haruto had come to know her after an RPG session a couple of months ago. You got a thing for her or something? Haruto tried to act as calm and unaffected as possible by this direct strike. He still couldn't keep himself from blushing. You know, I was just kinda wondering. 10 days ago, the two of them, along with Mako and their novelist friend Nayuta Kani, had watched the premiere of the anime adaptation of Haruto's Chevalier of the Absolute World. The production of it was so god-awful, it literally reduced Haruto to tears as Itsuki and Nayuta watched, wishing they were anywhere else. As novelists themselves, they had learned about the potential tragedy waiting for any work that gets the anime treatment, and that such tragedy had broken the heart of more than one author in the past. It was impossible to explain without personal experience, even though they could imagine it well enough. That was why they refrained from offering him canned sympathy. They couldn't, if they didn't know what happened behind the scenes. But Mako did. She looked at the blubbering Haruto and didn't hesitate to offer her condolences, sobbing right alongside him as if she were the victim. When a friend was feeling sad, she was sad with them. It sounds easy, but it's not a feat that just anyone can pull off. In her words, I know it's sad when you try really hard at something, and it blows up on you. Haruto had spent the past 10 days depressed in his bedroom, but every time he felt like his heart was about to be swallowed up by the darkness, the memory of Mako's tear-stained face flashed in his mind. By now, when he was finally able to regain a little optimism for the future, he thought those tears were really what had kept him that one step away from the edge of utter despair. There was someone willing to cry with him, and that just barely kept the wound from being fatal. Like, she's really great, you know? Haruto blurted out, still red. Yeah, Itsuki nodded. He had no objection to this. But a boyfriend, huh? I haven't heard of any. He and Mako were casual friends. They had never really discussed anything in the realm of their private lives. But Kaneko did say something to me once, like Maya's such a grown-up woman. And so incredibly experienced, too. She had, like, stars in her eyes when she said it, too. I want to be like her, she had continued to Itsuki, so let's start screwing right now. An incredibly experienced, grown-up woman, huh? Haruto imagined it. It made him swallow. Apparently? Itsuki bluntly stated. To be honest, he didn't really want to think about his friends that way. How incredibly experienced do you think? How should I know? Like, I don't know if there's a guy in her life right now, but I'd certainly believe it if there was. Itsuki didn't know much about Mako's current social life in college, but she was always hanging out with smiling, cheerful, socially well-adjusted women, the sort that Itsuki tended to have trouble dealing with, so it seemed a given that she had some male friends as well. Yeah, I'd assume so. She's so cute and kind to people. No way other guys would leave her alone. Haruto exhaled a soft sigh, as Itsuki took out his phone and began tapping at it. "What you doing?" "Oh, I figured I could just ask her." So, he showed the screen to Haruto. It was open to the Line social network app, with the first message in the on-screen history reading, "Hey, do you have a boyfriend right now?" "Whoa, hey, don't you think that's a little too direct?" Itsuki's eyebrow quirked upward as Haruto panicked. "How? Isn't this the fastest way to find out?" "Well, yeah, but come on, you have to work up to that first." "I need to mentally prepare myself some more." "Don't worry about it," Itsuki grumbled as he pressed the send button. Haruto was in shock. He gaped at the screen, as read popped up next to the message almost immediately. "Ooh, she's got it." "Itsuki, you've got guts, you know that?" Itsuki sighed at the peeved Haruto. "Well, you're acting like a huge chicken over this." "What happened to Prince Manhor?" "I'm not that kind of guy in real life." With a weird sort of whooshing sound, Mako's reply popped on screen. The two of them read it. "No, why?" "Whoa." "She doesn't." Haruto breathed a visible sigh of relief, much to Itsuki's semi-contrived concern. "Why? What should I tell her?" "I'm getting tired of tiptoeing around with you on this, so how about I just type in Haruto said he likes you and get it over with?" "How about let's not, okay? I mean, anyone would wonder why you're asking them if they have a boyfriend out of nowhere, you dumbass." "I'm not a dumbass," Itsuki groused as he typed in "oh, just wondering." "Don't worry about it," and sent it off. Do you really think telling her don't worry about it is gonna make her do anything besides worry about it? A still dissatisfied Haruto observed. "Besides, like, just from these messages alone, it's gonna look a lot like you have a thing for her, won't it?" "What?" Itsuki's eyes were wide open. He pondered the thought for several seconds. "Well shit, you might be onto something." "You really are a dumbass." Haruto stared straight at Itsuki's face. Itsuki responded by averting his eyes. If that's the impression she got, maybe I ought to just be honest and say you were asking about her." "Don't." "Seriously?" After a few more seconds worth of agonizing, Itsuki finally sent Mako an additional message. "Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I have feelings for you or anything." "Perfect. This ought to take care of it." You think?" Haruto asked doubtfully as Itsuki gave him a triumphant smile. "Oh, totally. I used the emoji exclamation points and everything." "It's perfect." "Yeah?" "With that hot and cold act, isn't it starting to look like you're going all tsundere on her for no reason?" "Tsund." Itsuki gave the screen another glance as he considered this accusation. "Whoa, you're right." "Geez, man. HRRMMM. How am I supposed to set the record straight now? If I keep texting her, it's just gonna look like I'm needling her even more, I think." Haruto sighed at the wavering Itsuki. Just act the way you always do around Mako, alright? Message her the same dumb way you normally do." "Yeah." "And I'll just bring it up to her sometime soon." Whoa. Despite his crimson cheeks, Haruto clearly meant that as a bold declaration. It astonished his friend. "I'm gonna do it," he continued, voice growing more passionate. "I'm gonna confess my love for Mako. And I swear I'll make her a happy woman." Yeah. Itsuki gave him a funny look. "Man, you're really wearing your emotions on your sleeve these days, huh, Haruto?" "Well, my anime turned out like shit, so." Haruto's countenance suddenly darkened. This is probably one of the lowest points of my life. I gotta believe that, or I don't know how I'm gonna go on. And if this is rock bottom, then there's nowhere to go from here but up, right?" "Yeah," Itsuki said, nodding and half-heartedly laughing as Haruto forced a smile onto his face. Inside, though, he was recalling the words of a veteran novelist he knew in the business. If your stuff starts to sell, you gotta do whatever it takes to be happy. You know what happens when you think you've succeeded? You get treated like a human punching bag by people who haven't even read your book. You get treated to a public stoning, and you're not allowed to fire back at them one single bit. If you let that get to you, it's gonna break your heart, and you'll fall out of the scene. You can't let that happen. Who would ever want to get involved in a business where, the moment you claw your way to the top, you lose every right you ever had to happiness? Who's gonna bother even trying to give it a shot? So that's your duty, alright? To be happy, you can buy a house, a fancy car, and designer clothing. You can blow a ton of money on food or cocktails or whatever. You can get married to a pop singer. You can go to signings or events and have your fans fawn all over you. You can pretend to be some kind of literary giant in interviews and lectures. That last one's pretty risky, so I wouldn't recommend it, but you could even try to mouth back at your editor a little bit. Hell, give up writing and just goof off all day. Anything, as long as it makes you happy. Feel free to satisfy any kind of deviant desire you can think of. Doesn't matter if you're a writer, a manga artist, a singer, an actor, a pro athlete. If you've made it all the way to the top of your scene, then you've got an obligation to show everybody who comes after you that you're happy. Not that that particular writer ever found happiness, of course. Itsuki knew exactly how much effort Haruto had expended on this. He had never missed a deadline. He had offered full supervision and advice to the manga adaptation. He went to every brainstorming session for the anime. He expended untold amounts of time holding interviews and doing PR for it. He even wrote a special edition novel to give away as a freebie with a Blu-ray version, all without a single complaint, in front of Itsuki, at least. And Itsuki knew this was an ideal. Setting aside concerns about the future of the scene or whatnot, he truly believed that people who worked hard deserved to be rewarded. Besides, he knew that his own series was an obvious choice for an impending anime treatment, so he was planning to be at the top himself soon enough. He wanted Haruto to remain both his friend and close rival, and for that to happen, Haruto needed to keep his spirits up. So he opened his mouth and said, "Well, hang in there. I'm rooting for you, too." It was about 90% kindness and 10% an attempt to hide his embarrassment, and in some ways, nothing crueler could have been said. Meanwhile, "Hey, do you have a boyfriend right now?" Mako, reading Itsuki's message on the train back home from college, audibly squawked in response. "Do I have a boyfriend?" What could have possibly driven Itsuki to ask that, out of the blue? It threw her for a terrible loop, but she still tapped out a hurried reply. "No." "Why?" Her heart accelerated as she awaited the reply. After a bit of a delay, it arrived. "Oh, just wondering." "Don't worry about it." "What do you mean, don't worry about it?" Mako tried her hardest not to shout it out loud as she chided him. Of course she was going to worry about it. What would make Itsuki wonder all of a sudden if she had a boyfriend? Was he really just wondering? She and Itsuki had never discussed matters of the heart very much. He never had a taste for tales of the kind of raw, unbridled romance her college friends had experienced, and neither did Mako, really. Whenever such topics came up, she'd usually just smile, nod, and wait for it to pass. The idea of Itsuki asking about her relationship status out of nowhere was bizarre, no matter how you thought about it. Is there a reason for this? Does Itsuki, maybe, have a thing for? She tried to stave off the "no way" girl that crossed her mind. I don't think nothing about her number. And that's what makes this so shitty. A while back, one night while the three of them stayed in Okinawa, Itsuki went red in the face and offered her an explanation of his relationship with Nayuta. Mako's chest twinged with loneliness as she recalled his expression then. She really thought that Itsuki liked Nayuta. He liked her, but it was much more complicated than that, so he was unable to reciprocate the feelings Nayuta broadcast to the world every day. For someone like Mako, still finding her place in the world, it was hard to figure out whether her own take was accurate or not, but she was pretty sure Itsuki had something much more important than merely love in his heart. So maybe he can't be a couple with Nayu. so he wants me as a girlfriend instead. Given Itsuki's personality, it hardly made sense, but you saw couples like that all the time. Not really loving each other but hanging out with a handy member of the opposite sex because they liked the idea of having a lover. Itsuki was a little sister obsessed, but he was also a grown man. He had a not-so-small collection of 18-plus books and video games, and he had the same kind of thoughts any man his age did. Being propositioned on a daily basis by someone as obstinate and buxom as Nayuta would fill anyone with anguish. So he wants me as an outlet for all those anguished emotions he's feeling. Just as Mako went red in the face at the mental image, another message came in. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I have feelings for you or anything. You. Now Mako was even more confused. If she was supposed to take that at face value, Itsuki said don't get the wrong idea because he realized his previous message meant something he didn't intend it to. But Mako had seen lines like these in countless manga and light novels by now. The old tsundere, playing her hot and cold, pretty girl characters, and some guys, too, unable to accept their feelings, would blush and blurt out a sentence just like this for the readers to smirk at. Itsuki Hashima was a professional novelist. There was no way he wouldn't realize he was typing out this well-trodden character trope. This had to be deliberate, which meant he was tsundering on purpose. Okay, so does that mean Itsuki really does want to go out with me? Mako's face grew even redder. Going out with him? That'd be so mean to Nayu, and besides, if you don't really have a thing for someone, then it's not nice to string them along for no reason. I definitely don't wanna become an outlet for Itsuki's raging hormones. I kind of don't, maybe. But maybe not as much as Nayu, but maybe I kinda have a little thing for him, too. A few of the nearby passengers gave Mako funny looks as a cavalcade of emotions swept across her face. She didn't notice them. So how should I respond to this? Let me think about it. Okay, I'm sorry, number. That would all be weird. He didn't ask her point blank to be his girl. Maybe I should get angrier, like why do you think I'd think that, you dummy? Or you don't think anything about me? Or something? Or how about I take the high road and type lol dear much? Instead, she began to get the feeling that no response would be correct. Human language felt like such a clumsy, unwieldy tool to her now. And as she pondered over it, the train reached her stop, so she had to be satisfied with sending him a sticker of a cartoon character smiling but also looking vaguely concerned. Let's think up a present. So I'm thinking about throwing a surprise party. 3 days after Itsuki and Haruto met in Akihabara, Nayuta blurted the statement out of nowhere as she sat by the Lokotatsu table of Itsuki's apartment, messing around with her tablet. Nayuta Kani, the silver-haired and blue-eyed beauty, was a genius writer, the #1 novelist working for the publisher Itsuki and the others contributed to. In recent days, she had requested a lockdown, a hotel spot or office inside the publisher where writers or artists could fully concentrate on their work, and was rewarded with a long-term stay at a hotel 10 or so minutes walk away from here. This made her physically closer to Itsuki now, which meant she was hanging out in his apartment more often than ever. A surprise. Itsuki, lazing at his computer and ego-searching, that is, checking the internet for people talking about you or your work, gave her a quizzical look. There wasn't much energy in his face. His eyelids were half closed out of fatigue. After their newest book comes out, most authors are too busy fretting over sales and reviews to worry much about writing. They stake out the new release sections of bookstores for days in a row to see if customers are actually buying the thing, engage in ego-searching day and night, or just waste the day holding drinking parties, playing games, watching TV, sleeping, waking up just in time to score the login bonus on whatever mobile game has their attention, falling asleep again, and so forth. It's a phase, and one that lasts unpredictable amounts of time before the novelist feels ready to work again. Even with the same author, it can be long or short at any time. It depends on things like the amount of work spent on the book, the author's dedication or confidence, the initial reaction, whether it's the first or last book of a series, whether the franchise is in danger of being cut unless it starts selling, and how close other deadlines are. There are some superhumans who can get back to work right on launch day, while other authors shamble around like zombies for several months or more. The only thing for sure is that there's, probably, no such thing as a novelist who doesn't care about the response to their work. Even Nayuta Kani, driven by nothing except true love for Itsuki, once grew so overexcited after one of her books went on sale that her self-pleasure sessions became notably longer and more frequent. As has frequently been said, a novel is like the child of its author, and no would-be parent simply abandons their child. Given the fairly fast pace of his releases, Itsuki Hashima was the sort to return to work relatively quickly. The newly launched Volume 5 of Sisterly Combat, however, was his most strenuous project yet, one that, thanks to all the pain and torment he dealt with during its production, he was sure was his greatest work. He had more love for it than any of his previous novels, and it filled him with a great sense of relief to have finally gotten it out. That and total exhaustion, and a level of sensitivity to sales figures and reviews that he had never before experienced. A surprise party. It's kind of surprising to hear you use such a normal-sounding word, Itsuki dully replied. A surprise for what? For Maya's birthday, of course. Mako's birthday. When was it? April 29th. Itsuki had known Mako for about 2 years and was completely clueless about her birthday. April 29th was about a week away. Well, let's do it. A surprise party, or whatever. We'll just plan a party and keep it a secret from her, right? After several days of lazing around his apartment, Itsuki had begun to have the sneaking suspicion that he'd better get his ass in gear, or else he'd be in trouble. This seemed like the perfect kickstart for him. Nayuta, for her part, gave him a cheerful nod. Is it all right if we hold it in this apartment? Sure. You, me, Haruto, and Chihiro? Do me and Maya have any other friends in common? Well, kind of a stretch to call them friends, but there's my editor and my tax accountant. Okay, Prince Manhor and Chihiro, then. Sure. I'll let them know. That. And presents. We can all bring our own, can't we? Yeah. In that case, can you give me some present shopping advice, Itsuki? Nayuta looked deadly serious about this. Itsuki flashed her a dubious look. Why are you asking me? You're a girl. You'd probably know more about what she'd like than I ever would. Nayuta lowered her voice. I've never had the kind of friend I'd give a present to, so. Oh, yeah? Itsuki awkwardly averted his eyes. Well, I've never given someone a birthday present, either. I always thought my friends' birthday parties were kind of like urban legends or something. But you write all these hilarious romantic comedies, too, right, Itsuki? Don't you know a lot about what girls like as presents? Ha ha ha. Don't be stupid. The heroines of my rom-coms are handy plot devices that'll be happy with whatever the main character gives them. It could be a box of dog shit, as long as he makes a real serious effort at picking it. I don't have the slightest idea what actual women like. Itsuki took clear pride in this for some reason. Oh, I'd be happy if you gave me dog shit, too, Itsuki, as long as you thought really hard about what I wanted. Itsuki gave the blushing Nayuta a withering look. Hey, if I thought long and hard about it and decided to give you a box of dog shit, it'd be about time for you to realize that I pretty much hated your guts, okay? Wouldn't you think more like this wonderful girl, so giddy over receiving a box of dog shit as long as it's from me, or something? Number. I'd think you're a total. Even if I was your little sister? How dare you even insinuate I'd give dog shit as a present to my sister? I'd rather she give me dog shit for my birthday. That makes you sound like a total, too, Itsuki. And now look. Itsuki was about to fire back but instead took a moment to calm himself. Why are we talking about dog shit again? You started it. And you're the one who ran with it. It's your fault. Itsuki sighed. Well, Do you have any idea what Mako might like? Nayuta thought for a moment. A figurative light bulb turned on over her head. Ooh, I do. What? She told me a bit ago she wanted a driver's license. So what? Think of something that someone else can actually give her. Sadly, I can't. It'd probably be quickest to ask her, then. No. Nayuta thundered as Itsuki reached for his phone. Why not? If you ask her what she wants, she'll totally realize you're talking about a birthday present. Oh, yeah. It's a surprise party, too. Exactly. So we need to think up the perfect present all by ourselves. Itsuki grinned a little at Nayuta's earnestness about this. You must really love Mako, don't ya, huh? Nayuta froze for a moment. Yeah, I do love Maya. He. She bashfully looked down to the floor, cheeks red. It was such a cute-looking act, it made Itsuki tense up despite himself. You know, I've been wondering for a while, but why are you so friendly with Mako anyway? Well, I mean, she's kind, she indulges me, she teaches me about all kinds of things, she gets mad for me and cries for me. I dunno. She's like a big sister to me. I really look up to her. Nah. She showed only the slightest hint of embarrassment as she made the last cutesy noise and smiled broadly. It was enough to strike an arrow straight through Itsuki's heart. She's got the little sister act down cold. There is a novel series in Japan known as Maria-sama's Gamaitoru, or Maria Watches Over Us. It tells the tale of students attending the Catholic Lillian Girls Academy, where there exists a so-called So-er system. In this system, devised to promote clean, honest living among future generations of students, a first year is paired with a girl from one of the later years, forming a special one-on-one relationship. These So-ers affect each other in assorted ways, guiding and influencing each other as they live out their glorious youthful years, the bonds often stronger than those forged by actual sisters. Many readers found themselves deeply enthralled by this So-er concept, and Itsuki was one of them. Among other things, it presented the opportunity for anyone, regardless of how their family was configured, to become a little sister. This was what Itsuki, at least, took home from the series. If you could find someone that you could truly adore, honor, nestle up to, and chase after, then you could adopt the role of their little sister, regardless of blood relation. The way Nayuta acted toward Mako, her idol, felt a bit to him like the pure, beautiful So-ers of the Marimite world. He already knew she was cute, but now that he associated her with the little sister attribute, she was invincible. It astonished Itsuki. Yeah. He gave this a bit of serious thought, making sure she wouldn't notice his surging heartbeat. If a little sister had a problem, he needed to do whatever he could to solve it. This was the duty and obligation of the entire human race. Well, what would you like to get? I've got it. Nayuta's eyes burst open. I want your dick. Itsuki, shut up. This was exactly the reply he expected, so he didn't even bother raising an eyebrow. It didn't dissuade Nayuta at all. Also, I'd like to have your underpants, or your socks, or your sweaty t-shirt, or your used tissues, or your fingernails, or your body hair, or lots of other things, actually, but what I'd like to have most of all is your love, Itsuki. And what is Mako supposed to do with any of that? You trying to play a prank on her? I suppose out of all the things I could give Maya, the one thing I could never part with is you, Itsuki. Nayuta frowned at the thought as she gazed up at Itsuki. Really? All I want is you, so? Her words were so pure and cute that they finally moved Itsuki, and in an attempt to cover it up, he started speaking very quickly. Okay, let's lower the stakes a bit. Lower the stakes? I mean, if you think about it, if she really wanted something deep down, she'd buy it or get it herself. We should look for something that's not quite so high on her want list. Like, if it came down to have or not have, she'd like to have it, but not enough to buy it herself. Ooh, I see. Yeah, definitely. If I got something I wouldn't bother buying myself but still thought was kinda neat, I'd like that. Yeah, exactly. So let's think up something like that, Kaneko. You got any ideas? Something kind of, like, on the fence like that? I think. Nayuta thought for a few moments. A virtual boy, maybe? Yeah, you did like retro games, didn't you? The Virtual Boy was a 3D game system released by Nintendo in 1995. It used a special display shaped like a pair of goggles that showed different screen images to the player's left and right eyes to give the impression of 3D graphics. It was a masterpiece before its time. The futuristic red and black hardware design is so sleek, too. You can play classic NES games on the Virtual Console or elsewhere these days. But thanks to the 3D display, you can only play Virtual Boy games on the real thing. I heard a lot of the lineup is really top-notch, so I've always wanted a chance to try it out for myself. Nayuta stood up, eyes sparkling. Suddenly, she grew more serious. But if you asked me whether I wanted to buy one, I dunno. There's only 20 games or so in the entire library, and there are lots of 3D games out these days. And head-mounted units are cheap enough for home use now, too. Nayuta's love for classic games began with Spelunker and just ballooned from there. But she was a gamer, not a collector. Well, Itsuki concluded, either way, that wouldn't work for Mako. I don't think she's even aware it exists. Yeah, Nayuta said with a nod. But what about you? What's something that you'd be happy to get but don't wanna bother getting yourself? Me. Itsuki thought over this. A stir tone, he blurted out. A Slendeer? What's that? It's this thing you wrap around your stomach. It gives mild electric shocks to your ribs. It's supposed to give you a six-pack and stuff. Yeah, I think I saw that on the Home Shopping Network before. You want a six-pack, Itsuki? Itsuki gave a reluctant nod. Why is that? I went to this hot spring together with Setsuna a little while ago and you know? Nayuta's response to the words "went to this hot spring together with" was instantaneous. Setsuna? You mean Purikitsu, the artist for Genesis Sisters of the New World? Yeah. He is a guy, right? Nope. Setsuna's a 13-year-old, silver-haired, blue-eyed, hyper-beautiful illustrator, like Sagiri from Eromanga Sensei thrown straight into the 3D world, and she calls me Big Bro and spoils me by walking around in the nude in some of my daydreams. But really Setsuna's just your average chatty, easily distracted guy. Yep, definitely a guy. He had meant it as kind of a teasing joke, but Nayuta's wide eyes and dilated pupils were starting to scare him, so he reverted back to the truth midway. Good. That's a relief. Why yeah, same here. So, like, if you look at Setsuna, he has kind of the same frame I do, but when he took off his clothes at the hot spring, you could actually see his individual abs. It was amazing. So that's why you want to get abs, too? Right. I'd like to work out, but I don't feel like exercising or going to the gym all the time, so I'd rather get my physique the easy way. It's just, you know, buying something like the Slentone from one of those TV advertisements is kind of embarrassing. If I got it as a present, though, I'd get to shock my abs into shape without feeling any shame at all. I'm kind of hoping you don't turn into a bodybuilder or anything, Itsuki. But you would need some muscle for the kind of sex I'm into. What did you say? Nothing. I'll get you a stone for your birthday. Have fun getting buff. Sure, Itsuki distractedly replied to Nayuta's deadly serious offer. And I'll give you a virtual boy for your birthday, too. Oh goody, Nayuta droned. But even if it's not just lean, do you think a girl would like something for her health, or for weight training or something? A doubtful look crept onto her face. Maya's already got a great figure, so I don't think she would need it. She's really beautiful when she's naked, you know. Her skin's all smooth, and it feels great against your body. And what are you accomplishing by telling me that? Itsuki shook off the image that rapidly formed itself in his mind. Right. Something else, then. Why don't we take a second and step away from the realm of things you want but don't care enough to buy? It's a good idea, I think, but I think it needs to feel more special than that. Something that fits her, not just something you could buy for anyone. That's asking a lot. I get what you mean, though. Nayuta gave a bashful laugh. How about an autograph book with signatures from authors Mako likes? Oh, that might be good. The light novel scene is a small world. Most authors are no more than 2 degrees of separation away from each other, so even if you don't know someone, it's generally easy enough to get their autograph, whether they work for your publisher or not. That doesn't mean the average person can easily collect them, though, making it a great present for someone like Mako who has a few writer friends. Do you know which authors she likes, Itsuki? She mentioned she liked Index when we were playing that RPG. That and The Irregular at Magic High School. And Oimo and Marimite and No Game No Life and Chivalry of a Failed Knight and Date Alive and My Youth Romantic Comedy and Sawandaganai and Iromangu and Seishun Beautia and Strike of the Blood and Dog and Scissors and Magico and Sicarus and World Break and Kuro Rikishi and Chaka and Bahamut. Most of the ones I recommended to her, she likes. But when it comes to favorite authors, I'm not sure. One's favorite books and one's favorite authors aren't necessarily one and the same thing. For light novels in particular, fans can often recall the names of titles and characters while totally forgetting the author's name. It isn't uncommon at all for an author with one hit series to completely fail with their next one, or another to work in the trenches for years before scoring a major success out of nowhere. A fan who follows an author across whatever they publish is a valuable asset indeed, the kind of person authors practically consider a saint. Itsuki Hashima, who had a sizable enough dedicated fan base, despite the lack of any anime adaptation so far, and books that sold steadily upon every release, was a rare case. Although people like him weren't unheard of. I suppose there's no reason for me to point out that every series you recommended to her has cute little sister characters in it, huh? Nayuta took out her phone and launched the Line app. Figuring a question like this wasn't likely to spoil the surprise, she decided to contact Mako. I think we're really gonna have to ask Maya after all. Maya, who's your favorite author, huh? The message from Nayuta, received in the middle of a university lecture, made Mako shiver. My favorite author? The first name that reflexively came to mind was Itsuki Hashima. She hurriedly shook the idea off. Calm down, girl. She's not asking who you like personally. She wants your favorite author. This is just idle chit-chat, probably. My favorite author, who would it be? Actually, Mako thought deeply about the question. She could think of several books she enjoyed, but favorite author didn't produce any very strong candidates. Even if she liked a series, it wasn't like she would seek out other titles from the same guy. The only author she had read the complete works of, debut to latest release, was Itsuki Hashima. This would seem to imply that Itsuki was her favorite. But it's not like she's asking who I like or anything. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm not a fan of everything Itsuki writes about, but I do think he's engaging. So, her mind made up, Mako took pains to ensure the professor didn't notice her using the phone as she wrote a reply. If I had to pick one, I guess it'd be Itsuki. I've read all his stuff, so that's just if I had to pick one, though. Sounds like her favorite author is you, Itsuki. What? Nayuta showed him her phone, a slightly pained look on her face. Reading it, his face relaxed into an unattractive, slack-jawed smile. Hey. Well, look at that. Really? I mean, really? Hey. He. She's been a huge fan of me this whole time. Hey. She could have told me. Hey. That sure is mean of her. Hey. This blissful epiphany did not impress Nayuta. She seethed at him. That's just if she had to pick one. I think she meant more. I don't have a favorite author, but I've read all Itsuki's stuff, so by process of elimination kind of thing. Hey. Oh, you getting jealous, Kaneko? Course not. She pouted. It made Itsuki laugh even harder. Ha. Hey, it happens, right? Don't let it get you down, Kaneko. PFFT. Hey, ha. Right. I think it's time for me, the full heir of right author in Mako's life, to write a special autograph you can give her for her birthday present. He crowed joyfully. Huh? It's okay. I'll think up something else for her. You should give her that special autograph yourself. shouldn't you? HMPH. With that, Nayuta turned her back to him. For Nayuta Kani, it was the first time she had felt anything but blind love for Itsuki. She realized, at that moment, that he was a rival in the same field as her, although she wouldn't fully realize it until much later. Let's think up a storyline. I gave you until today for the All About Volume 4 storyline blurb, but do you have it? The storyline. It was the day after Nayuta's surprise party suggestion, later on in the evening, and the sudden phone call from editor Kenjaro Toki was making Itsuki's temples ache. In addition to Sisterly Combat, which had its newest volume come out the other day, Itsuki was also writing a series called All About My Little Sister. Sisterly Combat was an earnest, serious battle fantasy series, but All About My Little Sister was the opposite, a modern-day, wacky love comedy. Although the hero's passion to overcome all the odds for the heroine, his little sister, of course, was pretty similar. 3 volumes of the series were now on sale, with Volume 4 due to launch in 2 months. Allegedly. You forgot to come up with one, didn't you? What? Of course not. I was just wrapping up the final revisions. Really? It was a lie, triggered by the coldness and accuracy of his editor's accusation. Ah, really? I'll absolutely send it to you before the day is through, so just relax and sit tight. Ha 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 ha. All right. I'll be here. Sure thing. Phew. With the call ended, Itsuki breathed a well-deserved sigh of relief. Did something happen? Asked the dashing young man, actually a girl, but Itsuki didn't know that, cleaning up the apartment, trying to look as neutral as possible. This was Itsuki's younger stepbrother, Chihiro. I need to think up a storyline for All About Volume 4 right now. Think up a storyline? Chihiro asked, curious. When I say storyline, I mean just a few sentences. It's that little blurb you see on the back cover of the book, or on publisher websites and pages on online bookstores. Oh, that. Chihiro nodded at himself, realizing what Itsuki meant. The author writes those themselves? No, the editor writes them a lot of the time. But I do my own. Toki wrote the summary for Itsuki's very first novel, but Itsuki didn't like it very much, so he requested the right to contribute his own from then on. Some publishers are adamant that this is editing work and refuse to budge on it. But as Toki put it, whoever can write a better blurb will help the book out more, so he let Itsuki handle it without too much pushback. Your next book's coming out in June, right, Itsuki? That's 2 months from now. They need it already? Yeah, they need it for PR and advertising and stuff. We need to have a blurb written 2 or 3 months before launch. Whether the novel is finished or not, you've got to at least provide that in advance. And is the novel finished? About 2/5 of it, Itsuki awkwardly replied. I was planning to have the whole thing done by now, but I had a ton of trouble with the new Sisterly Combat volume. So now All About's running late. Is that gonna be okay? The deadline's still a ways off, Itsuki told his concerned brother. I'm fine. Based on my calculations, I should have just enough time. Enough time? Or just enough time. Enough time. It won't wind up a disaster like Sisterly turned out to be. At least, not for the main text. That's great. But not for the main text? What about that storyline blurb? A bead of cold sweat ran down Itsuki's cheek. I have to write that today. But those are kind of tricky. Why is that? Whether you have the full text or not, you already thought about what's gonna happen in this volume, right? Hey, well, about that, huh? Chihiro was shocked, but Itsuki almost seemed proud. With Sisterly Combat, I only start writing once I've got the full plot worked out, but with All About, I like it to be kind of like a jam session, where I don't know what'll happen in advance. I go right into writing it without any previous prep. So I may be the author, but I don't know what's happening in Volume 4 yet. Wow, I had no idea it was so unplanned like that. It's not unplanned. Like I said, It's a jam session, a show where the characters move as they like and weave a story for me. It seemed like too much of an easy excuse for the exasperated Chihiro. But All About My Little Sister was a high-tempo story, packed with twist after unexpected twist, and while some reviewers called it jarring or too random, it was generally well received, and with those proven results, Chihiro couldn't say this was the wrong writing style to use. A jam session's great and all. But what are you gonna do about that blurb? I dunno. I guess I'll just have to make something up, Itsuki glumly reported. To be honest, whether the manuscript was done or not, Itsuki didn't really like writing storyline blurbs. At the same time, if he handed the job over to Toki and didn't touch it again, he also knew it'd affect the passion he had for completing a book. Writing it himself was the only option. That blurb's only, like, not even a page of text, isn't it? Is it that hard? Chihiro seemed genuinely curious. With my label, I'm asked to come up with maybe 100, no more than 125 words. Which isn't a lot, but I wind up agonizing over that size limit a lot more than with regular writing. Agonizing? Like how? First off, I can't have any major story spoilers. If it's a detective story, you can't talk about the criminal or the trick behind the murder, and if it's a fighting series, you gotta be careful not to talk about who wins, or what kind of abilities the enemies have, or which abilities the heroes are gonna learn. With romance, it's more like who's confessing to whom and who starts dating whoever. You can't write anything that'd affect the reader's enjoyment of the novel. But at the same time, you have to fan their expectations, too. Fan their expectations? It's part of the book's packaging. With Volume 1 of a series, it's the second most important advertising tool after the front cover illustration. But even with subsequent volumes, if you read the blurb and it doesn't get you excited, some readers will stop buying at that point. Oh, so not only are you talking about what's inside, you're trying to make it sound as interesting as possible. Yeah, it's really hard, figuring out how much detail you should go into. But, for example, sometimes you do need to talk about what kind of surprising things will happen, or what kind of crazy strong enemy we're facing off against, or who the hero's going on a date with. Stuff the reader will want to read about. It's kind of a fine line between what readers will want to know before they read it, and what they'll want to know after they read it. Right? Itsuki nodded. That sort of thing. And you have to be careful about some other stuff, too. If it's not a Volume 1, you have to remember that the person reading the blurb may not have necessarily read all the past volumes. How so? The storyline blurbs get posted on places like publisher websites and ads in brick-and-mortar bookstores. There's a chance someone who doesn't know the series at all might read that blurb. You have to avoid spoiling past volumes as much as possible. What's wrong with that? Well, for example, let's say you have a character named A who first appears as an enemy. What if, in Volume 3 or whatever, the blurb reads, the hero, working together with A, or something? Readers will wind up knowing that A does a face turn somewhere along the line. Oh, that makes sense. If I read that first, then the first time A appeared in the story, it'd be like, oh, he'll become a good guy later. Yeah, if you write overcoming the death of X, then everyone knows that X dies. If you write going on her first date with Y, everybody knows the heroine's getting intimate with Y. There's this famous real-life example. Actually, it was this fantasy novel that relied on a lot of mystery elements, and they find the culprit at the end of the first volume. He gets away from the heroes, but then in the blurb for Volume 2, the culprit's name is written right there. I really want to punch the guy who wrote that. You were a victim, huh? The guy who wrote that, the guy who wrote the obi-back text on Volume 8 of Land Saga, and the guy who spoiled the main bad guy in Persona 4 are gonna pay for their crimes. All of them. Itsuki's voice grew lower and lower. I mean, a lot of readers pick up a book only after they get interested in the anime or manga version, or they hear some good buzz about it. Some people don't pick up a series until years after it was released. Spoiling a plotline is one of the most nefarious things you can do. It robs the reader of their fun and stomps all over the story and its author. People who get off on spreading spoilers around are barbarians, unworthy of being called civilized human beings. And doing something like that while in an official capacity, idiots, a disgrace to the entire industry. They should be forced to live in an open sewer to atone for their evil deeds. You're telling me, I don't care about spoilers, it's fine? Don't give me that shit. Just because you don't mind having shit in your pants, does that mean you can smear it on other people, too? And some people are like, well, if it's really a good story, it'll be fun to read even if you know what happens. Come on. That just means it'd be a lot more fun if you didn't know. If you're stupid enough not to realize that, you don't have the right to get a single ounce of enjoyment out of something really good. Eat shit, arseholes. Looking rather distressed, Chihiro watched Itsuki as he angrily recalled his history of coming across lethal spoilers when he least expected it. When he spotted his brother looking at him, Itsuki calmed himself down. So, yeah, in a storyline blurb, you have to avoid serious spoilers while giving readers a taste of what's to come to get them excited. And you have strict space limits. Too short is a bad idea, too. You have to freestyle to get the atmosphere across, adding dialogue, or making it all informal sounding, or even making it into a poem or going for a more literary style. It's a different skill set from novel writing. I know Kaneko lets her editor handle them cause she sucks at it, but Haruto self-produces everything and has a real talent for it. What about you? Not bad, not exceptional, but I just hate it because it's a pain in the ass. As he spoke, Itsuki turned toward his computer and began writing. His conversation with Chihiro had done a lot to organize his thoughts, letting him mentally shift gears from manuscript mode to blurb mode. Of course, his brother was both intelligent and a good listener, so he suspected he may have just gotten carried away and talked his ear off for no good reason. But regardless, success. It was done before Chihiro finished making dinner. After a week of agony following a shocking confession, Kazuma finally discovers the answer within himself. Meanwhile Akiko, becoming aware of her own feelings, decides to give Kazuma the whole truth, but those who wish ill for the couple are about to make their move. Akiko, I think for you, my brother, I would. Where will the relationship between these two siblings and their passing memories go next? And what about Shingo and Yukiko, that other brother and sister pair? Will the secret of the Akatsuki clan finally be revealed? Itsuki Hashima's mega-hit sibling rom-com reaches its shocking, long-awaited Volume 4, showing off a kind of love that nobody's seen before. Reading the completed blurb, Chihiro gave a soft sound of approval. He had read up to Volume 3 of All About My Little Sister, and from that experience, the blurb honestly made him want to read on. He knew what that shocking confession was, and both he and any other reader could surmise who the people who wish ill for the couple were. As the author tucked into the tasty-looking curry in front of him, Chihiro asked, "A Kazuma and Akiko passing memory, or, huh?" Itsuki lifted his head up enough to give Chihiro a questioning look. I dunno. You don't? I haven't written it yet, but I'm sure they will be. Whether their relationship is, or it's just referring to something else, I dunno. Something else? Well, it could be anything, then. I mean, they live together. Hey, I didn't lie in there. Does something new happen between Yukiko and Shingo? I don't know. Assuming it does. It might not, or, come on. You're insinuating so much in this blurb. It's mostly just a bunch of hype I'm writing. There's every chance their relationship won't change at all. Groaned Chihiro, thoroughly unconvinced by this. At least we'll dive into the Akatsuki family secret. I'm looking forward to that. You've been dropping hints about that since Volume 1. Read closer. I said, will it be revealed? Maybe it will, and maybe it won't. Come on. Chihiro seemed seriously disappointed about this. Itsuki felt a tad guilty. Look, he offered, I'll make an effort to reveal that secret, and I'll do my best to make sure Kazuma and Ryukiko get some quality time together, and I've got some active ideas about what might happen between Yukiko and Shingo, too. Well, I'll be looking forward to all that, so. Yeah, Itsuki said, withering under the eyes of Chihiro as he leaned forward. By the way, did you make up the mega hit and long-awaited parts? Kind of. I think you described yourself as Master Talent Itsuki Hashima and, like, the supreme leader of Little Sister Darlingness in previous ones. Is there a problem with that? Itsuki bluntly asked, even as his face turned a little red. No, Chihiro teased back. The pursuer. One day after he sent Toki the totally made-up storyline blurb, Itsuki decided to take a breather and run off to a nearby bookstore. He wound up purchasing 10 or so things in hopes that they'd provide story inspiration, fashion and music magazines, game magazines, anime magazines, travel guidebooks, and so on. Itsuki tended to buy ebooks a lot, since he had long been out of physical shelf space at home, but magazines and guides like these were easier to handle in paper form, since he could just flip through them in search of ideas instead of having to read from page 1. On the way back, taking the long way around to enjoy the weather a bit, Itsuki ran into someone he knew. It was Setsuna Ina, a short kid with dyed hair and a, shall we say, unique sense of fashion. Setsuna worked as an illustrator under the pen name Purikitsu, and he was responsible for the art inside Genesis Sisters of the New World, which had led to them hanging out and traveling together as of late. Itsuki assumed Setsuna was going somewhere, but he was just standing at a street intersection, looking around and pacing. Must be waiting for someone, he thought as he approached. Hey, Setsuna. Oh, hey there, sir. How's it going? Good. What are you doing here, though? Setsuna's face became bizarrely stern. I'm looking for an ass. An ass? Asked Itsuki dubiously, struggling to understand the sentence. Setsuna explained as his head swiveled around to survey the area. About a month ago, I saw, like, the most amazing ass in the universe. I'm just checking to see if she's around here. The most amazing in the universe? Yeah, like, the ass of the century. Maybe the ass of the millennium, even. The explanation was not nearly enough. Do you have any idea who I'm talking about, sir? I don't know what the difference is between asses, really. Ooh, I think you'd be able to tell this one right off. It's, like, radiant. Her ass is? It is. She's not a firefly, is she? Oh, it's just a metaphor, sir. There's just, like, this aura that spills out right over her pants. I call that her ass power level. Her Setsuna probably meant it to sound like Dragon Ball Z's power levels, some kind of latent magic or occult ability invisible to the human eye. It sounded ridiculous. But if the one saying it was Purikitsu, ass master for all time, it was instantly plausible. If I can get a look at that ass, I feel like I can really level up myself, he continued, assuming the serious countenance of a seasoned creative type. Itsuki hoped he could work with him on something else in the future. If he could help level this illustrator up, it was bound to influence himself in some way. Ooh, man, I hope I didn't scare her off. Setsuna sighed. What? Like, when I saw her the first time, I got so excited, I kinda wound up pulling down her pants. Not her panties, but still. Whether you got her panties down or not, that's still a crime, you dumbass. I mean, if that happened to me, I'd kinda avoid this neighborhood for a while, too. I'd be amazed if she didn't call the cops. Look, I'm sorry, pleaded Setsuna, casting his eyes downward as Itsuki eyed him coldly. It seemed like honest regret. If I can see that girl again, though, I definitely want to apologize to her for that. Next time, I'll ask as nicely as I can and make sure she says yes first. Itsuki wondered exactly how realistic this plan was, to have a girl he knew nothing about show him her ass on the sidewalk. But if anyone could actually pull that off, it had to be Purikitsu. Well, if it'll help you level up or whatever, I'd like to maybe help you search a little, Setsuna. I have no idea what AS power level is supposed to mean, though. Can you tell me anything about her besides her ass? Her face or clothes or whatever? Setsuna took a moment to think. Yeah, she had a pretty cute face, I think. My mind was so full of her ass that I don't remember much else, but yeah, thanks for the help. She's probably about my age, I think. Oh, right. She had a tracksuit on. So a cute girl in a tracksuit, about 16 years old. That didn't really narrow things down, but a girl in a tracksuit might be a little less common. Wouldn't that suggest she was coming home from the gym, or from practice for whatever sports team she's on? Setsuna's eyes opened wide at this. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's still a pretty wide net. But it beats wandering around the street at random. Why don't you try the local high schools and gyms and stuff? That's a good idea. Thanks, sir. I'll go look right now. Sure. Nothing illegal this time, okay? Sure thing. See you later, sir. Itsuki watched Setsuna dash off, a somewhat tormented look on his face, then walked back toward his apartment. Hey, doesn't Chihiro wear a tracksuit pretty often? His mind reminded him out of the blue. But the thought quickly disappeared. His little brother couldn't have anything to do with the girl sporting the ass of the millennium. Age 21. The evening of April 29th, Mako was on her way to Itsuki's apartment. Having been invited the 5-ish days ago for a gaming session with Haruto and crew. Today was her 21st birthday. The fact that Itsuki had specified a day for this meetup suggested they might be celebrating her birthday. Or so she hoped, a little bit. But would Itsuki really do something that thoughtful? She hadn't even told him her birthday. She banished the thought. Her college buddies had held a little thing for her yesterday. However, today was the start of Golden Week, the series of national holidays that kick off the first week of May in Japan, so they were too busy with work, dates, or visiting their families back home to meet up on the actual day. Reaching Itsuki's apartment, Mako rang the doorbell. The door opened, and Itsuki stuck his head out. "Oh, you're here? Come on in." Sure," she said, noticing a sweet-smelling scent as she stepped inside. The moment she passed by the kitchen and walked into the living room, there was the pow-pow-pow of tiny crackers going off. Surprise! Itsuki and the trio in the room, Nayuta Kani, Haruto Fuwa, and Chihiro Hashima, all shouted together. She had hoped for this, a little, but it happened so suddenly that it still made Mako's eyes open wide. "Happy birthday, Maya." "Did we surprise you?" Nayuta ventured, looking up shyly. Why yeah, you sure did." The girl beamed at Mako. He. "We did it, guys." "It was Kaneko who suggested this," Itsuki said, smiling a bit. "Oh, well, thanks, Nayu." She gave Nayuta an appreciative pat on the head. He. Came the pleased-sounding response. It made Mako smile broadly. "This girl is so cute." The two men in the room, watching this exhibition of incredibly sisterly tropes, both blushed. Itsuki's eyes on Nayuta, Haruto's on Mako. "What?" Mako asked, noticing Haruto's gaze. "Oh, no, nothing." "Happy birthday, Mako." "Let's just sit you down at the seat of honor, okay?" Okay. Guided in, Mako sat down on the side of the 6-person kotatsu table by the window, where Haruto usually was as game master for their RPG nights. Itsuki took the spot next to Nayuta, and Chihiro sat across from Mako. Laid out on the table was a massive dinner spread that made the diner Mako's friends had taken her to yesterday look like crumbs on the street. It even made her a little emotional. There were scalloped potatoes, spinach quiche, meat pies, seafood pasta, cream stew, and a big bowl of Caesar salad. Did you make all this, Chihiro?" "Most of it." "I might have made a bit too much," Chihiro said with a nod, a bit bashful. "This is just amazing." "Why, you are so much better at this girl stuff than me." No, I'm terrible at girl stuff." "Oh, sorry?" said Mako, confused at this odd overreaction. "Here you go," Haruto interjected, taking Mako's glass and pouring from a bottle with a cherry drawn on it. The liquid was deep red, imbued with tiny pink bubbles. This was Lindman's Grog, a beer made with wild yeast found only in a certain part of Belgium, aged for 1 or 2 years, then infused with cherry juice and left to ferment for even longer. It had taken a lot of time and hard work to make this beer, and although it wasn't intensely alcoholic, it had an amazingly full body to it. Once all the glasses were filled, "All right, Maya, happy birthday to you." Itsuki and Haruto joined Nayuta in the toast. "Thanks," Mako bashfully replied as she took a sip. The sweetness of the cherries spread across her mouth, alongside the slight acidity of the core beer. It was so easy to drink that she wound up downing half the glass in one go. "Ooh, this is good." "I'm glad you like it," a clearly relieved Haruto said. In the midst of drinking the beer and enjoying everything Chihiro made for them, Haruto brought out a second bottle for Mako's glass. Like the Lindemans from before, this also had a cherry on the label. "Another cherry beer? This one's called Boonkrook." "Give it a shot," Haruto replied with a bit of a teasing smirk. Mako obliged, gulping it down. It was also a pretty shade of red, and the bottle's design was even the same, so she figured it'd be another sweet candy of a beer. She was wrong. NNH. It's sour, but I like this, too. Lindemans was all about the fruity sweetness, but with Boonkrook, the sourness was what came first, then just the right amount of fruit. It threw Mako for a loop at first but still left her breathing a contented sigh. "Well, great. I brought along a few different cherry beers for tonight, so give them all a shot," a semi-concerned Haruto said. Meanwhile, Itsuki gently whispered to him, "Cherry beer? So you're giving her your cherry, huh?" Whatever deep meaning Itsuki was implying, Haruto just averted his eyes and pretended not to hear it. After taking a while to enjoy the sumptuous spread, it was time for presents. Each guest had brought their own along, and Itsuki had no idea what anyone else had gotten for Mako. "Okay, feel free to accept my present first," he began, looking incredibly self-confident. "Ooh, what did you get me?" Mako tried to act calm, despite the beating of her heart. "My present is this." He whisked something out from the paper bag in his hand. It was a large white square of paper, apparently his autograph, and it had today's date and Tamako Shirakawa written small in one corner. "Hey, an autograph? Whose autograph is it?" Mako accepted the sheet, a bit flummoxed. "Mine, of course." "Yours." Even after he said it, the marker lines were so cursive and inscrutable that it was hard to make out Itsuki Hashima at all. "Did you come up with this yourself?" "Ha, of course I did. This is an autograph with real history behind it. I perfected it even before I began writing my first contest entry," Itsuki announced. "That's kind of early on." Haruto laughed with chagrin. Mako looked less than convinced. "So what is this?" "It's my birthday present, of course," Itsuki replied, chest puffed out. "A handmade autograph from Itsuki Hashima, your one and only favorite author. There's no better present than this." What? So moved that you can't bring yourself to speak?" "No, I was just, like, what kind of person gives their own autograph to someone for their birthday?" Mako looked like she had well and truly had enough this time. This was definitely not bashfulness or an overwhelmed emotional response. She was 100% done, and that came across loud and clear to Itsuki as well. Am I, being a little too brash?" The suddenly sweating Itsuki dared to whisper. "Yeah," Haruto said. "Quite a lot, actually," Nayuta added. Chihiro simply pointed his eyes toward the ceiling. "Oh, man. No way." "Geez. Well, I'll take it, don't get me wrong. But what should I do with it?" With a sigh, Mako placed the board in her bag. HMPH. Itsuki pouted. "If you really don't need it, you can auction it off on the internet." "Oh, I wouldn't do that. I mean, you did choose this present for me and all, so." She gave him a little smile. Here's mine." "Sorry, it's nothing too special." Gingerly, Chihiro handed Mako a small package wrapped in a cute little bow. "Thanks, Chihiro." "Can I open it?" "Sure." He nodded, and Mako carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a handkerchief. It was colorful, but not too flashy, a very delicate design in that way, perfect for Mako's tastes. Ah, I figured everyone could always use another handkerchief, and it wouldn't matter much if someone else gave you the same thing, so thanks so much, I really like this. I'll take good care of it, Mako gushed honestly. You sure know a woman's heart, don't you, Chihiro? You could teach your brother a thing or two, that's for sure. Oh, not at all. I don't get what a woman thinks at all. Chihiro went red again as he protested, while Itsuki visibly soured. So, I got this for you. Haruto's nervously offered present was a small bottle with a cork in it. There was a liquid inside, making Mako wonder if it was perfume or some aromatherapy thing at first. But it also contained something long and thin, like a tree root, and there was sediment on the bottom. It looked like a tiny aquarium, and inside, Mako spotted 3 tiny creatures energetically swimming around. Wow, what are these? Plankton? Giving a closer look, they actually looked more like impossibly tiny shrimp, each one no more than a centimeter long. Or shrimp? Yep, that they are. Ooh, they're so tiny and cute. Mako smiled. The sight of the shrimp darting to and fro was oddly soothing to her. The other 3 in the room leaned in to get a closer look. Whoa, hey, you're right, they are cute. Hoch, shrimp, huh? Nice. These are called pixie shrimp, Haruto explained. They're part of the shrimp family. They eat algae that's latched onto seaweed, along with their own skin that they shed, so there's no real need to feed them. This writer named Shimizu gave some of these to a writer friend of his that was in the hospital, and it was such a hit with the doctors and nurses that they'd stop by the room just to see them swim around for a bit. Mako was too busy beaming and exclaiming how cute the tiny creatures were to listen. Well, this is fine, Haruto thought, starting to smile himself. He was a little concerned about giving a living thing as a present, despite the author friend he knew, but it was clearly a hit. The sight seriously relieved him. But it wasn't even Mako who was the most excited about it. Ooh, look at them. Those shrimp are so nice. Not only do they taste good, they're really cute as pets, too. It's hard to beat that. It was Itsuki, leaning way across the table to look into the bottle, eyes shining like stars. So cute. I should buy one for myself. Why are you freaking out the most? As Haruto grinned, Nayuta suddenly turned serious. Prince Manhor, is there a crab version of this? A really tiny crab that you don't have to take care of and that lives a really long time? Yeah, they had one that was about an inch or so long, but I don't know any that easy to keep. I wanted Itsuki to gush about my crab, too. If that's what you want, why don't you just change your pen name to Shrimp Girl or something? Once the commotion died down, it was time for Nayuta's present. This is from me, she said as she presented a cutesy-looking envelope. Inside was an SD card. What's in this? Nayuta blushed and smiled a bit. A novel. A novel? Yes. I wrote a novel with you as the protagonist, Maya. I really wanted to print it out for you, but it wound up being the size of a regular light novel volume. So I'm just giving you the data. Me is the protagonist. Mako was 1/5 happy, 4/5 shocked and confused. If anything, it was Itsuki and Haruto who had the more animated responses. A Kanaku novel. A new novel from Nayu. You published that? It'd easily sell a few 100,000. Dude, let me read it, too. Itsuki badgered her, deadly serious. Nayuta just laughed it off, looking a bit embarrassed. No, don't. I wrote this novel just for Maya. It's also the first fantasy genre novel I wrote, so I'm a little scared to show it. The first Nayuta Kani fantasy novel. Now I wanna know about it even more. Chill out, Itsuki. Chihiro thought it would be wise to speak up. His brother was gritting his teeth, almost bursting with anger. Fuyu. Itsuki took a deep breath. The sight of his anger scared Mako even more, but now she smiled and turned to Nayuta. Well, thanks, Nayu. I look forward to reading it. You bet. Came the reply, complete with an utterly carefree smile. With the presents over, the 5 of them spent a little while drinking beer, or juice, and playing quick and easy games like Pickomino and Skull and Roses. After that, There was one more ritual left. The birthday cake. This wasn't from Chihiro's kitchen. For a change, they bought it from a store, and it had a little chocolate plate in the middle reading Happy Birthday Mako. 21 candles ringed the edge, all quickly lit once the lights were turned out. Itsuki, Haruto, Nayuta, and Chihiro all sang Happy Birthday for Mako, who then blew the whole thing out in one breath. Soon, Chihiro had it cut into fifths. By the way, Nayuta asked as they ate, "What do you think, Maya? How's it feel being the big 2-1? How's it feel?" Mako's cheeks were a bit red from all the cherry beer, but her forks still stopped in midair at the question. Let me think. Her expression slipped into a naturally wry grin. You know, I thought being in my 20s would feel a lot more adult. Itsuki and Haruto both replied, eagerly nodding. Itsuki, clearly drunk, picked up the topic. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing when I turned 20, that and, like, when I graduated from high school, too. Yeah, me too, interjected Haruto. Like, it makes you think, I graduated from high school, then graduated from college. I'm totally a grown-up by anybody's standard, but it doesn't feel like it at all. You think so, too, Fuwa? Mako asked, eyes lazily turning toward Haruto. Pretty much. Maybe it's because I don't have an office job. I spend all day writing novels, watching anime, playing games, reading manga and light novels. On the weekdays, I go drinking and play board games with my friends. It doesn't really feel like I'm putting anything together at all. I'm paying my taxes and stuff, but yeah, totally, laughed Itsuki. I mean, 21. That's supposed to be older than Azu Samura from the Idol Master or Nanoa from the 3rd season of Lyrical Nanoa, you know? In novels and anime, you'd have the chattier young characters calling them old grannies and writing them off entirely. Not that I'm saying you're an old granny, Mako. Yeah, I think Char was supposed to be 20 during the 1-year war. Him and Herman during the Gripes War. Pretty funny to think voice actors like Shuichi Ikeda and Ryuko Sakakibara were both playing 20-year-olds, huh? Like, maybe some people get real low, gravelly voices when they're young, too, but we're older than most of the characters we have saving the world or the universe in manga and novels or having whirlwind romances and stuff. I hate to admit it, but from an impartial perspective, we don't have it together at all, do we? No. But hang on, Haruto said. I still think we're among the lucky ones, actually. I know an older writer who built this entire RC car racetrack in his apartment, and he'd go race on it whenever he had writer's block. Like, in his mid-30s. A full racetrack. I'm kind of jealous. Yeah, you see? I was totally jealous, too. Once I live by myself, I am so building one. Okay, Haruto. You get a place and build that track, and I'll come over to race you every afternoon. As the two carried on with each other, Mako softly whispered to herself, writers have it so good. That kind of I don't know, childishness is something they can actually make money off of. You say you don't have it together. But if you ask me, you've got it better put together than most. So don't be too hard on yourselves. Or else, I don't know what I'd ever do with myself. Sensing some real emotion from Mako's slurred speech, Itsuki and Haruto stopped. Mako sighed. 20 seemed so grown up back when I was in grade school. I had a real goal for the future. I was working hard for it. And I even had a romantic career, too. You're totally grown up. All that sexy experience, too. Nayuta said as Mako's smile turned into a smirk at her own expense. I'm sorry. That was a lie. The revelation came all too casually. Huh? Nayuta said, frozen upright. That whole thing about having a lot of love experience, that was a lie. I've never dated a guy in my life, and, of course, I've never done it with anyone. Nayuta's reaction to this confession was pure confusion. Phew, Mako said, noting this even as she breathed a sigh of relief. I finally came out with it. When talking with this girl before her, someone who adored her as an elder sister, who had hundreds of thousands of readers awaiting her latest work but wrote a novel just for her instead, This incredibly cute little sister of a girl, Mako just couldn't find it in herself to lie any longer. "Wow, Maya, so you aren't a slut after all?" Nayuta asked. I think I made that clear already." Tears began to form in Mako's eyes. "I'm sorry, Nayu. I'm sorry I lied up to now. I'm not the type of woman you should be aspiring to become." Maya. The sad eyes Nayuta had fixed upon her overwhelmed Mako with crushing guilt. "I'm sorry. I hope you don't hate me for it. This present you gave me is totally amazing, but I don't know if I even deserve it. How could I ever hate you for it?" Nayuta said, voice ragged. More like a parent scolding a child than out of pure anger, Nayuta shouted. "The reason I like you isn't because you're a grown-up with experience in bed. It's because you're a good person, Maya." "Nayu, whether you're a slut or a virgin, you're my beloved big sister, Maya." "Nayu, Nayu." This brought Mako over the brink. She began crying uncontrollably and, latching onto Nayuta as her younger sister, buried her face in her chest. "Ugh, you are such a nice kid. I love you. I almost want to kiss you." "You can, if you want, huh?" Mako lifted her head, surprised. "If it's you, Maya, I'll let you kiss me anytime," the blushing, teary-eyed Nayuta said. The cutesy act made Mako laugh a bit. "I can't. Your lips belong to Itsuki, don't they?" "Ehehe. They sure do." Mako smiled, her eyes looking a bit lonesome, as Nayuta fidgeted before her. The sight was enough to make Itsuki's heart race as he looked on, although he couldn't help but comment, "Could you not decide what is and isn't mine? Please." After the party, Mako was back in her room and already sticking the SD card with Nayuta's present into her computer. It contained a series of text files, starting at 1 and going on in sequential order. It was the first Nayuta Kani novel she had ever read, and it was just for her, never before seen by anyone else. She could feel her hand shake a little bit as she used her mouse to double-click the one file. The story was about Mako, born the princess of a kingdom, falling in love and having remarkably gratuitous amounts of sex with a young knight. This isn't really fantasy. It's just porn. They had secret sex, while the royal guard, the king, and his royal ministers were in the same room. They had prison sex. When the knight got found out and thrown in the dungeon, the princess came down to save him, and they screwed before making good their escape. Acrobatic sex on horseback while they fled their pursuers, at the inn, in the stables, in the forest, in a cave, at the lip of an active volcano, submerged in a lake, caught in a surging torrent, atop a flying broom, atop an iceberg, using a polar bear as a bed, in front of a sleeping dragon, inside the dragon's stomach, inside the monster king's castle, in the spirit world. It was bang, bang, bang everywhere. Every possible situation, every possible position, sex, sex, and more sex. At the very end, the two of them, now mere concepts, floating in a faraway dimension, engaged in weird philosophical sex that was honestly hard to figure out, and wound up creating a new world as a result. Mako had thought it was porn, but it was actually an entire mythology. The core storyline was simple enough, but between the cavalcade of shocking revelations and the sheer imaginativeness of the constant sex, this was smut, pure and simple. Still, Nayuta Kani's heavily lauded, magical storytelling skills made it all overwhelmingly convincing, dragging Mako into its world before she even realized it. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," she occasionally shouted, blushing deeply and squirming in her chair. "What the hell am I doing here?" But she never stopped. To make matters worse, the knight who served as the male lead was clearly modeled after Nayuta's own interests, in other words, Itsuki. She even named him Ikki in the novel. It was someone deeply resembling Itsuki, having near-constant sex with Mako, in a world creation myth penned by Nayuta Kani, literary genius of our time. And now I feel weird. After reading that, it enthralled her so much with its attractions that she read through the whole thing in one sitting. Even when she was done, she wound up squirming in bed for a while afterward, unable to free herself from the deep, immersive world she had just experienced. The amusement park, Hey, it was several days after Mako's birthday party. Itsuki was working at his computer. Haruto was goofing around by his kotatsu. Yeah? Itsuki asked, eyes still fixed on his notebook. Do you remember what I said at that diner in Akihabara? Itsuki thought for a moment. About how my novels are so much better than yours? No, nothing serious like that. Something sillier, more spur of the moment. About how you have a thing for Mako. Yeah, that. Haruto nodded, face reddening a bit. Didn't you say that you ''d'' help out a bit? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Well, you did. And I'm kind of counting on that a little. Okay? Counting on me? Remember that birthday party? I was hoping you might have assisted me a little more back there. Were you? Yeah. Well, to be honest, I forgot, Itsuki admitted. I knew it. Haruto shouted. Well, I mean, Mako and Nayu kinda started lezzing out for a bit. Which was, really exciting for me, but, me too. Simply recalling Mako and Nayu embracing each other made Itsuki's cheeks burn red. But it was Kaneko who organized that party. What kind of support was I supposed to give you? Fair enough. Well, when we get another opportunity, give me some support then. All right. Hey, sure, said Itsuki, nodding gregariously. So exactly how am I supposed to support you guys getting together? Haruto was at a loss for how to answer. He may have looked like a handsome, dashing young man, but he had only begun taking care of his looks in college. Before then, he was just another light novel, video game, and anime addict of an otaku. Plus, despite his attempts at reinventing himself for his university life, the RPG group he joined was such a disaster thanks to all the love drama that he didn't have a single good memory from it. Ever since he won the new writers competition and began making regular income as a professional, he had started being free to buy all the porn games and doujinshi he wanted, as research material for his job, of course, which made him even less of a prime catch to the average girl. He did have a little sister, as well as conversational skills honed by his experience game mastering for tabletop RPGs. He wouldn't completely lose his composure in front of a woman. But when it came to romance, he was a total amateur. Well, for example, maybe create a situation where it's just the two of us together, when we're out drinking or something. The idea came straight from all the fiction he had read and watched. He didn't sound too confident about it. Itsuki thought in silence for a while before reaching a new idea. I got it. He shot up, shouting, in that case, let's go to the amusement park. The amusement park. It'll be you, me, and Mako. And maybe I'll invite Kaneko, too, just to tag along. I have my hero and heroine going on a date in my whip right now, so I was thinking about visiting one for inspiration. Oh, a double date at the amusement park, huh? It's not a date. I'm just there for inspiration. Yeah, Haruto said, smiling weakly at the wholly abashed Itsuki. But you're right. It'd be easy for us to get separated. I like it. There was a scene like that in my youth. Romantic comedy is wrong, too. There wasn't there? Well, that proves it works, then. That series is true to life, after all. Great. Let's do it. Itsuki wasted no time texting an invite to Mako. Mako audibly yelped at her phone's sudden vibration while she was rereading a printout of Nayuta's present to her. Wanna go to the amusement park tomorrow? The amusement park? Together. She had read Nayuta's novel several times over the past few days, and she was right in the midst of one of those scenes right now. It filled her mind with all sorts of pink-tinged delusional fantasies. He doesn't want to do something sexy with me, does he? Like in the novel? Like Mako and Iki in the novel. On the Ferris wheel, in the haunted house, riding the merry-go-round, on the teacups, on the roller coaster, on the free fall, on every possible attraction, engaging in every type of play possible. Probably not. Brushing off the crazed flights of fancy, Mako sent a confirmation to Itsuki. As she expected, it wasn't a date, but a trip out for some novel research, and Haruto and Nayuta were joining them. even. How should have known. She sighed, a sigh mixed with relief and disappointment as she sent her okay. The next day, all four of them arrived at an amusement park within the city. Sure is crowded, Itsuki groaned as he saw the line in front of the ticket counter. Well, it's Golden Week, Mako observed. That's how it always is it? A surprised looking Itsuki asked. What do you mean, is it? Didn't you know? I totally forgot. So did I, Nayuta chimed in. Haruto laughed. Geez, guys, at least remember when Golden Week is. I tend to forget most of the 3-day weekends, but still. Full-time writers are free to use their time pretty much any way they want, as long as they stick to their deadlines. They can work 12 hours a day, through weekends and holidays, or they can just take off all week and sleep in bed. This makes it easy to lose track of what day it is. Haruto could recall the day of the week well enough, thanks to memorizing anime broadcast schedules and what day Shonen Jump came out. But even he was losing track of government holidays. Itsuki and Nayuta, on the other hand, were vague about everything. Talk about easygoing, Mako groaned. The three writers with her had no defense. Soon enough, they were inside the park, entry tickets and passes for certain attractions in hand. Nayuta immediately began gasping at all the sights around her. Wow, this is an amusement park? Wow. Is this your first time visiting one, Nayu? I went to one with my family as a kid, but I don't remember too much. I'm really looking forward to this. Neat. How about you pick what we ride first, Nayu? Itsuki and Haruto had no objection to this. Thank you, Maya. In that case, Nayuta's first choice was a giant roller coaster, the main attraction in this park. Could you maybe think this over, Kanaku? At the entrance to the coaster, Itsuki's expression was extremely tense. As the long, high rails, easily visible from outside the park, loomed closer and closer, the sight became enough to overwhelm him. The idea of falling from a height like that struck him as insane. He heard continual bouts of powerful, forceful metallic clangs, followed by scores of screaming passengers. It only added to his intense fear. What is with this roller coaster? Why is it clanging so much? Not a fan of roller coasters, Itsuki. The intent behind Nayuta's question was clearly sinister. I don't know about not a fan. I've never been on one before. I was too short to ride them when I came here as a kid, and when we went to another amusement park for a class field trip, I just stuck to the video arcade, he protested moodily. Nayuta seemed positively gleeful. Wow, really? Then how about we both experience our first time together? I'm fine with trying this out. But why do we have to go on the one going clang 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 first? I'm the type of person who starts playing a game at the hardest difficulty then bumps it down if it's just too impossible for me. I beat Super Mario Bros. The lost levels before I even tried the first one, too. That's a game. This is reality. I know the difference, Itsuki. But at least you're guaranteed to make it to the end with this. It's way easier than a video game. And Itsuki turned to Haruto and Mako for help. Well, Mako said, I'm not a big fan of these thrill rides, either, but Nayu's heart is set on it. Give it up, Itsuki. Whatever. So he got in line, throwing everything he cared about by the wayside. After half an hour, their turn came up. The light had already left Itsuki's eyes as he boarded the car, Nayuta eagerly hopping on next to him. Pretty exciting, huh? I'm ready to die. Just kill me. Haruto and Mako, meanwhile, were right behind them. I'm starting to get a little nervous, too. Haha. So am I. In more ways than one. The safety bar dropped down, and the cars began to roll. And hanging onto the bar with all his might, Itsuki slammed his eyelids shut. With a series of ominous clatters, the car began to slowly rise up. Then suddenly, he was attacked by a feeling of weightlessness. Just as he was about to scream, he opened his eyes. If anything, his first overwhelming sense of zero gravity was kind of comfy. The air whipping at his face, the view changing at incredible, dizzying speed, the jostling every which way, the centrifugal force ready to send him flying. It was exhilarating. NNH, oh, ah, a smile naturally spread across his face as he let out yelps of delight. Ah ha 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 ah, nah ah. Hearing someone laugh next to him, he turned to find Nayuta grinning ear to ear, hair flapping around in the air. Whoa, this is really fun. He smiled at Nayuta, admitting defeat. Ha 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 ha. Nah ha 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 ha. They surrendered themselves to the speed and sheer euphoria for a while longer, before the car decelerated and made its way back to the loading platform. They exited the ride, still in a state of reverie. Haruto was right behind them. It's finally over. What was that? I can't even, he whispered, dejected. The fear was still scrawled over his face, his gait uneven and staggering. And what was worse, Mako was in tears next to him. Ooh, that was so scary. No way, no more. I thought I was gonna die. Nayuta and Itsuki, meanwhile, were the exact opposite, practically dancing around as they walked. How? That was so much fun, Itsuki. It was like clang and then whoosh, and it was amazing. I thought it was great. Hell yeah. I had no idea roller coasters were so much fun. Which scream machine should we ride next? Anyone is fine by me. Might as well do 'em all. Now you're speaking my language, Itsuki. Ha 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 ha. How can you guys be so happy right now? Haruto couldn't believe what he was watching. Itsuki and Nayuta gave him bemused stares. What's wrong, Haruto? Let's go on the next one. Hang on. Let's take a break. My head is killing me. I don't want any more of those thrill rides. The other two intoned in unison. Sorry, Nayu, Mako said with a weak smile. Then a thought struck Haruto. This is it, isn't it? His chance to be all alone with Mako for a while. He motioned with his eyes toward Itsuki. What's up? Damn it. He's not getting the message. He calls this support? Well, let's spell it out for him. Hey, so I think me and Mako are gonna sit down for a second, so why don't you go tour around the roller coasters for a little while? He worked hard to make it sound as casual as possible, gauging Mako's reaction the whole way. Mako didn't seem to notice. Yeah. Why don't you go hang out with Itsuki for a while, Nayu? Nayuta looked at Mako, then Itsuki. Alone with Itsuki? I'm not gonna say no to that chance. Her face flushed red as she turned toward him. Itsuki went a little red himself. All right. Man, you guys are wusses for giving up on the first ride, he grumbled. Nayuta cheered as she grabbed him by the hand. See you later, Maya. Yep, see ya. Mako smiled and waved as Nayuta forcibly dragged Itsuki forward. Itsuki pretended to resist but didn't make much of an effort as he walked. Once they were far off enough, Mako stopped waving, and then she remarked, boy, they're a perfect match for each other, Itsuki and Nayu. They should really just make it official already. Why, yeah, Haruto tried to say. Then he walked it back, as Mako watched them in the distance. Her eyes looked far too lonely to agree with her. Oh, Haruto finally realized, so that's what's going on. Itsuki and Nayuta were lucky enough to hit all the park's major coasters before time ran out, having another run on that first big one as the grand finale. Haruto and Mako, for their part, went to the arcade, the haunted house, and a couple of other light scare attractions, but there was always something a little vacant behind their smiles. It was sunset by the time they headed back. Itsuki, savoring the end of a glorious day, decided to whisper the question to Haruto. So, any progress? It made Haruto unconsciously clench his fists then slowly unclench them. Ha ha. Nothing. Come on, ya wimp. Ha ha, Haruto replied, attempting to laugh it off. Well, I'll just try to keep things going at my own pace. Don't worry about trying to support me anymore. The idea of Itsuki helping him score brownie points with Mako turned out to be one of the cruelest things they could have ever done to her. No? You sure? Itsuki looked puzzled, but he didn't pursue the question any further. Anyway, Itsuki, weren't you doing research today, 2. You sure riding nothing but roller coasters all day got you what you needed? Haruto's observation made Itsuki scream. The zoo. Itsuki wrote the entire amusement park arc of All About My Little Sister Volume 4 the very next day. He had originally planned for his characters to go on a wider selection of rides, hugging each other for dear life in the haunted house and getting a good atmosphere going on the Ferris wheel. Your typical kind of happy, heart-racing date stereotype. Instead, they wound up riding roller coasters until they were ready to pass out. Well, it's better than beating that old trope into the ground yet again. At least it was certainly a more memorable passage than the alternative. But, I dunno about this. He had wanted to deepen the relationship between his hero and heroine at the amusement park, but they had spent so much time screaming in coaster cars that they were still at best casual acquaintances. He had to make up for lost ground somewhere, but where? Itsuki thought it over for a few seconds. Then he chose the easiest, tritest solution possible. Right, I'll put him on another date. When it came to stereotypical date spots, next up was either the zoo or the aquarium. He figured maybe a trip to the zoo tomorrow would help with that. Hey, Kaneko, get up. Nayuta was sprawled out by the kotatsu table. We're going to the zoo tomorrow. Okay. She was instantly wide awake and accepted the offer immediately. The next day, the two of them were at the zoo. The Golden Week holidays were over, and they were there on a weekday, so not too many patrons were around. Yep, definitely better to go out on a weekday. The two of them smiled at each other, in high spirits. I don't think I've gone to the zoo in a while, either, noted Nayuta. Yeah, I just went once as a kid. Before Chihiro became his stepbrother, back when Itsuki's mother was still alive. Well, great. Ready to look at these naked beasts, laid bare to the world, cooped up in cages and treated like the animals they are? Don't put it like that. The first thing they saw was the zoo's most popular attraction, the panda enclosure. The whole area would be packed with onlookers on weekends, making it too hectic to really take your time watching them. But apart from Itsuki and Nayuta, there were only a couple of kids with their parents. Right in the middle of the natural-looking habitat, there was a large pile of bamboo with a single panda sitting its ample butt on the ground next to it and chomping away. Its legs were spread and facing the railing, right where Itsuki was standing, so he and Nayuta had a box seat view of what dangled between them. Wow, it's huge, isn't it? Marveled Nayuta as she gazed at it. Yep, it sure is. It was incomparable to anything human. The scrotum alone might have been large enough to cover a grown man's face. You couldn't help but stare at it. Mommy, cute panda. Yes, it is cute, isn't it? A toddler and her mother were squealing in delight at the sight. Spreading its legs in front of a preschooler like that, Nayuta commented. That'd totally be indecent exposure if he was human. Yeah, this panda's crazy. The panda kept chewing on its bamboo, oblivious to the child's appraisal. You know, Itsuki, pandas kind of remind me of old men. I was thinking that, too. The sight of the panda expertly using its hands to munch down every bit of bamboo looked almost too much like some overweight old fogey at the bar, watching the baseball game with a beer in one hand and a yakitori skewer in the other. Look, Itsuki, this panda's about 30 in people years. Nayuta read the sign on the railing. The prime of its life, huh? And how are you spending that precious time? He looked at the animal with exasperation. Hey, he's got a job. This old guy's exposing his dick to the world all day and eating all the food he can. That's his job. I guess he's got a room to sleep in when it's after hours, but it says here it's got a pool and a heated floor and everything. Talk about living the high life. Plus, this is the most popular animal in the zoo. Man, if I could attract people just by sitting around naked eating food, I bet the zoo would pay a fortune for me, too. I'd watch you if you were naked all day. The toddler nearby kept squealing and going as she waved at the middle-aged man. Sorry, the panda in front of her. The pair even found it a little touching as they left the habitat. Zoos are a lot more fun than you'd think. After doing a circuit around the park and taking in all the naked beasts on display, they were each drinking a cola float in the cafeteria. Lions, giraffes, elephants, hippopotamuses, zebras, all the typical zoo animals were there, but seeing them in person still had huge impact. No wonder they were popular. Itsuki was glad he got to see a bunch of rare birds as well. He was a fan of owls, watching them all with enough passion to make Nayuta envious. The bats were also a surprising amount of fun. It was impossible to get bored of watching them flying around, eating, fighting with one another. He appreciated how hard they worked for their meal ticket, as opposed to that puffy panda dude gnawing on his bamboo. I've been kind of curious about kangaroos, Nayuta said seriously as she poked at the ice cream in her float. Kangaroos? Yeah, you know, about their balls? They kind of hang between their legs like a pendulum. Yeah, I was wondering, like, wouldn't they just trip right off whenever the kangaroo starts hopping? Quit scaring me. Plus, male kangaroos fight each other for the female and stuff, right? I mean, imagine someone kickboxing with you when your crotch is just open to the world like that. It makes me worry for them. You're right. It's like they're exposing their weakest points to each other the whole time. It makes MMA look like a kid's game. Itsuki tried to imagine what life would be like if his scrotum hung straight down, dangling like a kangaroo's. It made him shiver. And the lions and the elephants and everybody else all had their junk just hanging out, too. You know, I took a lot of photos. You wanna see? Nayuta showed Itsuki her photo folder. It kicked off with a sampling of kangaroo testicles, followed by the privates of lions, elephants, pandas, hippos, and far too many other creatures, all in extreme close-up. What are you doing? An exasperated Itsuki finally asked. Nayuta turned her head to the side a little. Hee. If only I could add some human genitals to this photo collection. Peek. Stop stealing glances at me like that. Peek. Stop looking at my crotch. MMMGH. Humans sure keep a tight guard on their cocks, don't they? They could learn a thing or two from the animal kingdom. Shut up. Itsuki sighed. Though how can they live like that, all defenseless, and all naked, too? It kind of freaks me out. I mean, I guess they're safe in a zoo, but I'm amazed any of them can survive in the wild. All naked. Yeah, if you think about it that way, zoo animals really have it made, huh? They don't have to worry about being attacked, they can eat all the food they want for free, they got a vet if they're sick or injured, and sometimes the zookeepers even track down a mate for them. The royal treatment, Itsuki said with a nod. But I'd know if I'd be willing to live caged up, doing other people's bidding like that. No matter how hard I have it, I wanna live on my own 2 feet, kind of, naked. Clothed. Nayuta snickered. Then I'd love to be a piglet for a wild man like you to eat up, Itsuki. Naked. Wild men like me still get to choose what they eat, Itsuki fired back. That's mean. Nayuta pouted as she blew bubbles into her soda. Part-time. Late in the afternoon one Saturday in early May, Chihiro Hashima paid a visit to a certain mixed-use building. It was 6 floors tall, built 10 years ago, and looked very tidy, inside and out. Getting off at the 5th floor, he headed for the black door in front of him, one that featured a sign in red lettering, Owner Tax Accounting. This was the office of Ashley Ono, the accountant who had helped Itsuki Hashima and a number of other novelists with filing their tax returns. Hello, he said as he nervously entered the office. The office was a symphony of red and black. The carpet featured embroidered black roses on a red background. Black shades covered the windows, despite it being the middle of the day. There was a black table, a red sofa, and a bookshelf painted entirely black. Deeper in, a black desk and an ornate chair with flashy red decorations on it, and the blonde-haired Ashley Ono was seated on that noble throne, wearing a dress. This is an accounting office, right? Chihiro had never been in any other accounting office, but nothing about this decor suggested an office at all. It thoroughly confused Chihiro, even as the woman with the young-looking face and the bewitching eyes opened her mouth. Glad to see you here, Chihiro. Hello. Ashley. I'm glad to be here. Ho ho. As am I. Chihiro was paying a visit to Ashley for one purpose only, to take on a part-time job. At the cherry blossom viewing picnic the gang had a few days back, Ashley had enjoyed Chihiro's homemade food and snacks so much that she suggested Chihiro could help out at her office. She'd teach him the basics of bookkeeping when they weren't busy, and after some hemming and hawing, Chihiro decided to take up her offer on Saturdays only. Both his parents had qualms at first, but they relented. The term tax accountant office had a certain weight to it that helped out. His responsibilities were mainly tidying up, making food, organizing documents, and other miscellaneous tasks, nothing too different from what he usually did at Itsuki's place. He'd get to study accounting a little, and the pay was pretty good, too. Right. How about I set you to work? Sure. Is there anybody else? By the way, Ashley was the only one in the office. It made Chihiro worry. I hire on some extra help during the busy period between December and March, but mostly it's just me. Oh, I see. He. Does being alone with me unnerve you? Well, don't worry. I won't eat you up, she said with a devilish smile. Ha. So what would you like me to do first? I'd like you to do some cleaning in the kitchen. The kitchen? Looking where Ashley pointed, he spotted an inconspicuous door there, the same color as the rest of the wall. This is my office, but it's also my residence. My kitchen and bedroom are in there. Oh, really? He opened the door, and promptly let out an unconscious shriek. The first thing he saw was a combination dining room kitchen, 100 or so square feet in size. The low table in the middle held a few empty instant ramen containers and half-drunk sake bottles and cups, and the floor had 10 or so empties rolling around, along with empty packets of string cheese, dried squid snacks, convenience store packaging, panties that had been tossed aside with abandon, and so forth. Fearing the worst, he turned toward the sink. It was littered with unwashed dishes and utensils stewing in a dark, slimy swamp. Looking closer, he could see stains on the floor, maybe soy sauce, maybe sake. He didn't know, that hadn't been wiped off and were now making the whole place sticky. I managed to keep my office room clean for the sake of my customers, Ashley explained, a tad embarrassed. But I just can't seem to find the time for the rest of this place. To Chihiro, this went beyond a mere lack of time. Does this girl know how to take care of herself at all? Ha. He recalled Itsuki's place when he first started living alone. It had been fairly similar. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Ashley? What is it? Is it alright if I go all out on this? Sure. Knock yourself out. The sheer ghastliness of Chihiro's expression made even Ashley lean back a bit before nodding her approval. About 5 hours later. I barely even recognize it. Scoping out her sparkling new apartment, Ashley couldn't help but gush a bit. The littered garbage was all tossed out, the floor and wash basin polished to a shine, the nasty sludge scrubbed from the sink. Even the dirt and dust had been wiped away from the window glass and frames. And Chihiro didn't stop at the kitchen. He had the bedroom, hallway, bathroom, and toilet thoroughly clean as well. The floors were waxed, using a few items Chihiro got permission from Ashley to purchase at the home improvement store. He spotted 3 or so cockroaches as he did his work, but he quickly took care of them with a rolled-up newspaper, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Owner tax accountings live in quarters, a place that the term squalor could have easily been applied to just yesterday, now boasted the she in it had back when Ashley first started living here. I didn't think you'd go this far. Chihiro flashed a brisk smile as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, number. It was fun, getting to really go for it on a cleaning job. For a change. You're all sweaty. You can use my bath if you like. The bath. After 5 hours of full-on cleaning, Chihiro was fairly covered in sweat. The office had a pretty large bathroom. He envied it a little. Thank you very much. I'd love to. So he headed for the bathroom and quickly disrobed, just as the door opened again. Oh, Chihiro, you can find the towels in there. Oh. Ashley gave an odd look to Chihiro, standing there naked and unable to speak. Her eyes turned from his chest to what lay below that. So you were a girl, huh? 5 minutes later, Ashley and Chihiro were lounging in the bath together. You know, I run into a lot of strange people in my line of work, but I think you rank pretty high up there. Tee-hee-hee. Despite her lack of tact, Ashley didn't seem uncomfortable with this revelation, smiling warmly at her companion. Chihiro had told her the truth about hiding her gender from Mitsuki, not that she had much choice. My brother's the only person in my family who thinks I'm a boy. I go to school and stuff as a girl. Everything else, too, I mean, except for his editor, Toki, and his other friends. I'm still passing as a guy with them. And I guess the cat's out of the bag with me. Hee. I'm hoping you can keep this a secret from him. Ooh, well, who can say? Please, Miss Ono. Chihiro looked about to cry as Ashley gave her a sadistic grin. Tee-hee. It's all right. I'm not in the habit of picking on girls just because their breasts aren't too developed. The sadistic grin turned into a somewhat sincere smile. Thank you very much, Chihiro replied, not entirely satisfied but relieved enough for now. But you know this isn't the kind of secret you can hide from him forever. I know. I want to explain everything to him, sometime. And how do you think Itsuki will respond? He loves his little sisters. Just imagine if he knew he had one cleaning his apartment all along. Chihiro bit her lip in silence. After all, Ashley continued, Itsuki's one of my favorite most valued clients. Oh, how I do wonder. The setting of Chronica Chronicle, World Overview, an orthodox swords and sorcery setting based on medieval Europe. The details change as needed depending on the game master's whim. The land of Chronica, the continent the story takes place in, home to several nations. It has been free of war between its superpowers for the past 20 years. Or so I put it at first, but let's just pretend I didn't say that, okay? Actually, the Empire of Horn River is attempting to conquer all the land, and things are pretty unstable everywhere. Kingdom of Gagagia, a small nation on the eastern edge of Chronica. While it occupies a decent amount of territory, much of it is mountainous or forested, leaving few areas habitable for humanity. The soil is mostly dry, infertile, and unsuited for agriculture. It is home to many caves and ancient ruins, and merchants providing for the adventurers who come to slay monsters and search for treasure form a large chunk of the local economy. Given the need to handle all these monsters and strapping adventure types, their military is quite powerful and their generals quite adept, although they have their odd quirks. The capital and seat of royal power is Leoilga, Aegis, a frontier town located about 3 days walking from Leoilga. Ruled over by Count Bogan, a relative of the royal family, but due to Bogan's old age and illness, his son Lloyd and daughter Sylvia are fighting behind the scenes to inherit the title of Town Lord. Following the player party's actions, Lloyd was placed in custody and Sylvia was named the official successor. Principality of Midfield. Once, this nation was served by a wealth of talent, making up for its small size with its elite-level tactical diplomacy and advanced military skills to compete and even outclass its neighbors. Thanks to the covert activities of Horn River, however, it was annexed by the kingdom without a fight. Randolph Midfield, its sovereign, continues to nominally lead the territory, but many ministers and citizens resent him for selling out the principality under their noses. A long string of retirements and caravans fleeing in the night followed. More controversy was raised 2 years ago when, during a knighting ceremony, Prince Nor, Prime Minister of Horn River, said, "The people of Midfield, MF, are dedicating everything they have for the defense of Horn River," leading to the defection of veteran General Hagwanui to the Kingdom of Gagagia. Behind the scenes, 4 young princesses, the players' party, have grown tired of this ugly infighting and fled the country, an incident that has not escaped the notice of certain key people. Midfield's capital is Rosica, Empire of Horn River, the largest military power on the continent, home to many powerful forces, including the Horn Sneaker Army, the Charger Brain Army, and the Fantasia Army, allowing it to swarm over other nations with overwhelming strength. However, its internal organization has not kept up with its rapid expansion, leading to internal strife in many places. Its capital is Sazayami, Principality of Lightning, a vassal state of Horn River. Although its lightning army, the most powerful in all the empire, allows it full autonomy from the empire. Not even the emperor himself holds sway over this land. Fiercely uncooperative with the empire's attempts at unifying its borders, it often refuses to participate in cross-military maneuvers with other armies. It boasts a number of hero-class generals who are household names across the land. They work in close confidence with one another, to the point where some people refer to them as the Lightning Sect. Its capital is Riki, Kingdom of Godwin, a small nation that boasts a mastery of powerful sorcery. Following a political marriage engineered with Horn River, the two nations have formed an alliance. Its explosive power when it joins the fray is truly a sight to behold, but its people can often be riled into foolish maneuvers. Although the nation thought the alliance would bring it nothing but good things, somewhere along the line, the empire has come to pull all the strings. Its capital is Kajaro, Republic of Obara, a new nation formed by ministers formerly from Midfield. Its forces are small, but it uses a variety of tactics to hold its own against Horn River and its neighbors. Its capital is the city of Gargrim, Emirate of Sparta, an economic giant on the south end of the island. Its nation houses a gigantic gold mine, giving it such an overwhelmingly huge budget that it can force through even the most reckless of strategies. Its capital is the free trade city of Jumper, Kingdom of Granabis, a kingdom that uses its unique information network to flexibly deal with new situations as they arise. Boasting a uniformly excellent army, the kingdom has gained praise for its rise in recent years. Its capital is Phonipolika. Alcadia Mountains, a forbidding mountain range spread across the northern region of Kronika. In recent years, the so-called Neros, a group of people from another world, have settled there. The Neros are a motley crew, composed of many types and ethnicities, but a majority of them boast superhuman strength, massive magical force, and extremely powerful skills. Some of the Neros are adventurers, others serve as bureaucrats for foreign governments, but all of them have produced quite notable results. It is not a nation and thus has no capital, but there is a Nero village in the mountains known as Petapolis. Haruto Fuwa, working out the details behind the RPG world he was game mastering for, stretched out to relieve his aching shoulders. He was working this out for his party of 4 heroes, Itsuki, Nayuta, Mako, and Chihiro, and since it looked like they'd be playing for a while to come, he needed to figure out and correct a few things while he still could. Once the game world and characters were set in stone, he intended to reorganize the gameplay system, as well as rethink the balance now that he had 2 play sessions under his belt. To be honest, in the last session, he took advantage of his Game Master's screen to fudge his dice rolls every now and then. As a rule, of course, he stuck to what the dice told him. He just faked it a bit when it'd screw the whole game up if he didn't. Really, if Haruto hadn't doctored the numbers at least a little, the party would have been wiped out 4 times by now. All 4 players were beginners, after all, so he didn't want them to face too much of a challenge. He wanted to keep the action just intense enough so everyone could have fun. The idea was to balance it so that naturally happened without the game master faking dice rolls, but that was harder than it sounded. Well, I'll give it a shot. It's fun when people are enjoying themselves because of me. There was no doubting Haruto's personal motivations. He wanted a hit, he wanted to be praised. He didn't want to lose out to his rival authors. But that entertaining people thing, that was the heart of everything with him. Prepping this RPG reminded him of that. To help out with his rebalancing, Haruto read through the character sheets he had picked up from everyone after the last session. There was Itsuki's sheet, with the dislikes section crammed so full that he had to continue writing outside the box. In the likes section, he had written, "Little sisters, my fans, Belgian beer, shrimp, whale sharks, owls, deep-sea fish, grilled salmon, spring rolls, and crab. He hadn't mentioned the crab part when he read it out to the group, though it made Haruto smile. Every now and then, just a bit, you saw this kinda side of him. Then he looked at Mako's character sheet. Likes people who try really hard, dislikes people who make fun of them for it. That brought a natural smile to his face. Mako Shirakawa. What a great woman. At that moment, Episode 6 of the Chevalier of the Absolute World anime was playing. It was just as god-awful as always, with each new episode being followed by a whirlpool of online ridicule directed not only at the show, but the original novels that Haruto had poured his soul into. Reading it was so hard, it made him want to die. This world is a piece of shit. I wish it would just disappear. I hope you all die. Such were the cruel thoughts ready to possess him at any moment. But still, there were people like Mako in this world. People who supported others when they tried really hard at something. That's what kept Haruto on his feet and giving his all. He sighed as he stared at her character sheet. Man, I really do like her. The aquarium. It was just another mid-May evening, with Chihiro stopping by Itsuki's place to drop off some food from the supermarket and finding him preparing to leave. Oh, are you going somewhere? Yeah, to the aquarium. Oh, now? A surprised Chihiro replied. Yeah, I'm writing a scene set in an aquarium, but I wanted to see the real thing first. Didn't you go to one in Okinawa? Chihiro still had the whale shark charm Itsuki bought for him at the Okinawa Chiromi Aquarium dangling from his smartphone. Chiromi was a little too fancy for the aquarium I'm trying to depict here. I wanna see something more, you know, pedestrian. Pedestrian? That's kinda rude. Chihiro laughed. An aquarium, though? Huh? That's neat. Itsuki hesitated a bit at the sight of Chihiro's apparent envy. Well, wanna come with me? Can I? Sure. Let's. His broad smile made Itsuki's own face flush for some reason. Once Chihiro had loaded up the cooler with ingredients, the pair headed for the train station. You know, bro, I don't think we've gone out together like this before. You're right. I guess not. Itsuki awkwardly nodded as Chihiro's cheeks grew warm. The two of them had been stepbrothers for 3 years now. For a while just after his father remarried, Itsuki was spending most of his time holed up in his room, not wanting to look at his new mother, his new younger brother, and, least of all, his father. He'd just spent his days in the high school library, studying or writing novels, or hanging out reading stuff in the bookstore until late. He never even ate with his family, and he kept conversations with them to the bare minimum necessary. Chihiro, for his part, was making a bit of an effort to keep his distance from Itsuki, perhaps out of respect for his new brother. When Itsuki began living alone, however, Chihiro began coming over, and that improved things a lot between them. Itsuki never had anything against him, really. In terms of being forced to have a new family out of nowhere. They were both in the same boat, so while it was a bit awkward at first, it wasn't uninvited. And as they played games together and Chihiro read his books, the two of them broke the ice. Now they had built the relationship to the point where they were pretty much just like brothers. They thought. To Itsuki, at least, Chihiro and only Chihiro was a valued member of the Hashima family. They got onto a train, heavily crowded with evening commuters. They were crammed against each other on their feet. Itsuki couldn't help but notice that Chihiro was blushing all the way to his ears. You all right? Your face is pretty red. I'm fine, he replied, face turned down, just a little cramped. The sun was already down by the time they reached the aquarium, but they still made it during opening hours. The place didn't have any unique crowd pleasers like the whale shark at Chiromi Aquarium, but there were lots of fish on exhibit in assorted amusing habitats, along with a walk-in glass tunnel through the water, a tank with jellyfish glowing in beautiful colors, and a lot of other impressive attractions. All the events, the feedings, the dolphin shows, were done for the day, but that thinned out the crowds enough that they could take their time with the exhibits. Wow, pretty amazing. Chihiro's eyes shone as he peered into a large tank filled with all kinds of fish, big and small. Ooh, look, bro. That's an iwashi, a Japanese pilchard. I cooked a couple of those the other day. With the hamburger steak, remember? Oh, yeah, that was good. That giant bluefin tuna's pretty amazing, too. I couldn't guess how many servings you could make from that. And look how big that sea bream is, too. Wow, and a flounder, and a shark, too. I'd love to cook up a shark someday. There sure are a lot of fish I don't know, too. Wonder how you could eat them. Itsuki grinned as he warmly watched Chihiro. You just treat them all like recipe ingredients, don't you? It was just past closing time by the time they stepped out. Chihiro all smiles, and Itsuki feeling a little satisfied himself. Boy, that was fun. Sure was. Chihiro gave his brother a concerned look. But that was for your novel, right? I hope I wasn't in the way of that. No, you're fine. In fact, I think I got some nice material thanks to you. This made Chihiro give him a funny look. Material? Yeah, it was funny to Itsuki. The idea of someone going to the aquarium and seeing every exhibit as tomorrow's dinner. He could have the novel's heroine carry on like Chihiro just did, or maybe use the joke to establish a brand new character. That, and I'm glad to see you get really passionate about something. Chihiro's cheeks turned red all over again. Oh. I mean, you haven't really taken me anywhere much before, so. Yeah. Itsuki fell silent for a few seconds. Well, why don't we do it again soon? Forget all about novel research for a bit. Really? Really? Wow, thanks. I'll hold you to that. Sure, Itsuki replied, eyes averted out of embarrassment as a smile blossomed on Chihiro's face. Before long, they were back at the aquarium's nearby rail station. It's pretty late, bro, so I'm gonna go home. I'll be over tomorrow to make dinner, okay? Yep. But when they reached the turnstile, they found it packed to the gills with people. Is something up? They listened to the station's PAR system. Apparently, the trains on the line the station served were stopped due to someone on the tracks, and it'd be a little while until they were up and running again. How long is a little while, do you think? Who knows? Probably not 5 or 10 minutes, at least. Itsuki thought for a bit. All right, let's take a taxi. He immediately turned on his heels, but Chihiro was still focused on the information board. Come on, let's go. Huh? Me too? This ought to be enough to cover you, right? Itsuki took a 10,000 yen bill out of his pocket, offering it to him. Oh, no, I can wait for the train to start again. So. But then you're gonna be home late. And it'll be super crowded. It's fine. It would have felt super awkward to leave Chihiro alone and take a taxi home by himself. But he didn't want to wait for a train when they had no idea when it would be arriving. So Itsuki brought up a map on his phone, checking their current location relative to his place and his family's house. It was about 20 minutes driving back to where Chihiro lived. And while it wouldn't exactly be the quickest way, both residences were in more or less the same direction. He sighed. All right. It's on the way. You should ride along with me. Chihiro looked surprised for a moment. Then he nodded his yes with unbridled enthusiasm. Inside the taxi, the two of them bonded by talking about stuff from the aquarium. What did you like apart from the edible fish? Maybe the jellyfish. They were beautiful. Really cute, too. Yeah, the jelly exhibit was pretty neat. The spotted garden eels were cute, too. Those eels? Yeah, given the visuals, I bet Kaneko would love them. Itsuki grinned a bit at his memory of the eels, poking their heads out from the sand. Maybe. Chihiro's expression hardened a bit. Itsuki didn't notice. You know, when I went with her to the zoo, all she focused on were the genitals of the pandas and kangaroos and stuff. She's a total embarrassment. Ah, really? Wow. Chihiro blushed. It's weird to think of a girl saying all that vulgar kind of stuff. Yeah. Itsuki nodded. You aren't wrong there, but I kind of like it, you know? A girl who can get as low down and vulgar as I can. Chihiro frowned a bit at this. So do you like people like Kani, Itsuki? And not like that, no. Itsuki turned his reddened face toward the window. The view outside was starting to become familiar. Before long, the taxi made its stop at a 3-story residence in a quiet neighborhood, not a massive lot, but still boasting a little garden and garage. Hashima was carved into a stainless steel plate on the wall. This was the house Itsuki was raised in, currently occupied by his father, stepmother, and stepbrother. He gave it a resentful glare. It was the first time he had ever been back since he started living alone. You wanna stay over tonight, maybe? They kept your room exactly how you left it. Nah, I'm heading back. Chihiro's gingerly posed question was met with an instant reply. Oh. It saddened him. But the smile quickly came back. Well, thanks for taking me over here. And just as Chihiro was about to get out of the taxi, the front door to the Hashim residence opened up, revealing a man inside. Itsuki's face tightened. The man, recognizing Itsuki inside the car, looked similarly grim. He was in his mid-40s, dressed in a business shirt and slacks. Every part of him was thin, and his eyes were sharp and stern. It was Kazuki Hashima, Itsuki's father, Chihiro's stepfather. Oh, Dad, Chihiro whispered to himself. Tch. Itsuki lowered his voice. Get out of the car, Chihiro. Hurry up, now. But, as Chihiro hesitated, Kazuki began briskly marching toward the taxi. Itsuki, he called, in a voice that left a harsh impression. Itsuki looked silently at his father, a peeved expression on his face. Then, out of nowhere, Kazuki said, "Thanks for the souvenirs." It was in a flat, businesslike tone, and it confused Itsuki for a moment. Come to think of it, when he went to Okinawa and Hokkaido, he did give Chihiro some Iwamori liquor and some Shirokoi Bito chocolate as a souvenir for the family. That had been over 3 months ago, so it took a moment to remember. Don't mention it, he bluntly replied. Kazuki didn't raise an eyebrow in response. He turned around. That was all the business he had. Nothing about whether he enjoyed eating or drinking it. Just a quick word of thanks, out of pure duty. That was how it came across. Hey, Dad. You haven't seen him in a while, why don't you talk with him a bit? Kazuki ignored Chihiro as he walked back to his house. With a saddened sigh, Chihiro turned back toward his brother. Well, see you tomorrow, bro. Yeah. He got out of the taxi, the door closing behind him. Itsuki gave the driver the address to his apartment, and the car sped off. Looking behind him, he could see Chihiro watching him go, a look of anguish on his face. I wanna be the protagonist. Yeah, I'm due. Several days after the aquarium trip, on a dark evening, Itsuki wrapped up the manuscript for Volume 4 of All About My Little Sister. He leaned back in his chair and spread his arms out wide. This time, unlike with Volume 5 of Sisterly Combat, he didn't go through the hell of flirting with the real deadline. He had only broken 3 pseudo-deadlines here, and the tension from completing this work made it hard for him to think straight about what he had just written, but overall, he was satisfied with it. Yes, having characters visit an amusement park, a zoo, and an aquarium in the same volume wasn't demonstrating particularly good balance, but with all these tasty events to read through, he was offering a hell of a lot for readers to digest. Nice one. Congratulations. Haruto and Nayuta, lounging by the kotatsu table, gave him a round of applause as Itsuki promptly sent the document over to Toki for editing. Hey, I got this thing done a whole month before release. Talk about incredible progress. I'm the best. Haruto blinked. That's still cutting it close, dude. Well, it sure beats all the crap I had to go through last time, doesn't it? I mean, in a way, I'm shocked Volume 5 of Sisterly Combat even came out at all. It's worth noting that Volume 13 of Haruto's Chevalier of the Absolute World, which came out on the same day as Sisterly 5, was submitted to his editor 3 months before the release date. That fact didn't stop Itsuki from giving an emboldened grin. "Ha! Bring me any ridiculous deadline you got. I'll break all of them, I promise you." "Oh yeah, you're so cool, Itsuki." Nayuta smirked. "You really gotta stop breaking deadlines," Haruto warned. "Either way, though, good job. I'll let you do whatever you like with my body as a reward." "Screw that. I want some food and beer." "Screw that is exactly what I wanted." Already on his feet, Itsuki opened the refrigerator door. "Want me to help?" Haruto asked, joining him. The fridge had a heaping amount of Haruto's beer and snacks, to the point that Haruto knew more about what was inside than Itsuki did. "Hey, what's this bowl? Did Chihiro leave this for you to eat?" "Yeah, it's potato salad. I got some croquettes and hamburger, too." "What's in this box?" I think some of the sausage selection I got from the hometown tax offer I took." "Ooh, nice. Can I have some?" "Sure." "Cool." Potato salad, croquettes. "Hey, if we're eating potatoes and sausage, you gotta pair that with German beer." "Whoa, yeah, the perfect duo." "I'll cook the sausage, so can you microwave the hamburger and croquettes for me?" "Got it." Nayuta pouted at the two men as they raided the refrigerator. What are they going on about? Like only they're allowed to share in the spoils. With the drinks and food laid out on the kotatsu, the feast quickly began. Potato salad flavored with anchovies, braided croquettes with pollicro inside them, hamburger cutlets made from fish, 5 different types of sausage. "Well, here's to Volume 4 of All About." "Cheers." "Cheers." Nah. They all clinked their identical glasses against one another, Itsuki and Haruto enjoying beer, Nayuta orange juice. Tonight, they were having Franziskaner Hefeweißbier, featuring unfiltered yeast for a white, cloudy pour and a beautiful head of tiny bubbles. They had Franziskaner-specific tall glasses for it, which made it look even more attractive. It had a fruity bouquet, reminiscent of bananas, and as that aroma suggested, it wasn't heavily carbonated or bitter. It featured a gentle sweetness instead, making it refreshing and very easy to drink. Many people who claimed not to like beer enjoyed this one. Given its status as a beer from the land of sausage, the two of them paired perfectly with each other. Snap off a piece of sausage, take a swig while the juices were still in your mouth, and the two tastes would amplify each other to create a powerful combo. Yeah, Germany. I have become Germany. Itsuki was so revved up from his achievement that he was already failing to make any sense. This potato salad and the croquettes are awesome. Chihiro is so talented, noted Haruto, drinking at the same pace but still savoring the food. Arg, I wish I could become Germany soon, Nayuta said as she filled her mouth with sausage, potato salad, and croquettes at the same time. MPHH, Itsuki's sausage is so yummy. MMPH, RPH, Owen. Hee. It's spurting this thick juice from the tip. Everything is getting soaked. What a lewd sausage this is. Hee. Hey, that's a good idea. Kinda like German potatoes. Lemme try mixing them up, too. Pah, nice. Itsuki kept eating his way right through Nayuta's dirty jokes. Whenever he was in serious deadline trouble, he deliberately cut down his food intake, to stay hungry, as he put it, so a full stomach didn't put him to sleep. So this was his first serious meal in a while. He moved through everything Chihiro had prepared, including some mussels cooked in wine and a can of sardines in oil. It was also supremely satisfying. They still had some sausage, beer, and snacks left, but now his pace was dwindling. Right, Haruto offered. Now that we got that out of our system, you wanna play a game? Nice, agreed Itsuki. He and Haruto loved playing board games over beer. It made them feel like they were regulars at a pub somewhere in Europe, even though they were using a Japanese kotatsu table for it. I'm fine with anything, said Nayuta. I can't wait to beat you drunkards into the ground. Right. We got 3 novelists here. How about this one? Haruto rose up and took a box reading Once Upon a Time from the shelf. Itsuki's and Nayuta's faces turned deadly serious. As the name suggests, Once Upon a Time is a game where players become the narrators of a story. Each player receives a number of cards, comprising the 5 elements of a story: characters, places, items, aspects, and events, along with a single ending card with text like "They all lived happily ever after or and then everybody was gone." The player who uses up all their story cards first and can use the text on their ending card to bring the story to a reasonable close is the winner. While someone is acting as the narrator, whenever something pops up in their tale that relates to an element in their story cards, for example, if a ghost or dragon appears in the story, and you have a monster card, other players can take over and become the new narrator. Thus, players spend the game stealing narration rights from each other, bringing the tale toward the conclusion they want. That's the basic idea. If a narrator runs out of ideas for a long enough time, contradicts themselves with past events, or just goes too crazy with their plot, the other players can protest. A successful protest forces the narrator to give up their turn and take another story card. The standards for a good protest, of course, aren't very strict and change a lot depending on the situation. Basically then, Once Upon a Time is a party game where people laugh at each other as they attempt to craft a story. It is a peaceful enough game, one that grade schools in the US have used as a way to develop the creative mind, and people of all ages and genders can enjoy it. Unless you're a professional novelist, that is. Just like with Turtle Soup and Cat and Chocolate, when novelists play against one another, it turns into a game of life and death, with the player's pride riding on every twist and turn. Okay, I'll deal. Haruto passed out 7 story cards and 1 ending card to everyone around the table. Neither Itsuki nor Nayuta looked too satisfied. I have to reach this ending. This is gonna be a pretty stupid story. I don't know how I'm gonna use a lot of these cards. The two stared at their cards, attempting to work out a plotline. Right. Let's begin. Who'll narrate first? Why not Itsuki? He's probably on fire after completing his manuscript. Hey. All right. Itsuki nodded at the idea, and Haruto had no objections. Off he went. Once upon a time. He played a place card that depicted a town. There was a small town. Right. The town was surrounded by a very high wall, Itsuki said as he played the second card, an item card showing a wall. I think I've heard this one before, Haruto observed. Why was it surrounded by a high wall, you ask? Well, for many, many years, already breaking into a cold sweat, Itsuki plunked down a character card featuring a classic fairy tale giant. This town has suffered because of attacks from giants. This is just attack on TN. Haruto protested. I don't know what you mean, Haruto. Attack on what was that? Never heard of it. Haruto glared as Itsuki played dumb. Hey. Well, ripping off other people's stories isn't against the rules. But are you willing to do that, as a professional? Oh, wait, I can butt in now, Nayuta interjected as she played a monster character card. Giants count as monsters, don't they? It was safe to interrupt the narrator as long as you did so with something pretty close to the current subject, even if it wasn't the exact same thing. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Itsuki took 1 penalty story card from the deck and listened on. As the town lived in fear of the giants attacking them, there was a young child who lived within the walls. An orphan. Out came an orphan card, named Itsuki. What? Why? Itsuki could protest all he wanted, but the narrator had the exclusive right to name characters. This orphan, Itsuki, was known as one of the meanest brothers in town. He liked whining at people all the time, but one day, he was cursed by someone who disliked him, and his penis grew to over 3 feet long. Even bigger, you know, if he thought about anything sexy. What? Itsuki howled as Haruto cracked up, and Nayuta played an enemy character card and cursed aspect card. In fact, his dick was so enormous that even his parents were afraid of him. Whoa, wait up. Just as she had her parent and scared cards out, Itsuki and Haruto both swooped in to stop her. Itsuki's supposed to be an orphan, isn't he? Why's he got parents? ! Naruto reared back a bit after Haruto's observation. I mean, Itsuki's dick is huge now, and his parents were so scared of it that they abandoned him, right? No, Itsuki said. The way you put it, Itsuki was an orphan from the beginning, and he got cursed because he was so mean to everybody. Your timeline isn't matching up. Yeah, Haruto agreed. Naruto groaned and took back her parent and scared cards, taking a third penalty card from the deck as well. With that protest accepted, the narrator became the person to her left. Haruto. So Itsuki, this snot-nosed, long-slunged bastard, had something that was really precious to him. A little sister? His dick, right? It was a ring he was said to have clutched in his hand when he was picked up by the orphanage. Out came Haruto's ring card. Itsuki took tender care of that ring, always keeping it in his pants pocket. Objection. What? I told you, Itsuki's dick is over 3 feet long. There's no such thing as a pair of pants that can hide it when it's that long. You have to picture Itsuki living with his dick out the entire time. Yeah, Itsuki yelled at the two of them. You don't have to picture anything. Like, I'm sure he can hide it somehow with overalls or something. Maybe so, if you put it that way. But it's fine. I'll accept Nayu's protest if it means we get to say Itsuki is living his life naked. Wow. Haruto laughed at Itsuki's profound shock as he drew another story card. This is ridiculous. It was ridiculous, but it still meant Itsuki was the narrator again. He studied his cards carefully. Oh, well, so Itsuki valued this ring a lot, wearing it at all times. He was always naked, except for the ring. What a pervert. Totally. You're the one who came up with that. So Itsuki was a naked, cursed orphan, but he still lived as strong a life as he could. But one day, a wicked old man tricked Itsuki into giving up all the money he had. Itsuki brought out 2 cards, Wicked and Old Man. The old man said to Itsuki, if you want some money back, sell me that ring of yours. Itsuki said no to him. Instead, he decided to take on the most dangerous job in the entire town. That's right. He fought against the giants. So Attack on Titan, then. I'm telling you, I never heard of that. So just when Itsuki was volunteering to become a Yager and fight the giants, they received a report that one of those giants was just beyond the wall. All available soldiers were ordered to take position, and Itsuki wound up joining them. He hadn't undergone any battle training, but Itsuki took one final good look at a card before resolving to play it. Sword. He was able to wield his enormous penis like a sword in combat. He didn't sound very enthused about this, but it elicited simultaneous guffaws from Naruto and Haruto. Face thoroughly red, he continued. So Itsuki went beyond the wall with the other soldiers and fought against the giant. However, the giant was so overwhelmingly powerful that his comrades were killed one after the other. Finally, Itsuki was the last one standing. Quivering in fear, he took the sword between his legs in hand. Let me butt in, Naruto said, bringing out the scared card she had tried to play earlier. Crap. Hey. Chagrined by his mistake, Itsuki had to let Naruto take over. Quivering in fear, Itsuki faced the full brunt of the giant's attack. But his dick was a really amazing weapon. In normal mode, it was just a regular sword, 3 or so feet long, but it could also become a whip that expanded and shrank, and when erect, it was an enormous weapon like Guts' Dragon Slayer or Cloud's Buster sword. It could even be divided into 2 swords for dual-wielding purposes. Isn't that great, Itsuki? I'm not some kind of monster. So Itsuki wrapped his dick around a tree like a whip and soared into the air like a gibbon, toying with the giant. Then, leaping high into the air, he got erect right above the giant's head. With a quick downward slash, he dealt a devastating blow to the monster. Then, with his second sword, he unleashed a strike worthy of Miyamoto Musashi. Soon, the giant was roaring and falling to the ground. As Itsuki approached the hulking mass to deliver the final blow, The giant opened its mouth and spoke to him in human speech. Nayuta played the talking aspect card. "That ring," he said, much to Itsuki's surprise. "You know this ring?" Itsuki asked. The giant continued, "I am sure of it. I gave this ring to my child, the moment he was born. I am your father." She placed the parent card on the table. "Wah-wah?" Itsuki and Haruto both gasped at this sudden reveal, unable to wait for whatever might come next. Pass. Nayuta's creativity had run out on her. She took a card from the deck and stepped down from the narrator's role. "Boy, this won't be easy." Haruto examined his cards, then all the other ones played on the kotatsu. His face twisted in thought. Right." So the giant said, "I used to be a human being, but I was turned into a giant by a heinous curse." Itsuki gasped at that word. "Maybe it was the same person who gave me this massive cock," he said. "If they could make a person stick this big, maybe they could do the same to an entire person. It had to be the same culprit." "I'm not sure I buy that logic, though maybe I do." Itsuki didn't seem convinced. "Yes," Haruto said, pressing on. "The one who had cursed Itsuki into having a large penis was a beautiful princess." He laid out beautiful and princess on the table. Back when Itsuki was mouthing off to everyone, he stole the princess's beloved horse as she snuck into town, earning him her ire. Haruto then played horse and stolen from his hand. Itsuki interjected, "Whoever heard of a princess who curses people just because she hates them? Her heart must be really ugly, huh?" "Yeah, maybe." "Cool, I'll take over." Itsuki immediately played his ugly card. "Okay, the giant, his father, said, 'I'm sorry, son,' before breathing his last." It was the sad final moment spent between the two of them. His voice was forlorn as he played his separation event card. So Itsuki decided to defeat the evil princess who made his dad huge and his dick really long and to destroy the entire kingdom for giving him such an unfair lot in life. Thus, Itsuki's quest for revenge began. "I'm coming in," Nayuta said, playing her journey card. So Itsuki was on a journey to defeat the princess. But he didn't have any money, so he wound up collapsing on the side of the road midway. He was saved by a kind villager who passed by. Maybe the world isn't full of bad people after all, Itsuki thought. Thus, he pressed on in his journey, encountering kind people wherever he went. And before long, he could tell his heart was no longer driven by anger and hatred. Itsuki frowned as he listened. "Kanoku. Are you trying to make this into a happy ending?" Nayuta shot a glare at him. "It sounds like you're trying to turn it into a sad one." The ending cards each player owned all had standard fairy tale style conclusions on them. These ran the gamut from "they both lived happily ever after" to sadder tales like "the village was destroyed." These ending cards were handed out at random, so you often found yourself pursuing an ending that went in a totally opposite direction from your opponent's. Itsuki's ending card, by the way, was "the fire burned, completely destroying this wicked place." Nayuta's, meanwhile, was "so he forgave her, and soon, the two were united." Itsuki needed a story that ended in annihilation for all. Nayuta, one where the princess, her name was also Nayuta, she decided, made up with the hero. There wasn't much room for compromise. Haruto's, on the other hand, was more of a moral than an ending, and all of you, too, should be careful when selecting your friends. Trying to figure out how to keep his opponents from ending the tale, while somehow pointing the story in his own direction, had been giving him a headache this whole match. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from behind. Remarkably, it was the villager who had helped Itsuki when he collapsed. He had thought the villager was a nice guy, but that wasn't the case at all. "I'm never gonna trust in anyone again," Itsuki thought. And so his drive to destroy the kingdom became even deeper than before. With that misunderstanding cleared up, Itsuki resolved to trust in the villager for good this time. Then he thought, maybe I got the wrong idea about Princess Nayuta due to some unfortunate encounter, too. Maybe she's really a kind, gentle princess after all. He was almost tricked by the conceit, but alas, Nobody willing to turn someone's penis into a giant, deformed tube could ever be kind and gentle. She was an accursed princess. Perhaps the brave, pure-hearted Princess Nayuta simply didn't want any other women to take Itsuki's dick away from him. And that's a good reason for why she'd make it 3 feet long? That's bullshit. Itsuki thought. Itsuki kept taking what looked like a good princess and plunging her into the darkness. Every time he did, Nayuta prepared an out for her, giving the hero some hope. The process repeated itself over and over again. That's the scary thing about this game. The longer the story wears on, the more it gets bogged down and out of control. Longer tales mean more characters, more backdrop, and more players losing track of where they are. Contradictions and massive new twists become commonplace, with one narrator having to come up with ridiculous developments to explain the previous narrator's leaps of logic. It was getting crazier and crazier, until someone put a final period on the downward spiral. And all of you, too, should be careful when selecting your friends. After over 2 hours stuck in this morass, it was Haruto who somehow forced this story to end. Princess Nayuta's soul had been transferred into Itsuki's penis. The oversoul version of Nayuta in his wiener let her become a trustworthy companion as they rampaged over an entire army of giants. But then the princess grew jealous after Itsuki's attention turned toward a beautiful young girl. So she extended it out like a snake and choked Itsuki to death with his own penis. Not a good scene. But at least it was an ending. Phew. It's finally over. Man, that was awful. Why do I have to work so hard on a story right after I just finished a manuscript? Haruto was less than elated by his victory. Itsuki and Nayuta were less than sad they had lost. All they shared between them was a loose sense of achievement that they had put an end to it. That was a stupidly epic tale, Haruto said. We probably had enough for a paperback right there. We did address all the things we foreshadowed. We had that whole scene where he learned the Yamato no Oki finisher move. All the characters figured in the conclusion, Itsuki mused. Maybe we should publish it, just so we don't waste all the effort. We could have it made into an anime. I like that. Haruto laughed at the idea before letting out a self-deprecating sigh. To whatever story like this, that none of us really cared about. Now if that got turned into a shitty anime, at least I could laugh at it. Better make sure there's at least one battle scene where he whirls his weapon around like a helicopter. You sure that'll make it past the censors? Nayuta asked. It's his dick. Ha ha ha. Probably not. And who's the girl who made his weapon a penis in the first place? Huh? How would they handle that in an anime? Nayuta turned to Itsuki. Aren't you the one who first said he could fight with it like a sword? Oh, right. Well, it's that other princess's fault for cursing him like that in the first place. No, Itsuki, it's your fault for refusing to meekly accept my love. I'm not interested in the kind of love that makes my cock 3 feet long. If it's your cock, Itsuki, I'm ready to accept all of it. I'm gonna have to disappoint you there. NNNH. Nayuta whined despondently before letting out an unexpected yawn. Fwaya, she groaned, her eyes sleepy. Guys, I didn't actually sleep at all last night, so I'm getting really tired. Were you gaming all night? She shook her head. I actually pulled in all that night writing. Whoa. That's rare. Nayuta grinned at the wide-eyed Itsuki. I kind of abandoned my publisher while I was writing Mako's gift novel. Plus, my editor found out I've been hanging here at your place all the time, since it was right by my hotel. He said they couldn't keep me in there unless I gave them at least half my current project by this morning, so I stretched myself a little bit. Nah, I can't believe how scary my editor is when he's honestly angry at me. If you're living in a fancy hotel on editorial's dime without doing any work, I don't think even you could get away with that, Kanaku. Nayuta replied with an enormous yawn and a wobble of the head. So I'm done. I don't feel like going back to TH Hotel, so I'm just gonna use the bed, Itsuki said. She really did look out of it. Yes sir. She staggered to her feet, then fell face first on Itsuki's bed. Hi. Then, within 3 seconds, she was fast asleep, snoring a little, playing and playing until she finally passes out. What a kid, Itsuki lamented as he looked down at Nayuta, putting a blanket over her. Haruto smiled warmly at the scene. Well, wanna have a drink? The glasses washed, the sausages reheated, Haruto and Itsuki began cracking open beers again. Ugh, this is nice. Itsuki was taking deep breaths in between the bites of sausage and swigs of beer. He was having a Weihenstephaner-vitis, another light-colored beer like the Franziskaner before. The two were similar, from the fruity aroma to the sweetness, weak bitterness, and refreshing finish, but this one had 7.7% alcohol by volume for a thicker, richer mouthfeel. If you wanted something that tasted smooth but packed a punch, this beer was made for you. So Itsuki and Haruto drank amid a nice, mellow atmosphere, and then, "Hey, Itsuki?" Haruto asked out of nowhere, voice low. Why don't you and Nayu just be a couple?" Itsuki looked perplexed. "Where'd that come from?" "She's a nice girl, you know." "Nayu, she's cute, she's got big tits, she's fun to be around, she's got a sick mind." As Haruto ran down the list, Itsuki flatly said, "I turned her down long ago. Did I forget to tell you that?" "I know." So why are you rehashing this topic?" Haruto downed his beer, looking a little uncomfortable. "Well, I got my own stuff to deal with," he murmured. "Stuff? You know, stuff." "I don't. But why do I have to be with Kaneko for the sake of your stuff?" Itsuki began to look a bit irritated. "But you really like Nayu, don't you?" Itsuki fell silent for several seconds. Not particularly. Haruto sighed. His friend still wasn't being honest with himself, he could tell. What's the big deal with liking her? Just go out with her. I mean, the way she throws herself at you all the time, and you just brush her off? That's kind of mean to her, isn't it? If you really can't stand the thought of a relationship, you could at least make that clearer to her, so she can be rid of you. Man, shut up. I got my own stuff, too, you know. Stuff? Haruto asked this time. You know, stuff. Itsuki threw Haruto's own words back at him. "Oh, come on, just tell me." "What stuff?" Don't wanna. "It's not like there's anything between me and Kaneko in there, or, lay off that line already." MNH. Itsuki grasped for words. What's gotten into you today? You're being really stubborn about this topic." Yeah, maybe." Itsuki squinted his eyes at him, irritation giving way to concern. Haruto matched his gaze. It was too much for Itsuki to handle. With a heavy sigh, he put his glass down and leaned back, lying on the floor. All right, I'll admit it. I like Kaneko." "So, in that case, I like her," Itsuki interrupted, "and I wanna be in a relationship with her." "It'd kill me if she ever got in a relationship with some other guy." "Honestly, to tell you the truth, it kinda pisses me off when you get over-familiar with her, calling her Nayu and stuff." "Really?" "Yeah. And while I'm at it, let me just say, I think I wanna marry her someday." "But I can't." "Not yet." "Not yet?" Haruto wondered. Itsuki continued, his face red. "Let's say I married Kaneko tomorrow. What would happen then?" "Well, congratulations." "Shut up." "Her getting married would be a big news story, wouldn't it?" "Yeah, if you announced it publicly, I guess it'd get picked up." "She's a super popular novelist, and she's still just 18. She hasn't shown her face to the media, but it'd generate a lot of buzz." Itsuki nodded lightly at this, still lying on his back. "And here's what they'll say in the news article: Nayu Takane, 18-year-old mega-hit writer, marrying a fellow novelist 2 years her elder." Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be Itsuki Hashima anymore. I'd be a fellow novelist 2 years her elder. So not yet. Maybe they'd use the name Itsuki Hashima in passing on the light novel news blogs, but that wouldn't be any different. Right now, I'd just become some anonymous guy who was Nayu Takane's husband. The news stories would paint her as the protagonist of the story, the beautiful writing prodigy Nayu Takane, and I'd just be a minor part. And I can't deal with that. He gritted his teeth. I wanna be the protagonist. His voice was as raspy as it was sincere. He had never revealed his feelings on this to anyone before, but now he finally was. I'm not really anything yet, but when I become a protagonist on an even level with Kaneko, then I'm gonna tell her that I love her. And I know it's not fair to her, but I need her to wait until then. All right. Haruto sighed after Itsuki had finished bearing his soul. Well, so be it. In his mind, Haruto wanted a solid conclusion between them, either form a relationship already or break off everything. Mako wasn't going to change at all otherwise, and since he had a thing for Mako, neither could he. But well, so be it. Still had an oddly convincing effect in his mind. So he went with it. He went with it because he knew his feelings would keep burning in his heart for as long as he could foresee. He knew a lot of people did away with feelings like these as they grew and matured, but if they could toss emotions like that in the garbage so quickly, neither he nor Itsuki would ever have become professional novelists. I wanna be the protagonist. If you understood what those words meant, nothing could have rung truer. If you didn't, you'd never get it. You'd have no need to. It was too strong a yearning for that, one that went far beyond the desire to occasionally mess around with a cute girl. You know, though, Itsuki. Yeah. Bringing yourself to be on the same level as Neu. I gotta be honest, that's gonna be really tough. You could struggle all your life, and I'm not sure you'd reach that. I know, replied Itsuki as he stared at the ceiling light. Haruto sighed in response. It's kinda hard to define what being on the same level as another writer even is. Or beating them. I bet there are a lot of readers out there who like your series more than Neu's. They'd put you on top of Neu right now, wouldn't they? I'm sure you aren't trying to compete through sales or dumb things like that, but you gotta build a yardstick for yourself, or else you'll probably turn old and grey before you're sure. I know, Itsuki whispered through gritted teeth. Then he sat up. So I wanna at least get up to the level where, when I marry Kaneko, I don't have people telling me I'm a fellow novelist 2 years her elder. One milestone I can think of for now is scoring an anime adaptation. Nothing beats anime in terms of PR, really. Once you're up that high, things start looking a lot different to you, right? And when that happens, I'll reconsider how I want to approach Kaneko. So getting an anime version is your milestone for now. Should I be offended? Haruto smiled weakly, recalling the ecstasy he had experienced when he first heard the news. He wanted to tell his old self what Itsuki had just said. His friend didn't see an anime as the final goal at all. Maybe Haruto was a little bit ahead of him now, but in terms of the heights they were both trying to reach, it was well within the margin of error. Hope he doesn't beat me, he thought as he gauged his friend and rival. Then he emptied his glass. Itsuki matched him gulp for gulp but couldn't quite drain it in one go, resulting in a fairly comical, almost cute little belch. And, of course, neither of them noticed that Nayuta, lying face down on the bed, was blushing intensely from ear to ear. Late the next morning, long after Haruto and Nayuta had left, Kenjiro Toki paid a visit to the sleeping Itsuki. MNGH, he said to greet his editor. Toki calmly replied, the manuscript for Volume 4 was good. No problems with it. I'll get it over to the presses pretty soon. Yeah. Cluck. For Toki, who had spent all last night working, the sight of a more than half asleep Itsuki yawning in his direction was a tad irritating. He took a breath to calm himself down. Also, I got some news for you. MMGG. Toki struggled to retain his composure. Congratulations, Itsuki. It's been decided that All About My Little Sister will be getting an anime adaptation. The end. Extra chapter. The origin of Itsuki Hashima. Itsuki Hashima's mother was admitted to the hospital when he was in the 6th grade. His father often had to work late into the night, so they hired a housekeeper, a plump woman in her early 40s. She was an appreciated talent when it came to cooking, laundry, and everything else, although she could be a little meddlesome at times, inquiring about Itsuki's schoolwork and encouraging him to go play outside more. She also kept putting lots of carrots and green peppers in their food. despite his protests. Whenever she opened her mouth, from Itsuki's perspective, it meant trouble for him. Look, Miss Mitahara, you're a housekeeper. Can't you just do your job and stop worrying about me? He finally said. She gave this a hearty laugh. Well, your father asked me to look after you, Itsuki. That's part of my job, too. I think he probably just meant you should watch to make sure I'm doing okay at school. I'm doing my homework every day, and I got a good score on my last test. I'm sure my dad hasn't been complaining, so there's really no need to keep worrying about. Oh, there's no need for a child like you to act all thoughtful like that. Ha ha ha. It's not a matter of being thoughtful, Mom. You're so kind to me, Itsuki. Worrying about a lady like me. No, this isn't out of kindness or anything. I'll give you a special heaping helping of veggies with dinner tonight for that. Huh? No, that's fine, I'm good. Ha ha ha. Oh, no need to be polite. I told you, I'm not trying to be polite. I hate vegetables. I mean, it's impossible to eat all the vegetables you're supposed to anyway with regular food. It'd be a lot more effective to just drink vegetable juice, or take supplements, or, you can't grow up big and strong unless you eat up. And Itsuki fell silent, his extended argument falling on deaf ears. This topic was a source of anxiety for him. Compared to other boys his age, his body wasn't maturing as quickly, in terms of height and everything else. He had classmates who already had all their pubic hair. Could you at least stop mixing green peppers and carrots into the meatloaf? Ha ha ha. Came the hearty reply to this attempted light resistance. The peppers and carrots stayed in his second year of middle school. His mother, who had been in the hospital the whole time, passed away. It sent him into a deep depression, and no matter what Miss Mitahara did to cheer him up, he barely even spoke to her any longer. The melancholy cloud around Itsuki at all times made it impossible for him to attract friends. He was always alone in school, and when class was over, he walked right home and read books in his room, every day. For the most part, these were light novels. His father never bought video games or manga for him. But when it came to money for novels, his wallet was open. Itsuki had been a fan of children's and literary novels ever since grade school, but after reading a story that he liked the anime version of, he wound up entirely switching over to light novels. It wasn't like he was diving deep into them so he could forget his harsh reality. They just helped him relax, take a mental break, and kill some time. But he'd get addicted to a series if it particularly struck his fancy, picturing himself alongside the heroes, many of whom weren't much different in age from him, as they faced off and struggled against powerful, fearsome foes and unfair situations. They reassured him, giving him courage. Of course, he loved the sex scenes unconditionally. Whenever a book featured a nude illustration, that alone would slow his reading speed by 90%. He wasn't the little sister obsessed he would eventually become, instead preferring a wide range of female tropes. The proud dear student council leader who couldn't completely hide her feelings for the hero, the childhood friend, the big sister, the maid, the female knight, the dark elf. Little sisters were undoubtedly his favorite, however, and once he realized he had a serious thing for them, he would peek into the cast intro page in the front of books before buying and prioritize those with little sisters first. Still, while these sisters were cute and added color to any novel they appeared in, they were often just sub-characters or mascot-type presences, never the target of love for the protagonist. Often, he'd read a book, sigh, and say, "The sister's so much cuter than the main heroine, too." That later evolved into fantasies like, "If I were writing this, I'd portray her like this," but that still wasn't enough to make him want to write novels himself. He liked reading them, so he had a sort of reverence for the art of producing them, marveling at how hard it must be. It never occurred to him that he could do it himself. In the midst of this, though, Itsuki's love for the sister trope grew and evolved with every new character he encountered. One Sunday afternoon in September, Itsuki was in his room, reading as always. Despite the day of the week, his father was at the office, and Miss Mitahara had Sundays off, so he was alone in the house. Ever since his mother passed away, his father, always kind of a workaholic, had immersed himself even further in his job. Now, he was almost never home during regular off days. He hardly seemed to show any regret for his wife's passing. If anything, he seemed to enjoy being relieved of the burden, so he could focus more on his work. It disgusted Itsuki. As he read, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Itsuki ignored it, irritated at getting pulled out of the novel world. Probably just some salesman. If it was a package, he could get it redelivered later. But then the bell rang again. And once again, he ignored it. A fourth time, a fifth time. This was getting ridiculous. Most salesmen would have given up a long time ago. But it continued. Ugh, geez, shut up. Itsuki stormed out of his room in a huff, checking the front door monitor on his way down. There was an unfamiliar girl there. Definitely older than him, maybe in high school. She had medium-length hair, pretty, refined looks, and strong-willed eyes that were staring straight into the camera. Plus, even on the little screen, he could tell she had a pretty big chest. What's a stranger from high school doing around here? And why does she keep pressing the button when clearly nobody is gonna open the door? Frankly, it unnerved him, and as Itsuki warily eyed the screen, the doorbell kept ringing. Finally, beaten down, he picked up the intercom receiver. Who is it? Oh, you are. The voice was just as cheerful as he imagined it would be. My name's Aine Mitahara. My mum's your housekeeper. Miss Mitahara's? Yep. He looked closer at her face. It didn't resemble Miss Mitahara's one bit, to be frank. But the only people who'd know that a Mitahara worked here were Itsuki, his dad, the guys at the employment center, and likely Miss Mitahara's own family. She probably wasn't lying. My father's not here right now, Itsuki tentatively explained. This is Itsuki Hashima, isn't it? Yeah, I'm here to see you, not your dad. Me. Great. Now he had to come out. Resigned to his fate, Itsuki nervously opened the front door. Hey there. My name's Aine Mitahara. I'm in my first year of high school. He blushed at the girl's guileless smile. She was a lot prettier in person than on the video screen, and Itsuki had never in his life spoken to a girl this attractive one-on-one. Itsuki Hashima. How can I help you? Aine laughed at the awkward question. I'm here to play with you. Play with me? Itsuki asked, unable to parse this. I heard you've been kinda down lately, so I thought I could help you cheer up a little. What do you wanna do? What kinda stuff do you like? Basketball? Table tennis? The arcade? Bowling? Karaoke? I'll pay for whatever. Oh, but we can just play games in your room, too. As she made her offer with a grin, a sudden chill settled over his heart. Her mother must have asked her to come over and help him feel better. Itsuki was used to his housekeepers meddling by this point, but this was just one step too far. His emotion went beyond irritation and well into the realm of anger. I think it's overstepping for a housekeeper to take a kid out of his house when she's not on the clock, Itsuki curtly stated. Oh, my mom didn't ask me to. I'm doing this myself. Huh? Mom told me about you, I'll admit, but I didn't tell her I was coming here today. What are you doing this for? You've never even met me. Well, I mean, you're all Mom ever talks about around the house. Like oh, Itsuki got 100 on his test and Itsuki always does his homework and so on. I know we've never met, but I'm always being compared to you, you know? It's kinda like I got a talented younger brother I didn't even know I had. I'd rather you didn't think that, Itsuki said, flushing red. Ugh. Aine smiled again. You're blushing. You're blushing. No, I'm not. Yes you are. No, I'm not. Yes you are. I said, no, I'm not. He said, raising his voice and getting even redder. Aine gave him a warm smile. But anyway, there's this boy in my life who's almost like a brother, and I heard that he's feeling down. Why wouldn't I be worried about that? So that's why I ended up here. Ended up? Really? He was still incredibly perplexed about all this. But somewhere in the midst of this conversation, Itsuki's negative impression of this girl had all but disappeared, and, you know, That initiative to take action for somebody you didn't even know? It struck him as something a hero or heroine from a light novel would do. His father forbade him from going to arcades or karaoke places, and he wasn't exactly the most athletic of teens, so Itsuki wound up inviting Aine into his room. It was your typical sized room, about 90 square feet and outfitted with a desk, a bed, and 2 large wooden bookshelves. There was no TV or game console. The only playthings to speak of were what his mother bought him when she was still alive, a pack of cards, an Othello and a Shogai set, Monopoly, and Donjara, a simplified, kids' version of Mahjong. That was about it. The rest of the shelves were filled with about 10% textbooks, children's novels, illustrated reference books, and educational manga, and about 90% light novels. Wow, this is your room, huh? Aine asked curiously as she looked around, making Itsuki feel embarrassed. Apart from his mother and the housekeeper, this was the first girl he had ever entertained in here. You keep this pretty clean, don't you? Just like my mom said. In my room, there's hardly any bare floor left to step on. I dunno about clean. More like I don't own anything I can mess it up with. This wasn't humility on Itsuki's part. He really meant it. You sure have a lot of manga volumes, Aine said as her eyes rested upon the shelves. Oh, those are novels. More or less. Really? Exclaimed Aine as she took a volume out at random. Of course. It had to be one with a cover featuring the heroine clad only in her undergarments, complete with a color illustration of a bathhouse scene on the very first page. Wow, I didn't know they made novels like this. She didn't seem to care about the risque content at all as she flipped through the pages. Itsuki, on the other hand, was blushing a furious shade of crimson. P+, with these kinds of books, you see a lot of stuff like that. Oh, am I embarrassing you looking at this? No need to worry. Sometimes I borrow some adult manga from my friends to read, too. Ah really? Yep. Aine nodded, returned the book to the shelf, and took out another one. This was more straight-up swords and sorcery, no outright fan service in it, and the cover was done up in beautiful watercolors. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief as she paged through it. Since you read all these novels, do you get pretty good grades in language arts class? Yeah, that might be related, actually. Indeed, that was the one subject since elementary school that Itsuki never had to study for to excel at. No matter how simple and unadorned the language in these novels, it still did wonders for his vocabulary and reading skills. I've never been very much of a novel reader. Just reading the little snippets in my school books is enough to put me to sleep, Aine said, grinning. I should probably fix that. Do you have any recommendations you could maybe lend to me? Sure. Itsuki nodded, still a little lost. Thanks. Aine replied, smiling her sweet, brilliant smile. Give me just a second. Itsuki stood in front of the shelves, pondering as he scanned the spines. A book for a teenage girl in high school who didn't like novels and had never read a light novel before. That was a tough order. Maybe something like Kino's Journey, Ballad of a Shinigami, or Post Girl, with lots of self-contained, bite-sized chapters to gradually pick through. Short story collections like Harry High, but couldn't get Chaito Calling you could also work. If she was a gamer, fantasy RPG-style tales like Zero's Familiar Raw Record of Lodos War or Slayers would fit well. In terms of worlds and characters that were easy to resonate with, maybe he should pick a modern-day youth romance like Toradora, the Johto series, or Gakko no Kaiden, or, if he wanted to focus on her distaste for regular novels, maybe a frenetic comedy like or Barker and Test would dispel her notion that novels were tough-going. But she was a girl, too, right? Maybe she'd get deeper into a series if women were most of the main cast, like Maria watches over a Sorayukitsu Megami Den or the story of Seiankoku. If she likes mesh stuff, she'll definitely dig Full Metal Panic. A Certain Magical Index and Shana are really exciting reads. 2. This is hard. Aine grinned at Itsuki, who had completely failed to realize he was now talking aloud to himself. You don't need to put that much thought into it. Oh, no, I want to. If I selected something, and you didn't like it, you can just lend me something else then. All right. Itsuki nodded, honestly relieved. That took a load off. But still, the first book was important. It could very well dictate the motivation she had for all future reads. You know, I'd like to read whatever you're crazy about at the moment first. What I'm crazy about at the moment? Yeah. Is that really the best idea for a light novel beginner? And my first recommendation to someone besides myself? Itsuki hesitated to press on, but regardless, he took out a volume from the series he was most looking forward to reading more of. A Sister's All You Need, by Kazuko Sekigahara. This one had only come out 2 months before, and only volume 1 was available for now. Itsuki hadn't heard of the author before, but there was something so pure and blameless about the title that he bought it without reading the back cover blurb. It turned out to be a great move. As one could guess from the title, the book was a bright, bouncy romantic comedy featuring a little sister front and center. If it didn't, the whole book would have been a fraud, who lived with her brother among a wild cast of other boys and girls, as far as Itsuki was concerned. Not that he had anything to back this up with. If this book could get a second and third volume published, it could lead to a brand new era in the industry. It just had that kind of aura around it. In his opinion, he wanted more people to find out how wonderful this book was. So, as one of the few chosen connoisseurs who had noticed the joys this author brought to the world, he wanted to spread the word and throw him some support. He needed to. But A Sister's All You Need. Aine accepted the book, giving it a hard look. Do you have a sister, Itsuki? No. Did you want one? Maybe. A little, he uncomfortably admitted. This was the main reason Itsuki hesitated to recommend this book to other people. The title laid bare the fact that he was obsessed with the little sister trope, which was fine, since he didn't have a real one anyway. But if someone who did bought this, and that sister found this on the bookshelf, what would happen to him? The mere thought made him shudder. Well, not shudder, laugh a little. Maybe. It's not that I like this book just because I like little sister characters, though. I think the story content's really excellent. The balance in the characters is really good, too. They're pretty eccentric but still have their feet on the ground, and the weird twists in the writing might seem pretty childish at first, but it's clearly got connections to the classic series slayers, along with science fiction giants like Alfred Bester and Yasutaka Tsutsui, and it's got more than just visual impact. The readability is there, too. The writing might appeal to light novel veterans, but I think it's still good enough to recommend to beginners as well. It sounded more like one long excuse than a synopsis. Aine giggled. Okay. Can I borrow this? I promise I'll read it by next week. You're coming back next week? Is that bad? It's all right, he replied, trying to sound as curt as possible. The two of them then spent the next couple of hours playing cards, Othello, The Game of Life, and so forth. He was worried that someone like Aine, used to more modern types of play, wouldn't have fun with these games, especially playing someone like him. But she seemed to enjoy herself, spirits rising and falling with each in-game development. Seeing her made Itsuki feel like he was having fun, too, and before long, he was laughing right along with her. I don't know how many years it's been since I've laughed with someone like this. It was fun, but at the same time, it was a painful reminder of how dark his regular life was. It was miserable. A week later, Aine Mitahara was back at Itsuki's house. Hello, this is the Hashima residence, he said through the intercom, deliberately keeping his voice calm. Oh, Itsuki, it's your big sis Aine. Please wait 1 second, he said, trying to sound like a stranger even as he rushed over to the door. Hello, Itsuki. How's the past week been for you? The usual. Aine came inside, just like last week. Hey. Can I use the bathroom 1 second? Huh? Sure, he said, a bit confused as he showed her the way. I wanted to fix my makeup a little bit, so wait for me over in your room, okay? All right. The word makeup made his heart skip a beat. A beautiful older girl, fixing her makeup in a house with only Itsuki in it. It felt so grown up, so sexy. So Itsuki restlessly waited in his room. Sorry to keep you. The door opened, and Aine came inside. No. The sight of her stunned Itsuki into silence. She was in a low-cut dress, a frilly apron, and a horseshoe-shaped headband. The classic maid outfit. What are you dressed like that for? Her open chest area and pale thighs were so vivid, he could barely keep his eyes on them. A friend of mine's sister works for a company that makes these, cosplay outfits. So I borrowed one from her. Otaku people like maid outfits, don't they? I'm not an otaku or anything. Itsuki protested, shaken by this to the point accusation. Really? The term otaku doesn't just mean someone who likes anime or light novels. They seriously love some genre or other, supporting it, spending money to contribute to it. I'm just buying 10 or so light novels a month, and I go to used bookstores and libraries for the rest, so it'd be kind of presumptuous for someone like me to call himself an otaku. So you don't really like maid outfits? She looked saddened about this. No, it's... Itsuki averted his eyes, speaking in a soft whisper. It's not that I don't. Well, great. Aine replied, beaming. But what made you want to wear one of those in the first place? Well, I really liked the book you lent me, so I figured I should pay you back somehow. To Itsuki, Aine's words made him far happier than even the sight of a pretty lady in a mini-skirted maid outfit. It sent his spirits aloft to surprisingly high levels. He had no idea making a recommendation and having the person love it would make him so happy. Is there anything you'd like this maid to do for you, Itsuki? Anything is fine. Anything? Oh, but nothing sexy. Aine giggled as Itsuki's eyes reflexively shot open. I wasn't thinking that. A blushing Itsuki replied. Well, would you mind wearing that outfit every now and then? This took Aine aback for a moment. Ha. Oh, you're a little naughty, aren't you? There was a twinge of red to her cheeks as she playfully tousled Itsuki's hair. Aine Mitahara visited Itsuki's house regularly for the next several months, talking about the books they read and playing games. They played Monster Hunter on the portable system Itsuki bought without his dad's permission, and he even visited a karaoke joint, bowling alley, and video arcade with her. If his dad or Miss Mitahara found out, they'd almost certainly scold them for it. Itsuki kept lending Aine light novels, and she repaid him by lending some of her favorite manga back. She wore that maid outfit again, as he requested, and even showed off some other cosplay. A bunny girl, a nurse, a police officer, Haruisa's Yumiya. Apparently, that maid thing had made her a fan of the whole cosplay scene. It was all thanks to this that Itsuki Hashima, never a boy with very good communication skills, developed a sort of immunity when it came to dealing with the opposite sex. So there it was. An older girl who came by every week to see him, playing games and borrowing books and cosplaying for him. It was only natural that the middle school-aged Itsuki Hashima would fall in love with her. By the time of his third year in middle school, Itsuki decided to make his feelings known to her. Aine had started coming over in an effort to cheer Itsuki up, but by this point, they were close friends, and Itsuki was back to being a laughing, smiling kid. If she didn't like him, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to be with him. She must have enjoyed his presence. The logic seemed airtight. It had to go well. So Itsuki waited for the right moment to make his confession, already imagining life with Aine as his romantic partner. One day, though, Aine seemed different. She sighed a lot, seemed down in the dumps, and generally had trouble focusing. Itsuki had to ask why. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'd hardly be a good big sister to you if you're all worried about me. she said with a wry grin. Another deep sigh. Itsuki resented being treated like a child but didn't have any clever comebacks to dispel that notion of hers, so he just whispered no, it's fine instead. Seeing this, Ai's eyes teared up a bit. She all but forced her lips to turn upward in a smile. I mean, I told this guy at school that I loved him, and he just totally gave me the cold shoulder. I guess I'm still not fully over the shock from that, you know? Ha ha ha. Sorry if I made you worry. It felt like everything turned dark in front of Itsuki for a moment. You loved him? He asked, his voice hoarse. Yeah. What's he like? Ooh, you're asking that? Ain giggled a bit. He's this boy in my class. We've been in the same homeroom since last year. We were lucky enough to get assigned the same one this year, too. He doesn't stick out that much. He's short, and he's not, like, dashingly handsome, but pretty run-of-the-mill, I guess. He's part of the library committee. He's on the badminton team. It all started last October or so. I spotted him reading a light novel on the bus back home, and it kinda piqued my interest. It was one of the books I borrowed off you, actually. It was like a knife through the heart. Itsuki's chest throbbed. So I began keeping an eye out for him more. Like, while we were preparing for the school festival, or all the boys were goofing around with one another. He was a lot more serious-minded than all of them, I thought, working and cleaning and being really thorough with all the little jobs other people just go through the motions on. But sometimes, when his assigned work was done, he'd head straight home, even if other people weren't done yet. Some people were like, hey, that's rude, but for better or for worse, he doesn't like going with the flow. I think I really like that a lot. All right, Itsuki shouted, cutting her off. He couldn't stand it anymore, watching her blushing a bit as she talked about this boy who had rejected her. Hey, you asked. Ain smiled, looking ever so slightly perturbed. Itsuki glared back at her. You know, I like you, Ain. Huh? Ain stared blankly back at him, clearly not expecting this. Itsuki turned beet red, trying to keep the tears from falling. I mean, I do. I want to be in a relationship with you. Realizing Itsuki was serious, Ain peered intently at him, trying to put the news as gently as possible. I'm sorry. The blood surged into Itsuki's head. Why not? I read a lot more light novels than that guy, and I'm short and not handsome and pretty run-of-the-mill, too. But I'm pretty confident I don't go with the flow, either. Just the other day after school, we were talking about going to karaoke as a class, as kind of an icebreaker thing, and I just went right home instead. It's not that kind of thing. Ain smiled gently at Itsuki's nasal-voiced, half-teary self-introduction. Then her face turned serious. But I'm sorry, Itsuki. I've always thought of you as my younger brother. And I don't think I'll ever be able to see you as anything else. I'm really sorry. She sounded like she really was, from the bottom of her heart. She had it hard enough, losing a chance with the boy she liked, and now she was trying to be as kind as possible with Itsuki. We aren't equals in her mind. She sees me as someone she needs to look out for, a younger brother. It felt like this was all crashing into Itsuki's mind at the same time, and that was what finally triggered the tears. I'm sorry, Ain said again. Another heartfelt apology. I think I better go home today. Itsuki swiped at the tears with his sleeve. Then please, don't come back again, he shouted, turning his blurry eyes toward her. Ain's face twisted into a mask of sadness. He hated himself deeply for making her feel that way. But Itsuki couldn't stop himself from looking right at her and putting the words together. The modern-day Itsuki, professional novelist, probably could have produced some harsher parting words like "you may treat me like a kid brother now, but someday soon, I'm gonna make you accept me as a man." But at the time, Itsuki was tragically lacking in self-confidence. All he could do was build a wall of rejection for her. Anything to protect whatever cowardly kind of self-respect he had. I don't need a big sister. Itsuki. He turned away from her sad eyes. They settled upon the latest volume, Volume 3, of one of his favorite series, which he had flung onto the bed earlier. A sister's all I need. A little sister. But you don't have one. Aine's fleeting jab was something Itsuki chose not to reply to. You should have gone to that karaoke meetup, she said. Then she fled Itsuki's room. Itsuki flopped into bed. Look at her. This beauty with big boobs, going crazy for some run-of-the-mill nobody just because he's serious-minded and likes books. Liked novels, and he rejected her for it. That arsehole. As if anyone else would have loved him. Did he run into some kind of superhero girl instead? A magical sorceress keeping the streets safe at night? A blonde-haired elf from another world? The heiress to a powerful world-controlling conglomerate? A sword-wielding beauty fighting off a horde of monsters? A 1,000-year-old vampiress who looked no older than 14? That sort of girl? Itsuki had no way of knowing. To him, Aine Mitahara was exactly like the heroes and heroines of his light novels. If she was just another sub-character in the light novel of his life, then Itsuki was just a nameless member of the crowd, and a kid from a home watched over by the mother of the girl the hero just dumped. He probably wouldn't even merit a one-sentence throwaway mention. The sheer size of the world, and his sheer tininess by comparison, overwhelmed him, and in the midst of it, one acute desire crossed his lips. God damn it. I wanna be the protagonist. Aine texted and called him several times after that. Once Itsuki had ignored them long enough, the texts and calls eventually petered off. Miss Mitahara was still beavering away at her job in the Hashima residence, the same as always. Aine really must not have told her anything. After that experience at Lost Love, Itsuki's tastes began to lean deeper into the realm of Little Sister novels, Little Sister manga, and Little Sister games. His grades notably dipped, but his father, despite all the lip service he used to give to the importance of academics, didn't seem to pay it much mind for some reason. Time flew by. Despite it all, he somehow managed to get into an above-average public university. High school graduation was over, and in the interval between that and college, he was living his usual idle life. Then, in the latest volume of A Sister's All You Need, with a bright ad inside touting the upcoming anime version, he spotted a notice in the back for a rookie author contest. The book's author, Kazuko Sekigahara, was part of the judging team, and somehow, out of nowhere, as if receiving a divine calling. The thought came to him. I should try to write a novel. I'll put it all in. The undying love for Little Sister characters, his own burning desire for one, that love, and hope, and fantasy. That sweet yearning, the bitterness of lost love, the pain of failure, the sense of inferiority at being unable to do what everyone else can. His irritation with himself, his rage at a reality that never went his way, his anger at an irrational world, his misspent, gloomy youth, his longing to become a protagonist, his hope, his overwhelming desire to smash down all the absurd, outrageous things in his way, his dreams, his prayers, his shout from the soul. Everything inside him, and if it went well, he'd be in the same world as his beloved Kazuko Sekigahara. Even if it didn't, he felt like he'd discover something at the end. At the very least, he'd escape all the daydreaming he did at home and school. Luckily, from all those worthless days he had spent alone, he had a treasure trove of vague ideas to draw from. Just one book to start with. And if that's not enough to satisfy me, I'll write another, then another. He had given up on the idea before as impossible for him. But now he knew he could. He could write tons of them. That confidence might have been based on nothing, but it was now fully sprouted in Itsuki's mind. So he took out his dad's used notebook PC, a gift after he wrapped up his high school entrance exams. The dull start-up sound seemed like the trumpeting of angels to his ears. Look out, world. Yes, I am gonna be the protagonist. Thus, Itsuki Hashima the novelist was born. The novelist is a little sister obsessed. FK3. It was morning when I was awoken by the chirping of the little sister bird out the window. Tweet, tweet. It's morning, big brother. As I rubbed my eyes, my little sister mattress invited me back to bed. Let's stay together just a little bit longer, my brother. But I brushed off her temptation as I climbed out of my little sister bed and whisked open my little sister curtains. Ooh, not so rough. They squeaked as I enjoyed the light of the little sister sun through the little sister window. Good morning, bro. Yeah, good morning. Radiant as ever today, huh? It was a lovely little sister kind of day. I marveled at my luck as I opened my little sister door and walked out of the room, taking step after step upon the soft, supple skin of the little sister stairway. Down in the living room, my breakfast had already been laid out upon my little sister table. Breakfast is ready, dear brother. Fried sunny side up little sister eggs, little sister sausage links, a thick slice of little sister toast, and a small bowl of little sister salad. Before I dug in, I stopped by the bathroom, washing my face with the chilled little sister water that flowed from the little sister tap. Are you awake? My little sister mirror asked. Yeah. I nodded. In that case, the little sister washcloth chimed in. Hurry up and dry your face off with me. Come on, rub your big brother liquids all over my fabric. Sure, I said, following her instructions before sitting at my dining room little sister chair. Enjoy your sisters, bro. Thank you. I stabbed my little sister fork into a little sister sausage, brought it to my mouth, and chewed. Oh ooh. I'm getting all torn in my big brother's mouth. The sensation of my little sister's juices melted its way into my mouth, filling it with joy. My little sister cooking never fails to satisfy. When I inserted my knife into the little sister eggs, the yellow little sister yolk waiting inside promptly oozed out onto the plate. A few slices of crisp, juicy little sister bacon were lurking underneath. I brought both together to my lips, the mellow taste of the little sister eggs and the saltiness of the little sister bacon melding together in sublime harmony. It almost felt like two little sisters were engaged in a nude dance performance on the tip of my tongue. Bacon-chan and I are melting together inside our brother's mouth. This feels so electrifying. Now we're even more delicious than ever for our big brother. I enjoyed the gastronomic tryst for several moments before smearing my little sister jam all over my little sister toast, soaking it into all those little sister nooks and crannies. Touching skin to skin with someone besides my elder brother. It is a disgrace to my very psyche. Or, hold out a little, Toast-chan. This is also way tastier than ever for him. And stop this at once, jam. I'm positively dripping. The intensely flavored little sister jam and the nicely crisped little sister toast formed the perfect duo. In the blink of an eye, they had both disappeared into my stomach. My little sister-laden breakfast complete, I changed into my little sister uniform, hoisted up my little sister messenger bag, and left my little sister house. Have fun at school. I heard all the little sister-infused objects in my house thunder in unison as I pounded the little sister pavement. So began my day-to-day life, awash in all that little sisterdom had to offer. And so on. With this nonsensical exposition for the next 30 pages. After somehow managing to wade through it all, Kenjaro Toki sighed, the fatigue clear on his face, and tossed the manuscript on the Lokotatsu table. In front of him, sitting on the floor, was novelist Itsuki Hashima, owner of this apartment, eagerly gauging his editor's reaction. Well? He asked, snickering as he flashed an even more shamelessly impudent smile than he usually wore. I'm not sure what you mean by well, but I think my usual response of what the hell? Is about right for this one. You can't be serious. Why are you acting so surprised? The look of near terror on Itsuki's face even scared Toki a little. He had just finished reading the introduction to Life with a Little Sister, Itsuki's latest potential project. It was a love story, apparently, set in a world where everything's sisters, and reading this sample, the actual text didn't seem to make any more sense than the synopsis Itsuki had provided earlier. It was much easier to slot into the horror genre, Really, Itsuki hadn't written anything beyond this intro yet. The project hadn't been greenlit, but in cases like this, where the description in the proposal didn't really bring the point of the series across, publishers would occasionally ask the author to spec write a few opening pages or some of the more climactic scenes. So is that a no for this one, too? Toki solemnly nodded at Itsuki's low semi-mumble. Yeah, it's a no. Over the past several months, Itsuki had been focused on putting out new spec sheets like this one, only to have none of them pass muster. Not again. Next time, though. Next time, I'll come up with such an incredibly amazing little sister novel that I'll force you to bend to my will. You're not gonna bend me to do anything, Toki pointed out. You aren't submitting this to your editor, you're submitting it to your readers. And, I mean, it's great that you're coming up with new ideas, but don't you think you should be focusing on All About right now? You got sisterly combat on your plate, too. Itsuki was currently penning 2 series in tandem, Sisterly Combat and All About My Little Sister, and the other day, he had been informed that an anime adaptation of the latter had been approved. There was no staff in place yet. It'd be a while before the public announcement. But Itsuki had a lot to do before the anime-related work started to really come in. The quality of his writing couldn't afford to drop, of course, but he also had to consider future plot lines to keep things exciting, flesh out parts of the world that he had kept vague up to now, and get ahead on his writing, for Sisterly Combat, too. So his publishing pace didn't slacken when it mattered most. What are you talking about? Itsuki lashed back. I want to announce something new while we've got that momentum from the anime, and of course I'm gonna make Sisterly more exciting than ever, too. I want the world to know more than just All About. I want them to know there's this guy Itsuki Hashima out there, conjuring up all this stuff. Yeah. He had a point. Launching a new series right when another series from the same author was enjoying hype from its anime version was an effective business strategy. I guess you actually do think, huh? Itsuki winced at Toki. What's that supposed to mean? Toki sighed. Well, if that's your line of thought, I'm not gonna stop you from brainstorming new ideas. But are you sure you got this? Because I know you're aware, but moving 3 different series along while handling all the work for the adaptations isn't exactly easy. I've totally got this, shouted Itsuki with a self-confident smile. As long as my love for my little sister keeps burning, there's no such thing as impossible. Except you don't have one. Toki rolled his eyes. But you're not wrong. As long as you've got your crazy yen for that rope, maybe there really is nothing stopping you. As much as Itsuki's obsession made even his own editor take a step back. He was an established novelist with a following dedicated enough to finally score him an anime adaptation, and Toki had to admit it, he was really something. Plus, Toki was truly glad for one other thing. Thank heavens he doesn't really have a little sister. June 6th. Today, June 6th. Marked Itsuki Hashima's 21st birthday. Last month, his little circle of friends held a surprise party for Mako Shirakawa's birthday. However, given that Itsuki and his pals almost always had their get-togethers at his apartment, there wasn't much chance to set up a surprise anything for him, so they all decided to just do what they always did. The kotatsu table was filled with Itsuki's favorites, shrimp and chili sauce, some of Chihiro's patented North meets South spring rolls, seafood fried rice, and the entire room was filled with mouth-watering aromas. But today, they were all celebrating more than just another year checked off Itsuki's life. Happy birthday and anime series, Itsuki. Congrats. Nayuta was the first to toast his good fortune, followed by Haruto, Mako, and Chihiro in unison. Bahaha. Thank you, everyone. Cheers to the first steps into a new era of my life. He gulped down his beer, spirits high. It was Goud and Carolus Cuvée van der Keyser Red, a special ale for a special occasion, and one he had last sampled when they were all here to watch episode 1 of Haruto Fuwa's Chevalier of the Absolute World. That night, sadly, resulted mostly in regret, but tonight was different. They were just toasting to the news itself. There was nothing to rate and berate yet. For damn, this Kaiser Red's good. Haruto smiled and gulped down his own glass, as if trying to dilute his bitter memories. In addition to the 5 people surrounding the table, there were 2 others, tax accountant Ashley Ono and editor Kenjaro Toki. Having 7 people in a fairly budget-conscious apartment made things crowded, forcing Ashley to seat herself quietly on the bed and Toki to lean against the door frame between the living room and kitchen. Ashley flashed an eerie smile. Tee-hee-hee. Now you'll have more income than ever before, Itsuki. Time for your accountant to show you what she's really made of. Yeah, I can't believe something my own brother made is gonna be on TV. That's so cool. It sure is, chimed in Mako. I guess even a sister-obsessed deviant like him's pretty amazing if he can pull that off. Hee. Snickered Nayuta to the side, glugging down her root beer and acting a little elated herself. I can't wait to get a taste of Itsuki's new, improved 21-year-old dick. Despite not imbibing any alcohol, Nayuta always had a habit of acting a bit unsteady, as if she'd had a few too many. Ever since Itsuki had wrapped up the manuscript for All About My Little Sister Volume 4, the trend had grown even stronger. Mako ventured in an attempt to change the subject. So how does it feel to get an anime? Itsuki's face turned serious. Well, this just, fell into my lap, so I can't get too excited about it. He curled the edges of his lips up for the admiring Mako. Hey, I mean, it's all just a bunch of coincidences. Just one of those things. I was chosen by this era, if you will, huh? Hey, a chosen one, designated to shoulder a vast destiny by pure happenstance. I must remain strong and modest. I can't let myself get carried away. I must fulfill the fate meted out to me. Hey. Wow, shut up. Sorry I ever gave you a compliment. Itsuki. Mako and Chihiro gave each other exasperated stares as the not at all modest Itsuki lost himself in his nefarious laughter. Yeah, that's the spirit, Itsuki. You're the torchbearer for a new generation, a savior for the world of entertainment. Literary history's gonna be divided into pre-Hashima and post-Hashima eras from now on. He. Quite true, Nayuta. He's the golden boy of our generation. We've finally found someone who can put Shakespeare where he deserves, in the past. Ha. That's right. Keep it going. But let's not stick me with a nickname that'll make me feel like I'm gonna get arrested, okay? I got a rep to maintain. Itsuki's laughter grew even louder at Nayuta's and Ashley's goading. But even as they and the rest of the room smiled and carried on, Toki looked oddly depressed over something. He half growled at Itsuki. This was supposed to be a secret between you, me, and the editors until the official announcement. How many goddamn people did you tell anyway? Itsuki just breezily smiled back. Don't get so worked up. I didn't say anything on a blog or Twitter or anything. You could at last pretend to be sorry. Haruto grinned at Toki as furrows appeared between the editor's eyebrows. Yeah, I was so excited when my anime got confirmed that I kinda told Itsuki, too. So you too, Fuwa? Well, it's not like that's unusual, I guess. I understand it, but aside. I suppose most writers tell someone, at least, the moment they hear about the anime. I get why, but it's not an uncommon sight on Twitter for someone to announce the anime version of their own novel series and for other authors to retweet with abandon and send congratulatory replies. But, more often than not, those authors were already aware of the news quite a while ago. To put it another way, if they didn't know about it until the official announcement, the resulting jealousy and envy would make it impossible to send any sort of well wishes at all. Receiving advance word grants them time to clear their minds, compose themselves, and offer blatantly false congratulations on social media. This reflects the personal opinion of the author and does not represent the official position of his publisher. Wahaha. Exactly. No novelist is ever gonna hide the secret, so don't worry about it. Itsuki cried with a smile, See? The way you bite back at me without a single trace of regret. That's what pisses me off." Toki wailed before consuming the remainder of his drink in one gulp. Hey. Itsuki took the hint and picked up Toki's glass to refill it. "Well, Ken, I hope you'll be my editor for volumes and volumes to come." PFFT. "You wish you could get rid of me." Toki grabbed Itsuki's glass to top him off. "In return, just remember, you're gonna be busier than ever from here on in. You better be prepared." "You know," Mako observed as she watched all this, "they bicker constantly, but Itsuki and Mr. Toki have a pretty good relationship, don't they?" "I wonder if every author-editor collab is like that." Haruto replied first. "I've never really been that buddy-buddy with my editor. We're still pretty formal with each other." "Yeah, same with mine," added Nayuta. "I mean, we hardly even meet up much at all. This place being right by the editorial office helps, but I'd say it's pretty rare for an editor like Mr. Toki to show up at one of his author's birthday parties." "Wow, really?" Mako asked, nodding. "Were you interested in becoming an editor, Mako?" Haruto asked. Maybe a little." "Oh, I hope you do," said Nayuta, eyes shining. "If you could be my editor, Maya, that would be so awesome." Mako smiled. "Yeah, but the market for publishing jobs is, like, super competitive, isn't it? I don't know if I'd even have a chance." "Ooh, yeah," Haruto said, stealing a glance at Toki. "A few of my college classmates applied at publishers, but I think all of them got turned down. The way I heard it, they only hire the best of the best from the top universities. Supposedly, anyway." The best of the best in the room was now loudly arguing with Itsuki, very quickly letting the alcohol take him. "I told you, the ideas you're throwing at me lately are just... I mean, you've got the little sister cutessiness going for you, but your stuff is getting totally deviant." So you mean it's transcending all boundaries of the genre? Ha. "Glad to see we're in agreement." "That's not a compliment. The sisters you're depicting in your work lately are no longer sisters as defined by conventional wisdom. There's something sinister, repulsive." "What? How dare you call my sisters repulsive?" "You're the one who paid for time with that lady at the sex shop who looked like some deep-sea hag straight out of the palace of the Dragon King." Don't remind me of that, you ass." "I paid so much money for that deep-sea hag who looked nothing like the photo, and they told me I couldn't swap out for another woman, so I just sat there on the mat staring into space and waiting for time to go by. Do you have any idea how that feels?" "No, I don't, Damas." "It's your fault for going to places like that." "Don't dismiss them out of hand just because you've never been to one, you hyper-virgin novelist." "Here, let me take you to one for your 21st birthday present." "Whoa, hell no, absolutely not." "Oh, don't be a wimp." "They're nice." Assuming you go to a decent place. "Like the one in Shibuya I'm a member of." "Shut up. I don't wanna hear about it." "Well, if you're too embarrassed to go right into a soapland type place, you could visit a Sentai first." "A what?" "A Sentai." "You know, the two characters for Wash and Body. Basically, you go there, and this girl washes you up." "That's still basically a sex shop, isn't it?" "No. You're not going there to get off, you're there to get cleaned up and feel good while you... Why, you know, I could probably sue you right now for sexual harassment, right, you deep-sea diving editorial garbage?" "I didn't choose to go deep-sea diving. I just didn't want the money to go to waste, so I tried to use up as much of the time as possible." Mako, Nayuta, and Haruto watched with cold, composed eyes as this high-volume exercise in vulgarity unfolded. "Gross." "We've got a minor here, guys." "So that's the best of the best? A top college grad who fended off all the competition?" "I hope Ken's dick falls off." "Hey, you know, being an editor's a hard job. And Itsuki isn't the only problem child Mr. Toki has to deal with, so you know, I think we should allow him to let off a little steam when he's drunk. Besides, there are lots of total assholes out there who still do a great job in their work." "Your academic history doesn't say anything about your personality, so..." "You're being kind of harsh, too, aren't you, Fuwa?" Then they fell silent, watching Toki passionately lecture Itsuki on all manner of unsavory things, as if the three of them were on a field trip to the local landfill. After all the food and drink were thoroughly enjoyed, the attendees each gave Itsuki their birthday presents. Haruto's was a body pillow cover with a little sister anime character on it, the front depicting her smiling in a maid outfit and the back showing her in the same dress, except with about 80% of it ripped off her body. No nipples were drawn in, which may have been why the character looked slightly embarrassed, but vaguely happy if you looked at her the right way. Say, did this maybe come as a pre-order bonus for a porn game or something? Haruto flashed a slightly distressed smile. Yeah, so? This isn't a character I like, so I don't need it. But I can't bring myself to throw it out. This way I'm rid of it, and you've got another piece of collectible sister merchandise. It's a win-win, right? I don't know anything about this, Itsuki said as he dubiously regarded the half-naked character, filing away the game's title in his mind for potential purchase. Mako's gift was a coffee mug with a Chinese character for little sister written on it. I found it at the home goods store, she explained, so I thought you'd like it. It was kind of embarrassing to bring it to the register. I hope you appreciate it. Why yeah, Itsuki ventured as he looked at it. I know I can love pretty much any character if they're written up to be someone's little sister. But I don't know if I can feel the same way about the word itself. I feel like I'm being tested to see if I can reach even newer, unexplored realms. Chihiro, meanwhile, gave him a t-shirt with a hip-hop art illustration of an owl. Whoa. This is neat. I'm glad you like it, Chihiro bashfully replied. This is pretty good material. Did it cost a lot, as teas go? Well, Dad wanted to buy you a present, so he gave me some money to work with. The confession made Itsuki wince for just a moment. Oh, he mumbled, his lips turning into an upside-down V. By the way, why a t-shirt? Did I mention wanting one? Chihiro looked up at him, feeling a bit awkward at how obviously keen Itsuki was to change the subject. Don't be mad, okay? What do you mean by that? Chihiro faltered. I wanted something you could wear in public and wouldn't make me embarrassed to be with you. So when we went to the aquarium, did you spend the whole time thinking, God, I can't believe I have to hang with this guy and his gross-ass t-shirt? Just a little. But it was fine. If Chihiro was attempting to alleviate the shock of the news, he failed. It wasn't like I couldn't deal with it. I mean, once you get used to it, it's no problem at all. Couldn't deal with. Get used to? Really, it's totally fine. I wear this track jacket all the time, too, so it's not like I'm one to judge. Yeah. Well. Unlike you, I'm not enough of a stud that I can even make a tracksuit look fashionable. I guess I'll make sure not to walk next to you from now on. Itsuki. Sadness clouded Chihiro's eyes as he took in Itsuki's peeved reaction. But Itsuki just laughed it off. I'm just kidding. How about we go clothes shopping together sometime? Yeah, sure. Definitely. Itsuki smiled as his brother's face lit back up. Right. So, as promised, I got you a stone. Or I was gonna give you one, but I found this instead. Inside the bag Nayuta provided, tied up in a festive ribbon, there was a single SD card. It made Itsuki's eyes open wide. Oh, no way, is this? Nayuta was fresh from writing an entire novel for Mako's birthday last month. So had she repeated that trick again? For Itsuki, it contains an assortment of X-rated selfies. Not all of them are really in focus, but you'll find some full nudes in there, too. /. Nayuta's cheeks reddened as she fidgeted in her seat. Itsuki greeted this with a completely blank expression, then a sigh that sounded like it rose up from the depths of his very soul. What's with that reaction? Nothing. Thank you very much, Kaneko. I'll cherish this forever and ever. Nayuta said as Itsuki recited his thanks like a robot. In that case, I'll take this back and give you a slim tone later. Then, in a single motion, she snatched the SD card right out of Itsuki's hand. Oh, and Nayuta, of course, keenly noticed that ever so slight look of regret that crossed his face for an instant. "What's this?" "Second thoughts, Itsuki." No. She grinned ear to ear at the now blushing Itsuki. "If you want to see porn of me, all you have to do is ask, you know." "Here, don't you want this?" "You should see the shameless stuff I'm doing in some of these pics." No, I don't need it. I'd want a slender, like, 100 times more." "Are you sure?" "It's not healthy to bottle up your desires, you know." "Come on, it's full of all the brazen 18-year-old smut you crave, you know." "Pretty useful stuff, don't you think?" She dangled the memory card in front of his face, taunting him with it. Then Itsuki suddenly grew stern. "Is that so?" "Well, if you're going to go that far, then I'll gladly accept it." "Huh?" Nayuta paused, eyes wide open. "What's wrong, Kaneko?" "I said I'll take the SD card." "Hand it over." Are you serious?" Now she was wavering. The supreme confidence of a moment ago vanished. Itsuki nodded. "Of course I'm serious." It only made Nayuta's face redder. This is seriously hardcore stuff, okay? I mean, I'm doing things in them that I'm not sure I can talk about in front of people." "Oh really?" "Well, after all that effort you must have put in, I sure as hell gotta use them, don't I?" Use my porn." Her eyes pleaded upward at him, sweat beading on her forehead, as Itsuki nodded, bright red but completely in earnest. "So hand it over, Kaneko." "Give me your perverted SD card full of pictures of you at your most shamelessly pornographic." "Now, what's the problem? Weren't you giving that to me?" But I'm starting to think that maybe this'll create a lot of problems for me." "Problems?" I mean, you've heard all the stories about revenge porn lately." It'd really suck if you did that to me and stuff." "And you really think I'm the kind of person who'd do that?" "I'm not saying that, but Nayuta stared into space for a minute, attempting with every fiber of her body to gingerly present the SD card to Itsuki. I can't do this yet." Then, with a half scream, she snapped the card in two with both hands. In another moment, she was sitting back by the kotatsu table, using the comforter covering it to hide half her face in shame. "Geez, why are you coming at me so vigorously today?" "If you couldn't take your own medicine, Nayuta, you shouldn't have tried in the first place." Itsuki rolled his eyes, then breathed a slight sigh of relief. For him, actually obtaining a cache of Nayuta porn would have left him at a loss for how to handle it. "Do I want sexy photos of the girl I like?" "Of course I do." "I do, but if I had them within arm's reach all day, I'd agonize over it so much that I'm sure it'd affect my work." "This is so ridiculous," muttered Haruto, eyes scornful as he watched it all unfold. "It sure is," Mako added, a plethora of emotions on her face. That just left Toki's and Ashley's presence, but Toki was already hammered, arms around his knees and snoring, fully clothed, in the empty bathtub, so they all let him be. As for Ashley, sadly, "I've forgotten to bring a present, but she thought for a moment. Then, without warning, she took off the socks she had on, pointed her bare feet at Itsuki from his bed, and started twirling a sock with her hand. "Which do you like more, socks, or bare feet, big brother?" Itsuki swallowed. Which do I like? I can either give you these freshly removed socks, or I can let you lick my feet." "Wah, tee-hee-hee." "What'll it be, big bro? A little sister's socks, or her feet?" Talk about a diabolical choice. "Keep it together, Itsuki." "That's not your little sister. She's just some 32-year-old gra." Never mind." Haruto fell silent at Ashley's cold, resentful eyes. Itsuki opted for the socks. After the presents, the group had birthday cake to round out the event. Nayuta, Mako, Chihiro, and Ashley all went home, leaving Itsuki and Haruto alone in the apartment, save for the sleeping Toki in the bathroom. They quickly settled down to drinking beer and nibbling on the leftovers. "Hope the All About anime turns out okay," Haruto blurted out. "Yeah." Itsuki nodded, softly replying through gritted teeth. a far cry from the pepped-up guffawing of the party. To him, scoring an anime adaptation was something worthy of sincere celebration. It was, but also, it was a cause for anxiety. It always would be. Congratulations, Itsuki. It's been decided that All About My Little Sister will be getting an anime adaptation. He couldn't help but recall when he'd first heard the news from Toki. Huh? He dully replied at first, unable to grasp his editor's meaning. We're making an anime, an all-about anime, ... Really? Really? An anime? He rolled the word around in his mind. Hey. A smile naturally rose to his lips. Hey. Bah ha 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 ha. I see. Now I'm finally part of the author behind the anime family. Ha 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 ha. Let me just say. Toki's voice was tense, raining on Itsuki's personal parade. There's something else I was wavering about telling you. But judging by your reaction, I guess I might as well. Oh? What is it? This anime project was originally gonna be based on another novel series. Itsuki's face turned grim. This romantic comedy that's also released on our label. But just when they were about to draw up the contract, a new volume in the series came out, and sales just fell off a cliff. Toki paused. Itsuki had an idea of what series he was talking about, but that wasn't important. He silently waited for him to continue. So, you know, even if we did animate it, there's practically no hope of it being a success. But the thing is, we're already so far along with arrangements between all the companies involved that if we scrapped the project at this point, it'd be an obstacle for all our other anime projects going forward. So All About was selected as a substitute because it's still kinda popular, just not as much as that one? Toki nodded. If anything was gonna get the anime treatment, Itsuki slowly, ponderingly observed, I figured it would have been sisterly combat first, so that's kind of a surprise, but neat. So as I said, Toki continued in his business-like manner, this anime project kicked off with another novel as its subject, so we pretty much have all the partners set in stone. The partners? The sponsors, the network, the production company, that kind of thing. The production committee, as they call it. Who's in that committee affects the staff, the cast, the artists singing the opening theme, the budget, what we're allowed to depict and not depict. A million different things. So, I just want to be sure you realize that these partners originally came together for another series, not for All About. As a result, you may not agree with all of the people involved. I mean, really, it might be safe to say that almost nothing's gonna turn out how you're thinking. Just wanted to temper your expectations with that. And I said that we've decided to produce an anime version, but actually I mean, technically speaking, it isn't 100% greenlit yet. What? That's because we need your consent as the original author. Without that, we can't officially kick this thing off. To put it another way. Toki looked straight into Itsuki's eyes. What I'm trying to say is, you still have the right to turn this down. The emotion in his eyes was the pinnacle of sincerity. This was absolutely not the sort of advice an editor would normally give their author. If the publisher had already decided to move along with an anime series, it was the job of rank-and-file editor Toki to coax the original creator into being part of the team. You saw what happened with Fuwa and Chevalier. You know that an anime isn't always a good thing for you. In fact, there are a lot of creators who, directly or indirectly, got steamrolled by their anime adaptation. With this project in particular, there's a higher risk compared to your typical anime that things will turn out different from what you're hoping for. But if you're still, let's do it. Before Toki could finish, Itsuki had given his reply, the will clear in his voice, his eyes locked with his editor's. Out of curiosity, he then asked Toki, if I said no to the anime, what then? Probably we would have just gone with another rom-com, like Iruk or York-Hazgimi, came the blunt reply. Both of these had about as much name brand value as All About. So I guess I was always replaceable? Itsuki half-whispered, his voice strained. Then he flashed a defiant, irascible smile. Well, bring it, Huh? Let's get the all-about anime moving as fast as we can. No matter how it turns out, it's gonna be an experience I'd never have otherwise. I think I wanna see what Haruto saw. What a certain someone else saw. I gotta see it. Maybe I'm expendable right now. Maybe they could replace me easily enough. But if I'm gonna get ahead, I need this. All right. Toki let out a soft, distressed sigh, then gave Itsuki a light-hearted smile. So be it. As your editor, I'll follow you all the way down to hell. Hey, I'll be counting on you. With that, Itsuki gave him a brazen laugh of his own. That marked the official launch of the All About My Little Sister anime, and, really, the moment he heard the news, Itsuki was in no way capable of rational thought. But after Toki left his apartment, night turned into day, and even more days passed after that, and then the excitement in his mind became dwarfed by his anxiety. Over the past few days, he had been deliberately trying to act as fired up and enthusiastic as he could, in part to hide this, but no matter how much he carried on in front of Chihiro and Mako and Ashley and Toki and Nayuta, he couldn't mask the tension in his mind. Only with Haruto, whose own anime adaptation was a currently unfolding disaster, could he honestly reveal his concerns. I wanted to be good. Like, seriously. Every part of me does, Haruto emphasized again. Do you really? What do you mean by that? Like, even if All About turns into this incredible series, your Chevalier animes all like that. Oh, so you think I'll be too frustrated or jealous to really celebrate it if your anime succeeds, because mine was a piece of shit? Itsuki lightly nodded. Yeah. Haruto gave this a light chuckle. Well, of course I will. There was something almost refreshing to his voice. I guess so. Huh? Yeah. Well, I can't really say until that happens, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be so frustrated and jealous, I won't know what to do with myself. Like, why did mine have to be like that but yours got to be like this, you know? But I do want it to be good. Not just All About, either. I want all the creators and fans of the novels and manga and games that get put through the media mix ringer to be happy. I want Chevalier of the Absolute World to be the last sad example of an anime version that didn't work out. Not that it's gonna happen, obviously. There's gonna be lots more shitty media mix projects ahead for us, I'm sure, and they're gonna break the creators' hearts and disappoint all their fans. But in Haruto's opinion, he ought to be allowed to at least hope for the alternative. He should be allowed to at least dream of an incredible future ahead, one where every series, every creator and staff member and fan, could find happiness. For Haruto, subjected to all manner of thoughtless slander on a weekly basis after every anime episode, that was what he truly yearned for. Itsuki listened silently, sternly, to all of this. Then, in a whisper, "You're a good guy." "Yeah, ain't I?" Haruto laughed, hiding his embarrassment as he took the last few swigs of beer from his glass. Itsuki fell asleep soon after Haruto left. Kenjiro Toki would report to the office the next morning in a wrinkled, beer-scented business suit, his joints aching from sleeping in his author's bathtub overnight. But this sort of thing happens with editors all the time, so nobody yelled at him about it. Meanwhile, back at our hotel, Nayuta Kani was busy stripping off all her clothes, collapsing into bed, and writhing around. I can't believe this. She had tried to give Itsuki an SD card full of homegrown smut for his birthday, but she got so embarrassed over it that she destroyed it in front of his face. When it came to Itsuki, she didn't much mind what kind of vulgar bits of herself she showed off. She sincerely thought that having him jerk off to her naked body would make her happy. But right when push came to shove, she chickened out. It just came out of nowhere. 2 weeks ago, when Itsuki and Nayuta were both fresh off deadlines, they had joined Haruto in a game of Once Upon a Time at Itsuki's place. Soon after, she fell asleep in Itsuki's bed, unable to stay awake any longer. But it wasn't a very deep sleep, apparently, and Itsuki's and Haruto's voices had awoken her. She was still groggy at first, most of the conversation going straight over her head, but, All right, I'll admit it. I like Kaneko. Those two simple sentences were enough to banish all fatigue from her mind. Itsuki, as he had described it, had a huge thing for Nayuta after all. He loved her, but he didn't want to act on it yet, because he still wasn't on the same level as her. Someday, when the two of them were on equal footing as authors, he would finally admit the truth to her. Hearing that made Nayuta feel like her body was going to catch fire. She had long known that Itsuki wasn't some cartoonishly narcissistic, incest-loving, little sister-obsessed FK, that he had something burning deep within him, but she didn't think his feelings about her, as an author, and as a woman, were that strong. She had loved him ever since his first published book and come to love him more now that she knew him personally. The more she learned about him, the more it amplified her romantic feelings. And now she knew those feelings were mutual. Nothing could have made her happier. The fact they couldn't be an official couple right now irritated her, but the futile sincerity behind his feelings was darling to her. I'm not really anything yet, but when I become a protagonist on an even level with Kaneko, then I'm gonna tell her that I love her. And I know it's not fair to her, but I need her to wait until then. Nayuta didn't have an accurate gauge of Itsuki's feelings. To her, Itsuki had been an irreplaceable talent, a giant among wannabe authors. From the very beginning, she went professional because of how much she looked up to him. She loved everything he wrote. She never thought of herself as better than him, and she had never even compared her skill as a novelist to his. She could be sure, however, that whatever feelings he had for her, they definitely factored in Nayuta Kani as a novelist. If Nayuta deliberately phoned it in for a new series, let it fail, and then told Itsuki all right, we're equal now, it'd do nothing but disappoint him. He'd probably get genuinely angry with her. In order to be the one Itsuki loved, Nayuta Kani had to advance and improve. As an author, she could do nothing less than her absolute best. But simply standing there and waiting for Itsuki to confess his love to her was too painful to endure, so she kept actively searching for ways to melt the ice surrounding his heart. If their feelings were truly mutual, she ought to be safe with taking more extreme measures in her gambits. Thus went the thought behind that sexy SD card, but she wimped out at the last moment. So the naked Nayuta let out a lonesome sigh as a finger reached down toward her abdomen. NNH.HHH. I love you, Itsuki. I want you, Itsuki. I want you to ruin me. So she went on, releasing her passion while consumed by the fantasy of being ravaged by the throbbing, 50-foot-long, 8-headed carpet python of a penis lurking between Itsuki's legs. The manga version. It was another afternoon at Itsuki's place, the host goofing around in his apartment with Haruto and Nayuta a few days after his birthday party, when Kenjiro Toki stepped in for a visit. What brings you here today? Itsuki furtively asked. Toki responded by taking a sheaf of clipped-together paper out of a bag with the publisher logo on it and placing it on the kotatsu table. What's that? Some samples from the artists we're considering to handle the all-about manga version. Manga version. Haruto and Nayuta murmured their rows of curious interest, and their attention turned toward the sample sheets as Itsuki's own eyes widened. The process of comicalization, a made-up English-language term, was straightforward. Take a novel and then make it into a manga. It was common for popular novels to receive this treatment as part of the adaptation blitz. Many recent ones, including The Hentai Prince and The Stony Cat, The Sacred Blacksmith, and Ranobibu, Light Novel Club, were high-quality productions in their own right, and some adaptations had even sold better than the original novels. You also saw cases like Haganai where the comic version not only scored high with Japanese audiences but proved a hit overseas as well, thanks to Itachi's manga illustrations striking a chord with American comics culture. Over there, Haganai was better known for its manga than the novels or anime. It showed that the comicalization process held an important role in the international manga scene, much more than just another cash-in to please fans of the original story. The publisher Itsuki and his friends contributed to had a monthly manga magazine called Comic Gifted, the home for serialized comic versions of Haruto Fuwa's Chevalier and other popular in-house novel series. Itsuki's own titles were all popular enough to merit manga projects as well, but the timing and other issues hadn't quite all come together for them yet. With the anime project underway, though, a manga version was the perfect way to push the brand even more. So Toki and the Gifted editorial staff wrote up a list of candidates to handle the comic, having each of them design the character's visual look and draw up a few sample scenes. That's what was in the stack of paper on the table. I emailed all this to Hoshimo, and he already replied to me. You, him, and the editorial team need to agree on an artist, and then the manga will kick off. Hoshimo was the illustrator for the All About novels, an artist well known for his masterful depictions of the naked body. He lived far away enough that Itsuki never met him in person, but he was great at keeping a decent work schedule. He always stuck to his deadlines, and his quality was consistent, which made his talents widely sought after in the business. Itsuki nervously picked up the sheets and unclipped them. We've narrowed it down to 4 candidates, Toki explained as Itsuki began peering at the samples. The first one's put up a lot of web manga on his personal site, and he's gonna have a book of it published soon. He's popular enough that it'd create a lot of buzz you both can benefit from. His character design seemed a little oversimplified to Itsuki compared to the original novel illustrations, but the energy in the sample scenes attracted his attention. For story sections where the protagonist was doing all kinds of silly nonsense for the sake of his sister, it was perfect. Can we look, too? Haruto asked. Oh, yeah. You and Kani have been reading All About, too, haven't you? Nayuta triumphantly bragged. I've read everything Itsuki has ever written. Trust me, I'm the biggest fan of his original work in the universe. Well, Toki said, feel free to provide your feedback as fans. Then Haruto and Nayuta peeked at the sheets from behind Itsuki, kinda phoning it in with the designs. Don't you think? I like the composition, though. It ought to work fine for the manga, wouldn't it? If the women aren't cute enough, though, I'm not sure that's gonna work for a romantic comedy. It sounded like Nayuta and Haruto shared Itsuki's impressions. It's not bad, but let's treat it as a backup, he said as he put candidate one's pages on the tabletop. Okay, the next one is a popular contributor to art sites. He follows Hoshimo online, and out of all the candidates, his style's closest to the original art. Oh, that is pretty good art. Yeah, totally Hoshimo. Cute girls, too. As a manga, though, it's kind of hard to read, Itsuki said. Nayuta and Haruto murmured their agreement. Drawing each panel of the manga in the exact style of the original novel illustrations was fine and all, but the panels didn't flow well, and it didn't feel like there was any energy behind the character's actions. He really is a good artist, though. Maybe it could work if you had someone else storyboard the panels, then he did the finished art. You know, like with Kurenai. Yeah. To the back burner he went. Number 3's a new guy who won a manga-rookie competition. He's already had a one-off story published in Gifted, and the reader feedback was pretty good. Oh, huh? They looked at the candidates' character designs as they listened to Toki, and what they saw made all of them voice their confusion at once. The hair, eyes, and other primary characteristics were all there, but the designs had been remixed to the point that you wouldn't believe it was All About unless you were told so. But let go of your preconceptions, and they were unique, attractive, and had even more appeal than Hoshimo's own designs. The sample manga pages gave the same impression, bold in design and structure, but easy to read and well thought out. Simply look at one page, and something in you said, well, this manga looks kinda neat. But, it's just not all about, you know. They were already different characters at the design stage, and that applied even more in the sample manga. They didn't even speak the same way. Itsuki and Toki gave each other confused grins over it. Well, you know, this guy definitely has talent, as long as you keep him on a short leash as the novelist. He ought to do fine for you. Itsuki was at an impasse. As a manga, it was definitely eye-catching. If he went with this guy, the comic could wind up becoming even more popular than the novels. But would it really be a manga version at all or something completely different? Said Nayuta. Even I can tell that this manga artist has a ton of talent, but do you think he really wants to adapt this series at all? The room fell silent for a few seconds before Toki spoke up. I was told he wanted to debut his own series, but the gifted edit team wants to start him with an adaptation project first so that he can get used to a regular production schedule. Itsuki scowled. Well, if it results in a good manga, I don't really care what editorial's motivations are. But I dunno, I'm not too sure this artist really likes all about that much. The biggest issue Itsuki and Nayuta sensed from the samples was that, to put it bluntly, there just wasn't any love for the original. Instead, they saw an artist who clearly believed his own manga was God's gift to the industry. And it was pretty amazing. If it were an original series, it'd have tremendous allure. But this was a manga adaptation. It was fine for him to polish his skills and pursue his own unique style. Itsuki didn't even mind if the results didn't replicate the original very much. But as an author overseeing an adaptation like this, you at least wanted to be sure the artist enjoyed his work. To be honest, a troubled-looking Toki said with a smile, I agree. He ought to have a chance at an original series. I'll suggest that to his editor. Then Itsuki's attention turned toward candidate number 4, and the moment he saw the design for series protagonist Kazuma Akatsuki and his sister, Yakika, on the first page, his eyebrows arched up. Whoa! Page 2 featured the Unizaki siblings, the two main supporting characters, alongside Shirogan the owl, the series' comic relief mascot. On the next page stood the main cast's long-suffering teacher, their classmates, and the principal-vice-principal duo who served as antagonists. Itsuki spent a lengthy amount of time sizing up each of their designs. Was it an exact duplicate of Hoshimo's illustrations? Candidate 2's art was far closer. But while these designs reflected the artist's own personal style, they perfectly encapsulated what stood out with each character, brilliantly reworking each one to make them truly the creator's own. He could feel his emotions rise as he turned the page to peek at the manga sample. There, before his eyes, he found the cast of All About Come Alive. This character totally runs like this when he's in a hurry. This character tenses her body up like this when she's shouting. This character contorts his face like this when something surprises him. When this character's laughing, the rest of her body is doing this. Not only did this art faithfully recreate how Itsuki described the action in his books, even all the little details that he didn't put into text seemed totally natural to him. They were all living, breathing people, each with their own unique look and personality quirks. The little sister characters in particular, Yakiko Akatsuki and Yukiko Unizaki, practically jumped off the page. The backgrounds and minor characters were all done up in excellent quality, but even more effort had clearly been expended on the sisters, making it clear who were the most important people in the story. It shared more than a few things in common with Itsuki's style, which devoted special care to how the girls were described in the novels. Wow! Who is this? Itsuki found himself blinking rapidly, feeling something warm welling up from behind his eyeballs. The emotion he felt ran deep. It was amazing to think that anyone besides Hoshimo the illustrator could so flawlessly express the world of his story. Wow, neat. As Nayuta and Haruto gawked at the sheets, Toki explained. The fourth one is a college student who cold called the manga edit team 3 or so months ago. She's totally new, no work in the fandom, nothing published in other magazines. Apparently she's into the little sister theme, too, and she's read all of Itsuki's work, so the team brought up the idea of giving her the All About adaptation. But really, we had no idea she had this in her. I see. So is this editorial's pick? Yeah, this one. And Hoshimo agreed with them, too. Itsuki cracked a soft smile. Great. Well, I guess we're all in agreement. I'm not so sure about having a college girl working on it, but no, I wouldn't hesitate to leave All About in her hands. Haruto laughed at Nayuta's sudden bout of haughtiness. Good thing you found the right artist, though. Huh? Seriously? And that was that. She wrote under the pen name Kaiko Makuniyama, a 20-year-old college student and newbie manga artist who loved Little Sister stories and clearly had vast wells of talent to tap. Having such an outstanding artist handle this manga filled Itsuki with delight, because at this point, he had no idea of the storm he was in for. FaceTime. It was early in the afternoon, 3 days after the group picked Kaiko Makuniyama to draw the manga version of All About My Little Sister, and Itsuki Hashima and Kenjiro Toki had just reached a cafe where they were slated to meet with their new artist. They didn't have to wait long before a couple, a man and woman, were seated across the table from them. Itsuki was familiar with one of them, a pudgy man in his mid-30s. His name was Kihei Tokuyama, and he did manga editing for Comic Gifted magazine. The other one had to be Kaiko. She looked close in age to Itsuki, a gentle sort of stereotypically Japanese beauty with striking long black hair. Her face was tensed up a bit. She must have been nervous, making her look a bit like a timid forest creature. Her clothing was loose, comfortable, and mostly white in color, and while that made it hard to tell, she had a fairly ample chest. On her head was an Alice-style hairband with a large ribbon on it, lending a bit of a childish look to this girl of nearly 20, but it worked well with the rich girl look she otherwise exuded. Nice seeing you again, Mr. Hashima, Tokuyama began. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to see us. Miss Makuniyama, let me introduce you guys. This is Itsuki Hashima, the original creator. That struck home with Itsuki. No longer would he just be a novelist, now he was a creator, the mastermind behind what would soon become a world depicted in multiple forms of media. Nice to meet you, Kaiko said, her voice ringing like a pristine bell as she presented a business card to him. It was white with lots of ribbons drawn all over it. Kaiko Makuniyama, manga artist, written in rather small print alongside her email address. The pleasure's all mine, Itsuki said, a bit nervous as he provided his own card. His was done up with a yellow font over a plain black background, with Itsuki Hashima, novelist, right in the middle and his email, phone number, and address below that. The other side had a list of his previously published work. So, Tokuyama continued once they exchanged cards, as you know, we've decided to launch a manga version of All About My Little Sister, so you'll probably be seeing quite a bit of us going forward, Mr. Hashima. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Itsuki nodded at him and Kaiko as they both gave him a polite bow of the head. So today, I just wanted the original creator to get acquainted with Miss Makuniyama and, you know, throw around any questions and advice you might have for each other. Itsuki and Kaiko turned to look at each other. When their eyes met, Kaiko averted hers, blushing a little. There was something sweet about it, nothing at all like Nayuta or Mark or Ashley or the other women in his life, and it shook his composure a little. He began to doubt himself. Was this mature, sensible-looking, beautiful woman really capable of adapting the world of All About into manga? His world full of ridiculous situations and a never-ending stream of adult-oriented humor? The samples she gave him were flawless, but, Mr. Hashima? She said first, peering up at him. What did you think about my manga? I'd appreciate it if you could give me your honest feedback. Well, honestly, I thought it was perfect. Nothing wrong with it at all. Really? Kaiko asked, her lack of self-confidence readily apparent. Itsuki gave her a reassuring nod. Really? This is from a guy who's never afraid to voice his opinion, no matter how rude it is. So I think you can trust in that, interjected Toki. I'm not rude, Itsuki shot back with a glare. But, yeah, the character designs were perfect, and I couldn't ask for better quality as a manga. I loved how cute Akiko and Yukiko were in particular. The encouragement made Kaiko's face blossom with a smile like a spring flower. "It's an honor to hear that. I put a lot of work into those two, so I could be sure they'd express as much of the deep love you have for them as possible." Itsuki's eyebrows shot up. "Huh? So you noticed the extra effort I put into depicting them, huh?" "Oh, of course. I really admire the love you have for them. Or, really, for all the little sisters in your work." The way you described Akika's toes as she was going up the stairs barefoot in Volume 4. I was just in awe. I didn't think you'd bring up that scene. He had put a ton of effort into writing the scene Kaiko referenced, even though Toki derided it as pointlessly long and the online feedback was along the lines of "Yeah, Kazuma may have a sister complex, but seeing him stare at his sister's feet for that long is creepy." Even from the sample pages, he could tell, everything he thought was important in his stories, she picked up on. He couldn't wait to see what she'd do with that scene in manga form. "Speaking of which, I heard you were a fan of the little sister character as it's portrayed in novels like these." "As an artist? Oh please, I'm hardly an artist yet. I haven't even made my professional debut." "Just Kaiko is fine." The modest act flustered Itsuki a bit. "Oh, yeah, Itsuki works for me, Kaiko." Alright. Mr. Hashima. "This isn't an arranged marriage, guys," an exasperated Toki butted in. "So, Kaiko, what's your image of little sisters?" "Oh, right. Well, I'm an only child, but for a while now, I've always admired the idea of a girl who really adores her older brother like that. And as I started reading manga and novels with those characters, I guess I sort of fell in love with the concept, too." "I see. And with your work in particular, Mr. Hashima, it's so clear how much love you've poured into that idea. It just resonates with me, truly." "Yeah, you see a lot of authors who just kind of shoehorn a little sister as a bit player so they can pull in that audience, even if they don't care about them at all." Kaiko briskly nodded. "Exactly. But even when it's so obvious, I can't help but love those characters anyway. Just because it's a little sister we're talking about, you see?" "Oh, I totally get you. Even if it's like, man, I've seen this character like 30 times before, it's not like it's her fault. If anything, I start loving her out of pity or whatever." "That sounds so much like you, Mr. Hashima. Do you have any recent favorites along those lines, Kaiko?" "Outside of my work? I know this is kind of a popular answer, but maybe Sagiri from Eromanga Sensei." "Yes, she's a goddess on earth. If you want someone who creates really cute sisters that don't go down the same well-trodden path, nothing can beat Tsukasa Fushimi's books." "Yeah, and Kairino from Oimo. His previous work was pretty amazing, too." "Definitely. She's got this incredible balance, you know? Like, the way she's set up, you'd think the general reading public would be turned off, but she just wins you over eventually, you know?" "I'd love to meet Fushimi sometime and get some advice from him." "Also, I really love Shizuka from Chivalry of a Failed Knight." "Me too." That heroic young woman, giving her entire heart over to her brother. And then her brother, remained redacted for spoilers. Itsuki and Kaiko's little sister love fist continued unabated, leaving the two editors firmly in the dust. Tokuyama said with a wry smile, "We should probably wrap it up pretty soon." "Oh no." Kaiko snapped out of it, her cheeks still reddened from all the excitement of the conversation. "I kind of lost hold of myself." "I apologize." "Not at all." Itsuki laughed. "This is the first time I've talked to someone who can keep up with me on sisters like this." He looked her in the eye. "Now I know for sure, Kaiko Makuniyama, I feel totally safe in letting you take up all about my little sister. I hope you'll treat all my beloved little sisters with as much care as I did." Kaiko paused a moment, letting the words sink in. "Of course. I promise I won't let you down," she said with a fetching smile and a stern voice. "So, yeah, Kaiko was just this incredible person. With her on my side, I'm sure All About is gonna be the best goddamn comic adaptation ever." Mwahahahahaha. Oh well, good for you. Later that night, Itsuki was recounting his meeting with Kaiko Makuniyama to Nayuta, who had come over to his place for dinner. He went over every detail. Her prim, proper, refined atmosphere, unlike the other women in his life. The way she understood what made Itsuki's novels stick, and how much they had enjoyed discussing other novels in the genre. "I'm glad you had fun," a clearly miffed Nayuta replied. "What's wrong?" Itsuki asked, suspicious. "You aren't jealous of Kaiko, are you?" Nayuta nodded, her chin jutting out peevishly. Really?" Itsuki asked, already looking a little guilty. "I'm sure I love you a whole lot more than that, Itsuki." Hey. Itsuki immediately reddened. "Don't get the wrong idea. Kaiko loves my work, not me. But, I mean, honestly, I really can't keep up with all your little sister talk. Just because we've got that in common doesn't mean we're immediately gonna have feelings for each other." "All right, so you don't think anything at all about that Makuniyama girl?" No. Nayuta's reaction threw Itsuki for a loop. Why was she confronting him like a wife who had just discovered her husband was cheating on her? Maybe he and Nayuta did have feelings for each other, but they weren't dating or anything. "Really? You truly, honestly never felt a single pang of emotion for Makuniyama?" Well, if you're gonna phrase it like that. Itsuki began to sweat, his eyes averted. "I mean, she seemed kinda nice to me, yeah. But just that." Nayuta instantly wrinkled her nose. "I knew it." "What do you want?" "She's really pretty. Any man would notice." "Roar. Besides, even if I was head over heels for Kaiko at first sight, what's that matter to you?" "Nothing." "It matters a lot. I'm gonna be your future wife, Itsuki." "That future's never gonna happen," he boldly declared. "You don't have to be that forceful about denying it." Nayuta crossed her arms, pouting, and Itsuki could tell this actually was bumming her out a bit. "Okay, maybe not never. But I'm talking a 99.9% chance of no. So there's a 0.1% chance of us getting married?" "Wow, I mean, that's basically the same thing as 100%. Itsuki rolled his eyes. "How does that work?" "If something has a 0.1% chance of working in a manga or anime, that's a guaranteed sign it's gonna work." "That's a good point," Itsuki replied, convinced. "But that's still in the realm of fiction. If you want a future with a 0.1% chance of taking place and make that happen 100% of the time, you kinda have to be the hero of the story." To Nayuta, who had heard Itsuki complain loud and clear earlier about wanting to be the protagonist, this was Itsuki essentially saying, "Will you marry me?" To her. "Nah." Itsuki awkwardly stared at Nayuta as her face melted and cheeks turned pink as the ecstatic reverie washed over her. Manga artist versus illustrator. About a week after Kaiko Makuniyama met Itsuki, Toki arrived at his apartment with the rough draft of Chapter 1 of the All About My Little Sister manga, colloquially referred to as the name in Japanese. This draft provided the framework for the comic, similar to a plot outline for a novel. In adaptation projects like these, the original novelist usually did their checking with this draft, looking over the story flow and dialogue. Here's the draft for Chapter 1. Whoa. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Itsuki practically burst into paroxysms of joy as he accepted the printed out stack of paper and began to read. Failing to notice the rather taut expression on Toki's face. Every manga artist has a different approach to how detailed their name drafts are. Schedule lengths are another factor. Some of them are little more than the bare minimum of word balloons and panel layouts, while others are detailed enough to almost be submittable as is. Kaiko's draft was firmly in the latter camp, easily publishable in its current format. It was already even higher quality than what new artists usually submitted to competitions, showing just how enthusiastic she was for this project. Whoa. Man, oh man. She sure didn't let me down. Volume 1 of Itsuki's novel took approximately 20 pages to establish the main protagonist's traits and the story setting. Here, with a few changes in the dialogue and structure, Kaiko had done the same thing in several pages of vivid, fluid comic art. Right. With a nervous swallow, Itsuki turned to the next page. Now the manga was tackling the first major event of the story, where Akiko is struck by an attack of carnal desire while in the shower, and her elder brother Kazuma must give her his own blood to stop it. This wasn't just fan service, it represented how All About would grow and thrive as the immoral, silly rom-com that it was. It was illustrated with a color spread at the front of the Volume 1 novel, and Hoshima's wonderfully obscene depiction of the moment was vividly burned into the minds of its viewers, Itsuki included. It wouldn't be going too far to say that the manga's approach to this scene would be the make or break for it, the first demonstration of what this thing was truly made of, but I'm sure Kaiko did a great job, Itsuki thought, the expectation swelling in his mind, along with the tiniest sliver of trepidation, as he turned the page. And when Itsuki laid eyes upon the Akiko, drawn proudly across the entire page, his pupils shrank to 2 little pixels of shock. It made no sense. The face, its expression, was exquisitely done. He could practically hear her pained groaning, her seductive panting, in his ears. Her pale bare shoulders, arms, and thighs were nothing less than works of art. Every strand of dampened hair, every splash from the shower, every droplet coursing down her body, was drawn right in. The quality was amazing, easily good enough to use as a novel insert illustration. But, however, for some reason, this Akiko was wearing underwear. Phew! Itsuki brought the draft page right up to his face, boring holes in it with his eyes, but it was no mirage. Once he realized it, he couldn't help but physically yelp in consternation. The lingerie Akiko had on, every wrinkle, every shadow, even the intricate embroidery on it, was drawn elegantly and without compromise. Even in black and white, they shone in their real presence, boasting overwhelming amounts of texture, realness, and allure. They were the best damn bra and panties set in the history of manga. One look at it, and you could tell the artist's passion for comic art wasn't just lip service. But, of course, Akiko was nude in the novel version. She'd kind of have to be, she was taking a shower at the time. In fact, whenever she was struck with an irresistible jolt of horniness in the novels, on top of the roof at school, in the gymnasium, in a cave, atop a snowy mountain, she was always completely naked. That was why they called it fan service. Nudity was part of the definition. That was the absolute, ironclad rule for All About My Little Sister, for all of Itsuki Hashima's work. And, this is bullshit. Toki had to hurriedly step in to keep the enraged Itsuki from ripping the page apart. Whoa, chill out, Itsuki. Fun shit. Get a hold of yourself. Okay? Don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. There you go. It's okay. Just keep it together. Keep it together. Phew. Itsuki, recomposed but now drained of strength, tossed the entire draft chapter on the table. His suspicious eyes turned to Toki. So what's this about? I was just as shocked as you when I saw it, came the awkward answer. I asked Mr. Tokuyama at Gifted about it, and I guess, Mikuniyama. She's got a huge underwear fetish. An underwear fetish. The term underwear fetish seemed impossible to mesh with the heartwarming, squeaky clean image Kaiko put forth in person. Itsuki didn't know how to react. Yeah, she's obsessed with drawing stuff like this, so she wound up drawing M in even with the nude scenes. What do you mean, she wound up drawing them? Then have her fix it. Look, Toki began with a scowl. Apparently, she loves panties and stuff so much. The whole reason she became a manga artist was so she could draw more of it. If we ban her from drawing panties, it's definitely gonna affect her motivation in a bad way. So the Gifted editorial team made us a proposal, like if the original creator's okay with it, we could continue having her go with panties and stuff for the fan service scenes. Is this a joke? Hell no, I'm not okay with that. If she wants to draw panties that bad, have her do it in her own manga. The fan service in my series is all about stripping down, man. That's the rule. Itsuki told him point blank. Well, worst case scenario, that could mean Miss Makuniyama has to depart the project, but are you okay with that? MNGH. Itsuki couldn't reply. She loves your work from the bottom of her heart. That's a fact. Yeah, I can tell that from the manga. I frankly doubt we'd find anyone better able to depict the world of All About in manga form than her. Yeah, I don't know anybody else who understands my work that much. Who loves little sisters that much. But Itsuki's face was racked with pain. But I want to see her nude. I want to see Akika in the manga without a stitch of clothing on her. They went back and forth a while longer on this before Itsuki made his decision. Let's start by talking with Kaiko one more time. They hastily arranged a meeting between novelist and manga artist for the next day at Itsuki's place. Itsuki and Toki sat at one end of the table, Kaiko and Tokiyama at the other, all four of them stone-faced. The rough draft of Chapter 1 was haphazardly laid out on the tabletop. Kaiko? Why yes? Kaiko immediately replied, gauging Itsuki's slightly tensed voice as her own trembled with anxiety. Itsuki picked up the draft and opened it up to the problem area. Akika taking a shower in her undergarments. Could you explain to me why Akika isn't naked in this scene? It's just as I said to my editor. I love panties, so I drew them. Well, don't. Itsuki's voice quickly grew ragged at the total lack of regret in Kaiko's answer. Didn't you like my novels? If you like them, why are you butchering the parts that make them good? Kaiko twitched an eyebrow. I do love your work, Mr. Hashima. But, if I may say so, there is one aspect of it that I find disappointing. Disappointing? Wait. Yes, Kaiko said, eyes fixated upon Itsuki. Why, Mr. Hashima? Do you always take these wonderful, darling little sisters and immediately rip all their clothes off? That's rubbed me the wrong way ever since the beginning. I always want to see more of them wearing lingerie or panties or whatnot. But it's always full nudity with you, every time. These poor sweet girls. They deserve better. They deserve panties and bras just as cute as they are. Ha! You fool. Now Itsuki was on the counterattack. It's in the heart of any big brother's mind. He wants to see every crevice, every nook and cranny of his cute little sister. Panties? Nothing more than dumb pieces of cloth. Having such crude, dirty rags in the way of the sheer, divine charm that is the sister's naked form is the height of stupidity. It's barbaric, like spitting on heaven itself. A little sister is at her most beautiful only in her most natural of forms. Denying this form, swaddling it in garbage like brass and panties, proves to me that you know nothing of true beauty. Garbage. Are you calling this garbage? Kaiko's body visibly shook as she took in a deep breath. Her most natural of forms. How is that any different from some wild animal? A human being becomes a sentient creature only when they gain the modesty to cover themselves in undergarments. Coveting nudity above everything else puts you squarely in the primate family, Mr. Hashima. The most beautiful of women deserve the most beautiful of wardrobes. That is where the pursuit of true beauty lies, for your little sisters, and for all else who walk upon the earth. Quit being stupid. The truly beautiful are beautiful by their own merit. You don't need to decorate them with superfluous adornments. The nude form is the pinnacle of fashion. You think it's like being an animal? Well, what's wrong with that? The little sister is the most beautiful untamed creature in the world, master of humanity and all other living creatures. The pinnacle of fashion. I was born in Gunma Prefecture to a family that's been farming silk since Japan was ruled by the shoguns. Since infancy, I was raised surrounded by beautiful silky smooth undergarments. And a man ape like you dares to debate fashion with me? Well, what a coincidence. I wasn't about to brag about my family, but my grandfather came from a rich family in Gifu Prefecture that raised fancy koi fish for ponds. I learned all about what beauty is from a tender age. Trust me on that. And just as a koi is at its most beautiful when set free to swim around in its natural form, a little sister is at her most beautiful when she's naked. What you're doing is like putting clothes on a fish, nothing more. nothing less. Ha! Gifu. No wonder you have a chimpanzee's sense of style. PFFT. Gunma. Well, given that Gunma's full of barbarians who just found civilization half a year ago, no wonder they're treating underwear like it's some divine miracle. The kindred spirits of just a few days ago were firmly in the past. Now they were using the rudest of terms to berate each other's beliefs and even dunk on each other's birthplaces. Toki stepped in. Does it really matter whether she's nude or not? Yes, it matters. The other two shouted at once. But, Itsuki's editor warily protested. I mean, Miss Makuniyama, if this is the type of quality you can consistently produce, then I think our readers will be totally happy either way, nude or not. Udamus. I've never stripped down my little sisters for the sake of my readers' happiness. Not even once. My nude scenes aren't reader fan service. They aren't even really necessary. I just put them in because I want to see little sisters naked. And that's something to brag about. I'm the same as Mr. Hashima, Kaiko added. I am not drawing in panties because I think that's what the readers want. I just can't help it. I want to see these darling sisters in underwear that's just as darling. If it weren't for that, I'd never do anything so reckless as adjusting the novel's premise. Oh, so you know full well that it's reckless? Toki sighed. These two creators were of the same mind, and that was exactly why they could never get along. Ugh. What should we do about this? That was when the doorbell rang. Itsuki silently got up, looking just as peeved as ever, giving a final glare before opening the front door. Hey there, sir. It was novel illustrator Satsuna Ina, a small kid with an eye-catching hairdo. Sorry, we're busy right now. Really? Well, okay. I'll see ya later. He turned to leave, dejected. Wait a second, Purikitsu. It was Toki who hurriedly stopped him. Turning around, Satsuna found the editor standing up from the kotatsu to approach him. I apologize about sillies. I just couldn't do enough for it, Toki said, bowing. Oh, number. It's fine, the illustrator replied with a slightly distressed smile. These things happen, you know. Itsuki immediately read between the lines. So they're going through with the cancellation of Sillies? Yup, Satsuna replied a bit sadly. Sillies was a novel series illustrated by Satsuna. The first 4 volumes in publication were fairly popular, but after Volume 5 was released back in March, sales plummeted. The reason was easy to grasp. The main heroine revealed herself to be a boy in the second half of Volume 4, but the other protagonist didn't let the gender barrier stop him from hooking up with the heroine. Quite explicitly, it should be noted. The fact that most of Purikitsu's artwork for the second half prominently featured the heroine's bare ass probably didn't help matters. Yeah, this is the first series I worked on that got cancelled, but boy, it's kind of a shock. You shouldn't feel at fault for it, Toki said. None of this would have happened if we'd managed to keep Yahai Kitagata under control. But Satsuna shook his head. You know, I wasn't too sure about the whole gender bender twist, either. But I had some confidence in it, you know. Like, if I can draw some super sweet asses for the second half, the readers would still dig it, whether it's a dude's ass or not. That was exactly how Kitagata defended it to me. Like, if the readers truly love this character, then gender's nothing more than a tiny detail. Which sounded good at the time, but I don't know. If that series had a decent female audience, that's one thing, but if you're writing a sex comedy with a 99% male readership, I guess forcing male asses on M is a little extreme. Yeah. Itsuki had mixed feelings about this, as he observed how much of a letdown it was for Satsuna. He hadn't heard it directly from Toki's mouth, but from his observations, he was pretty well convinced that Sillies was the novel series that was going to be turned into an anime before All About My Little Sister was slotted into its spot. It sucked to hear that Satsuna, his friend, and someone he owed a lot to for his artwork, had a series cancelled. But if Sillies hadn't fallen like a rock like that, All About wouldn't be an anime at all. In a way, it was a stroke of luck for Itsuki. Well, I'm outta here. I'm gonna go search for that girl again. With that, Setsuna headed for the door again. Wait a moment. It was Kaiko who stopped him, standing up and using a concerned-sounding voice. Are you the pure Ikitsu? The illustrator for Genesis Sisters of the New World? Oh, yeah? Oh no. Kaiko's cheeks turned red, her eyes watery. I had no idea I'd be meeting the pure Ikitsu today. Setsuna's artwork had been heavily praised by professional manga artists and illustrators alike. He had a lot of respect around the scene, and he figured she must be another fan. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Kaiko Makuniyama and I'm handling the comic version of Mr. Hashima's All About My Little Sister. Oh, Kaiko, huh? Hey, All About's getting a manga? Congrats, sir. Thanks, Itsuki said with a nod before lowering his voice. I don't know if this girl's gonna be the artist yet, though. Kaiko let out a low groan. You guys got creative differences? Itsuki picked up the problem scene from the draft on the table and handed it to Setsuna. Whoa, this is really good, huh? Wait, isn't this the... This girl put panties on Akika for her nude scene. Setsuna had thought something was off. Now he knew. Phew. His reaction was exactly the same as Itsuki's when he first laid eyes upon the page. This time, though, Kaiko was to be taken to task about it. Like, what were you even thinking here? Why would you do something as terrible as putting panties on a naked lady? This is, like, wow, now I know what they mean by raping the original. Exactly. Itsuki gravely nodded, even as Toki and Tokiyama were both giving him what are these people talking about looks. I knew you'd understand, Setsuna. This monster's having her way with my novels, and you need to show her the truth. Kaiko's voice trembled. Pure Ikitsu, are you saying you're a believer in the evil cult of extreme nakedness? All I wanted to do was give these beautiful girls the beautiful clothing they deserve. You're crazy, man. I really like this scene and All About. Hoshima's illustration was bursting with sheer ass power. Why'd you go and put panties on her? I mean, the bra's one thing, but you gotta have her take the panties off. Now Itsuki was startled. What are you talking about? I don't need the bra or the panties. I want her fully, completely naked. I won't accept anything else. A bra only. What a disgraceful thing to say. I had no idea you were one of those, pure Ikitsu. It was hard to figure out what Kaiko was mad about, exactly. Setsuna ignored it, and plus, like, I don't care if you do that with scenes where Akika's facing the reader. But when she's got her ass front and center, I hope you take those panties off, dude. How could I do something so unnatural? The bra completes the panties, and vice versa. That's the one true, correct way to make Akika shine as brightly as possible. What do you know about Akika's ass? Come on, sir. There's no way you can give the All About manga to someone like this. Itsuki seemed ready to instinctively agree with Setsuna, but instead, he just looked at him, conflicted. I know, I really want to sever ties. But apart from the nude scenes, I've got absolutely no complaints about the All About she draws. It's wonderful. Nobody's more qualified for this job than her. Why does someone with as much talent as you have to have this ridiculous lingerie fetish? And why does someone like you, Mr. Hashima, love the little sister characters as much I do but still insist on stripping them naked all the time? You've let evil conquer your brain. But before Itsuki and Kaiko could bicker any further, so let me draw it. Setsuna's declaration came out of nowhere. What are you, crazy? You've got other work to, Toki cut himself off. Now that sillies is done, I got some time in my schedule. Setsuna drawing my novel. Itsuki gave the proposal the serious consideration it deserved. He had wanted to wait a bit, to grow as an author so he could team up with him again for his ultimate novel. But if Setsuna could be the guy adapting his work into manga instead, he'd be a great partner for that, no doubt. The team from Genesis Sisters of the New World, Itsuki's debut series, coming back together would attract tons of reader buzz, too. It might even convince readers who are just fans of their work to come back for the manga. But Setsuna. Can you draw manga? Another thought had occurred to Itsuki. I've never drawn any before, Setsuna replied, breezily as ever, but I bet I probably can. I've drawn novel illustrations that were all divided up into panels before, so Itsuki thought about it for a moment, just a moment. All right. If you think you can, then let's go with this. He turned to Toki and Takayama, eyes deadly serious. I wanna stage a competition between between Purikitsu and Kaiko. If Kaiko can beat him, then I promise I'll let her draw panties on naked girls. No, I mean, this is rather sudden. I don't mind, Kaiko said, cutting off the flustered Takayama as her sharp, willful eyes turned toward Setsuna. In fact, I insist. Being able to compete with Purikitsu would be an honor for any artist. You sure? 'Cause I don't wanna put you out of a job. Setsuna sounded serious, for a change. It made Kaiko flinch back a bit, but not enough to relent. I won't lose this. I promise you. Thus, it was decided that Setsuna and Kaiko would hold a manga battle right there in Itsuki's apartment. Kaiko had her art materials with her, and while Setsuna generally worked with digital tools, he was just as handy with a mechanical pencil. Each artist was assigned the same controversial scene, the sexy one with the naked Akiko letting her libido run wild. Setsuna would depict her naked, just like the original, while Kaiko would stick with her lingerie look. The judges were Itsuki, Toki, and Takayama, with Itsuki allowed to cast 2 votes as the original creator. The main thrust here wasn't who can make the better manga, it was who'd make a better person to adapt the novels. They would be judged not just on their current manga art skills, but on their overall future potential, name brand value, and so on. Like Itsuki, the 2 editors knew full well that, 1, if the original had naked chicks, having said chicks be naked in the manga would be the safest bet, and, 2, having a known figure like Purikitsu handle the manga instead of a nameless rookie would have merits of its own. In terms of gut feelings, Setsuna enjoyed a substantial advantage, but Setsuna had never drawn All About My Little Sister and was a total amateur at manga. Kaiko, on the other hand, got full marks for her art style and had drawn this scene once already. She was the better manga artist, but was she good enough to make the judges pick her over Setsuna? Despite her willful intent to ignore the original? That was the question. So Setsuna and Kaiko were seated on opposite sides of the table, 2 blank sheets of paper in front of them. As the 2 stared each other down, the 3 judges stood over them to observe. Pencils at the ready, Itsuki said. Setsuna picked up his mechanical pencil, twirling it around his fingertips. Kaiko, meanwhile, took out all her manga stuff, pencil, eraser, Gina pen, ink, whiteout, screen tone, utility knife, and so on. I kinda wanted to compete at the sketch level, Itsuki said. Are you gonna ink it, too? Yes. Kaiko nodded, full of drive. I'm going to cram everything I've got into these pages. Yeah, we'll see about that. Setsuna laughed, still twirling his pencil around. All right, whatever. Are you 2 ready? One moment, Kaiko said, and then, for some reason, she removed the headband from her hair, then plucked the ribbon off it. As Itsuki looked on dubiously, she undid the bow and gave the rest of the room a shock. Wow! They couldn't be blamed. The accessory everyone had assumed to be a ribbon was actually a single pair of women's panties. Panties. Huh. Yep. That's definitely a pair of panties. Before the wide-eyed Itsuki and Setsuna, Kaiko gave the underwear a loving caress for good luck. A bewitching smile spread across her face. You've been wearing a pair of panties on your head this whole time? That's correct. Oh, gross, gross, gross. Itsuki was reeling. How rude of you. What's so bad about using panties as a ribbon? How could it ever? Well, hold on. Maybe. Maybe it's not. Kaiko was so matter-of-fact about it that Itsuki wasn't so sure his common sense was telling him the truth any longer. So, he sputtered, so why did you just take it off your head? Are you using that as a model, or number? Even without a model, the styles and textures of every type of lingerie known to mankind are alive in my mind. thought Itsuki. He somehow managed to keep from voicing it. So what are those for? He finally asked, fearing it'd be something even worse than he could imagine. From this moment forward, I, Kaiko Makuniyama, will reach out and attain manga divinity. And with those resolute words, Kaiko put the panties on. Like a wrestling mask. Faced with this act straight out of hentai kamen or maybe Blue Snow from Shimonata, Itsuki, Setsuna, Toki, and Tokiyama all screamed in surprise. Kaiko pointed the tip of her mechanical pencil at Setsuna, like a knight challenging their opponent to a duel. Let us begin, she said, her voice clear as the morning sun. Whoa, what's that for? Itsuki frantically interjected. This is the uniform I wear when drawing my manga. What is the issue? Your uniform. Itsuki could feel Kaiko's sharpened eyes drill into him as he searched for the words. He knew a lot of people who changed into work clothes or tracksuits or whatnot before sitting down at the writing desk, to help them mentally switch gears. He even heard stories about manga artists who went with gothic Lolita fashion, or bondage gear, or even cosplay of their own characters. And considering Nayuta Kani was so off-kilter that she couldn't write a word without going completely naked, the concept of a prim young woman wearing panties over her head all day then unrolling them down her face when at work wasn't so weird. Probably, maybe, perhaps. Itsuki made a very deliberate choice to think so. Well, all right. Are you ready now? No issues here. Yep. No way I'll let this perv beat me, the now calm Setsuna said. All right. Ready. Go. At Itsuki's signal, Kaiko's and Setsuna's pencils immediately began to dance on the paper. This was a do-over of sorts for Kaiko, but there wasn't a moment of hesitation or indecision in Setsuna's strokes. Itsuki was happy to see that Setsuna wasn't just being kind to him. He really did like his work. Getting to partner with him again would be awesome. Seeing this boyish-looking guy with the fancy dyed hair compete head-to-head with a girl whose face was covered in panties was downright surreal at first glance, but both artists' eyes were both brimming with competitive spirit as they focused on their sheets. It put him at the edge of his seat. They were both undoubtedly geniuses in their own ways, and nobody else wanted to bother them for now. Itsuki left the kotatsu to write at his desk while the two editors flipped up their notebook PCs and attended to their emails. 2 hours passed. Yes, I got the rough done. Setsuna was the first to shout out, 3 pages worth of manga in front of him. It was sketchy, of course, being done with nothing but pencils, but it still exhibited the full force of Setsuna's skills in expression. Just one glance at it was enough to take your breath away. Whoa! Picking the sheets up, Itsuki felt excitement shoot up and down his body. There was Akika in all her unbound glory, cute but still utterly depraved. He wished he could just plunge into that page and cling to her, right then and there. Phew! Man, your nudes are just incredible. Setsuna wiped the sweat from his brow as high praise slipped from Itsuki's mouth. Hey, but what about you, Kaiko? He tossed a doubtful glance across the table. She had drawn a total of 5 pages. The pencils were all done, and once again, they were easily magazine publishable quality. She had even finished inking page 1. And her G-nib pen was busily wrapping up the next one. Her attention was focused solely on the page in front of her. She hadn't even noticed Setsuna was done. Her breathing was ragged through the mask, causing her to make little rhythmic FWSSH sounds through the fabric. It must have been hot under those panties, because her face looked almost worryingly flushed. Man, talk about concentration. An impressed Setsuna muttered as he picked up page 1 of her work, Itsuki leaning in for a glance. They both yelped out loud at once. It depicted Kazuma realizing the sex-crazed Akiko was in danger and leaping into the shower room. She was naked in the original and tastefully clothed in lingerie in Kaiko's first take. This time, though, Akiko had a school uniform on, her bra poking out from underneath her damp white shirt. A pair of white panties was just barely visible from the bottom of her upturned skirt. She's exposing even less. Transforming a nude scene into a lingerie tease had almost cost her the job, and now Kaiko had gone and thrown a second layer on her. It made no sense at all. Confused, Itsuki turned toward the page Kaiko was inking presently. It depicted Kazuma scrambling to help the paint Akika, dutifully undoing each button on her shirt, the bra underneath gradually becoming visible down to the most minute, intricate detail. She took up an entire page. With that alone, he picked up the other 3 penciled pages from the floor. Akika, overcome with lust, was now advancing upon Kazuma, her half-unbuttoned shirt revealing yet more of her. Her skirt pulled down just a bit so you could see the upper rim of her panties, every possible detail drawn into the lace and so on. As usual. On page 4, she still had the shirt sleeves on, but the bra was almost entirely visible. The skirt was still further down her legs now, exposing the panties halfway to the world. Finally, page 5 had Akika's shirt completely off, skirt on the shower room floor. She was now back to the state Kaiko had drawn her in the first round. She was lewd, lustful, violent, beautiful as she lapped up the blood running down the back of Kazuma's neck, peace and tranquility slowly but surely returning to her countenance. After reading it, Itsuki took an astonished step back. Right now, he realized, I was just completely enthralled by this manga. I spent all that time and effort writing that nude scene, and she went and gave her an entire outfit for it, but look how it turned out. As much as he hated to admit it, the sight of Akika gradually disrobing, gradually revealing what lay underneath, made even a nude-or-nothing guy like him excited. He wanted to see more. He wanted more of that bra and panties. Like a starving beast, he wolfed down the comic pages, all but begging for more. This wasn't a single illustration, like what light novels generally had. This was manga, a series of artwork connected by a common thread, and it had just told the tale of a hapless set of undergarments. And it enthralled him. What do you think? Itsuki, staring at the pages on all fours like some barnyard animal, was brought back to reality by Kaiko's voice from above. He stood up, embarrassed, and turned toward her. Let me see that 1 second, Setsuna said as he took the pages away, a grim look on his face. Yeah, that's another way to draw it. The joy and frustration were written all over his whispered praise. Sir? I don't think we have to wait for Kaiko to finish inking, do we? Kaiko raised an eyebrow. You mean, like just say it, sir. Setsuna sounded like someone had just deflated the air from his tires. What do you think of this manga? Well, how to put it? Then, all at once, in the most uncomfortable way possible. It made me think, you know, maybe lingerie's better than I thought. Kaiko's manga had just physically excited a sworn acolyte to the naked female form. The world is full of superb, exquisite, engaging works of art, but how many of those works have the power to change the very way its readers view the world? Even if that epiphany was along the lines of I used to like nude chicks, but I'll totally start fapping panty shots, too. Itsuki had just been granted a brand new outlook on life. Setsuna's manga was great, too. Moving, even. But it was overwrought in areas, from the panel's pacing to the way he used dialogue, and it wasn't actually all that complete a manga package. It was basically pure Iketsu the illustrator trying to cram his immense artistic talent into the manga format. He was such a great artist, and the art remained great in this manga. Maybe they could hire someone else to do layouts for the manga run until he got more used to the genre. But as Itsuki judged it, Setsuna's talents were best utilized when he could focus wholly on illustration. And Setsuna himself seemed to agree. He flashed them a smile, already resigned to his fate. Phew. Well, you ready for the judgment? I'm as ready as ever. Kaiko nodded. In the end, the vote between Itsuki, Toki, and Tokiyama was unanimous. Kaiko swept it. Thank you so much, she half shouted, beaming as she practically ripped the panties off her head. sending beads of sweat flying into the air. "I can't wait to begin working with you, Mr. Hashima." Holding the sweat-soaked panties like a valuable treasure, she gave a polite bow to Itsuki. "The near miss." "Well, see you later, sir." Setsuno excused himself not long after Kaiko humbled him in competition. "Hang on. My brother ought to be here soon to cook dinner." "You want some?" Setsuno thought over Itsuki's invite for a moment before shaking his head. "Nah, I'm fine today." "I really ought to meet him someday, though." Given his habit of showing up uninvited, hanging out for a while, then leaving without warning, Setsuno hadn't managed to be around Itsuki's place when his brother was home yet. "Sure thing." "Have a good one," he replied, a little anxiously, as he left. Then, she killed me. He slumped over, sighing deeply. It didn't take a genius to see that a manga beginner tackling an upcoming professional was foolhardy at best, but losing still stung. As inexperienced as he was with the manga format, he still put everything he had into drawing pretty girl asses. His greatest talent. It still wasn't enough. He wanted to be able to draw better asses. Godly asses. Asses so overwhelmingly wonderful that they could transcend illustration, transcend manga, transcend fine art, and turn all those formats on their heads. And to do that, he had to see that girl's ass again, and use it to boost himself to the next level. It had been several months since he had last seen her and her ass of the millennium around this neighborhood. He had paid frequent visits to the area ever since, searching around, hoping against hope for another chance to see it, but none of his efforts had borne fruit yet. He had checked out a few nearby schools and gyms at Itsuki's suggestion, but it seemed that the general public didn't have a concept of what ass power, as he attempted to describe it to others, meant, and apart from the amazing ass power this girl had, he didn't know her name or face or anything. If he at least knew what she looked like, he could sketch out a likeness easily enough, but apart from her ass and the supple, voluptuous legs supporting it, everything about her had vanished from Setsuno's mind. I should probably give up. Silly's was cancelled. He had just lost a manga battle, and this girl refused to be found again. All Setsuno Ina could do was trudge dejectedly around the city. Meanwhile, Chihiro Hashima, walking from the nearest bus stop to Itsuki's place, was startled by the sight of a young man in front of her. There was no way she could forget that trickle of hair. He was small, about the same size as Itsuki. No doubt about it. Why is that molester here? Darting into a nearby alley, Chihiro waited for her heart to calm down. Several months ago, when Itsuki and his friends had gone out to picnic under the cherry blossoms, Chihiro was accosted by this man on the way home. He asked her to show her ass, or something. None of it made much sense to Chihiro, and when she turned the stranger down, he reached out and pulled down her pants. She was lucky enough to knock the pervert out with a well-placed kick, and because he hadn't shown up since, Chihiro assumed she was in the clear. But he was still prowling around this neighborhood. Maybe he lives around here, or maybe he's looking for me for revenge. Either way, Chihiro never wanted to run into him again, and as she briskly headed for her brother's apartment, she swore to keep a sharp eye out the next time she walked down this street. Nudity Strikes Back. The day after the manga competition, Nayuta was lazing around Itsuki's Gotatsu table as he sat facing his computer. Whoa. He was peering intently at the screen, apparently searching the net for something. Nayuta leaned back for a better look. Naya. Whoa. Don't scare me, Kanaku. Don't scare me, she countered, face strained. Huh? About what? Why are you looking at lingerie sites, Itsuki? On the screen was an online store for women's undergarments, filled with stock photos of bras and panties, along with shots of well-proportioned Western women modeling them. I'm just doing research. There's no ulterior motive. The shouting, reddened Itsuki did little to dissuade Nayuta as she squinted at Itsuki. Then the screen. Research on panties? Yeah. I wanna talk about them in my novels. Nayuta gave him the most incredulous look her eyes could muster. What about your novels makes you need to look into lingerie? Just do what you always do and describe them all generic, like white panties or bra or whatever. This was a habit that Itsuki still hadn't addressed since his first published work. His descriptions of what his ladies wore under their clothing were skimpy at best. It was a miracle if he even bothered to mention the colors. That's what I'm trying to improve on, Itsuki earnestly replied. I think I haven't been giving this stuff the attention it deserves. There are all these types of bras and panties, each with their own colors and decor and shapes and materials. Everything's so unique. It's like I finally realized that what a character wears is important for expressing a lot of her personality. What happened to you, Itsuki? Nayuta pouted sadly at him. It doesn't matter what kind of panties they're wearing. You know that in the very next line, they'll take them off, or the wind will blow them off, or they'll be torn to shreds by a magic spell. So who cares? You're right. That's how it's been, up to now. But from now on, I'm thinking about adding some lingerie fan service, too. Oh, no way. Where'd that come from? Nayuta nearly fainted out of sheer dismay as Itsuki continued, his face as serene as a statue of Buddha. You know Kaiko Makuniyama, the manga artist for All About? She's really opened my eyes. You know? She showed me how deep the world of underwear truly goes. Suddenly, all expression vanished from Nayuta's face. Oh, Kaiko Makuniyama. That's the name of the snake who turned you all topsy-turvy. The coldness of her whisper almost penetrated through the walls, chilling the entire neighborhood. The next day, fresh-faced manga artist Kaiko Makuniyama walked into a mid-rate hotel about a 10-minute walk from the nearest rail station by her publisher. As Tokuyama put it, one of G.F. Bunko's best-selling authors had voiced a sudden desire to see Kaiko, and this author, Nayuta Kani, had been staying at this hotel for a while now. Kaiko had never read her work, but she knew how dedicated her fan base was. What would such a popular writer want with her? They had never met, and Kaiko hadn't even made her professional debut yet. She didn't have a clue how Nayuta would even be aware of her. It was thus with more than a twinge of nervousness that Kaiko walked down the hallway. Nayuta had made a very enigmatic point of asking her to come alone, so her editor Tokuyama wasn't there. Reaching Nayuta's door, she gingerly gave it a knock. Yes? A woman's voice said from the other side. This is Kaiko Makuniyama. Is this the room of Nayuta Kani? The door slowly opened, a silver-topped head popping out from within. She was quite attractive, but her face was oddly scrunched up, as if she was angry over something. Come in. Sure. Kaiko stepped in. Another woman was sitting on the bed there, about the same age as Kaiko but more refined in looks. She gave Kaiko a hesitant nod. Who's this, Nayu? The silver-haired girl sniffed at the air. This is Kaiko Makuniyama, a manga artist. She's handling the comic adaptation of Itsuki's All About for him. Wow, a manga artist? The woman eyed Kaiko closely, fascinated by her. It made Kaiko blush and turn away a bit. Oh, my name's Mako Shirakawa, the refined woman said as she stood up. I'm Nayu's friend, and I was Itsuki's classmate in college, too. Ah, I see. My name is Kaiko Makuniyama. Good to meet you. Then Kaiko turned to the silver-haired girl. And you are? I apologize. My name's Nayuta Kani. I'm Itsuki's wife. Wife? Kaiko peered intently at Nayuta. The fact that this wispy, otherworldly girl with the silver hair was famous novelist Nayuta Kani was surprising enough, but she was married to Itsuki Hashima. No way. Itsuki Hashima, this guy with a love for two-dimensional sisters as strong as her own, had this cute real-life girl for a life partner the whole time? Kaiko honestly felt a tad betrayed. Nayu, Mako said with an eye-rolling sway of the head. You really shouldn't tell a bald-faced lie like that to someone you just met. Oh, what's the big deal, Maya? I'm marrying him sooner or later. How do you know that? Mako seemed to struggle for words a little as Kaiko figured out what to say next. What kind of lie do you mean? Oh, this girl just really loves Itsuki, that's all, Mako replied with a chagrined smile. I see, Kaiko said, unsure what else to say. So, Nayu, What did you need me for today? You said this was urgent. Ah, Kaiko thought. She wasn't the only one called here for nebulous reasons. Well, I mean, Nayuta reluctantly replied, it's kind of scary, isn't it, being alone with someone you've never met before? Then she stared at Kaiko. Listen to me, Maya. This woman here has seduced Itsuki. Seduced? Me? Both of them began blushing profusely. What on earth are you saying? I am just drawing the All About My Little Sister comic, and I have not a single intention of any other relationship with Mr. Hashima. Nayuta pointed a finger straight at the pleading Kaiko. And yet, you're leading Itsuki down this terrible path. Terrible path. You went and changed his original story on him, didn't you? Oh, that. Well, yes, that's right. Changed? A quizzical Mako asked, a question greeted by a derisive huff from Nayuta's nostrils. This woman had the audacity to take a scene where the main heroine's naked and put a bra and panties on her. Ah, no, not ah. Nayuta puffed her cheeks out in anger. How can you be so indifferent, Maya? Mako gave her a confused look. I don't know what to tell you. Is it that much of a problem? It's a huge problem. Putting panties on a girl during a nude scene is like taking all Itsuki's work and ripping it to shreds. Mr. Hashima said pretty much the same thing, Kaiko calmly replied. But eventually, he saw the light when it came to the charms of underthings, and he agreed to let me change the scene to include panties. Itsuki said yes. So what's the big deal? Everything! Nayuta shouted, lunging at Mako's question. Itsuki's been bewitched. He's all messed up in the head now. He's talking nonsense about wanting to put lingerie scenes in his own novels. Oh yeah, he's always super lazy about describing intimate apparel in his books. Isn't it a good thing for him to tackle it seriously now, or? No way. You think it's perfectly fine for Itsuki to change his religion from all nude to dainty lace thingies. If those are the only two choices, I'm not sure if either of them are fine, or neither of them. Mako was utterly lost. Nayuta gave her a look of astonishment. You're kidding me. What happened to the Maya I know? The manhandling slut who rips her clothes off at a moment's notice? I don't remember becoming a slut. Nayu. We played around naked on the beach in Okinawa. Why? Yeah, we did, but we both stripped down in this very room once. That's because you begged and pleaded for me to do it. We started making out in the nude together on the street and got arrested for public indecency. That was in that game we played. What are you two doing? Mako turned a dark shade of red at Kaiko's withering stare. Don't listen to her. I'm not some kind of deviant nudist, alright? Oh, Maya, how could you? I thought we were nudist buddies. Nayuta gave Mako a look that resembled a kitten in the rain. It made Mako wince with an apologetic little whimper. Then Kaiko's voice dropped to a lower pitch. It would seem that the only person infected by the evils of nudist fundamentalism is you, and you alone. NNMGH. Now Nayuta was gnashing her teeth in anguish. So enough of this uncivilized compulsion to do away with your clothes, Kaiko triumphantly continued. Frilly underwear is the greatest beauty the human race has ever created. Nudity has no place in great art. In the shower, in the bathtub, between the sheets, in a deep sleep, when you're eating, when you're at school, every beautiful young woman needs to go around in her underwear, in every aspect of daily life. No, you're acting pretty weird, too. What? Mako was doing all she could to tread water here, and it caught Kaiko by surprise. Regardless, barked Nayuta, I refuse to allow you to adapt Itsuki's work. Whether you like it or not, Mr. Hashima has already accepted me. Besides, I am absolutely positive that nobody in the world is better prepared than me to depict the world of All About My Little Sister in manga form. The boldness of the statement made Nayuta flinch for a moment, but she quickly recovered. That's not possible. I can depict it far better than you ever could. Well, if you are willing to go that far, I refuse to take it sitting down. I challenge you to a match. If I win, you'll have to accept that I'm handling the manga. Perfect. Fine by me. Nayu, Mako whispered, Can you even draw? No problem. Wow, impressive. There was something resembling envy in Mako's tone as she marveled at the indefatigable Nayuta. Kaiko, meanwhile, was putting on a bold face but internally fretting at this silver-haired girl's seemingly unflappable attitude. There was no mistaking the fact that she thought herself the most qualified to adapt all about, but now she was tasked with convincing the publisher's most talented novelist of that fact. A publisher that offered a home to all manner of technically gifted talents, like pure Rikitsu from yesterday. Maybe she was a crack manga artist, too. But I can't back down now. Ever since she was a child, she had been drawing manga filled with ladies' undergarments, hiding it all from her parents. She finally told them a year ago, when she had brought her manga to a publisher and they immediately assigned her an editor. They were firmly against it. The work's too unstable, they protested. This time, though, she wasn't trying to convince an editor. She had to convince the world. She had to provide real results, to prove that she could go it as a professional manga artist, to make her parents see the light. Otherwise, it'd just be boring old college, to boring old recruitment meetings, to a boring old job. And it had to be done with her vast knowledge of intimates. She knew full well how rash it was to change the original story around without permission. But this was the path she had chosen, and she was ready to expend everything for it. That effort brought her victory over genius-level talent pure Rikitsu and forced the nude-obsessed original creator to see things her way. She was almost there. Even if she was facing the top-selling author in the entire company, she could let nothing trip her up now. The fires of war blazing in her eyes, Nayuta picked up a ballpoint pen and memo pad she had on hand. Ready and willing to fight this genius novelist, Kaiko took out her manga equipment and installed her panties over her face. Let us begin, then. Prepare to accept defeat. My future with Itsuki is riding on this, Nayuta growled back. There, as Mako looked on, 2 days to jab at them any longer. The battle began. 5 minutes later, Kaiko emerged the victor. Mako, realizing this was never going to be close, forced them to stop around then. Nayu, your art's not good at all, she said with a vague sense of relief. In short, Nayuta's manga was about as good as a grade schooler's doodles. A completely jet black figure, just barely sort of recognizable as a human figure, was striking some bizarre pose. It was eerie, the kind of thing you wouldn't want to look at too long for fear of unlocking an ancient curse. Why can't I draw better than this? Nayuta shrugged as she gave her artwork a shocked look. I may not look it, but I had so much talent in kindergarten. Even my teacher said you paint really well and stuff. Well, Kaiko intoned as she snapped off her panties, I win. So, as promised, you will recognize me as the one and only manga artist for Itsuki's work. Wait a second. That was just a practice round. The real match is best 2 out of 3. Don't know when to give up, do you? Kaiko sighed. I'll duke it out with you as many times as you like. But it'll just turn out the same, won't it? And no it won't. You should just give this one up, Nayu, Mako instructed the sneering, almost crying girl. Not you too, Maya. I'm not an expert, but even I can tell she's really good. If she's turning Itsuki's story into a manga, you should really offer her more support. Nayuta shook her head back and forth in disagreement. I know full well she's really good at drawing, but no matter how good she is, taking a naked girl and putting panties on her, it's just not right. You sure are stubborn on that point. Why are you so obsessed over whether someone's naked or not? It's about more than a manga, came the impassioned reply. How so? This is a problem that affects the entire blueprint for my life. That seems a little dramatic, Mako pointed out. What does my manga have to do with your life? A mystified-looking Kaiko asked. Nayuta wiped a tear away. I mean, she said as if it was completely self-evident, I'm gonna marry Itsuki someday. Oh, Kaiko indifferently replied. Mako just stood there, smiling to block the pain, as Nayuta sniffled. And in my house, I'm generally always naked. I'm always gonna be naked in front of Itsuki, and he's gonna get so turned on and impatient that he's gonna screw me until he's satisfied. We'll have sex, we'll sleep, we'll wake up, we'll have sex, we'll eat, we'll have sex, we'll watch TV, we'll have sex, we'll play games, we'll have sex, we'll read books, we'll have sex, we'll take a bath, we'll have sex, and whenever he feels like it, we'll have sex. We'll have sex until I can't even see straight, and I'll be in pure ecstasy day and night, and my heart and my body will just melt right there on the bed. That's the love-laden married life I'm dreaming of. Give it up. Mako's and Kaiko's cheeks were both a deep red now. In obvious pain, Nayuta pleaded, "So please, I can't have you awaken any sexual interests in my future husband apart from nudity. How do you plan to make it up to me if my naked body doesn't ignite his passions any longer? Just put on some lingerie." Kaiko angrily shouted. "Either way, I'm not going to change my manga approach just for your sake. Goodbye." Wait a moment. Nayuta circled in front of the departing Kaiko. "Oh okay, if it's come to this." A moment of hesitation, and then Nayuta flung the clothing off her body, skirt and panties and bra sailing through the air, until she was fully nude in the blink of an eye. Wah, what are you doing? That's shameless." Nayuta was blushing just as hard as the frantic Kaiko. "If it's come to this," she cried, "I'll do whatever it takes to make you recognize the wonders of being nude." Then she hugged Kaiko from behind. What are you? I want to teach you how the female chest feels. I'm perfectly happy with my own, thank you. Really? Hiya? Kaiko cried out adorably as Nayuta whispered into her ear. I knew it, Makuniyama. You don't know how another girl's chest feels, do you? In the flesh? So what? Kaiko protested a little too much. The truth revealed. Nayuta smiled the smile of a gamer who had just discovered the trick to taking down a super strong monster. Hey. And you think that someone handling the manga for a rom-com with just a little sex humor in it can get away with not knowing what a woman's boobs feel like? I told you, I've got a perfectly fine pair to figure out everything I need myself. Nayuta breathed into Kaiko's ear, earning another high R from her. You know, I learned not too long ago that feeling up your own breasts is totally different from feeling up someone else's. Huh? Oh? You didn't know that? And you think you're going to draw that scene in the hot springs where Akiko and Yukiko are washing each other off, and they start groping each other when they're saying ooh, did your boobs get bigger again and stuff? Women don't do that in real life. It's just a fantasy. So I can use my imagination to draw that. Just a fantasy? Isn't running into your sister in the shower room wearing nothing but a bra and panties a fantasy, too? Is that the kind of half-hearted approach you took when you drew that? No. I've got a perfect image of how real-life panties feel, and smell, and taste in my mind. That's what allows me to draw them in so much detail. Taste? Mako mumbled, her eyes half-lidded with exasperation. The other two failed to notice. Makuniyama, Nayuta said as she suddenly plunged a hand into Kaiko's clothing. Hiya? What are you? I agree. I think the undergarments you draw are amazing. I can understand how you've managed to bewitch Itsuki with them. Take your hand off, please. If you took that skill and aimed it more toward the naked figure, that'd leave both Itsuki and his readers 100% satisfied. But you refuse. Why can't you draw anything besides lingerie? Her hand had made its way down beneath Kaiko's bra. I'm not saying you should never draw a single bra ever again. You know, those kinds of shots would work great in locker rooms, or bedrooms, or whatever. And you can draw all the bra and panty flashes you want, too, I'm sure. But for the bathroom, at least. Can we get fully naked there? Then, a squeeze. Hi one. Came Kaiko's almost flirtatious voice. You can draw lots and lots of underwear, for all I care, but promise me you'll at least draw some nudes, too. Come on. One of Nayuta's hands was now kneading Kaiko's chest, as the other dragged her skirt downward. Or is it more that you can't draw them? Kaiko's face tensed up. Because you've never touched a real pair of breasts, or a woman's real butt. And that's why you can't draw them. The sweet insinuations were eating their way into Kaiko's heart. Nayuta was wrong. Kaiko had drawn boobs and butts before, including for the All About My Little Sister sample character designs, using Hoshimo's illustrations as a guide, but compared to the undeniably first-rate shots of panties and the like, the T&A just couldn't quite compare. She had even posed in front of a mirror, playing around with her breasts with one hand and sketching with the other, but no matter how nice her boobs were, she just couldn't get her illustrations to must-grab right this minute level, the way she could with clothed figures. In Kaiko's mind, this was just a matter of not having the love. She adored lingerie from the bottom of her heart, but she had no similar emotional attachment to the female form. That was a problem, she thought. But maybe Nayuta was right. Maybe it was just that she never had the opportunity to play with someone else before. It wouldn't be a matter of love, just a lack of experience, or knowledge, or study, or effort. Maybe, it's not that you've chosen underwear, it's that you're fleeing from nudity. And the poison behind Nayuta's words stripped Kaiko of both her clothing and her identity. It made her question the validity of all she held dear, as Nayuta flashed an evil grin and finally made a move to unfasten her bra. No you don't. She grabbed Nayuta's wrist, protecting both her identity and her chest support. She had to prove it, that she wasn't drawing on panties because she was incapable of drawing enticing nude art. She wasn't fleeing from nudity, she just opted for the path of a pinup fetish artist. She was already well acquainted with the realm of tits and ass, and with that knowledge firmly in hand, she had to hold her own chest high and proclaim to the world that skimpy cover-ups were even better. I have to show that my love is real, and to do that, a glint of determination flashed in Kaiko's eyes. Free from Nayuta's arms, she turned back toward her and promptly grabbed both of the other girl's breasts, like her hands were the talons of a majestic eagle. Ha ha ha! Now it was Nayuta's turn to yelp out loud, as Kaiko slowly, hungrily, sometimes gently, sometimes roughly fondled her. She moaned out loud, cheeks flushed and eyes cloudy. No. Stop. Apparently, she could dish it out, but she couldn't take it. Every time Kaiko applied pressure with her fingers, Nayuta acutely reacted to it, letting out cute little moans and exclamations. I see. This is different from touching myself, isn't it? Kaiko gave a satisfied nod, more than a touch of excitement running across her body. It wasn't just a matter of Nayuta's chest being different in shape or size from hers. When she felt herself, the resulting feedback was a mixture of tactile feel and internal reaction. Here, though, she could focus entirely on what her hands were telling her, and these were the hands of a manga artist, someone capable of beautiful, delicate artwork. They were far more sensitive than an average person's hands, and the information they could gain from groping Nayuta's naked breasts was vast. The way that Nayuta's body jerked and shuddered and made all kinds of other unexpected movements along with her moans was just as fresh an experience, something Kaiko could never have found by herself. She almost sounded ready to weep between her short, alluring breaths. Why aren't you so good at playing with my breasts? Because I'm a manga artist, Kaiko replied, as if nothing could be more obvious. A manga artist. Wow, please, enough. I'm not going to end it with just that. No. Her hands continued their kneading work as Kaiko's eyes ran up and down the length of Nayuta's body, her honed manga artist's perception inspecting every curve and vertex of her pale, naked form. Don't look, please, Nayuta half cried out, her bashful eyes sealed shut. Sorry, but I must. This is a golden opportunity for me, so I will happily study your body down to the last detail. Let me show you what happens when you make a manga artist get serious. Her eyes were pulsing with excitement, but Kaiko's mind was totally clear and free of distractions. As she normally did with women's undergarments, She brought her face close to Nayuta's body as her hands continued, smelling it, examining the taste with her tongue. So this is a woman's body. The sensation, and the taste, made Kaiko overjoyed. She had to admit it, this was excellent. And it meant that she had to face up to it with everything she had, too. Not just with her hands and tongue. For real. Her resolve steeled, Kaiko removed her hands, then her own bra. Her two breasts fell out with a near-audible boing, just as bountiful as Nayuta's and just as well-formed. Naya, what are you? Before the slack-jawed Nayuta could voice her confusion any further, Kaiko wordlessly pressed her breasts against her partner's. Fire! A shout rang out. Kaiko, for her part, was trying her best to keep her breathing steady, letting out little squeaks and grunts as she did. Even with her status as an A-level lingerie fan, her breasts were just as exceptionally sensitive as her hands, perhaps even more so, to the point where she scored a perfect 100% whenever she played Guess the Bra, a game popular in Gunma Prefecture where players are blindfolded, have a bra put on them, and have to guess the brand and materials. Now Kaiko poured all her focus into her breasts, using them to analyze Nayuta's. They felt completely different on her skin from the high-quality brassiers she preferred, but they were still just as smooth and comfortable to her. The sensation that seemed to draw in and gently embrace her breasts was easily equal to the comfort of a worn-in bra that had adjusted to her body after several months. Wow! This is just wow! She was consumed by the feeling, her breathing accelerated by the astonishment and excitement, and then Kaiko decided to find out how her butt felt. Nayuta wouldn't let her bring her face close to it, but when Kaiko used her honed pro-manga artist techniques to pinpoint the particularly sensitive spots she had discovered earlier, the author was putty in her hands. The feel of Nayuta's butt was just as wondrous as her breasts. Seeking to explore it in greater depth, Kaiko slipped her panties down, which left her completely nude. In addition to Guess the Bra, she was also one of the best players of Guess the Panties. You can figure out how that's played. The world had ever known. Her superhuman sense of touch, normally reserved only for fully enjoying the sensation of the panties she wore, soon discovered all the secrets of Nayuta's ass. Nya.hh. Oh, please, please, forgive me. No. Nayuta's impassioned, pleasure-drunk pleas fell upon deaf ears. A few dozen seconds passed. After getting her fill of Nayuta's rear end, Kaiko rubbed her own breasts and butt against various parts of Nayuta's body, coiling herself around her as she carried out her expedition. Now Nayuta was spent, twitching slightly as she lay curled up on the floor, Kaiko watching from above. I suppose you were right. The nude body is a subject worthy of challenging after all. I told you, didn't I? Nayuta's eyes were teary as she breathed out the words in a trance-like state. Having just awoken to this new revelation, I don't know how capable I am of expressing it, but I will try drawing Iakika in the nude. Nayuta breathed a sigh of relief at the declaration. Why, I did it. I finally did it. Itsuki. But one issue remains. Issue. The only breasts I know are mine and yours. However, yours are not sized that differently from mine. She was right. They were both pretty buxom. But Iakika, heroine of All About My Little Sister, was relatively slender, not flat-chested, but certainly not double D's. An average size. Even after the painstaking exam she had just completed, Kaiko couldn't express the nude form of Iakika with the experience of Nayuta's body alone. No problem there. Nayuta stood up, still trying to catch her breath. We have someone who could be the perfect reference for Iakika's body. Right over there. Her eyes were glued to Mako Shirakawa, who had watched this exercise in debauchery with sheer exasperation but also enough excitement to keep her from stepping in to stop them. A lurid smile crept onto Kaiko's face. Yes, you're quite right. Mako's face tensed up, sensing the danger. What? The still nude Nayuta ran up and embraced Mako, holding her to ensure there was no escape. Whoa, hey. Nayu, please remove your clothes. Maya, like you always do. Don't phrase it like I'm always stripping for you. I'm not some perv who likes being nude all the time. I refuse to succumb to peer pressure. But as she resisted, the nude Kaiko approached. I beg you, Miss Shirakawa. For the sake of my manga. I need you to be naked. Absolutely not. I'm never gonna take my clothes off again for you guys. Oh, it's alright, Maya. You'll feel so wonderful once we begin. I don't want to. She did her best to reject their advances, but after 2 minutes of sincere, devoted pleading, she relented, muttering, "Ugh, there is just no dealing with you people," as she disrobed and presented herself to the manga artist's fearsome sense of touch. 1 week later, the second draft for Chapter 1 of the All About manga landed on Itsuki's desk. The general setup was identical to last time, except with an extra new helping of bra and panty shots. The slow, gradual, exhaustively detailed striptease that accentuated the shower scene was also the same, but on the page. After Akiko was stripped down to her undies, she was finally depicted in her full nude form. Now the story had some extra fan service that wasn't mentioned in the novels, along with descriptions of undergarments that changed the very nature of the story itself. What it also came with was a nude scene sure to satisfy any die-hard fan of the original, ensuring that new readers, faithful followers, panty fetishists, and nudity snobs could all enjoy it. The perfect adaptation. Hey. I thought the panties were nice, but nothing can beat nude, huh? It's like the ultimate. And as Itsuki stared at this nude scene, face contorted as he practically ran his tongue all over it, Nayuta stood next to him with a serene smile. My little sister can't be cute at all. Early in the wee hours one night in late June, the anime series Chevalier of the Absolute World aired its final episode on TV. Based on the light novel of the same name, the show had boasted terrible art direction from the very first episode and mediocrity in almost every other aspect, from scripting to character and mesh designs to the voice cast's performance. It was panned, berated, and laughed at online as the shittiest anime of the season, even by people who never watched a frame of it. Haruto Fuwa, the original story writer, watched this final episode alone in his room. He had considered inviting everyone over to Itsuki's apartment and making it into a party, like with the premiere a few months back, but it was easy to picture how painful the experience would be, so he opted against it. It had just been raining on Itsuki's parade right when he was all excited about his own anime, no doubt, and besides, he didn't want to look pathetic in front of Mako, a girl he had a growing crush on. The concluding episode was just as awe-inspiringly awful as the others. The main cast did get around to defeating a mid-boss level foe, but the series as a whole ended with a vast number of mysteries and plot elements left wholly unresolved. They went with that ending in anticipation of a sequel, but at this rate, there was no way the DVDs or Blu-rays would sell at all, and a season 2 was out of the question. Even if it weren't, Haruto would have turned it down anyway. For the time being, he tweeted thanks for watching the final ep of the anime. Let's give the staff and cast a big hand for all their hard work. Watch for the DVD, BD release, too. And turned off his PC. He was too scared to see what kind of replies his followers would give him. Well, at least it's over now. He sighed, a deep sigh that almost took his soul with it, and leaned against the back of his chair. It had been about a year and a half since his editor told him about the anime project. All that time, the anime had occupied a large part of Haruto's mind and work activity. He attended meet and greets with the director, the scriptwriter, the producer, and the rest of the main staff. He joined in their production meetings, nights out drinking, cast auditions, script conferences. He did the supervision work he was asked for. He attended the recording sessions, held interviews, wrote an entire new novel as a bonus for the DVD''S. And then it premiered and wound up being the worst anime ever. Still, Haruto harbored no feelings of resentment or disgust toward the people behind it. After all, he thought, it was hard work, But you know, it was kinda fun, too. The utter embarrassment when the voice actors shouted out the lines he wrote in loud, bold voices during the auditions. The excitement when he saw the final character and mesh design sheets. The pounding of his heart when he heard the opening and background tracks. The sense of accomplishment after butting heads with people during the script sessions. The joy at seeing life breathed into his characters at the recording studio. The happiness at being a core member of the team behind an anime, a genre of media he'd enjoyed since childhood. When he was wading in the midst of it all, Haruto had a total blast. The past 3 months of airings had been an ordeal. Week after week, he could feel his heart being torn out. He didn't want to pretend the fun he had never existed, but it'd be hard on him, admittedly, if he couldn't divide the fun memories from the bitter experiences in his mind. Too bad we couldn't have just made the anime and never broadcast it on TV. That way, he figured, at least they could bask in the fun of creativity without a deadline breathing down their necks. They wouldn't be subject to a barrage of vitriol from irresponsible, insensible haters who weren't even consumers of the content. It was a silly thought, but it made Haruto's lips curl into a smile. It takes, what, about 10 or 20 million yen to make a 30-minute anime episode. A 12-episode season would be around 200 million. If I had that much, well, no, if I want to keep the quality high, I'll want at least 300 million. Boy. Haha. Oh, he could have pulled all the royalties from the Chevalier of the Absolute World novels, plus the cut he received from the anime and merchandise, and it'd still be a drop in the bucket. All right, he muttered. I'll just have to sell 10 times as many books and get that 300 mil saved up. Then I can make an anime all for myself. It was a joke, but still about 1/5 the truth. He grinned at himself and stood up off the chair. His head was too messed up to sleep well yet, but he wasn't in any mood to tackle work. This was the perfect time for a drink. So he headed downstairs and plucked a bottle of beer Blom from the kitchen cabinet. Despite having beer in the name, this was actually a distilled liquor, a type of brandy. The name, meaning beer flower in Dutch, comes from the flowers of the hop plant used in both its and beer's production. He placed a glass on the living room table and filled it up from the bottle. The smooth, clear liquid, 40% alcohol by volume, smelled pleasantly of herbs and made a satisfying glug-glug on its way out of the container. He filled his glass halfway and tossed a few ice cubes inside. Before they started to melt, he brought it to his lips, gave it a furtive lap with his tongue, and allowed the warmth from the alcohol, a pleasant contrast to the mild, mellow mouthfeel, spread across his mouth. For someone who mostly drank beer that was 5 to 10% alcohol, this was pretty potent stuff. He had Itsuki try it once, warning him to be careful with it, but he had gone and drained it like a lager anyway and immediately coughed most of it up on the floor. Haruto wasn't much of a liquor aficionado himself, so he used his tongue to play with the taste a little, mixing up the gentle sweetness with the strong alcohol, taking care not to swallow too much at once. He enjoyed the sensation of the warmth running down his throat and throughout every vein of his body. The exhilarating scent of the spirit on his breath. Then he picked up the glass again, sipping just a little more. "What are you doing, Boff?" Haruto was so shocked at the voice behind him that he wound up swallowing the whole mouthful. It was either that or spew it all over the table, but it set his esophagus on fire. "And are you all right, bro?" Haruto's younger sister asked in a panic. Hack, cough. Once he recovered, Haruto looked reproachfully at his sister as he wiped his mouth with a towel. "I swear." "Don't scare me like that, Damas." His sister glared right back at him, face reddened. "What? It's not my fault that scared you." "Don't blame me." "Oh, shut up. Why are you even awake right now?" What's it matter to you?" "I just had insomnia, so I thought I'd go have some tea, that's all." "Oh? Well, don't drink too much and wet the bed again." "What? I never wet the bed." "How stupid are you?" Kind of hard to believe coming from someone who wet the bed in the 8th grade. The malicious swipe from Haruto only made his sister's face redder. I just drank too much juice that day. That was the only time since I started middle school. It still means you're a middle school bedwetter, Haruto calmly pointed out. Finding nothing left to counter with, she fumed as tears began to form in her eyes. Haruto thought about teasing her some more but decided not to. Geez, just get your tea and go to bed. I know. You don't have to tell me, Damas. She stormed toward the refrigerator, opened the door, took out a liter bottle of tea, poured it into a cup, and then plopped into a chair right next to Haruto. Why are you sitting down? A quizzical Haruto asked. Why do you care? I just feel like sitting down and having some tea. Really? He asked as he began sipping his beer blom again. The ice had begun melting, making it feel softer in his mouth, but it was still a stiff drink. His sister next to him did the same thing, lightly sipping at her tea even though it was ice cold from the fridge. She was a total brat, but he had to admit, there was something maybe a little cute about the act, like a mouse nibbling at a seed. By the way, she said, still staring at her cup. By the way, they played the last episode of the anime from your novels just now, didn't they, bro? Haruto's face stiffened. Did you watch it? His sister turned toward him, cheeks tinged with red. It was just running when I turned on the TV, so I just kind of watched it. Really? Haruto sighed. Pretty shitty, wasn't it? He self-mockingly added. Yeah, it was garbage. The anger was clear in her immediate reply. I don't like any of your books at all, bro, so it's not like I care whether the anime's garbage or not. But, hey. But what was that? It was pure crap. The animation was all janky. The people barely even moved at all. The voice work was amateur at best. The characters and meshs and monsters looked nothing like the originals, the dialogue barely made sense, the conversations didn't even connect with one another, the plot got all slashed apart, and it's like, how stupid do you think the viewers even are? Everyone who made it ought to die. You don't have to get that angry about it, Haruto replied, perplexed. What? I'm not angry at all. I don't give a crap about my brother's stupid anime. I don't even think of it as your anime, so it doesn't matter. His sister drained her tea. Just thinking about it pisses me off even more. And why did it go so far away from the original novel from the very first episode? That doesn't make any sense. All that awkward dialogue gives you no clue what Azao's thinking, and you have zero idea why Lancelot even picked Azao, so she totally comes off like this loose slut or something. For someone who wasn't interested and didn't care, seeing his sister accurately point out even minor details like that made Haruto smile. She really does like Chevalier, doesn't she? What are you smiling at me for, bro? You see, that's exactly why people keep on messing around with you. Because you're always smiling like that. Haruto shut his mouth. It was never easy having your little sister call you out on something you suspected might be the case. She was merciless, paining his ears and stabbing at his heart with her words, but weirdly, he never found it maddening or frustrating. In fact, he could feel his heart lighten a little. It felt kind of like it had 3 months ago, at the anime premiere, when Mako Shirakawa cried right alongside him. Perhaps Haruto's sister realized that he was too deeply involved as the story creator to openly lash out against the anime he worked on, so she was playing that role for him, never pulling punches and always putting her emotions out in the open. Maybe, Haruto realized for the first time, having someone angrier than you about your work can save you as much as having them cry with you about it. Without thinking about it, Haruto brought his hand to his sister's head, roughly tousling her hair a little. What are you doing, you dumbass? Nothing. He hurriedly brought his hand back. His resolve was firmer now. He had to say it. But just you wait. It's gonna go better next time. I won't let things turn out that awful ever again. She gave him a blank look for a few seconds, only to have her face redden yet again. Well, Noda. If you make that kind of garbage anime again, I'll never let you hear the end of it. So try harder next time, Alright. Then she stood up, blew Haruto a raspberry, and left the living room. Watching her go, Haruto couldn't help but feel a tad lost. I thought there was absolutely nothing good about having a little sister. But how a tax accountant kicks back. The last Sunday of June. Ashley Ono, seated at the notebook PC on her low table, stretched her arms behind her head as Chihiro Hashima wrapped up cleaning duties on her kitchen, dining room combo. Phew. Finally done. Ashley's office was also her place of residence. There was a rather ornate office adjacent to the dining room, but the thick, luxuriant easy chair wasn't too comfortable for her, so whenever she had extended sit-down work, she did it in here. When she didn't have clients stopping by, she generally went with a t-shirt and sweats, putting on a pair of black-rimmed glasses and tying her hair up into an onion-shaped bun. Seeing her in this state was a shock to Chihiro at first, but she got used to it quick. Her brother acted much the same way before deadlines. Good job. She refilled Ashley's cup with piping hot green tea, taking care not to spill any as she slowly placed it on the table. Tee-hee-hee. Thank you, Ashley said as she closed her computer, removed her glasses, took the band off, let her hair down, and sighed with a light smile. I'm exhausted. Yes, truly exhausted. Was it a big job? Chihiro asked. Well, it's taken almost 10 months to get it fully wrapped up. What kind of job was it? An inheritance case, Ashley resentfully replied. This wealthy businessman died, leaving 2 sons who absolutely hate each other. They started fighting just before I could submit the forms, and it's been this huge morass ever since. I mean, they'd ask me things like whose side are you on, Miss Ono? Like I had a personal stake in it or something. Ugh. The only ally I have in this game is money, you know. It's my job to keep the government's hands off as much of it as possible, but oh, how they carried on. Wow, that sounds rough. It was. The deceased was an old client of mine, so I took the job, as much as I didn't want to. But inheritances are the one category of jobs that I absolutely hate accepting, because in my experience, 2 out of 3 times it'll get messy. That often, huh? Easily. Of course, not too many of them get this ugly. Chihiro's face clouded. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Families fighting with one another for the sake of money. Or, you're so kind, Chihiro. But yes, it's true. Families really need to get along, don't they? Yeah, she murmured, face resolute. I really think so. About an hour later, Ashley and Chihiro were in front of a department store about a 15-minute taxi ride from her accounting office. After finishing a big job, Ashley had the habit of going on a shopping spree to let off steam. Unlike her earlier outfit, she chose a fetching red dress for her outdoor jaunt, her hair suitably teased and pulled to finish up the look. Where should we begin today? She laughed as Chihiro's vision wandered to and fro, earning her an odd look. What's up, Chihiro? Oh, I haven't really been to fancy department stores like this one very much. I'm kind of nervous. Are you? Ashley peered at Chihiro's reddened cheeks. Well, in that case, why don't I have you pick out some clothes for yourself, huh? Before the confused Chihiro could protest, Ashley was pulling her up to the young men and women's floor. As Ashley looked at one fashion label collection or the other, she asked, by the way, what kind of clothing do you usually wear? It can't be sweats all the time, can it? Chihiro currently had on a drab track jacket. Well, I wear a jacket when I'm at work or visiting my brother's place, but otherwise it's pretty normal. Meaning female. Female. A lot of unisex stuff, mostly. Usually with jeans. No skirts? I don't own any. Not even one? Number. I had a few before, but I got rid of them when my mom remarried. What about your school uniform? My school doesn't have a dress code. Oh, Ashley said, looking a tad befuddled. Hey, pardon me, she said to a passing female clerk. We're searching for a super girly looking outfit that this girl here would look nice in, but could you help us with that? Like, as cute as you can find. Phew. Chihiro's head drew back as the clerk sized her up, head to toe. then smiled and gave a confident nod. Right this way. This ought to be fun. He. Don't you think? Ashley agreed with an impish grin. After an impromptu dress-up fashion show that lasted nearly an hour, Chihiro and Ashley left the show floor. I feel like I'm letting out 3 years' worth of cuteness. Ashley smiled at the exhausted-looking Chihiro, currently slumped against a department store bench. But you had fun, didn't you? Yeah. She nodded, her cheeks a tad flushed. She had acted totally at sea the first little while, all these frilly and unfamiliar dresses and skirts, but over time, her excitement began to rise. Toward the end, she was picking outfits to try on herself. They all looked really good on you. I wish I could have had you try on more. Chihiro gave Ashley a crestfallen look. I dunno. I didn't want to cause the clerk too much trouble. Well, if you were worried about that, you should have just let me treat you. She had to stop Ashley from purchasing all the outfits she exhibited even the slightest interest in. Oh, I really couldn't have. You're already paying me by the hour. Those are two different things. I just wanted you to have some cute outfits, Chihiro. As a present. I know, she protested, but I can't let someone spoil me with stuff like that. Not unless it's a special occasion. Wow. You keep a closer eye on money than actual tax accountants. Ashley smiled. Well, why don't you have your big brother buy you some nice outfits sometime? Chihiro fell silent for a while before finally nodding slightly. Yeah. Chronicle, Part 3. The first Sunday in July marked the first RPG session between Itsuki, Haruto, Mako, Nayuta, and Chihiro in a while. Right, here are all your upgraded stats after you leveled up in the last session, Haruto the Game Master began. The 4 players eyed the shiny new level 2 character sheets he handed out. In addition to the usual parameter boosts, Itsuki's Tsukiko midfield had learned new weapons she could copy with her Phantom Smith unique skill. Chihiro's Sen midfield gained the ability to cook new types of monster meats and plants. Mako's Mako midfield adopted a new magic that boosted her movement speed, and Nayuta's Death Mask midfield acquired a new defensive spell. Hey, allow me to show you my new, upgraded powers. Hope this stuff's useful for cooking. The new magic's fine and all, but I really hope I can fire my railgun this session. I got the mithril I need now. I want to have sex with Tsukiko for sure this time. Newfound powers in hand, the adventurers examined their data, eagerly awaiting the next adventure as Haruto smiled. Okay you guys, are you ready to create a new story? GM, Haruto. First, a recap. In the town of Aegis, on the far end of the land of Gagagia, you were sent on a mission by Sylvia, daughter of the local lord. Along the way, you defeated a group of orcs wrecking the land and discovered that Sylvia's brother Lloyd was the villain sending them out. He was experimenting with the orcs in order to boost his kingdom's forces and protect them from potential invasion by the Empire of Horn River. Thanks to your efforts, Lloyd was imprisoned, and Sylvia was named next in line for the lordship, and they all lived happily ever after. Tsukiko, Itsuki. No they didn't. A little sister's just had her brother thrown in prison. I can't let such a tragedy be. Death Mask, Nayuta. Yeah. If it weren't for those Horn River marauders, none of this would have ever happened. They're the ones behind all this. Let's take him down. Sen, Chihiro, take him down? They're an entire country. Mako. Yeah. I don't think there's much that we as a group can do about them. Death Mask. By the way, how powerful are we by the standards of this world? GM, well, you're all young noblewoman from the Principality of Midfield, trained in the fields of martial arts and magic. Even at level 1, you're definitely more dangerous than the average guy on the street, but you're still new at the adventuring game. By that measure, maybe just fair. Tsukiko, fair. And how powerful is the Horn River Empire's army? GM, it varies a lot among the troops, but basically, if they're squad captain level or higher, they're gonna be too much for newbie adventurers to handle. Death Mask, doesn't sound like a foe we can really take on. Oh well. Let's just give up and have sex. Tsukiko, you're giving up a little too easily. don't you think? Death Mask: oh, what's the big deal? We can at least act on our sexual fantasies all day in the game world. Sen: I guess we'll just have to work on strengthening ourselves if we ever want to take on the Empire. Like, learn new magic or get stronger weapons or whatever. Mako: yeah. Glad to see Sen's got a good head on her shoulders, at least. Tsukiko: quite so. I'd expect nothing less from my younger sister. Sen: I'm not your, I mean, yes, I'm your younger sister, aren't I? Thanks, sis. GM: we'll pick up the action while you're still in the town of Aegis. The reward money Sylvia provided you means you won't have to worry about sleeping on the street anytime soon. Death Mask: there are lots of ruins and caves and stuff nearby, right? Maybe we could use this town as a base and raid those for a while. The rest of the group agreed with Death Mask's proposal, and soon they decided to gather intelligence on the ruins in the area. Thus, they headed for a tavern frequented by adventurers, where they began talking with the rabble-rousers drinking up a storm in broad daylight inside. GM: all right, I'll need one of you to roll for charisma for the group. Mako: who'll go? Tsukiko: you get one more die for every 6 points a stat goes up, right? My charisma's 10, Sen's is 8, and Mako's is 11, so that's just 2 dice. Death Mask has 12, so that's 3. Death Mask: yeah, I'm the most charismatic conversationalist out of all of us. Tsukiko: I'd have a word or two to say about that, but if that's how the game's set up, so be it. Death Mask: it's not my fault people love me so much. Let me handle this. Death Mask rolled her dice and spoke to the adventurers. The result: you wanna know about a good ruin to explore? Buzz off. She had rolled for a total of 4, making the Intel mission a complete failure. Many RPGs count multiple natural ones in a dice roll as a critical miss or fumble, but that concept didn't exist in this game, so it was just treated as an extra crappy roll. Mako: hey, what happened to your genius communication skills? Death Mask: you can't hit it off with strangers all the time. GM: seeing you sisters bicker with one another, the adventurers begin to laugh loudly, still wet behind the ears. Go back to drinking your mama's milk. Death Mask: well, they asked for it. I follow their directions, head back home, and swallow my sister Tsukiko's man milk. Tsukiko: stop giving up all the time. Also, I don't have any milk for you. GM: the adventurers turn their leering eyes upon you. Tsukiko: ooh, well looky what we have here. Wanna hang with us this evening? If you do, we'll tell you some real useful info. Tsukiko: in your dreams, arsehole. What kind of moron would let a bunch of vulgar trash like you anywhere near her body? You filthy pigs would be better off as orc fodder. Sen: why you going too far? I mean, sis. GM: one of them screams, you little bitch. Another one pipes up, let's teach this bratty tomboy how the real world works. Thus, battle began in the tavern against 6 drunken adventurers. Let me show you the power we used to take down the Talk Fortress. Tsukiko screamed, only to have her sword brutally deflected by an adventurer's shield. Whoa, these guys are strong, aren't they? Sen exclaimed. Neither her bow, nor Death Mask's body strikes, nor Mako's magic had much effect. The 4 sisters soon found themselves cornered by their foes. GM: hey, maybe you didn't notice, but we've slayed a dragon in our time, you know. You think we'll let a bunch of little girls defeat us? Death Mask: why is this obvious red shirt enemy horde so strong? I'd like to file a complaint. Tsukiko: and kill them. GM: hey, you better be ready. We're gonna make you girls scream for mercy all night. Death Mask: oh no. We gotta do something, or these men are going to sexually assault my big sister Tsukiko. Their dirty, unwashed cocks are going to violate every hole in her body. Hey, Tsukiko, why are you so happy about it? Mako: if those are the stakes, I gotta nail at least one of them with my railgun. GM: you prepared to unleash your Thor's bullet skill. But just as you do, would you customers mind knocking it off? Please, Sen. Huh? GM. The surly voice that rises above the raucous crowd belongs to a tavern waitress. She looks to be in her mid-20s, blonde-haired, blue-eyed. A very cool, indifferent sort of beauty. She's wearing a katana around her waist. The tavern's uniform exposes a lot of cleavage, so it's easy for you to notice that she's got a star-shaped mark of some sort on her chest. Her skirt's pretty short as well, revealing her healthy-looking thighs. Tsukiko, an armed waitress with big tits. Sounds like exactly the kind of character you'd enjoy, Haruto. Mako, oh? Are those the kind of sexy girls you're into? Fuwa? GM, no comment. Haruto. Fuwa isn't here right now, I'm the game master. But anyway, this mystery waitress is butting in to try to end the fight. The adventurers aren't having this, of course. Shut up. Step out of the way. Sen, Mom, you should probably keep your distance from these guys. We'll be out of here pretty soon, so. The woman sized Sen up. You won't need to, she coolly replied. They'll be the ones out the door soon. And a moment after she finished speaking, the waitress whipped out her katana faster than anyone's eyes could follow. In an instant, it sliced through the weapons and armor of the rowdy adventurers. Who is this girl? Her skills off the charts. What'll it be next? An arm, a leg, or your heads? By the time she had sheathed her katana with a metallic click, the adventurers were already running full speed out the door. Any good adventurer knows when it's time to run and save your own hide, after all. Thanks very much for helping us out, Sen said. The waitress replied frostily. Picking a fight with a group when you don't even know their skill is a fool's errand. You better quit this trade and go back home while you're all still alive. We don't have a home to go back to, Tsukiko said, gritting her teeth. We were raised in Midfield, which gave itself to the Empire of Horn River without a fight. The Imperial forces rule over our land on a whim. Our nobility and knights squabbling with one another over whatever scraps of power the Empire dangles above their heads. It is no longer the MF, the Midfield, we knew and loved. The waitress gave the sad tale a thoughtful look. I see. So what are you going to do now? With that much power, you'll be nothing but bait for the monsters if you venture into the ruins. And no, we won't. We defeated an entire horde of orcs, mostly because we set their fort on fire. Sen softly added. GM, I'd be more impressed if you faced a frontal orc assault and survived, but if that's how you did it, it hardly proves your strength. Just give it up. Find yourselves another way to live. Death Mask. All right. I'll just go back to having sex with my big sister for money. Profits ahead. GM. You intend to prostitute yourself? At your age? Death Mask. No. I'm just gonna focus on screwing my big sister Tsukiko. GM, that's hardly what I would call a decent living. Death Mask, you don't think? Mako, you're seriously disappointed by that? Death Mask. Wait, but who are you, Mom? Not just an ordinary waitress, I'm assuming. GM, her gaze turns to the distance as she replies, I'm just a woman who threw herself into the realm of battle, long ago. Sen, sounds like she's been through a lot. Something she won't talk about. Mako, yeah. It'd be kind of rude to ask for her entire life story. Death Mask. In that case, I'm gonna dig deeper with her. Mako, huh? Death Mask, can I try another charisma check to see what I can get out of her? Tsukiko, damn, you're merciless. Death Mask, well, she's clearly an important character, isn't she? Her past has to play into the story later on. GM, haha. Well, feel free to roll. But I'll tell you outside of the game that yes, this is a major story-bending secret, so it's not gonna be an easy check. Let's call it successful if you roll 16 or higher. Mako, 16 with 3 dice. That is major. Death Mask, time to show you guys what I can do when I'm serious. 17. GM, what the hell? Sen, whoa. Death Mask, hey, I told you I can play people like a piano. And 2 natural 6s mean it's a critical, doesn't it? Is she gonna talk for us? GM, well, shit. You never know what the dice are gonna give you. So thanks to Death Mask's astonishing coercion skills, The mysterious waitress eventually wound up giving away her true identity, Tsukiko, kind of a wimpy mysterious woman. Guess she's a lot less mysterious than we thought. GM, the mystery waitress's name is Nina, age 26, about 5.5 feet tall, 95 pounds, measurements 35/21, 34. Mako. How can she fill out that kinda body with her weight? GM, it doesn't matter. It's a fantasy world. Death mask. All right. So instead of her, like, missing organs or having some non-human body structure, she's just another delusion from the insane mind of the Virgin Prince Manhor? GM, yes, alright. Yes, Tsukiko, I don't care about her measurements. Just give me the important stuff. GM, yeah. It turns out that several years ago, Nina was an up-and-coming knight in the services of Horn River. Death mask. Wait. I've heard of her. A ruthless Empire general. Bloody Nina, they call her. Mastermind of countless castle sieges, mercilessly killing even women and children in her way. Tsukiko, you're just making that up. Death mask. GM. Well, really, she's not far off the mark, and after a while of that, she finally got sick of herself, fled the Empire, and now she's working as a waitress at this tavern. Tsukiko, why a waitress, of all things? GM, since her early teens, Nina's been tasked with wearing heavy armor and waging near constant war on the battlefield. Thus, she's always had a thing for cuter, more complimentary clothing. So she decided to work here, because of the pretty uniforms. Tsukiko, that seems a lot deeper than it sounds. Weirdly enough, Death Mask, the former knight, age 26, liked the pretty uniforms. GM, you got a problem with that? It's supposed to make you sayer and stuff. Mako, few are. GM, never mind. Regardless, Nina flashes you a lonesome smile. Hey, look at me, I've been rambling on far too much. Tsukiko, yeah, you sure have. I'm pretty sure there were a few useless stats thrown in that we didn't need to know. GM, well, anyway, do you still insist on being adventurers? Mako, of course. GM, oh brother. Well, it's your funeral, but perhaps it was fate that brought us together. Let me teach you a bit about the basics of battle. And so the four sisters were enlisted for training at the hands of ex-Empire Knight Nina. So this character's meant to be kind of a teacher type. Itsuki nodded at Nayuta. Looks that way. And once we're able to fend for ourselves, she'll probably get killed off in some endgame event. Yeah, by the Empire, I bet. That'll give the party more motivation to fight the Empire later. Haruto rubbed his temple, twitching, as the two of them postulated. I told you in the last session. You guys are professional writers. Stop using your skills to guess at future developments. Oh, sorry. Excuse us. Given how genuinely angry Haruto looked, Itsuki and Nayuta felt it wise to avoid agitating him any further. So began the four sisters' training regimen, one that would go on for days to come. Nina, as it turns out, was handy with more than just a katana. She was well versed in most any weapon and even had a working knowledge of magic. This allowed her to give each party member a wealth of new skills and spells. Through a gauntlet of monster-slaying runs and low-level dungeon hacks, the four sisters gradually learned the talents they needed to survive as adventurers, or, to put it in game terms, they all hit level 3. But one night, when the party was eating a fresh Sen-cooked dinner at Nina's house, she smiled lightly and dropped a bombshell on them. GM. You know, looking at you geese reminds me of when I was young. I had a family, too, but while we were traveling to another town, bandits killed my parents and took my younger sister. She was still a baby at the time, 7 years younger than me. I was saved by a passing troop of knights, and soon they had me working as their chore girl. It wasn't long before they recognized my talents for battle and made me a full-fledged knight. I found myself traveling the lands, searching for my lost sister, but I never did find her, in the end. Her name is Tina. If you ever somehow run into her in your own travels, please, tell her I am here now. Mako, but she was an infant when they kidnapped her. Even if she's alive, Would she remember Nina? Sen, do we have any clues where she might be? GM, she bears a star-shaped birthmark on her chest, just like mine. Tsukiko, right, a 19-year-old girl named Tina with a star birthmark on her chest. Got it. I swear to you that we'll find her and reunite you both. GM, hey. Thanks, Tsukiko. You notice Nina's countenance suddenly turning grim. Tsukiko. Nina? GM. Looks like we're surrounded. As if to prove Nina right, a window shattered, followed by several people storming into the room. They were clad in black from head to toe, so the party couldn't tell their faces, ages, or genders. Who are you? Tsukiko shouted. One of the assailants threw a knife at her. It was easily deflected by Nina's sword. Katana in hand and eyes sharp, Nina told them frankly. Chances are these are assassins from the Empire of Horn River. I never dreamed they would track me down to the edge of this land. The Empire never forgives those who betray it, one of her foes said in a muffled voice. Tsukiko. Sen. Mako. Death Mask. All of you, get out of here. They're after me. The four sisters each shook their heads. We're gonna fight. Sen shouted. Mako nodded. We can't let them get you, Master. Very well. The apparent leader of the Black Assassins droned. Kill them all. For the sake of a new tale. For the sake of a new tale. The rest of them shouted, before descending upon the party. Nina and the four sisters raised their weapons, and the battle began. The assassins numbered a total of 6 people, all skilled. Flowing slash. Ya. Ice needle. Holy light. Tsukiko used her sword, Sen her bow, and Mako and Death Mask their offensive magic to lay out a concentrated assault. Each attack found its mark. Hey, Nina chuckled proudly as she engaged the leader. You've grown stronger, have you? The other foes attempted to attack the four sisters, but Tsukiko, enhanced by Death Mask's defensive magic, took the hit for her allies while Sen and Mako counterattacked. Before long, the enemy's numbers began to dwindle, and soon, only the leader was left. But, PFFT, useless garbage. Refusing to even acknowledge his own allies, the leader cruelly ignored them as he kept fighting Nina. The ex-knight was still far stronger than the now seasoned sisters, but even she was put on the defensive by the leader's brutal assault. The assassin mostly dodged her slashes and the magic as his merciless blade weaved its way through her defenses and sliced at her body. Bloodied from head to toe, she continued to swing her katana. GM, hey, I'm not done yet. Tsukiko, back up our master. Mako, okay. GM, stay away. The four of you combined couldn't defeat him. Run away while I can still buy you time. Tsukiko, are you crazy? You know we can't do that. Sen, she's right. What'll you do about your sister? GM, Nina looks at you and flashes a serene smile. Hey, you know, I kind of started thinking of you all as my little sisters. Tsukiko, will you stop setting yourself up for a noble sacrifice? GM, just get going. I don't want to lose another sister before my own eyes. But just as she got the words out, the assassin attacked her once more, drawing her back into combat. Let's go, sister. Our master has made up her mind. We can't let her choice be in vain, Death Mask quietly said. NGH. It wasn't the suggestion Mako or Sen wanted to hear. Both of them winced, gritting their teeth at the idea, even as they prepared to run. All of them knew they were no match for this masked assassin. But one of them still had yet to give up on helping Nina. Prepare to become the cornerstone for a new tale. Not if I can help it. The relentless blade descending toward the tottering Nina found itself landing upon an unexpected target, Tsukiko, who had just invoked her protect skill. It easily cut through her armor, relieving her of more than half her HP in one strike. Tsukiko. Sis, why must you get in my way? It only served to provoke the assassin, but the blood-stained Tsukiko still laughed boldly at him. Now, time for the counterattack. What? Focusing her concentration, Tsukiko began to emit magical light from her left hand. It was Phantom Smith at work, allowing her to copy any weapon she had seen before and take advantage of its unique actions. What are you gonna do? Tsukiko screamed at the wavering assassin. Phantom Smith, come to me, Roper Tentacle. A forest of thick tentacles, squirming and glistening with slime, sprouted from her hand. It was the tentacles from the roper that had attacked the party in the lake during their previous adventure, encircling their target and holding it in place. Were tentacles weapons? Truly, they were, or, at least, close enough that Phantom Smith worked. Hua and let me go. The seemingly endless swarm of tentacles stretched out from Tsukiko's hand, the slimy tendrils promptly wrapping themselves around the assassin's body. Now, Mako. Right. At Tsukiko's signal, Mako fired a Thor's bullet at the assassin, her unique skill, firing pure mithril at speeds that even left the passage of time behind. It was a cut above all the sisters' other offensive skills, and the full brunt of the attack impacted the assassin, scoring major damage. And wow, it was enough to make even the assassin scream out in anguish. Nina immediately took the opportunity to strike the final blow. Imperial Drawn Sword Arts, Horn Dragon Beam. Scrach! The high-speed slash Nina unleashed tripped diagonally across the assassin's frame. It was followed by a violent spray of blood. Tsukiko, did we win? GM, yes. Nina's attack just now definitely reduced the assassin's HP to 0. Sen, wow, we really did it. GM. But, Death Mask, oh, that doesn't sound good. GM, despite the lethality of the blow, the assassin still doesn't fall. He says, I must carry out my mission. For the sake of a new tale. And just before he breathes his last, he unleashes a final, desperate strike at Nina. Mako? Huh? That's not fair. Death Mask. Wow, one of those death store counters. The final struggle. I couldn't count the number of times that kind of thing got me in a console RPG. You're trying to kill Nina off here no matter what, aren't you? GM, hey, don't blame me. Rolling for damage. Tsukiko, I use Protect. GM, wow. Are you serious? You're never gonna survive this with the HP you have left. Tsukiko, but I'm still using Protect. If Nina dies, it's going to devastate her little sister. I don't care if I never even met her, I absolutely refuse to have a little sister suffer under my watch. Tsukiko midfield, live by this creed. GM, Tsukiko, I mean, Itsuki, talking outside of the game again, but this assassin's death counter deals 3d plus 10 of non-blockable damage. Mako, 3d plus 10. And what's Tsukiko's HP right now? Tsukiko, 15. So as long as you roll a 4 or less, I can survive this. GM, I mean, well, okay, that's not impossible, but, Tsukiko, no problem. Man, my passion for little sisters will conjure up a miracle. GM, where does this completely baseless confidence of yours come from? All right, but seriously, don't blame me for what comes next. Stealing his resolve, Haruto rolled 3 dice. No miracle occurred. The assassin's final blow, released with every ounce of force left in his body, sliced the protecting Tsukiko to ribbons, dealing lethal damage. See curse you. The assassin let out a loathsome groan as he breathed his last, unable to complete his mission. Tsukiko. Nina propped up the girl's profusely bleeding body. GM, Tsukiko, why did you protect someone like me? Tsukiko, well, so much for that. I have no regrets. Sen, big sis. Mako, Tsukiko. Death Mask, oh, my poor sister. GM, the other sisters run up to them as Nina gently lays Tsukiko's body on the ground. Any last words? Tsukiko? Well, sorry, guys. I guess this is it for me. Sen, no. Sis, no. Tsukiko, but don't worry about me. Just help Nina reunite with her sister. And you, Mako, keep Sen and Death Mask safe for me. And then I softly close my eyes and go limp. Mako, so, wait, is Tsukiko really dead? GM, yep. Mako, that can happen? GM, well, That's a role-playing game for you. Even player characters can die sometimes. Mako, is there a magical item or something we can use to resurrect her? GM, nope. Sen, oh no. Death Mask, you're kidding. You have to be kidding. Tsukiko. Death Mask broke into tears, clinging to the lifeless form of her beloved sister, but Tsukiko did not open her mouth again. It was a long while before Death Mask, still crying, weakly staggered out of the house. Mako and Sen merely stood there, unable to summon the energy to chase after her. And as Death Mask wandered the mountain path, deep into the night, her eyes burned with the dark flames of revenge. They'll pay. I swear I'll make Horn River pay for killing Tsukiko. Once Nina patched up herself, Mako, and Sen in her house, the three of them decided to leave town at once. Staying here could expose them to another assassin strike before long. Thus, even as the pain of losing their sister tore at them inside, Mako and Sen hurriedly prepared to hit the road. As they packed up, Nina revealed a beacon of hope to them. Come to think of it, she said, when I was still in the army, I once heard a rumor about a villager from the Nero tribe that populates the El Cadia Mountains, one who wields the power to revive the dead. Maybe we can revive our sister. Indeed, maybe you can. The light of hope began shining in Mako's and Sen's eyes once more. The decision was unanimous. Sen and Nina would take Tsukiko's body and set off straight for the El Cadia Mountains. Death Mask still did not return the next morning, so Mako volunteered to search for her and regroup with the others later. Mako, where did that girl wander off to? Sen, hang in there, big sis. I promise we'll go adventuring together again. GM, upon Tsukiko's sudden death, Sen and Nina decide to set off on a quest to resurrect her. Meanwhile, Mako embarks to search for Death Mask, who has disappeared into the night. What will befall the Midfield sisters in their ensuing adventures? Seriously, what am I gonna do with you guys now? With a very non-contrived scream of agony, the session came to a close, following a little level-up stat management. The final sheets looked like this. Once everyone except Tsukiko finished the level-up procedure, Haruto collected their character sheets for checking. Let's see. Sen's keeping her upgrades pretty balanced, Mako's learned a new magic, and Death Mask '(s) put all her bonus points into charisma. Ha ha ha. I got a really bad feeling about that. What are you gonna do with that, Nayu? Mako asked. Not telling. Nayuta primly replied. Thus ended their first RPG session in a while, one that foretold boundlessly exciting events in the future. Where would the story take the 3 Midfield sisters going forward? Not even Haruto the Game Master could say. To be continued. The Omen. I gotta say, Haruto groused as he enjoyed his beer, I wasn't expecting a player to sacrifice herself for the sake of an NPC. Ha ha ha. I told you. I don't care if I've never even met her, I absolutely refuse to have a little sister suffer under my watch. That's the creed I live by. The TRPG session was immediately followed by a dinner, drinking party in Itsuki's apartment. Chihiro catered, of course, providing yakisoba noodles packed with seafood and veggies, Korean-style seafood pancakes, anchovy salad, and fresh spring rolls. The beer was Hoey Garden Original White, a wit beer with a refreshing citrus aroma to it. There was practically no bitterness. Instead, it was fruity, refreshing, and breathlessly easy to drink. Among Belgian beer, it was the #1 seller in Japan, a regular in the liquor sections of supermarkets and convenience stores nationwide. Thanks to being so easy to drink and readily available, it often served as an introduction to overseas beer for the average Japanese adult raised on a steady diet of cheap lager at the izakaya bars. Well, I'm glad Nina's sister didn't have to deal with any grief, but that kinda put a lot of grief on your actual sisters, you know, Chihiro somewhat testily observed as he refilled Itsuki's glass. Yeah, sorry, the suddenly self-conscious Itsuki replied. So try to treat your real sisters a bit nicer next time, okay, bro? In the game, I mean. I will. I'm sort of dead right now, but oh, Don't worry, we'll bring you back to life. The soft smile that accompanied Chihiro's promise was so heartfelt that Itsuki was charmed into blushing a little. Ever since they had begun this campaign 4 months ago, Chihiro had become just as much a gaming partner to Itsuki as Nayuta, Haruto, and Mako were. The awkward politeness between the two brothers was gone. Chihiro was laughing now, talking more, indulging him and griping at him in turns. They had fully broken the ice. Or they should have by now, at least. But Itsuki couldn't shake the bizarre impression that there was still a thin but ever-present barrier between them. This wasn't something he felt back when they were still all stiff with each other. But the friendlier they got, in a way, the more the distance shrank, the stronger that impression became. Maybe it's because we aren't really brothers. The thought depressed him a little as the doorbell rang and Kanjaro Toki stepped into Itsuki's place. "You're still drinking?" the exasperated-looking editor moaned. "Why yeah, so what? I'm working, too." Toki chuckled. "Yeah, you sure are. I can't believe you're actually progressing with both All About and Sisterly Combat simultaneously for a change. Your new proposals are still as insane as ever, though." As he spoke, he took out some printed manga pages from his bag. "Whoa. Is that the complete chapter 1 of the All About My Little Sister manga? Unless you find any problems, this is what'll get published in the magazine next month." He accepted the printout from Toki, examining it closely. The sketch version from before was already fairly complete, but this final draft was an upgrade in every way. Every character pose, every background, every feminine undergarment. It only served to further show Kaiko Makuniyama's depth as a manga artist. Haha. It was kind of a roller coaster getting there, but it's finally done. A natural, gleeful smile erupted on his face, not the bold, incredibly fake one he usually exhibited, but the tender smile of a young child. "Hey, show it to us." Itsuki obliged Nayuta, spreading the sheets out on the kotatsu table. "Wow," marveled Haruto, "this looks really good." "That's pretty awesome, bro. Your own story getting made into a comic. Kaiko does draw pretty well." "I see my judgment didn't fail me." Despite Nayuta's rather haughty appraisal, the group read through the story until they reached that fateful shower scene once more. They looked on with bated breath, as Akiko went from a wet school uniform to a little less, a little less, a little less, all the way to a breathtakingly nude climax. The entire metamorphosis easily reached the realm of fine art. "Holy crap, this is so sexy, man." Haruto gave his honest, enthusiastic opinion, while Chihiro averted his eyes in embarrassment. "Ha ha 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 ha. It sure is. This is the Akiko nude scene I pictured in my mind the whole time. Ha ha ha. This is it. This is what I wanted to see. Man, this is hot." There were tears in Itsuki's eyes, even as Mako's face went redder by the moment. This is so embarrassing." Her own nude body had been a primary reference for Akiko's in the manga. The boobs, in particular, were basically Mako's ported to the 2D page. Wasn't this basically the same thing as Itsuki seeing her topless? "See, come on, isn't this enough? Can we go on to the next page?" she urged in a panic. "Huh? Are you okay, Mako?" "Your face is all red." "Ooh, it is," Itsuki observed. "What's up?" "It's got to take more than a picture of a nude woman to embarrass you by now." "Ah yes," noted Toki. "Makuniyama did mention that Kani and Shirakawa were a huge help to her." "What did you guys do for her?" I can't talk about something like that to you." The wide-eyed reaction made Toki take a step back. "Oh, really? What were you even?" "Well, after all that carrying on about panties and bras, having her agree to nude scenes was a pretty big surprise to me, but it's resulted in one seriously impressive manga version." He gave her a bow. "So thanks, for whatever you did." "Well, I guess I better say thank you then, too." "I appreciate it." Itsuki's tone was just as arrogant as ever, but there was no doubting the sincerity behind it. Now Mako's face was warm with an emotion besides shame. She took another good look at the comic page. Even a non-enthusiast like her could see well enough how amazing this manga was. Despite being stripped down and observed from all manner of angles, and in all manner of ways, now she felt a sense of pride in being involved. She didn't have the kind of novel-writing talent Itsuki and Nayuta had, and she was terrible at drawing. But even she could be involved with these incredible creators, helping them give birth to these incredible new works. And that might be kind of well, not just kind of really neat. Now it was Nayuta's turn to grab the page. Hey, there's no substituting for nakedness in your stuff, Itsuki. Out of nowhere, she gave one of Mako's breasts a squeeze as she stared at the art. Hiya. Hey, what are you doing? Naha. You've been a huge help to me too, Maya. Too bad you couldn't be my editor. Yeah, if I ever get the chance. Mako smiled. Despite the ongoing groping, and Toki, watching her, had a sudden thought. Well, would you like to work in editorial with us, Shirakawa? Huh? Really? We're actually hiring for part-time help right now, Toki reported with total sincerity. So if you're interested, I mean, it'd be more miscellaneous office chores than anything. You wouldn't be assigned authors to edit right off the bat. Sure, I'd love to. She gave the reply before she could even think about it. Yay, cheered Nayuta. Mako in editorial. Haruto marveled with a smile. Weird hiring policy you got there, Itsuki said, squinting at them. After everyone else went home, Itsuki lay in bed, smirking as he read over the all-about manga pages. Hey. It must have been the 3,000th time he read the chapter, but it never got old to him. Every single time, it was still wonderful. Having another creator's hand rebuild his work, giving it new charm that wasn't there before. That was what the media mix strategy was all about. For the first time, he realized just how awesome a system this was. He could only hope the anime version would remain just as outstanding. He really wanted it to be, even as he knew just how difficult that was. The travesty of the recently wrapped Chevalier of the Absolute World anime flashed through his mind again. Simply imagining all about meeting the same fate made his heart ache. How did Haruto feel watching that thing? He seemed pretty cheerful on the surface during the RPG session, but had he really achieved closure from all the damage he took? There was no point imagining the worst right now, but, Itsuki reasoned, he still needed to be mentally prepared for it. Could I really overcome that if it happened to me? It's alright. I can do it. He forced himself to sound confident as he went eye to eye with the naked Yakika yet again. The anime is just another checkpoint. My mission is to create the ultimate little sister novel, like nothing before it. As long as I have that little sister thirst, I'll never stop going forward. And this is one thirst that will never be quenched. Why? Because I don't have a real little sister. I don't, and that's why I can pursue my fantasy of the ultimate sister as far as I want. Unless a little sister pops into my world out of nowhere one day, I'm absolutely golden. It was with that unbreakable conviction that Itsuki nodded off to sleep. The end. Bonus track. The Life of a Light Novelist. This bonus track is a rewriting of the drama CD included with the deluxe edition of A Sister's All You Need, Volume 4 in Japan. Some of the dialogue has been edited and differs slightly from the original CD. Also note that this work remains a work of fiction and has no relation to any actual person or organization. Thank you. 1. Grach. This is going new Harry. It was mid-evening as Itsuki, staring at the PC on his desk, suddenly shouted into the night. Are you okay, bro? Chihiro worriedly called out from the kitchen as he prepared dinner. NNH, yeah, came the flat reply. Don't worry, Chihiro, having writer's block like this happens to people all the time. Oh? That doesn't sound too okay to me. No, he's fine, chimed in Nayuta from under the kotatsu table. No matter how much pain it takes to get there, as long as you make the deadline, it's all good. Ha. Exactly, Kanaku. No need to panic yet. So I'm wrapping up work for today. Great, Itsuki. Would you like to have our customary quickie in bed before dinner? When have we ever done that? Itsuki shouted, cheeks reddening a bit. Nayuta just gave him a sly grin. Hee hee. You know, it's funny to think that there are people who figure you and I really do have that kind of relationship already. You're making no sense, interjected Mako, facing Nayuta on the other side of the table. Why do you think it's okay to say those things, Nayu? Come on, it's your turn. The two of them had been playing a wealth of board games since the afternoon. Agricola, Ghosts, Let's Catch the Lion, Patchwork, Lost Cities, Battle Line, Blue Moon Legends. They ran the gamut from easy breezy to intense experiences, and all of them were best suited for two players, or, I'm getting bored of playing against you, Maya. I'm at 7 wins in a row, right? Nayuta rolled her eyes. What's that matter? Mako countered, ashamed. Let's at least play until I win a game. Nah. Itsuki cut in. You're losing big again today? You really suck at games. Oh, thanks a lot, Itsuki. I'm just not very good at these strategic games. Like, where you have to guess at your opponent's moves and stuff. I do a lot better in other kinds of games. Hey, you think? I don't think you're much better at competitive games like that, Chihiro pointed out. That's not true, Itsuki grumbled. Then the doorbell rang. Oh, you want me to get it? No, let me see who it is, Itsuki told his brother. 'Cause if it's my editor, you'll have to pretend I'm not here. Bro, are you sure your work is alright? Itsuki peered through the front door peephole. But the person outside was not an editor. It was his author friend Haruto Fuwa. Phew, it's just Haruto. He breathed a sigh of relief as he opened the door. What's up, Itsuki? Heya. Don't mind me, Haruto replied as he entered the apartment. The gang's all here tonight, huh? Well, perfect. Perfect how? Mako asked. I just bought a new board game today, and it's supposed to be best for 5 players. Wanna try it now? Ooh, nice, Itsuki instantly replied. Let's do it. What about work? Chihiro ventured. Work? What work? Oh no, I must have amnesia. I can't remember a thing. Come on, bro, Chihiro said with dismay. Nayuta countered with a smile. It's no big deal. He's just taking a break. Right, exactly. Mental breaks like this are important, Itsuki enthusiastically agreed. Besides, Nayuta added, procrastinating on work to play board games makes it all the more fun. There's no saving you guys, Mako moaned. Right, so here's what we're playing. Haruto removed the game from his paper bag. It landed on the table with an audible thump. A large rectangular cardboard box with artwork of manuscript sheets and the title The Life of a Light Novelist in big letters. The Life of a Light Novelist. What a weirdly specific title. The packaging looks really cheap, too. Itsuki wrinkled his nose. Haruto nodded. Yeah, it's probably one of those games that was made by one guy in his bedroom. It was covered in dust on the game store shelf when I ran into it. I figured it must have been crap. But with a title like that, I couldn't help but invest in it. I definitely understand, Nayuta replied. Even if a game looks outrageously bad, I can't resist giving it a shot. Usually I stick with digital games, though. Yeah. And then you play it once, and it's like, why the hell did I spend money on this? It's the circle of life. You don't have to lower my expectations that much before we play, Itsuki interjected, slightly miffed. So what kind of game is it? At Chihiro's bidding, Haruto took out the instruction booklet. This game allows players to experience the life of a light novel writer. What does experiencing that in a game do for you? Itsuki asked. I'm enjoying it enough in real life, Nayuta added. Chihiro seemed a little excited. Oh, I might be kinda interested. Like, what it's like to be a writer. Players make multiple branching decisions along the way as they write novels, earn money, and eke out a living as a professional author. Players win by collecting happiness points and becoming happy by the end of the game. Alright, so it's kind of like the game of life and stuff. Roll the dice, move your peg, and navigate the forks in the path. There's a few other special rules, but we can figure 'em out as we play. Wow, if it's a game like that, maybe even I have a chance to win. Mako's eyes lit up. Well, ready to play? Haruto opened up the rest of the box, taking out the game board, player pegs, money cards, and so forth. Each player starts with 500,000 yen and 0 happiness points, he said as he dealt out the money cards. The object is to collect happiness points, not money? Itsuki asked. How realistic, Nayuta muttered sagely. Money really can't buy happiness. The prep work complete, Haruto placed all the pegs on the starting square. I guess we're supposed to play in the order of our ages. So Chihiro, Kaneko, me, Mako, and Haruto. Off you go, Chihiro, Nayuta said. Chihiro picked up a die. All right. Oh, wait, there's already a branch at the start point. You must place an entry in a new author competition to become a professional writer. Select which competition you want to enter before rolling the die. Oh, so we don't start out as pros? So Choicer is the event run by industry big shot Lightning Books. The prize is 1 million yen. Choice B is mid-tier GM Bunko's competition. The prize is 2 million yen. Choice C is new label Gagarin Books. The prize is 3 million yen. The smaller labels give out more prize money? Mako asked, surprised. Well, Haruto reasoned, the new guys have a great need to collect talent, and Choice D is not to enter any competition at all and upload your work to the net instead. Prize money, 0. Wow, there's even that option? Itsuki sniffed. Chihiro weighed the options for a few moments. In that case, I'll go for the mid-tier competition. Roll a die. If you roll 3 or higher, you win a prize and then make your debut. Proceed down route B. So you can't join the business unless you roll well enough? Said Mako, scowling a bit. 3 or more, 3 or more. HNH. Chihiro rolled a die. The result. Nice. I'm in the industry with a 5. Ooh, congratulations, Chihiro. Great job. Yeah, good one. Hey, thank you. So I'll move my peg down route B. Chihiro moved his person-shaped wooden peg 5 squares down, then read what was on the board. So I win the 2 million yen prize and end my turn, I guess. He took out 2 million yen's worth of money cards, and then it was Nayuta's turn. I go next. I want the money, so I'll join Gagarin Books competition. Roll 2 or better to make your debut. Here we go. She rolled a. Well, that was easy. Now I get to make my debut. Here comes the great new hope of the industry, Haruto remarked. Once she advanced her pawn and picked up her money, Itsuki picked up the die. Well, if we're all splitting up, I'll go with Denji, Lightning Books. 5 or higher to debut? I guess it's a lot harder to break in with the big guys, huh? But with one anime adaptation under my belt, this'll be no sweat. He trussed the die with all his might. And that's a 2. You're fighting an uphill battle, and losing, said Nayuta. Nrah, someone like me, not making the cut. Damn you, Lightning Books. Oh, by the way, Haruto said, thumbing through the booklet, I guess you have to pay 100,000 yen per turn to cover living expenses. If you go into the red, you're out of the game. What? Wow. You got a debut fast or you're in trouble. Good thing I made it on the first try, a visibly relieved Chihiro sighed. Also, if 2 players get married, they can pool their money together. Married? It was only to be expected that Nayuta would latch onto this. Yeah, we're all free to marry whomever we want. There's no gender restriction or anything. Let's get married, Itsuki. Right now? No. Marry me. And until you can make your debut. No, even after, I promise I'll cater to your every need. Quit propositioning me in the most graphic way possible. I'll show you. I'm gonna join the Lightning Books family next turn. As Itsuki steeled his resolve, Mako picked up the die. I'm up next. I have some freedom with my money at this point. Maybe I ought to try for Lightning, too. The dice tumbled across the table. Ooh, a 5. It's my debut. Why? Itsuki screamed. Wow, a full-fledged Lightning Books author. Not bad, Maya. Your first book winning the Lightning Grand Prize. Mako awkwardly smiled. Hee. Oh, it's nothing that impressive. I'll see you down this path later, Itsuki. GNNHH. With that, Mako's turn ended, and Haruto picked up the die. Okay, which way should I go? Well, since nobody's picked it yet, how about I take path D, the internet strategy? It says that I don't have to roll any dice if I pick this. Right. Here I go. Overlord or bust. The turn order went back to Chihiro. So it's just rolling the dice and advancing down the path now, right? This time he rolled a 3 squares. Your debut book received another printing. Collect 500,000 yen. All right. I'm up next. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hey, I got another printing, too. But I only get 100,000 yen out of it. Why is it so different? Nayuta looked less than convinced about this. All right. Time to make my big debut. Itsuki threw everything he had into his dice roll, and, Nrah, not again. Your standards are way too high, Lightning Books. Mako was next. I got another printing, too. That's 1 million yen for me. 1 million? Exclaimed Chihiro. What a difference. Lightning's a force to be reckoned with. Nayuta marveled. I guess the money you earn differs completely depending on the path. Chihiro gave the board and its different routes a quick scan. Yeah, Haruto replied, and some paths even have more money squares than others. The Lightning route has tons of reprint squares, but the mid-level GM Bunko and smaller label paths are a bit more sparse. The web novel route has a lot of squares with nothing on them at all. He rolled the die. No event on that square. Guess I'm just going nose to the grindstone with uploading text. The turn order went back to Chihiro. Nothing for me this time, either. Nayuta said, a reprint, but it's just 100,000 yen. Which is totally eaten up by my monthly expenses. All right. Lightning Books for sure this time. Itsuki rolled the die, telekinetically forcing it to bend to his will. Gah! A 1. That's like getting rejected in the first round. He held his head in his hands as Mako proceeded down the Lightning route. Whoa, another million yen reprint. That's crazy, Haruto observed as he rolled. Guess I'm just uploading more chapters. I'm basically just as unemployed as Itsuki, aren't I? Don't call it unemployed, Itsuki spat, slightly put out. 3, 9, 4. That's the 5th straight debut fail. I'm out of money. Why won't those pricks at Lightning Books just publish me already? 5 turn cycles in, and Itsuki had yet to leave the starting square. Itsuki, shouldn't you give up on Lightning? If you don't make the cut next turn, you're out of the game, right? Nayuta pleaded. Itsuki gritted his teeth. I'm not out yet. I'm not giving up. Besides, Kaneko, I thought you were a pro, but you have barely any money on you. Well, every time I get paid, my expenses eat it all up. The 3 million yen in prize money is keeping me propped up all right. But this is like death by 1,000 cuts, Nayuta wailed. I'm still making money, Chihiro said, but compared to Mako, it's nothing. Yeah, how much money do you have? Mako counted the money cards in her pile. A little over 10 million. 10 million? Itsuki's eyes burst open. Well, don't worry, I'll join Lightning and catch right up with you. Hopefully you can debut sooner or later, Itsuki. GNH. Can't wait to see how many million yen I make at the next printing. Mako looked supremely confident as she rolled the dice, much to Itsuki's chagrin. 4. Not a reprint for a change. You are in danger of missing a deadline. Roll the die. If you roll 4 or higher, you barely make it in time. Well, here goes. She didn't make it. The die read. Oh no, I missed the deadline. But doing that once isn't any big deal, is it? Nayuta and Haruto glared at the indifferent Mako. Maya, you're turning into one of those problem authors. Yeah, well, maybe it's because I'm friends with a pair of habitual deadline-breaking offenders in Itsuki and Nayu. Not sweating her transgression at all, Mako continued reading the square's instructions. If you fail to make the deadline, you lose 5 turns and give up 3 happiness points. Whoa, that's really harsh. 5 turns? Oh, I've heard about this, reported Nayuta. The big labels publish a ton of stuff every year, so there's this intense competition for schedule slots. If you miss a date, you may not get another slot for another 6 or 12 months, even a whole year. Itsuki shuddered. I couldn't even imagine our label doing that to us. Yeah, our publisher never delays anything. They just force us to publish it, no matter what, Nayuta chimed in. I guess the competition is pretty intense in the upper echelons. Oh, it's my turn. I'm running short on money, too. Haruto smiled wanly as he rolled the die. 4. Whoa. Your web novel has been picked up by a large publisher. Collect 5 million yen in first printing royalties. Itsuki was taken aback. Damn, web novels are crazy. Wow, all that day in, day out effort really paid off. Haruto laughed. Looking ahead, Prince Manhor, the route after that square looks pretty crazy. Wow, you're right. 1 million yen for a new printing, 3 million for a new volume. And whoa. Look at all the new volume squares. Nayuta and Mako couldn't hide their surprise. Well, with all the stuff I've written and uploaded, I've probably got dozens of paperbacks worth of text to publish. Man, you sure can rake it in with web novels. Maybe I should take that route and try to stage a comeback. Not so fast, Itsuki, exclaimed Haruto. Taking the internet route with zero money is way too dangerous. MMPH. But if I blow it with lightning books one more time. Itsuki groaned. Wait. He suddenly lit up, a new idea crossing his mind. Haruto, will you marry me? Fwa, huh? Where did that come from, bro? Nayuta, Mako, and then Chihiro all reacted with varying degrees of shock. Haruto was the only player in the room to take this offer calmly. Since we'll share a common bank account, that'll let you stay in the game more easily. Is that what you figure? Yeah. Haruto, you gotta support me until Lightning Books picks me up. You just wanna be his sugar baby? Mako shouted. Then, more quietly, she grumbled. I have more money than him. Still, shouldn't you be asking me before him? Oh, right. You'll work too, Mako. Will you marry me? Wah, no, you weirdo. Mako's face turned red at the sudden proposal. Itsuki, Nayuta interjected. If you're gonna marry someone, marry me. You can use my money any way you want to. No, you're so mean. She pouted. Hey, bro, if you don't mind marrying me, that's fine. Like, I'm not making a lot, but it's steady, and I have some money saved up, too. If we try hard enough, I think we can make it work. Chihiro blushed a bit as he pleaded his case. It made Itsuki do the same. Why yeah. Well, maybe we should, then. Like, get married. Sure. No, interrupted Nayuta. That's incest. It's not healthy for two brothers to get married. Calm down, Kanaku. This is just a game. If it's just a game, then why won't you just marry me, already? I said no. We can worry about that in real life, but the answer is still no. Itsuki's face grew redder as he refused. Alright, so Itsuki and Chihiro are married now, Haruto said. Whose turn was it again? Oh, mine. Chihiro promptly rolled a. Here's a branch point. Your editor has been replaced. Roll an odd number to go down route A, or an even number for route B. Did you see the editor illustrations? Mako scanned the editor artwork for each of Chihiro's potential routes. It made her laugh out loud. Route A featured a serious-looking man in glasses and a business suit, memo pad and tablet in hand. Route B had a chill surfer boy type holding a red pencil and a horse racing form. Hope I roll odd, Chihiro prayed as he tossed the die. It came up. Ooh, it's even. Haha. Well, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe Route B has the more talented editor. The first square inches. Route B says your new editor lost your manuscript. Lose 3 turns. Maybe not, exclaimed Haruto. His attempt at placating Chihiro failed. This is kind of unbelievable, though. Would an editor ever lose someone's manuscript in real life? Oh, is something wrong? Chihiro found Itsuki, Nayuta, and Haruto all turning away from him. I can't help but notice that all the squares ahead for Chihiro are pretty awful, Mako finally said, and the others joined her in examining the board. Oh? Itsuki remarked. Let me see. A miscommunication with your illustrator delayed your release date. Lose 3 turns. You were forced to do immediate tour, earning you ridicule on the internet and breaking your heart. Lose 3 happiness points. Your editor replaced your text entirely without asking. Lose 2 happiness points. The content your editor forced you to rewrite was so unpopular that your series was cancelled. Lose 4 turns and 5 happiness points. Damn, dude, Haruto said. This isn't based on reality, is it? Nothing this terrible actually happens in real? Chihiro gingerly asked. Ha ha. Ha ha. Aha. The short, dry bursts of laughter from the 3 professional novelists in the room told him everything he needed to know. There are actually editors like that. Is the light novel industry really okay? Mako asked. Or, don't worry, Mako, someone this terrible's extremely rare in this business. If that's who you get assigned to, then I can't offer more than my condolences, but, oh man, I hope I survive. Well, all the routes have their pitfalls, Nayuta said, grabbing the die. I guess light novels are a thorny path, no matter which one you take. Anyway, oh, I earned 300,000 yen for my new release. You know, the difference from the web author's earnings is kind of breaking my heart. At least you managed to make your debut. This time, I swear I'll make my debut with lightning. Gah, a 4. When am I finally gonna crawl out of this square? Itsuki screamed. 4. Many turn cycles passed. Itsuki, face drawn and head hanging low off his frame, rolled the die. O? R? U? Huh? It showed a NNNNHHHS 6. Tears welled up in his eyes. Congratulations, bro. At long last. Finally. I'm a lightning novelist. The other players clapped as he let out a guttural roar of victory. Ha ha ha. Thank you, and congratulations, me. Just wait and see how new author Itsuki Hashima's gonna rock lightning books to its core. And special thanks to the wife who supported me all this time. Oh, no, I didn't really. I mean, it's all thanks to how hard you worked, big bro. Chihiro turned red. Your brothers, Nayuta pouted. Stop flirting like that. Still, though, Mako coldly pointed out, you sure had it tough until your debut. Why yeah, and given how you haven't been able to launch a new book in 10 or so turns, you definitely know how it goes. Hey, that's mean. It's the publisher's fault for not letting me sell anything just because I blew a single deadline. Mako's getting more and more problematic, a shocked Haruto said. I have to keep releasing books to make money, but now my expenses are piling up. Does this mean, like, if you're an author who can't put out a book, you're basically unemployed? Ha ha. Haruto laughed weakly. You finally noticed? Itsuki commented. Your intellect is truly beyond compare, Maya, added Nayuta. Novelists sure have it tough, huh? Chihiro said sympathetically, then more dryly added, I mean, I'm starting to wonder how many times my editor is going to lose my submissions. Why do I run into all this trouble with my illustrator and designer every time? Are they sabotaging me on purpose, or what? If he made a mistake serious enough to cancel my anime project, how's he allowed to stay with the company? Oh no. Chihiro's editor screwed up so many times, he's gone over to the dark side. Nayuta shuddered. Come back to us, Chihiro. Come back. Huh? What did I do? Itsuki's shouting was enough to restore Chihiro's sanity. Fortunately. Hang in there just a bit longer, okay, Chihiro? Your editor's getting fired in just 2 more squares, it looks like. Whoa, Haruto, you're right. Finally, I'll be free of this guy. Oh, Chihiro, wailed Itsuki. It's even making you cry. You're so gentle. I swear, a bad editor has the power to completely ruin authors' lives. Yeah, it ain't easy being a pro novelist. And meanwhile, here I am, just uploading text on the internet and raking it in. Without a care in the world, Haruto tossed the die. Right, there's a 6. The massive royalties you're making allow you to live comfortably enough that you've decided not to bother uploading weekly novel updates. Thanks for your support. I'll see you sometime in the future. Go back to start? Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? I'm going on permanent hiatus without finishing the story? Nayuta glared at Haruto. You're awful, Prince Manhor. Permanent hiatus? Chihiro asked. Haruto explained. Oh, it's just slang for abandoning a project without reaching the ending. You see it a lot in web novels and indie games. Seriously, though? I got this far and I'm back to sending stories to competitions. Well, you did abandon your best-selling story just because you got sick of it. I'm sure all your fans are furious with you, so you'll just have to adopt a new pen name and start over, Nayuta callously pointed out. I know I've got all this money, but this is breaking my heart. I'm up. Chihiro rolled the die. It was enough to break him out of the crappy editor path. I'm finally through that gauntlet. The sincerity of his joy led Nayuta and Mako to offer their congratulations. Good job, there. Yeah, nice one. Just watching you go through that was hard enough. And you had to support your unemployed husband, too. Don't call me an unemployed husband. Now that I'm a big Lightning Books writer, I'm gonna be the one supporting him. Sure thing. Big bro. We'll do it together. Watching the Hashima couple, Nayuta pouted. Yeah, I know we've all got it tough, and meanwhile, I'm still in the bush leagues with Gagarin Books, writing this string of novels that never go anywhere. Oh. Her peg reached a branch point. Take route 2 if you roll a 1 or route B for anything else. Here goes. Following the instructions, Nayuta rolled A. There's a 1. Down route A I go. Let's see what this one has. Wait, what? Wow, this is amazing. The idle peek at the path ahead made her yelp in astonishment. Itsuki and Mako followed her gaze. What? Whoa. What is this route? You scored the biggest hit in the label's history. Collect 2 million yen for the reprints. A manga version is underway. Collect 2 million yen. You signed on for the anime version. Collect 5 million yen. The manga's a hit, my new series is a hit, all the books get reprinted 1 billion times, the anime's a hit, I win the Best Light Novel Award 3 times in a row, I win the Suge Japan Grand Prize, they write and sell a character song about me. Thrilled, Nayuta kept going. So I guess Gagarin Books used to be this little niche label. But now it's finally got its very own My Youth romantic comedy is wrong. Now Gagarin's up there with the brightest stars in the industry. Uh-oh. I better get a book out fast, or she's gonna overtake me. In that case, I guess as Lightning Books' latest sign-on, I'll have to pull a sword art something from another publisher out of my ass right now. Itsuki Hashima, the latest sign-on, rolled the die. 1. Your debut novel was a sales disappointment. Lose 2 turns. Well, so much for becoming a certain someone. 5. Thus, all 5 players made their light novel debuts, rushing down the paths to their respective destinies. Your anime is successful. Collect 2 million yen, Chihiro gleefully reported. My label's really been hitting it out of the park lately. Your new series is a mega hit. Collect 2 million yen. Nayuta was doing just as well. Your editor was caught trying to stealth market your novels on a forum, triggering an uproar. Lose 3 turns. Mako tilted her head in disbelief. Your anime debuted, but from episode 1, the terrible animation and excessively compressed storyline cause you to lose 10 happiness points. Way to remind me of real life. Haruto let out a despondent groan. The gaps between each of the 5 players' experiences in the world of light novels were increasingly staggering. Geez. If you're gonna try stealth marketing, do a better job than that, editor. Is there a square somewhere that'll boost my sales to 10 billion or something? I gotta find a way to turn the tables. We're almost at the end of the game. I can't wait to reach the end. Mako was starting to get bored. just as Itsuki was starting to lose his marbles. The winners decided by happiness points, right? Right, Mako said to Nayuta. Who's in the lead now? Everyone reported their totals. Haruto was at -16, Itsuki at -20, Chihiro at -26, Nayuta at -7, and I'm -14. Wow, we're all in the negative. No matter which route you take, observed Chihiro, there's tons of events that cost you happiness points, but not too many where you gain them back. So what are we supposed to do? Mako asked, confused. I suppose this is the game's way of telling us that happiness doesn't come easy in this business. But we've got no choice but to keep going, replied Itsuki. What is happiness anyway? Chihiro reflected as he tossed the die. Oh, another branch. The label you've worked for up to now was bought out by the largest publisher in the industry for 8 billion yen. Lose 5 happiness points. You have a choice. Either join your dissatisfied editor at a newly launched label, Route A, or stick with your old label and become the giant slapdog, Route B. Which should I go for? My label's gone, guys. Wow, Haruto said as Chihiro reeled at the news. You've worked so hard not to lose out to the big guy all this time, too. Rough. Yeah, Itsuki added. If this happened in real life, it'd break the heart of so many authors and editors. Then, even though the big company bought the smaller one because it was doing well, its earnings would take a nosedive. It'd be a huge tragedy with no winners in the end. Good thing this is just a game. Oh boy, you said it, Nayuta droned. I don't know. My current editor saved me from my really bad one before, so I'd like to keep working with him, but jumping labels sounds dicey. What do you think I should do, bro? Just follow your heart. Whatever you pick, I promise I'll support you. Oh, Itsuki, so manly, Mako sarcastically observed. I wish I was being told that, a miffed Nayuta blurted out. Or, thank you, Itsuki. All right, I've made up my mind. I'm going to follow my editor. I won't become some Horn River dog. Well said. That's the little brother. I mean, why fino. Nayuta flashed a diabolical smile. He. And while that mid-tier upstart is thrown into confusion by that buyout talk, the time has come for me and Gagarin Books to seize the initiative. Yeah. The die was thrown. The peg advanced. Wah, I'm being sued for copyright infringement. The case drags on so long in court that you lose 3 million yen and 5 happiness points. Before there's a verdict, you get doxxed by your haters online and branded a criminal. Lose 5 happiness points and 5 turns from the mental stress. Oh, yikes, Haruto said, breaking into a cold sweat. Wait, Itsuki noted, that didn't happen to Gagarin Books, that happened to, oh, whoops. This game is a work of fiction and has no relation to any actual person or organization, right? Who's the idiot who's trying to make me into a criminal? Nayuta whined, her voice shaking. Who do you think I am? I am Wataru Watari, author of my youth romantic comedy, Bring It On, and I'll whip all of you at once. You're not Wataru Watari, alright? And if Watari started picking fights with folks like that, it'd screw up the entire industry. Haruto quickly added, why is this happening to me? Because your editor didn't get permission from the original rights holder, maybe? Said Itsuki. Yeah, but why is it happening right when I'm at the top of my game? I smell a conspiracy. It's got to be the Empire of Horn River at work again. Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be beneath those guys. It's all up to you now, Itsuki. Please, secure revenge against Horn River for me. Oh, yeah. But I'm already writing for Lightning Books, so... Oh, right. You and Maya are both Horn River lapdogs. Stop calling us dogs. Here, lemme roll. Waiting at the square Itsuki reached. Oh? Lightning Books is spinning off from its parent company and launching as a new publisher. You are free to join this new publisher or to stick with the original parent company. You can also use your industry connections to join any publisher route other players are members of. Wait, big bro, is this? Join another player's company. Hey, Itsuki, join me over at Gagarin Books. Nayuta cried. Chihiro butted in. Maybe it'd be best to work for the same publisher as me. Nah, Haruto interjected, come with me. If my label hits it big with an anime, you'll be raking it in. Not that I did. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd fit in with a really big place. I think I'll shack up with Chihiro's label. Oh, nice. We're a brother, I mean, a married team. Yep. Let's destroy Horn River together. Thus, the super couple of Itsuki and Chihiro were united under the same label. Okay, my turn. Thanks to delay after delay, Itsuki had finally caught up with Mako on the board. Now she was stopped on the same square Itsuki had just hit. I'm facing the same decision. I dunno. They just never seem to get around to publishing my books. I think I'll join Itsuki and Chihiro's label, too. Haruto followed this up by landing on the square Chihiro had just experienced. Great, so I get to pick between joining my editor or becoming a lapdog, huh? Well, I'm no dog. Thus, a total of 4 players wound up joining the same publisher label. Only Nayuta was left behind. Well, whatever, she said. Once I'm done with my own crap, I'm hopping right over to that route with you guys. Great. Now we're all writing under the same label. Itsuki stood up and raised a fist. Let's band together and survive this living hell we call the light novel industry. The other 4 shouted. 6. Just because all 5 players were walking along the same novelist route didn't mean they had it easy. Your new series was cancelled after 2 volumes. Lose 2 happiness points and 2 turns. Oh, finally, a new printing. Only 50,000 yen? That doesn't even cover expenses. One of your haters left a negative Amazon review. Lose 1 happiness point. Not that it's that destructive, but it's still irritating. Huh? You were stalked by a reader who resents not being able to marry your heroine. Lose 3 happiness points and 3 turns. I'm being stalked? Like, does that really happen? My manga adaptation fell apart. I'm out 300,000 yen. I'm already scraping the bottom of the barrel here. That's rough. Chihiro, Nayuta, Itsuki, Mako, Haruto, all 5 of them were feeling the pain. Another cancellation. I have no idea what the readers even want any longer. I had another new series rejected, too. I should have appreciated my books back when I was actually releasing some. Wow, Itsuki marveled. I'd never expect that from you normally, Kaneko. We're almost at the end, Chihiro weakly stated, but we're all pretty battered and bruised. Huh? Yeah. I just hope we can make it. The anguish was written clearly upon Itsuki's face as he rolled. Your friend just got married. Lose 50,000 yen for a wedding present. If single, lose an additional 3 happiness points out of jealousy. What's that got to do with being a novelist? Good thing we're together, huh, big bro? Next was Mako. Your annual physical returned alarming results. Lose 100,000 yen and 3 turns. Yeah, novelists live pretty unhealthy lifestyles. Drinking in the middle of the day, for example. I'm starting to worry about my liver. The chance of a lifetime. Roll a 2 for a winning horse racing bet that multiplies your bank account by 10. 10. Huh. I guess this is the only chance I have to get out of poverty. Wait, Haruto. Don't plunge in. Yeah. Ignoring Itsuki's plea, Haruto staked his life on a gambling match. I lost all my money at the racetrack. That's another thing I'd have a hard time believing you'd ever say in real life. Bad news in the industry today, as Haruto Fuwa, novelist and anime storyteller, lost all his money betting on horses. Nayuta began. I thought I could make it work. I'd like to know why. So is this it? I got one more turn to try to avoid a game over. You know, Itsuki commented, you could marry someone and live off their fortune instead. Oh, right, I forgot. He turned his eyes toward Nayuta. No thanks. Whether it's a game or not, I'm not marrying anyone except for Itsuki. Yeah, I'll bet. In that case. Haruto's eyes met Mako's, and she responded with an exasperated look. Marrying for money? Seriously, Fuwa? Oh, I hate it when you look at me like that, Mako. Okay, so be it. So be what? Itsuki asked. I guess this is the end of the road for me. If I'm gonna lower myself to marrying a girl for her bank account, I might as well just bow out now. Wow, Prince Manhor, that's the manliest thing you've ever done. Maybe I had the wrong idea about you, a little. So, wait a minute. I'll do it for you, okay? Mako spoke up just as Haruto was about to announce his retirement. Huh? I'll do it for you. I'll marry you, she said bashfully. Phew. The 5 of us made it this far together. Wouldn't it suck if one of us fell out now? So let's get married, or, you're so kind, Maya. Mako. Thank you. Mako laughed at the heartfelt appreciation. You don't have to get that excited about it, you know. Yeah, I guess not. Itsuki leaned over to whisper at Haruto. Hey, nice one, Haruto. Yeah, in the game, at least. Mako gave Haruto a funny look as he did a miniature fist pump in the air. Right. Chihiro shouted as he took up the die. Let's get all 5 of us to the finish line. You collapsed and wound up in the hospital. Lose 500,000 yen and 3 turns. Oh no. My wife, are you alright? If married, your partner also loses 3 turns. Sorry to put this on you, bro. Don't be silly. Through sickness and in health. Itsuki. Will you quit with that lovey-dovey dialogue? Give that to me, not your own brother. Jealousy drove Nayuta to hurl the die with extra force. I got sick, too. Itsuki. Minus 300,000 yen, lose 2 turns. Plus my marriage partner, if I have one, otherwise lose 3 happiness points. It's tough, being alone in this world. She looked ready to cry for real. Mako felt sympathy for her. I'm starting to feel bad for you. Yeah, but everyone else is already married, so, Wait a second. An idea hit upon Haruto. He thumbed through the instruction booklet. What is it? I was just wondering if the game would let you marry multiple people. I don't see anything about it in the manual. Mako raised an eyebrow at this. I'm not sure the rules were really meant to cover that. But if that's how it is, Nayu. Yes. You wanna get married? That'll save you a few happiness points, at least. Maya. Oh, Maya, I do. Nayuta reached out to hug Mako, face beaming with pure emotion. Hiya. Let me go. I love you, Maya. Please make me happy. Yeah, sure. Itsuki couldn't help but envy them as they flirted, but not enough to keep him from rolling and moving his peg. If married, you have just had a child. You and your partner gain 10 happiness points and 3 million yen in gift money. And me and my brother had a child? Chihiro's face burned in shame, as Nayuta pouted. I wanted to have Itsuki's baby, too. Come on, Maya, let's make one of our own. I can't lose out to these 2. It's just one blockbuster quote after another from you, isn't it? Nayu. Wait a second, interrupted Itsuki, his voice low. There's no limit to marriage partners, right? So if you marry all of us, we'll all get to share in the money and happiness points. That's a bargain. Itsuki. Bro, I think that's stretching the premise a little too much, replied Nayuta, with Mako and Chihiro giving him similar looks of disbelief. Hey, don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. All I'm doing is trying to think up ways for us to all limp to the goal together. Yeah, chimed in Haruto, but if we do that, we'll all finish with high scores and it won't be a fair contest. True. Itsuki fell silent for a moment. Hang on. Haruto, let me see the instructions. Sure. Picking the booklet up, Itsuki pored over it, eyes as large as saucers. Hey. I see. I knew it the whole time. What? Itsuki? Here it is in black and white. Players win by collecting happiness points and becoming happy by the end of the game. It doesn't say anything about the guy with the most points winning or anything. So what? Mako asked. So basically, the points don't matter. As long as your happiness point count is positive, any player who reaches the finish wins. This wasn't a competitive game at all. It's a co-op. We're all trying to reach the end together. All the other players blinked in wonder. No wonder this game seemed so hard to me. That explains why it's balanced to make you fail midway if you tackle a route solo and never get married. This whole game's so misleading. If it was a co-op thing, they should have said so in the instructions. If I had to guess, Mako, part of the strategy lies in whether you notice that or not, Itsuki said, looking disgusted. You can really tell how much of an ass the author of this game is. Maybe the marriage rules were left ambiguous just for that reason. It's just asking you to poke through the loopholes, Haruto reflected. Well, in that case, we all know what to do. Let's all get married. I'll make all of you my lawfully wedded wives. You sound like the hero of a harem love comedy, Itsuki. That includes 2 guys, remember, said Haruto. Chihiro had to laugh at that, if only to divert everyone else's attention. I'm still not totally convinced this is right, but I'd hate it even more if we couldn't finish this. So I guess I'm marrying you and bringing Fuwa and Neiyu with me, Mako declared. And with that, Itsuki was suddenly polygamous. 7. For the next several rounds, Itsuki and his 4 wives were unstoppable. Say hello to our 15th child. That earns us 3 million yen times 5 and 10 happiness points for everybody. The absurd statement from Neiyu made Mako roll her eyes. I can't believe how much richer we are than before, she said. We're all in the black happiness points wise, too. It's starting not to be the life of a light novelist, though. It wasn't all smooth sailing, of course, just mostly. Oh crap, my manuscript's in trouble. But if another player's on the same label, they can join in and help me make the deadline. Next came Mako's turn. Lose 6 turns after fighting with your editor. Oh, but if 3 or more players side with you, you can all start a new publishing label. Finally, we can all go indie. I'll follow you the rest of my life, Maya. Yep. We're all friends and family. Thanks. Well, let's do it. Time to blow a huge hole in this entire rotten industry. Thus, the quintet set off to build their own label. Through sickness and injury, lack of employees, bookstores giving them the cold shoulder, interference from other publishers, and much more, they all worked together and struggled on, and now they were at the last square before the finish line. The game didn't allow players to step off this square until all of them were on there, fresh from completing their routes. Haruto, last to reach it, read the text. You're joining in a large, label-wide project. If all players in the label have sold a combined 10 million books, it succeeds. We're all good there. Itsuki's chest swelled with pride. Hey, no wonder. We've got ex-Lightning Books writers, a mega-hot web novelist, and even Wataru Watari himself. And now that we've hit it big with that project. All that's left is the end. Chihiro smiled and made a ceremonial toss of the die, moving his peg toward the square-marked goal. Players with 25 or more happiness points, go to the happy ending. If you have between 0 and 24 points, go to the normal ending. If your point total is negative, go to the bad ending. I've got 54 points, Itsuki reported. 49, said Haruto. 134, said Nayuta. I'm at 57, said Mako. And I'm at 72. So we all get the happy ending, huh? Woohoo! Mako shouted. What does the happy ending give us? Nayuta asked. Chihiro turned his attention to an illustration by the goal square showing a large book. Is it this? The book was set up so you could physically turn over the cover flap, revealing a message below. Haruto did the honors. After extensive difficulty, you have all managed to survive a truly tumultuous time in light novel history. The constant barrage of unfair calamities may have driven you to anger on more than one occasion. However, none of the events in the game are cheap exaggerations. If you ever became a novelist in real life, these events and more may befall you as well. You sure got that right. However, Mako continued, if you have made it here, then you likely already know everything you need to survive in this irrational world. And if you do enter that world and face all its unfair realities, as long as you have friends and lovers fighting in the same world as you, we are sure you'll be able to overcome any obstacle in your way. Nayuta picked up the thread. This marks the end of the game, Chihiro read to round it out, but your battle will continue on after this. We hope you and your trustworthy friends will support one another and make it through this grueling world. The end. The five of them sat there for a while, ruminating on the ending message. It was Nayuta who finally broke the silence. It's funny how everything got wrapped neatly in the end. Yeah, this game, Itsuki nodded. It's such a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. It sure was a piece of shit. Wow, that game was a piece of shit. Itsuki, Nayuta, Haruto, and Mako were all remarkably of the same mind, spoken all at once. No less. Even Chihiro agreed. Why yeah, I guess you're right. I almost let that text fool me for a second. I'm sorry I ever brought this along, Haruto said with deep regret. Mako laughed at him. Well, at the same time, maybe it's a good thing you bought it, Fuwa. Huh? I mean, if some teenager bought this game because he looked up to light novel writers, it'd ruin all of his dreams. Me and Chihiro already know how you guys work. Kinda. So, indeed, it's one less victim, I suppose, Nayuta said. There's the silver lining. Of course, Itsuki countered. That doesn't save you from the crime of making us play this piece of shit. I know, said Haruto, chuckling. Actually, I brought another new game along with me, too. It's a good one, too, I promise. It won a prize in Germany and everything. Ooh, I think we could all use a palate cleanser right now. What about your novel, big bro? Because that board game made it seem like breaking a deadline's pretty awful. Chihiro seemed worried. Don't worry, it's just a game. Real life isn't that terrible. Itsuki smiled and puffed his chest out. You think? An unconvinced Chihiro asked. Then the doorbell sounded with its trademark ding-dong. Someone there? Itsuki stood up and looked through the people again. NGH, he gasped, turned around, and screamed, oh shit. It's the editor. Run. The end. The novelist is a little sister-obsessed FK4. The woman walked along the quiet, seemingly abandoned street. She was a pretty young thing, in her early 20s, but the exhaustion on her face cast a pall over her attractive features. It had been 2 years since she had landed a job at a trading firm lauded as one of the nation's largest. Day in and day out, she arrived at work early and went home late at night. Her boss unfairly rebuked her for things beyond her control, and her co-workers all slaved away, determined to get ahead in the rat race. The general mood around the office was impossibly gloomy. She had wanted to get away from the daily grind for too long, but she lacked the resolve to quit altogether. A languid sigh escaped her mouth. Then she noticed something odd. It was too quiet. There was no one around, not a single vehicle passing by. As late as it was, she was on her way to a station in the center of the city. But a quiet, seemingly abandoned street. She couldn't recall a single part of her daily commute that fit the bill. Where am I? She nervously asked herself. Hey. She instinctively whirled around to face the source of the sinister laughter. There she found a beautiful young girl, 14, or 13, or maybe even younger. Her face was well-formed and beautifully symmetrical, like an intricately carved doll. Her long golden hair flowed gently like a mountain stream, and her eyes shone a bright red amid the darkness around her. Not a stitch of clothing was on her body. Her skin gleamed a brilliant white beneath the pale moonlight. The woman stared at the fair, otherworldly sight before her, almost forgetting to breathe. The girl simply gave her another eerie laugh. He. I want you to become my little sister. Before the woman could even gasp in bewilderment, the girl lunged forward with the speed of a wild wolf. Her sharpened fangs sank themselves into the woman's jugular vein. Warm blood seeped from the wound as a pang of untold pleasure arrested the woman's every thought. Her body shook in an odd rhythm, Her face contorted in ecstasy as she let slip one lascivious moan after another. The girl ravenously lapped at the blood streaming from her victim's neck, savoring every drop. Her expression was far too lewd and bewitching for such an innocent-looking face. Tasting the woman's blood, her arms slowly began to move. A simple, light caress from her small hands was all it took to rip the top and bottom off her business attire and send it all fluttering to the asphalt. By the time she removed her lips from the woman's neck, they were both naked as the day they were born. She gave the woman another greedy, expectant look. Somewhere in her fit of passion, the woman's eyes had taken on the same shade of crimson as the girl's. "Congratulations," the girl quietly stated, wiping the blood off her lips with the back of her hand. "You are now my little sister." Thus was born the latest in a series of unholy unions, a new inductee into the Immortals' sinister sisterhood. Wrapping up the 40-page or so manuscript, Kenjiro Toki let out a troubled-sounding groan. Itsuki Hashima, the novelist he served as editor for, was politely sitting across the table from him and searching his face to gauge his reaction. This sample was for the Sinister Sisterhood, Itsuki's latest novel series pitched to Toki. It contained an extensive rundown of the story's world setting, its atmosphere, and the personalities of its main cast, and while it was short, it was already a complete package, an entire story arc from beginning to end. Although this was still a stepping stone on the way to officially launching a new series, this was no rough work in progress. If anything, it was a real professional job. In fact, among all the treatments Itsuki had pitched to Toki lately, this was unarguably the sanest one yet. Unlike Life with a Little Sister, Itsuki's last pitch and a novel too divorced from reality to make any sense whatsoever, Toki fully understood what the novel's themes and goals were. "But I dunno, it's..." Toki scrunched up his face. "Kinda run-of-the-mill." "Run-of-the-mill?" Itsuki replied, eyebrows rising. "Yeah, I mean, not to get in your face with it, but all you did was take the word vampire and replace it with little sister. Otherwise, it's just another dime a dozen vampire story. We get a few of these vampire battle novels pretty much every year in our new writer competition. Oh, and I'm kinda interested to see where you go with this sisterhood thing. But there's no essential reason to make the woman her little sister instead of a vampire. Nothing unique. There's an idea here, but right now, it's just a simple bit of wordplay. The protagonist is pretty attractive, too, but I feel like he's too perfect to be very engaging. Maybe it was on purpose, but he resembles Sayag from Sisterly Combat, so he's not gonna feel too fresh to Hashima fans. His foe's a textbook zillion-year-old goth loli girl, too, which isn't too original. Toki had Itsuki's rapt attention for the first part of his calm tone criticism, but toward the end, he could see his author's hands shaking. Before, growh. Toki didn't bat an eye at the howling. "So yeah, like I said at the start. Run-of-the-mill. NRRRGGHHHH." Itsuki visibly winced as he gritted his teeth. "Every time, you bitch at me about how my ideas are insane or my characters are F.S. of nature. Why do you think I held back this time?" "No, that definitely came across." Toki nodded. "But I think you held back a little too much. You want just the right, comfortable amount of uniqueness. Not too crazy, not too reserved, novel without driving readers away, something that a larger pool of readers can enjoy." Itsuki resentfully rolled his eyes, irked at this appraisal. "Not that I think this treatment is badly done or anything. It's definitely at the level of quality you'd expect from someone making a living off this. But compared to Sisterly Combat or, like, All About, which was good enough to score an anime, it's not really enough for the audience. That's all I mean." These conciliatory words brought a slight smile to Itsuki's face. Hey, I see. So it's a masterpiece that could readily be released if written by any of the random novelists you find on the street, but it's just a bit lacking for someone like me, the savior of the publishing industry and the one keeping the light novel business single-handedly alive." "Well, I guess I see your point, then." "That's a lot for one man to shoulder, I'll tell you." but I'll just have to accept it as my fate. What do they call this? Noblesse oblige? The duty of the chosen ones of this modern era? It's tough to be nobility sometimes. Hey hey, ha 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 ha. Toki heaved a resigned sigh. Despite all the whining, Itsuki seemed to be accepting enough of his appraisal. He was even laughing. So anyway, try to rework that treatment a bit, and don't forget about your all-about and sisterly combat obligations, either. As Toki stood up and turned to leave the room, the woman accompanying him also rose to her feet. Keep up the good work, Itsuki. Mako Shirakawa, refined college student, nodded at Itsuki as she followed Toki out the door. Wow, being an editor can be tough sometimes, huh? Mako asked as they walked back to the editorial department. You can't just trash someone's work. You have to follow it up with a few compliments afterward. Yeah, I guess, replied Toki with a dry smile. I have to keep the authors energized and motivated to work. That's a big part of the job. I see. And really, Itsuki Hashima's on the easier side of things to work with. You throw him a bone or two, and he revs himself up. Oh, I don't know if Itsuki's that easy to read. She couldn't help but say it. She knew, after all, that Itsuki was dealing with a multitude of complexities in his mind. Toki belittling him like that put her off a little bit. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, he knows I'm just buttering him up, so I imagine he's doing a lot of that on purpose to drum up his inspiration. But either way, if you give me a novelist who's capable of dialing up his motivation through sheer willpower, I couldn't ask for much more. He can see that? Mako asked, a bit surprised. So are some authors harder to deal with than that? Oh yeah, came the immediate reply, a wry smile thrown in to drive the point home. Lots. I imagine you might run into them sooner or later in this business, Mako. But when you do, be careful. Be careful how? Mako asked with a look of concern. She still had her misgivings about this job, and Toki wasn't helping. The interview. Mako Shirakawa was invited to join the team part-time at Gift Publishing's GF Bunko label on a Sunday in early July, right when the first completed pages for the manga version of Itsuki's All About My Little Sister were sent over. It all began with an offhand remark from Nayuta, "Too bad you couldn't be my editor," and Mako briskly replying, Yeah, if I ever get the chance." That was all the impetus Toki needed to make the offer. Hanging out with authors and editors like Itsuki and Nayuta and Haruto and Toki, as well as helping manga artist Kaiko Makuniyama with modeling work for the All About My Little Sister comic, helped foster within Mako an interest in the publishing business. It made it too easy to accept the invite. It wasn't until she went home that she realized her only qualification was that she happened to know a few people in the industry. She knew next to nothing about the industry itself. That made her nervous about the chances of it working at all, but she still saw it as an avenue to self-improvement. Itsuki and Nayuta were living off their writing as a profession and even becoming known for it, while she had just been going through the motions, day after day. In Mako, that always gave her a sort of inferiority complex, or perhaps a less well-defined sense of gloom about her own life. This was just part-time, of course, but she figured that if she could work in the same world as Itsuki and his friends and gain a glimpse of the things they got to deal with, maybe that would alter the path of her life a little, too. And it wasn't all wrapped up in her feelings for Itsuki, either. She had had an interest in publishing for a while, and being involved with the manga project was eye-opening in how much joy it brought her. She was looking forward to a lot of it. Thus, Mako fell asleep that night, her heart racing with anticipation and anxiety. Several days later, Mako paid a visit to Gift Publishing for her interview. This was the publisher who ran the GF Bunko label her friends were involved with. They also published general literature, comics, and magazines on assorted topics. The building was less than a 5-minute walk from Itsuki's apartment. She had passed it countless times, but this was the first time she stopped in. The entrance had one of those signs outlining what department was on which floor. GF Bunko was on the 5th floor of the 10-floor building. Nervously, She told the secretary at the front desk that she was here for a GF Bunko job interview. She was instructed to report to the 4th floor, so she walked over to wait for the elevator. There were 5 men waiting with her, all wearing lanyards with company IDs on them, but none of them wearing what she'd call business attire. They must have been editors, too. She had only met Toki so far, and he was always either in a suit or a dress shirt and tie, so she assumed editors tended to go for the company man look a lot. Maybe Toki was the weird one, after all. Toki himself was waiting for her on the 4th floor. "Thanks for coming in, Miss Shirakawa." "Oh, no, thank you for inviting me." She bowed nervously. "Right this way," he replied as he used his ID to unlock the door to the hallway beyond. "Our editor-in-chief will be interviewing you. He might look kind of mean, but he's totally normal, so don't worry." "Oh okay." He seemed to be joking a little, but that stilted reply was still the best Mako could manage. "Yeah," Toki said, still trying to assuage her fears, "I called this an interview, but it's really just a formality." "You're gonna be just fine." Probably, as he put it, Toki's recommendation had all but landed the jobs for Mako already. Connections can be powerful things, after all. They had already agreed on the job's conditions and such via email, so all that remained was this formality of an interview. Mako knew that, but speaking directly to the editor-in-chief behind probably hundreds of published books still made her tense up. "Here we are," Toki said as he stopped and knocked on a door reading conference room 4. "Come in." "Thanks." The room was about 150 square feet in all, with 2 long desks in the middle. The walls were decorated with posters advertising gift publishing releases, situated at evenly spaced intervals, including the house's monthly release list and a promo picture for the Chevalier of the New World anime. Sitting in the middle of one desk was a lone man, well-built and dressed in a borderline tacky suit made of what looked like gold lame. He had a notably thick beard, wrinkles between his eyebrows, and the sharpened gaze of a predator on the savannah. The first phrase that popped into Mako's mind was mafia boss. Toki warned her he looked kind of mean, but that was a bit of an understatement. He was terrifying. She stood there, withering in her awkwardness, when the man addressed her in a deep, husky voice. "Sit down." Sure," she squeaked as she followed his orders, while Toki took a seat next to the man. "My name's Satoshi Godo, editor-in-chief of GF Bunko." Good to meet you," he replied, looking Mako in the eye. "So can we get down to business?" "See, certainly." She nodded. This was starting to feel more like an inquisition than an interview. "I heard that you were in the same year as Itsuki Hashima back when he attended college." "Oh, that's right. Mr. Hashima left in his first year, but yeah." "And you are acquainted with Kenny and Fuwa as well?" "I am. We hang out a lot together." "Hang out?" Like board games, and RPGs, and stuff. A lot of editors here like tabletop games, too." "Maybe you have something to talk about, huh?" Godo's voice was just as deep and growly as before, but he was speaking so casually that Mako could feel the anxiety dissipate. "By the way, Miss Shirakawa, I heard that you helped out a great deal with the comic version of All About My Little Sister." The anxiety was back. Mako's face tensed up. "Oh, it wasn't anything that big. Ha ha ha." "No need to be modest," Godo said, drowning out her nervous laugh. "Her editor at Gifted magazine said that Makuniyama sends her warmest thanks to you." "Oh, okay, ha ha." "How did you help her, exactly?" "Well, she had been stripped down, then poked and prodded across every inch of her body so her boobs could be rendered with a master artist's careful precision in the comic pages Kaiko produced." Probably couldn't say that. "Well, I mean, I don't know anything at all about manga. I just gave her some advice here and there." "Ah, well, that's fine, then." "By the way, what titles from our label do you like?" Well, I have a thing for it. Suit for Mr. Hashima's All About and Sisterly Combat." "What else?" "Well, I read Ono's Sister and Origami, short for Is It Wrong That My Little Sister Is This Cute?" "As expected." 2. 2 more Atsuki Hashima books. You like any authors apart from Hashima? Mako thought for a moment. She had read all of Itsuki's published books for starters, but there was no other G.F. Bunko title in particular she could point out as a favorite. I'm sorry, I haven't read a lot of G.F. Bunko titles. This made one of Godo's eyebrows twitch. It seemed, in her mind at least, that he was scowling at her a little now. Maybe that wasn't the best thing to say. How about Kani's and Fuwa's work? I'm sorry, I haven't read it. So which novels outside of the G.F. Bunko label do you like? Well, I like Index, A Certain Magical Index, and Irregular, The Irregular at Magic High School, and Tiradora. And the interview continued with questions about her favorite novels and manga and anime. But since Mako had only taken an interest in those after meeting Itsuki, her knowledge was limited to fairly recent titles, mega-hits anyone would know, and shows from her childhood. It wasn't like she had become a very deep fan of any title she mentioned, so whenever she was asked what made her like a particular series, she had trouble piecing together a coherent reply. Man, someone like me, wanting to join an edit team? I'm totally blowing this. Alright. Can you start next month? The sudden question stunned Mako into silence. Huh? You mean I'm hired? Of course, Godo replied with a broad nod. I told you, added Toki with a light smile. This is a formality. The boss here just wanted a chance to talk to someone younger than him. Oh, but I mean, seriously, I hardly know anything about the industry. That's not a problem. We don't need our part-timers to know a lot of nerd stuff. We want sincerity. And talking with you, I know you're a sincere woman. Thank you very much. Mako cried, visibly gladdened. You bet. See you next month. She smiled and nodded. Absolutely. I'll look forward to it. You did good, Ken. Godo rumbled, still seated. Hell of a woman you found. Yeah, I think so, replied Toki. She's really serious about this. What do you think's the most important thing a part-timer needs, Ken? Sincerity, isn't it? You dumbass, he breathed, wincing at Toki. Didn't you just say that, boss? No, dumbass, came the calm reply. That was just for show. So what's most important, then? Looks. Godo gave Toki a reassuring nod. You aren't gonna give a part-timer any super specialized stuff, or skilled work or whatever. You hire someone who keeps themselves looking good, and that helps boost morale among the authors and editors. I got no complaint at all about her on that front. Probably one of the best part-time hires I've made yet. Toki squinted at him. That'd count as harassment if you said that to any of our female staff, boss. I know, his boss replied, but neither Godo nor Toki realized yet just how vastly, and how generously, Mako Shirakawa, the woman hired on for her connections and her looks, would contribute to their company. Chihiro Hashima's lunch break. It was a balmy afternoon in mid-July, near the end of the first semester for Chihiro Hashima's second year of high school. She had gone out for lunch with 6 or so friends, and afterward, they had invited her to go out and hit the beach sometime during summer break. The beach? Isn't the clam hunting season over? Stunned silence fell upon the group, before everyone burst into laughter. Ha. What are you talking about, Kai-hee? Wow, Kai-hee. You're probably the only girl in this school who hears the word beach and thinks about collecting clams. Chihiro raised an eyebrow. Well, fishing, then? I've never gone fishing before. He was still posing as a younger brother to Itsuki and their mutual companions, but at school, she was just another part of the female student body. That being said, though, this school didn't have a dress code, and Chihiro had yet to wear a blouse or skirt to her classes. She opted for a casual, loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt and shorts for today. You're, like, the most non-girly girl I know, Kai-hee. Chihiro scowled at this appraisal. Non-girly? I don't think so. I'm a really good cook. I make my own lunches and everything. Sure, yeah, that's pretty impressive. I could never do that. Plus, all the simmered vegetables you do are super good. Her friend took that cue to reach over and pluck a piece of simmered lotus root from Chihiro's bento box. Her lunches were generally last night's leftovers with a few extras. Today it was grilled mackerel, chicken with simmered vegetables, a rolled omelette, pickled cucumber and eggplant, and brown rice, a rather colorless meal, but a filling one. At Itsuki's place, she often prepared chicken, fried rice, paella, and other favorites among girls and the young. But she made dinner at home, too, and her stepfather had a preference for traditional Japanese cuisine, so that was the shape her lunches often took the next day. "All right, I know you're a good cook," her friend said, chewing on the lotus root. "But this stuff doesn't really scream girliness, you know, Kai-hee. It's more like housewifiness." Housewifiness. This shocked Chihiro. She never deliberately set out to be the typical popular teenage girl, but she didn't think it was anything like that. Being called a housewife at high school age would offend anyone. "Well," she timidly countered, "what does girliness even mean anyway?" "I mean, like, basically, whether you can get guys or not." "Wow, that's pretty blunt." The rest of the group nodded. "But it's true." "Yeah, it's true. Pretty much." "And you should go to the beach, too, Kai-hee." "Not for clam hunting, but I guess you would kind of be fishing for something." "Yeah, fishing for boys. Let's go out and have 'em hit on us." That's how a girl needs to spend summer break. Chihiro looked around at her friends. "Oh, I dunno. Although, I'm not really into those kinda guys anyway. Whether they're hot or not. Yeah, if you're gonna hang with someone, it's got to be someone real. We're not going so we can play around with guys who hit on us. We're going so we can say, like, ooh, he totally hit on me." It's about testing your attractiveness as a girl and getting experience. Exactly. Seeing whether you're popular or not. It can really boost your self-esteem, you know. Chihiro giggled at the oddly scientific approach her friends took to human relationships. "I dunno if I'm that interested, really, or just go to the beach. You can ignore all that stuff if you want." Yeah, you never get to play around much, Kai-hee. "Let's go have some fun out for a change." She gave them a smile. "Yeah. All right, I guess I'll go." "Great. Plus, my folks running in, so we can all stay for free." "Oh, man, we can stay up all night." "Whoa," a surprised Chihiro interrupted. "You mean we'd sleep over?" "Of course." Her friends nodded. "Wow. I'm not sure." "What, is that bad?" "Are your parents gonna say no?" "No. But I got chores to do, and I gotta make food for my brother." "Oh yeah, doesn't your bro work for a publisher, Kai-hee?" Yeah. She hadn't expressly stated to her friends that her brother wrote books. Itsuki Hashima wasn't a pen name, so they'd be able to track down his works with one net search. Not that her brother's work embarrassed her, it was just that people would think Itsuki was weird, writing little sister trope fiction even though he had a real-life little sister. Working for a publisher wasn't exactly a lie, either. "I heard that if you work for a publisher, you have to sleep overnight at the office, like, all the time." "Yeah, I think that's true." As far as the editor Kenjiro Toki told her, that really did come with the territory. "Wow, that sucks," her friend said, wincing. Chihiro earnestly nodded. "Yeah, I think it does. He keeps such an irregular schedule, and when he's really busy, he hardly has time to sleep at all." "Oh, man, that sounds like the workplace from hell." Yeah. Piecing together everything Toki and Itsuki told her, Chihiro couldn't come up with any other conclusion. "Hey, does your brother have a girlfriend or anything?" Well, there's this girl who stops by his apartment all the time, at least." "Oh, so why don't you have her cook for him instead?" "I don't think she has any more life skills than he does." "I cook a lot for her, too." Recalling Nayuta made Chihiro smile in embarrassment as her friends looked on with sympathy. "You sure got it hard, Kai-hee. You're like a hero or something." "Of a tragedy." It's not that bad, guys. I like doing that kind of stuff anyway. But I think staying away overnight ought to be fine." Everyone smiled at the semi-frantic Chihiro. "Really? Sweet. And get a really cute swimsuit for it, too." "Okay, not like the ones the school gives us." "Oh yeah, for sure," Chihiro replied, a degree more frantic now. She had figured the school swimsuit was good enough. But, you know, If your brother works for a publisher, do you think he gets to hang out with Nayuta Kani and stuff, huh?" The unexpected name drop made Chihiro flail in her seat. There was no way she could finger Nayuta as the girl who stops by her brother's place. I don't know, I'll have to ask." "Kani?" one of her friends asked. "Who's that?" "You don't know her?" "She's, like, super popular." "Yeah, I read the whole Landscape series. It's this line of really awesome novels." "Yeah, really awesome. I didn't think you geese read fiction." "Well, it's, like light novels or something, so they're really easy to read. But super deep, too. It really gets you." "I read a couple of Vocaloid novels." "Is it kinda like that?" Yeah, the art, at least. Totally different inside, though. It's more, like, realistic." "Huh. Okay, let me borrow one later." "Sure." "And Nayuta Kani's still in high school, too, right?" "She was during her first novel, but I don't think so now." Plus, like, you know they make up that stuff anyway. No way someone in high school can write like that." "I bet it's, like, some middle-aged woman who wrote fancy novels and thought she'd try a different voice as a teen writer." "Yeah. But how can someone in their 40s or whatever write like that?" "She writes like she really understands how teens feel. That's what makes her such a genius." "Whether she's lying about her backstory or not, she can't be that much older than us." Maybe. "You know how she sometimes name drops super old games and stuff, like Spelunker?" "You'd have to be alive when thens was, like, current to get some of those references." Her friends almost never talked about novels like this. Watching them carry on about Nayuta Kani made Chihiro realize all over again how amazing Kani really was. A bead of cold sweat ran down the side of her head. The new publishing gig. Generally speaking, the official office hours for part-timers at the GF Bunko Department of Gift Publishing were from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, with an hour break for lunch. Most other publishers had the same rule. A high school diploma was the only qualification you needed, and the work pool consisted of people with multiple part-time jobs, students going to night or online school, housewives, and so on. This pool was paid by the day, and when Mako converted that into hours, she found that it paid better than the convenience store and cafe she worked at, but less than the tutoring gig she held for just a brief time. The responsibilities associated with the job could be summarized with the word miscellaneous. This included a wide variety of shipping work, author proofs, sample copies, contracts, merchandise, and much, much more. Photocopying of manuscripts and materials, marking out borderlines on proofs, getting approvals from this or that department, organizing and collating reader feedback forms, and so forth. Many editors arrived at work late in the day, so the part-timers also ran phone duty in the morning for them. They could also be asked by the editors for quick shopping trips and other favors, as well as to help out with events, award ceremonies, autograph tours, fan shows, and the like. In the case of gift publishing, each department had one part-timer to work with another brought on for new writer awards and other busy events. GF Bunko had hired an extra to aid in handling the rookie prizes and their corporate booth at Comic-Con in a week and change, so Mako's contract was effective only for August and September, when the university was on break. Mentally reciting the job description Toki gave her, Mako gave herself a reassuring nod and headed up to the 5th floor. It was 9:05 a.m. on August 1st, the first day of her new job, and since the interview had been held one floor down, this would be the first time she'd set foot in the editorial department. Using the part-time key on her lanyard, she unlocked the steel door that led to the edit room and slowly opened it. "Hello," she said softly as she stepped inside, and felt her foot lightly kicking against something. Flustered, she looked down to find Kenjaro Toki on the floor, lying face up. "Mr. Toki?" she half-shouted in fear. "MRNMGH." His eyes were closed, and his face looked stern as he half-groaned, half-snored down there. "Oh, are you asleep?" She gave him an incredulous look. Why was he on the floor? She bent down, trying to wake him up. Mr. Toki, you can just leave that there, a cold female voice snapped. Mako turned to the side and saw a single woman, seated right at the center of a neat row of desks. Nobody else was in the room. Once more people show up, I'm sure someone will kick him awake by accident. It happens all the time with Ken. Oh, it does. Mako looked down at Toki again, unsure how to take this woman's advice. Before looking back up, this co-worker appeared to be in her late 20s and was dressed in a pair of wrinkled pants, a blouse, and black-rimmed glasses. She was pretty, with kind of childish features, but the effect was ruined by the deep rings under her eyes and the exhaustion on her face. You the new part-timer? Yes. Mako bowed to her. My name's Mako Shirakawa. I'm starting work here today. Yeah. Ken told me about you. You're friends with Kani and Hashima? Yes. She nodded as she circled around Toki's body and toward the woman. The woman sized her up, as if examining the fruit in the produce department. My name's Yamagata. I edit for Kani. Oh, I see. Mako shot a glance at the ID card hanging around her neck. Kirara Yamagata, GF Bunko editorial. It was a cute name, but Mako wasn't sure if Kirara would take that as a compliment, so she fell silent instead as Yamagata let out a lifeless yawn. Have you been here since yesterday? Yamagata replied, eyes half shut. A manuscript that was due yesterday never showed up, so I've been waiting for it all night. Ken was, too, but his submission got wrapped up around 3 a.m. She shot a spiteful glare at the passed-out Toki on the floor. Wow, sounds tough. Editors deal with it all the time, Yamagata replied. Her face said she was resigned to her fate, but the flames of resentment were burning in her eyes. Not that I'm willing to forgive it, but, by the way, Mako asked, carefully choosing her words, what's this manuscript you've been waiting for? Kani's. Mako's face tensed up. She suspected as much. She isn't responding to emails, of course, and I can't get her on the phone. She wasn't at the hotel room we use for deadline slackers, and she wasn't at Hashima's place, either. She watched Yamagata mumble on as her eyes glazed over. Mako thought. Would she be mad if she knew we were screwing around together yesterday? Nayuta had actually invited her over the previous afternoon. They caught a movie, went shopping for a bit, ate dinner, and sang karaoke until late at night. The girl was full of energy in the karaoke booth, singing the opening songs from multiple Precure seasons in a row in her passionate, if off-key, voice. When Mako inquired about her work status during dinner, she had smiled and said, oh, no problem, but she thought she saw Nayuta's face tense up a bit at the question. So she must have been using me as a distraction while she totally blew her deadline. What? Oh, nothing, Mako stammered at the suspicious-looking Yamagata. She replied, not looking very engaged with the world. Letting out a half-yawned sigh, she picked up the phone. Nobody answered after 30 seconds, so she angrily put down the receiver and let out a deeper, more pained sigh. Mako dared to ask, is Nayu's manuscript in that much trouble? Do you know what the on-sale date is for Kani's next book? No. It's this month. This month? The release dates for GF Bunko titles always hovered around the 18th of each month. Were they in that much of a hurry? So you still have 2 weeks or so, right? Oh, you don't know a thing, do you? Yamagata gave her a look of fairly obvious disgust. We can't put a book on sale right after the writer sends us the file. There's editing, there's proofs, there's checking for any problematic content. You check it over and over again for typos and missing words. Then you hand it back to the author, she makes her own corrections and checks the edits themselves, and then it finally heads to the printer. But even if you do all that checking, it still seems like a lot of stuff makes it through to the final books. Even with Mako's relatively shallow experience with reading for pleasure, it felt to her like every book had at least a few typos or other weird spots, the ages of characters varying from page to page, a cast member's name appearing without warning when they weren't supposed to be in the scene, misspelled terminology, A climactic scene ruined by some goofy mistake. Well, editors are only human, so there's no way you can catch everything. Yamagata's voice sped up a bit as she pleaded her case. You'll miss stuff no matter how careful you are, so if you keep chipping away at editorial's time in the schedule, you know what's gonna happen. It varies from writer to writer, but most manuscripts we receive are in pretty crappy shape. Canny practically never goes back to read her own writing, so it's really brutal with her. If Canny's fans ever read one of her first drafts, they'd probably pass out from the shock. That's the kind of thing we have to polish up and make into a saleable product in what limited time we have. And of course when a reader finds a single typo, it's all like do your job, editors, and we're paying real money for this crap and you. Mako forced out a smile as Yamagata audibly gritted her teeth. Yeah, that sounds rough. Yamagata heaved another sigh. It is rough, but that's my job. It's not the reader's fault that we have to go through this. You can't blame them for slamming us. Her voice fell to a whisper as she spoke, like she was reciting a mantra to herself. But anyway, I'm in a very dangerous situation, and we're doing the Obon dance right now, too. This was an unfamiliar phrase to Mako. The Obon dance? You have the Obon holiday at the start of August. The printer's close up for a week straight, so we gotta move up the schedules for all that prep work to account for that. There's the New Year's dance and the Golden Week dance, too. If you're an editor, extended national holidays like that are nothing but a menace. I wish the government would do away with multi-day holidays for good, she moaned with heartfelt loathing. So what happens if Nayu's submission doesn't come in on time? Well, of course, it'd mean we'd have to delay it. To Yamagata, the mere concept seemed like unspeakable anguish. Not to play devil's advocate, but is delaying a book that bad? It was a simple question that popped into Mako's mind. Yamagata answered it with a pained sort of shock, as if to say what the hell is this girl talking about? I mean, if the schedule's that tight, that means more mistakes make it into the book, right? So why not delay it so you have the time to work out all the bugs and make it a better book? Yeah, you might have a point. She paused. But there's a lot more people involved with publishing a book than you think. If the book's delayed, that creates a lot of hardship on all kinds of people. Will disappoint the readers looking forward to it, of course, but then there's the distributors, the bookstores, the printer, the proofreaders, the sales and marketing people. It's not just the writer's problem, it affects people's trust in this entire company. And if it's a best-selling author, that makes the impact even worse. Yamagata's eyes grew heavy again. And so, I'd have to go around and apologize to every single person involved. Me, the editor. And once I run that gauntlet, I have to deal with the ick and company management yelling at me. Me, not the dumbest kid who can't produce a damn novel for me, but me, for some reason. Can you think of anything more unfair? Why is this always happening to me? She shouted, slamming her fist against her desk. Then, in silence, she chewed at her nails a bit. Then slumped back in her seat. But no, I understand. This is my job. Just let some teenage girl ruin your life. What could be easier? She sighed and picked up the receiver again. No answer. Mako could hardly bear to watch anymore. She just isn't replying to me. Would you like me to try contacting Nayu? Yamagata turned toward Mako. All right, try it, she said in a drained voice. Okay. Mako took her phone out of her bag and sent Nayu to a quick "You awake?" message. The word "read" appeared next to it several seconds later. Oh, she read my message. The bloodshot eyes of her editor opened wide. What the? Then Nayuta sent a message. A sticker of some kind of weird costume character smiling and giving a thumbs up. Yamagata stared at it for several seconds, her eyes almost popping out of her sockets. Can you ask where she is for me? Sure. Where are you? She typed. At the hotel, came the immediate reply. God damn her. Yamagata began to visibly shake, her face twisted into an expression that looked nearly demonic. She took a breath to gather herself. You were Shirakawa, right? Can I ask you to visit Canny and see how her manuscript is going? Sure. By myself, though? The editor nodded with a weak smile. She wouldn't be too happy if I went with you. I suppose she has this hate-hate relationship with me now. Oh, as good or bad as their relationship was going, was this really something to ask a part-timer on her first day? Mako wasn't too sure, but faced with the spiritually trained Yamagata, she couldn't drum up the courage to ask. 20 minutes later, Mako was at Nayuta's hotel room, smiling in the buff like she always did. Why are you here so early in the morning, Maya? Oh, I just had something to ask, you know. Well, go ahead and take off your clothes, please. Okay. With a practiced hand, Nayuta removed Mako's clothing. The whole process was over in a flash. Then Nayuta went to lie down face up on the bed, smiling in her self-satisfied way. Nah, ha. Now I got Maya here. Mako sat down naked next to her, then she blinked, shooting back up to her feet. Wait, I'm not here to talk to you all day. She always ended up naked whenever she visited this room, so in Mako's mind, chatting at the hotel was now firmly associated with stripping bare. Nayuta looked up at her, a tad put off. Huh? Are you on an errand or something? I told you yesterday that my first day part-timing at GF Bunko was today. Right? Right. Good luck with that, Maya, she said, playfully rolling around on the bed. Thanks, Mako replied, looking as serious as possible. So, this is my first job. So I guess your deadline was yesterday, Nayuta awkwardly turned her head aside. Naya, Miss Yamagata's been staying up since yesterday waiting for you. When do you think you'll be done? Nayuta pursed her lips before slowly, languidly opening them. There's a lot left, so it's going to be a little bit. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it? Yeah. That's why I invited you over, so I could maybe rev myself back up. And it really worked. I totally recharged my batteries yesterday, so I figured I'd go back to the hotel and just zip through the rest. So did you? No, I was tired out, so I went right to sleep. My spirit was in maximum overdrive. But my body was like new. Middle. She stuck her tongue out in her best effort at a tee-hee pose. Yeah, Mako let out a dejected sigh. Can you just zip through it right now, please? Your energy's back up after sleeping, isn't it? Well, about that. I had recharged my spirit gauge, but all that sleep just knocked it straight back down to 0. Okay, look. So let's go out and have some fun so I can charge it back up again. No. Mako almost snarled at the smiling Nayuta. Don't to me, you can play all you want to once you're done writing. Well, I guess you're right. Ever so reluctantly, Nayuta rolled over to the nightstand and picked up her phone. Okay, Maya, let me put my head on your lap. Huh? I wanna recharge myself while I write. You're my power source. How's that work? I mean, if it'll make you do it, then fine, but... Mako sat back down on the bed, slapping a knee. Come on. Nah. Placing the back of her head on Mako's thighs, she began tapping away at her phone screen. It made Mako wonder. Are you writing on that phone? Nayuta said offhandedly with a nod. Really? You aren't playing a game or something? No, really. She gave Mako a disgruntled look and showed her the screen. It displayed a text editor filled with her work in progress. Oh. You are? Hee. I can write with just about anything. A computer, a palm top, a phone, pencil and paper. And it's just about the same speed across all of them. Mako squinted at the proud Nayuta. Impressive. But if you have to be naked to write, I don't see how useful that is. Hee. Your thighs are so comfy, Maya. Yeah, great, thanks. It was with slow, measured strokes that Nayuta began tapping away at her phone. And in time, the emotion drained away from her face, her blue eyes focused solely on the screen. Mako couldn't see it from her angle, but she definitely spotted the supersonic speeds her finger was now moving at. She was in full writing mode now. Taking care not to disrupt her, Mako reached for her own phone and sent a message to Yamagata. Looks like she'll have it finished soon. She's writing on her phone, so don't contact her. After a few moments, all right, thanks. Nayuta wrapped up around 2 hours later. She briskly attached it to an email and sent it off to Yamagata. No body text, nothing in the subject line. Good work, Nayu. Hiya. Nayuta erupted in a self-satisfied yawn as she tossed her phone away, head still on Mako's lap. Then she lifted up her arms and began kneading Mako's breasts. Whoa, what are you doing? Chagan, you back up, Maya. She sighed but allowed Nayuta to do whatever she wanted, patting her head as she did her work and focusing her eyes. It wasn't a bad sensation. Well, thanks to you, I'm all done. Too bad you couldn't be my editor. I'm just a temp, pretty much. Mako grinned a bit, then lowered her voice. But what don't you like about Yamagata, Nayu, huh? Came the quiet reply. I don't hate her or anything. No? Then why didn't you just contact her? Cause she's annoying. She'll just needle me for my submission. It's not like chatting with my editors gonna make me finish any faster. But you don't know that, do you? Maybe talking with her could give you some good ideas. I dunno. There was a trace of self-doubt on Nayuta's face. Is it, like you have trouble trusting her? Not really. Nayuta closed her eyes, and the emotion left her voice. It's not a matter of trust, really. I don't have anything against my editor, and it's not that I don't trust her. I'm just not expecting much from her. Not expecting much. In a way, Mako thought, that was even crueler than hating or mistrusting her. It was the same as dismissing her out of hand. Really, their relationship wasn't even worthy of like or hate. Personally speaking, as long as my editor corrects my typos and stuff, that's enough for me. Seeing Itsuki and Mr. Toki carry on all day like they do. To be honest, I don't really understand that. If Miss Yamagata harangued me about this and that the way Mr. Toki seems to do, I'd probably just want her to get out of my way. Mako had nothing to say. There was no advice an average person like her could offer Nayuta Kani, a genius in a gift-wrapped package. That night, at a traditional izakaya bar near the editorial office, the staff held a combination welcome party for Mako and General Post-Work Booze Ethan. 8 members of the GF Bunko staff were on hand, along with Mako. The edit team had another part-timer on staff, a 23-year-old woman who'd been working for GF for the past year or so as she looked for a more permanent career, but she was never one to go to these things, apparently. Sorry I can't be there for your welcome, she said in apology, before adding a whispered, be careful. At the end, once everyone had their drinks, Editor-in-Chief Godo, seated adjacent to Mako, stood up. Okay, well, let me introduce Mako Shirakawa to you all once more. Starting today, we'll be seeing her on a regular basis. And as you all probably know by now, on her very first day, she managed the incredible feat of extracting a completed manuscript from Nayuta Kani herself. Oh, seriously? Dang. The cheers and applause from the audience seemed honestly heartfelt to Mako. So here's to a new hire that I think we can definitely count on. Ready? Cheers. The editors clinked their glasses with their nearby neighbors and got straight down to the business of drinking. Mako played along, taking a gulp from her draft beer. The chill from the beer, along with the carbonation, filled her mouth and ran down her throat. Itsuki and Haruto always popped open a lot of unique, tasty beers from overseas whenever they hung out, but Mako still had an affinity for the good old lager beer drunk most often in Japan, especially in hot summers. It went great with the small cup of cubed tuna stew served to everyone at the table as an appetizer. Not a bad drinker. Watching Mako chug down half her glass with one swig, the adjacent Godo flashed her a threatening, mafia boss-style grin over his sake. You drink a lot of beer? Well, kind of. Fewer brings a lot of imported beer over, so. Aha. What about sake? I like it a lot, actually. That reply seemed to please Godo even further, but it made Mako break into a cold sweat. The wider and deeper his smile, the scarier he looked. You want a sake cup? he asked, offering her one. Oh, sure, thank you. A selection of sashimi had just arrived at the table, so she leapt at the opportunity. Godo filled the cup as she grabbed one of the tuna cubes in her bowl and took in a mouthful of chilled sake. A faint sweetness and acidity spread across her tongue. She could feel the aroma of high-quality rice rising up from her mouth to her nose. "Ooh, this is good," she commented honestly. She had noticed, as of late, that she both enjoyed alcoholic beverages and had a decently high tolerance for them. Whenever she was drinking with Itsuki and Haruto, or with her university buddies for that matter, she was still fully conscious even after other people passed out or got wasted, and she never got hungover. Suddenly, Godo bowed his head at her. "You really saved our asses today." "Thank you, I really mean it." "Oh, no," the bashful Mako replied. "All I did was go to Nayu's room and have her finish that book up." "Hey, you have no idea what kind of monumental feat you just pulled off." "We were all but expecting to delay it. I wasn't anticipating such a last-minute miracle." His grin was almost maniacal at this point. Mako began. "Does Nayu's writing schedule always fall out of whack like this?" "On the deadline-blowing scale, Kani is basically Satan. We pretty much always miss the real deadline every time." The deadline, unlike the normal deadlines put in place to allow for a little breathing room, was a border that, if crossed, guaranteed a painful sales delay. "What's the deadline-blowing scale?" "We rate authors on a scale of 1 to 5 based on how well they stick to deadlines. If you're a wonderful person who submits your manuscripts a month or more ahead of when you need to, that's the angel level." "Few is an angel." "If you aren't as fast as an angel but always submit before the regular deadline, you're at knight level." "That's where most of society lies, but for some reason, you don't see this much with writers. The majority are in the next level, peasant. That's when you blow the first deadline, but make it in by the second or third, generally between a few days and 2 weeks of the original one. Then, if you stick it out until the deadline every time, that makes you a demon." "Hashima hangs around that level." "Okay." Mako recalled how Toki had dragged him into that basement room at the end of one recent project. "But the worst of the worst are the people who always, blow right through the big deadline, no matter how much time you put into their schedule." "That's a Satan." "The word deadline isn't even in their dictionary. They are the release lineup apocalypse. There's such a delay triggering risk, it's hard to even assign release dates to them. So figuring out when to bring on the illustrator and designer is another enormous hassle. And normally, we'd cut these delinquent authors the first chance we have, but it's always the biggest bestsellers, the people your label can't do without, that turn into Satans on you." "Maybe it's having enough money that not putting out a book doesn't affect you so much anymore." "I don't know." "Sounds like quite a headache." "It can be." "Also, sometimes you have what are called fallen angels. These are the ones who keep submitting volumes before you even set deadlines for them, faster than any normal editor can cope with. A real famous example is Kamakaki over at Kibunko." Whoa. Whether this was really useful or not, Mako appreciated hearing this insider talk. "So what that means is, on your first mission ever, you killed Satan. You know what I mean?" "I've got to know what you did to achieve that." "Well, honestly, I didn't do much of anything. All I did was promise her we could go out and have some fun once she finished." Godo observed her intently but said no more. Which was good, because Mako really didn't want to go into the whole resting on my naked lap thing, if she could help it. Even with the final train out of the neighborhood due to arrive, the drinking party showed no signs of wrapping up. In fact, everyone was so well hammered that time was no longer even a minor concern. Kenjaro Toki, after pulling an all-that nighter 24 hours ago, got smashed almost immediately. Godo, meanwhile, was talking a mile a minute as he continued at the same measured sake drinking pace. Mako tried to lend an ear to him, nodding and giving an now and then, but eventually he started repeating himself, prattling on even when Mako excused herself to visit the bathroom. "Oh," she finally realized. "He isn't really talking to me. He's just totally hammered." So after a while, She just let Godo be her audio background as she took in the rest of the party. You see all these remarks on the net about light novels are nothing but this these days or nothing but that these days, but if you look at the data over the past 30 years, it's always been diverse. There's never been a period where you could definitively say it was any one thing. People say ooh, the titles are all four nonsensical syllables thrown together. Ooh, it's all really bitchy heroines who fall for the hero. Ooh, it's all school harem fantasies. Ooh, it's all stupidly long titles. Ooh, it's all titles that make up fancy new readings for old Chinese characters. Ooh, it's all God mode heroes. Ooh, it's all regular people ending up in fantasy worlds. But even in the most notorious eras for all those things, there were always tons of titles that weren't that. So why do all these casual accusations keep gaining headway? Is it because a lot of people are idiots who don't know much about the industry, don't bother checking the stats, and just give their own vague assumptions? Is it the general public's regrettable tendency to abandon critical thought and toss around the baseless conclusions they've made instead? Yes, those are factors, of course. But you know who created that so-called conventional wisdom in the first place? You know who it was? It was me. It was us. If you're somebody who doesn't interact with this business too much, all you see are the major movements, the trends. So if you see a few standout titles that get released all at once, even if they're a tiny percentage of overall output, these clueless idiots go, oh, light novels are all about this. If there's a groundbreaking new title that does this or that with the genre, we make an effort to produce more titles like that. That's how we create hits. If there's just one wannabe novel modeled after a previous successful one, that's a ripoff. If there's 2 or 3 or 4, that's a genre. And a new genre means a new market for us. We're the ones creating these genres, these movements, these images, this atmosphere, these trends, this whole era. We're at the front lines of light novels, a great force creating the era we live in. That is the GF Bunko editorial department. We, ourselves, are the epitome of light novels these days. But even as Godo was drinking and mumbling his speech to himself, Mako was planting the seeds for her next move. Hey, I better get home soon. I'd feel kinda bad for being the first one to leave my own welcome party. But Kirara Yamagata, who had been soberly working on her notebook PC at the edge of the table, approached to offer a helping hand. Yeah, head on back. You don't want to miss the last train. Are you sure? What's it matter? Yamagata cast a judgmental eye toward the drunkards in the room. They're just using you as an excuse to drink anyway. Nobody's gonna care. In fact, the sooner you escape, the better, or else you're gonna see some things you wish you hadn't. Mako raised her eyebrows. Things, boss. Oh, boss, that's so amazing. Let me show you my great force. One of the younger Redditors was now screaming across the room. His cheeks fully reddened as he began to clumsily take off his pants. By the time Mako audibly gasped, his pants were low enough that his ass was fully visible. What is he doing? She covered her eyes with one hand as she blushed, trying her best to avoid the detestable sight. You see? Yamagata asked, blushing a bit herself as she trundled Mako out of the building. Let's go. But even on the way out, they could hear more of the editor's disrobing, a harried manager shouting, "Gentlemen, please, stop." And their editor-in-chief replying, "We will stop nothing. Take it all off, boys." This is how our staff parties usually turn out. Yamagata deadpanned once they were safely on the sidewalk. They'll get kicked out soon, so they'll just move their debauchery over to some karaoke place. Every time. Wow, pretty trashy. Totally, she replied, eagerly nodding her agreement. Now Mako knew this must have been what that advice to be careful meant. But anyway, Shirakawa, she continued, thanks for helping me today. I think we can actually get this book out on time. Oh no, I hope you can wrap it up, Miss Yamagata. Mako couldn't help but honestly pity her. Waiting for the manuscript all night, finally getting it in the early afternoon, then having to work until the wee hours checking it, This was a clear-cut case of employee abuse. Is it always this hard, being an editor? Not always, number. Pretty often, yes, but, wow, that's so rough. She had used that term several times today, but it was frankly the only word that seemed to fit. Well, Yamagata said as she began walking toward the office, see you tomorrow. Wait, are you going back to the office again? She said, pausing just long enough to nod back at the shocked Mako. Good luck. There was no reply. Mako just watched her exhausted frame totter away. It was the end of her first day on the job, and the one thought she brought home with her that night was, editorial work might be a lot harder than I thought. The swimsuit episode, Part 1. It was evening by the time Mako left Gift Publishing, wondering whether she should go home, pay a visit to Nayuta, or go hang out at Itsuki's apartment for a while. Wait a second, Maya. She was flagged down by a prim-looking girl, Kaiko Makuniyama, age 20 and wearing a large and childlike ribbon, or something closely resembling it, on top of her silky black hair. She would be making her professional debut as a manga artist shortly, handling the comic adaptation of Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister. Oh, Kaiko. Good evening. Good evening to you, too, Maya. The two had come to know each other in late June, just over a month ago. Kaiko, who turned out to be a specialist, some would say fetishist, in the realm of ladies' undergarments, received a stern lecture from Nayuta after trying to turn all the nude scenes from All About into lingerie catalogs. Mako was just accompanying Nayuta that day, but one thing led to another, and she wound up becoming Kaiko's first, nude, model. The fact that All About Hiroyuki Akatsuki's boobs, as depicted in the manga, were just straight-up Mako's boobs was a secret Itsuki still wasn't aware of. Even with all this chaos, the two girls, being close in age, hit it off enough to exchange contact details and go out to eat now and then. How is your job at the publisher going, Maya? She asked once they had both settled into a nearby diner for a quick bite. It's not that bad, really. Nothing super challenging about it, and there's actually a lot of downtime. Oh, that kind of thing, huh? Yeah. Are you out doing work, Kaiko? We're discussing my rough draft of All About, Chapter 4. Whoa, the fourth one already? Going along well, huh? Luckily, yes, Kaiko bashfully replied. The manga version of All About was set to debut in the September issue of Comic Gifted, due out August 20th. Having 3 chapters done before Chapter 1 even debuted was extremely smooth sailing. Is Chapter 4 going well? Kaiko's face darkened slightly. Well, to be honest, I have some issues to deal with. Oh, did they turn down your draft chapter? No, she said as she took her sketched-out draft copy of Chapter 4 from her bag and handed it to Mako. This is the draft so far. Ooh. Mako took a look. As always, it was remarkably detailed for a sketched-out proposal, right down to the characters' clothing and facial expressions. She found herself staring intently at it. This chapter, set around the midpoint of Volume 1 of the novel series, featured the main cast taking a trip to a swimming pool. They gave me the okay on this draft, so I'm going to keep working on it once I make it home. Mako said, thumbing through the pages. Do you own any swimsuits, Maya? That broke her concentration. She looked up at Kaiko. Why do you ask? I have my old swimsuit from high school, but I haven't been to the beach or the pool or anything since I entered college, so I'd know if it's still usable. Ah, I see. But why are you asking about that? Well, Kaiko grimaced. I've never drawn swimsuits before. Oh, you haven't? Number. So I'm a little anxious, about whether I can draw them right for Chapter 4 or not. I see. Oh? A question mark appeared over Mako's head. She flipped through the pages in search of an answer. But you drew them just fine in here. The draft was filled with Yukiko Akatsuki, Yukiko Unaizaki, and a small horde of other beauties running around and splashing one another at the pool. The art was practically shimmering with energy, but Kaiko just shook her head. No, I'm not doing it right at all. Well, whether you think so or not, I'm telling you, those are actually underwear. was the best response Mako could manage. Remember the original novel? Akiko didn't wear a bikini. She had a one-piece swimsuit on. Oh, right, maybe so. She couldn't remember, but it sounded right. And the Akiko in this draft was certainly in a bikini, along with everyone else poolside, including the lifeguard sitting at her post. That was a tad unnatural. So you're picturing this as everyone in lingerie, not bikinis? Right. Kaiko nodded. I didn't know how to draw swimsuits, so after agonizing over it, I went with this as kind of a desperation measure. And I got away with it in the pencil sketch, but once I start inking this, I'm gonna have to change them into swimsuits. Ugh. Mako took a closer look at the girls in the draft. Now that Kaiko had told her this was lingerie, if you paid close attention to each character, then yeah, alright, it looked like underwear. But in a poolside scene like this, people would surely assume these were swimsuits if they didn't know better, right? Well, what's the big deal? She casually asked. Just draw it like your lingerie. Kaiko's eyes burst open. Oh, that's a ridiculous idea, Maya, going to the pool in your underwear. That's just sick. Mako was stricken by the impulse to remark on the tied-up pair of panties serving as the ribbon on Kaiko's hair. She just barely managed to resist. I don't know, though. I mean, in the finished art, I don't think you could tell the difference between panties and bikini bottoms. Oh, you could. You definitely could. The texture of the fabric is totally different. The transparency when it gets wet. The way water droplets wick off it. It's completely obvious at a glance. Is it? It is. Certainly. Maybe you couldn't spot the difference with an average artist, but bring in Kaiko's natural gift at perfectly depicting the look and feel of fabric, and eagle-eyed readers might notice something was amiss. So I guess you'll have to look at real swimsuits to draw them, huh? You really think so, Maya? Kaiko earnestly asked. Yeah? Mako nodded. She was already having a bad feeling about this, as Kaiko leaned up and off her seat. In that case, Maya, would you mind serving as a swimsuit model for me? Even with that bad feeling, Mako breezily agreed. It had to be better than last time, where she got stripped and scrutinized from every angle possible. The next day, Mako reported to Nayuta's hotel room, swimsuit in hand. This, they decided, was the most suitable place for going around in swimsuits without it getting awkward. She had brought along a swimsuit purchased in high school, trying it on the previous night to make sure it still fit fine. It was a one-piece, matching with the original all-about setting. Oh, you're right on time, Maya, Nayuta said when she opened the door, acting oddly excited. She was nude. Kaiko, who was already there, gave Mako a polite bow. She was also nude. Thank you again for this, Maya. Sure. Right, let's get your clothes off. As always, Nayuta stripped Mako as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You don't want me in a swimsuit, right? The naked Mako asked as she reached for the one she brought. Yes. Which one should we start with? Kaiko plunged a hand into a large department store bag. Start with. Mako suddenly felt very uneasy about this. There were actually 4 bags in the room, both seemingly full of merchandise. I think we'll begin with this, Maya, Kaiko said as she took out a bikini with a worryingly small surface area. Don't tell me those are all swimsuits. Yes, replied Nayuta to the half-panicking Mako. Miku and I went shopping this morning. Good thing the store had a pretty wide summer selection, Kaiko cheerfully added as she tore open the plastic packaging. It's hard to believe how many swimsuits there are out there. I had zero interest at all in them before now, but you can really lose yourself in this world. Yeah, but you didn't have to buy that many, Mako shouted. I thought you wanted to look at the texture of the fabric. Can't you just do that with the one I brought along? This is an important part of the story. I want to show off Akiko in the best swimsuit I can find for her, so I've got to make comparisons with a real-life model. But she's wearing a one-piece in the novel. That's a bikini. Or I don't even know if you can call it a bikini at this point. Won't people yell at you if you change her suit to that? No need to worry. I asked Hashimo if I could change the swimwear around, and he kindly agreed to it. After he carried on for that long about lingerie in his nude scenes. Itsuki doesn't care that much about swimwear, Nayuta countered. Or lingerie. It didn't seem like he remembered what he had could wear in the novels anyway, added Kaiko. Mako shook her head. He just wants them naked, huh? So? Kaiko handed Mako the micro bikini in her hands. If you could, Maya. No. There's no way I'd wear something like that. It's embarrassing. But despite the nude Mako's staunch denial, 2 or so minutes of sincere pleading on the nude Kaiko's and Nayuta's parts was all it took for her to reluctantly mutter, whatever, and agree to it. So they began with the micro bikini, then one with a ridiculously high-cut bottom, then an equally ridiculous low-rise one, which Mako worried would reveal some things it shouldn't. Then an athletic swimsuit. Then a full bodysuit. Then a V-shaped sling swimsuit. Then a regulation blue one-piece usually seen in school competitions. Then one with large holes in the rear. It went on and on. There were a few sensible selections, a cute one-piece like the one Mako brought along, plus a bikini with a pleated top. But the great majority weren't. Mako had to ask where they got all this stuff, as the idea of a high-end department store selling sling bikinis and blinding white school swimwear seemed unlikely to her. Just as she thought, they had also stopped by some cosplay and adult goods shops. The department store bags were just a bluff to put Mako off her guard. Thus, Kaiko and Nayuta continued to use Mako as their personal dress-up doll, asking her for a wealth of poses. They even put her in the bath to see how the fabric changed when wet. For Mako, it was exhausting, but it paid off. Chapter 4 of All About My Little Sister wound up packed with incredible, ultra-high-quality swimsuit shots. And when Mako read the final submission several days later and discovered that the swimwear saga lasted a whopping 3 pages before one of the series' villains launched a magic tornado that instantly tore all the suits off their bodies. Well, the tale of her unbridled rage can wait for another time. The swimsuit episode, Part 2. The day after Kaiko and Nayuta made Mako perform all sorts of shameless acts for their pleasure, Nayuta paid a visit to Itsuki's apartment, shopping bag in hand. Phew, she said as she entered, grabbing the fabric around her chest and flapping it up and down to fan herself down there. It's a hot one, huh, Itsuki? Itsuki casually turned his head away from the flashes of bra and cleavage that resulted. Yeah, nothing's better in the summer than staying in an air-conditioned room all day. You said it, Nayuta said with a smile. That's why I brought something along to help you cool down. Oh? Cool down? As Itsuki puzzled over this, Nayuta thrust her hand into the bag she brought along and took something out. Ta-da! A bathing suit. Spread out wide between her hands was a black swimsuit shaped like an upside-down triangle, albeit angled for maximum provocation. It was suited less for the beach and more for a bodybuilding competition. And Itsuki coldly replied to Nayuta and her sparkling eyes. It's a present for you. I don't need it. What were you thinking when you bought that for me? I was thinking you'd wear it, of course. This was a little embarrassing for me to buy, even. It embarrassed you, and you want me to wear it? I brought one for myself, too, Nayuta countered, standing tall against this refusal. A pretty bold one. Wanna wear them together? Itsuki took a breath, noticing Nayuta's cheeks redden. What am I gonna do in a swimsuit anyway? Are we going to a pool or something? Oh, I would die in the pool. It's going to be so packed in the summer. It's the middle of the season in Okinawa, too, so count me out of that. I can't disagree with you on that. But why'd you buy a pair of swimsuits? Because I just wanted to wear them to make out with you. Indoors. Wow. I can feel myself getting dumber. What's wrong with that? It's summertime. The answer's no, alright? I'm not gonna put up with your silly fantasies. Go do it yourself, if you're that desperate, Itsuki snapped back. Alright, I'll go put this on real quick. Huh? Ignoring the astounded Itsuki, Nayuta took the shopping bag with her to the bathroom. Is she really gonna do it? She had helped herself to Itsuki's bathroom numerous times in the past. There were times when he'd wake up and she'd be next to him in bed, clad in nothing but her undergarments. He had even seen her naked, although it was just a quick glance. Swimwear, though, would be brand new, and frankly, he had no interest. He had a creative interest in underwear, perhaps. Keiko Makuniyama's influence had helped a great deal with how he depicted them in his novels, but the swimsuit descriptions in his novels were just as vague and slapdash as ever. He saw no need to give them special attention. If he slapped them on a character, they were bound to be taken off in short order anyway. But even in Okinawa, Nayuta chose to goof around on the beach naked. No swimsuit. This might, he thought, be a really valuable experience. And it was a pretty bold one. How sexy could it be? He could feel his heart racing, but instead he focused back on the novel he was writing on his computer, reminding nobody in particular in his mind that he definitely didn't care about swimsuits. And when Kazuma took Akiko by the hand, it was swimsuits, 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 sexy swimsuits, 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 sexy swimsuits, 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 sexy swimsuits. All done. He whirled around in his chair at the unexpected sound of her voice. In another moment, his eyes, his heart, were all hers. There was Nayuta, squirming a bit, her cheeks red. Nayuta had called it something bold, but that didn't seem to be the right word. There were pleats everywhere on the two-piece suit, adorned with a fancy aqua blue pattern. It was also pretty modest in what it covered up, more cute than sexy. For someone like Nayuta, well-developed but small and youthful, it matched well. Itsuki silently stared at her, mouth agape. What do you think, Itsuki? Nayuta nervously asked. The question made him regain his senses. He instantly began to blush. I think it's nice, he managed to gasp out before turning away. The show made Nayuta's cheeks redden even more. Thanks for saying that. He. She bashfully held her head down as she toddled right past Itsuki and sat down on his bed. Haha, this is kind of embarrassing me, being here, in a swimsuit. And whose fault is that? Replied Itsuki, taking a side glance at her. Hey. Nayuta took on a chiding tone, hiding her embarrassment. Is this turning you on, Itsuki? Yeah, came the reply, that he kept locked within his closed mouth. But no matter how much he tried to lower his voice, Nayuta caught the sound. It set her cheeks on fire. Oh, okay. She lay face down on the bed, hiding her redness. Wearing a swimsuit indoors is pretty dumb, isn't it? I'm gonna change. Then she stood up, carefully avoiding a peek at Itsuki's face, and started changing in the bathroom. This swimsuit strategy paid off better than she expected, but it wound up exciting her so much that she couldn't take it anymore. This was a swimsuit she bought for herself while shopping for Mako, but she had considered one of the more outlandish selections from that day as well. Now that she knew her feelings for Itsuki were reciprocal, however, going for all-out sex appeal in her advances just seemed embarrassing. She had intended to give Itsuki a treasure trove of self-made porn for her birthday but chickened out at the last minute, and she wouldn't be able to go out in front of him in something too provocative. Thus, for now, she opted for a typical, mature-looking swimsuit to stake her claim with. But even a typical swimsuit paid off big time for her. It totally enthralled Itsuki's mind. Her suit was off now. Nayuta looked at her naked frame in the mirror, scowling and groaning to herself. She didn't know what kind of distance she should take with Itsuki. Before she knew where his mind lay, she had no problem storming right up to him like an advancing army. Now, she was scared of going too far and triggering some decisive change in their relationship. But at the same time, she didn't want him to totally ignore her as a woman. Nayuta Kani, author of countless tales of burning youth, seated at the pinnacle of the light novel industry, was at a very normal sort of impasse. one that any young woman might have. Love really is hard. The swimsuit episode, Part 3. As Nayuta Kani was standing anguished in the bathroom, Chihiro Hashima was enjoying a day out at the beach with her school friends. There was swimming, there was splashing, there was a game that involved throwing a beach ball. Being the height of summer, the beach was mobbed with people, enough so that a visitor who disliked crowds might have felt queasy. But the sheer youthful power that surrounded Chihiro and her female high school friends seemed to keep all that at bay. The blue sky, the white clouds, the shining sunlight, the sea, the waves, the sand, water and sweat spraying, glistening into the air, amid a group of radiant young women in swimsuits. Yeah, nothing really noteworthy happened here, so please enjoy this wonderful swimsuit illustration provided by Kantoku instead. The anime version. One day in early August, Itsuki was summoned to the gift publishing building, a 5-minute walk from his place. This was something that almost never happened, what with Kenjiro Toki stopping by Itsuki's apartment for most of their work discussions. But this wasn't about novel business. Today, he would be meeting with the core staff for the anime. The animated version of All About My Little Sister had first been brought up to him in late May of this year. It was typical to see a lengthy time gap between the planning of an anime project and the start of its actual production, so a writer like Itsuki meeting with his core team less than 3 months after signing on the dotted line was normally impossible to imagine. However, by the time Itsuki was approached with the offer, nearly all the broad production details, the sponsors, the broadcast networks, the production companies involved, the main staff members, even the TV broadcast schedule, had already been decided. This unusual speed wasn't for very auspicious reasons. The whole project wasn't originally meant for All About but for another GF Bunko novel series, Sillies, written by Yahai Kitagata and illustrated by Purikitsu. Due to extenuating circumstances, this suddenly got cancelled, and among the many possible last-minute replacements available, All About got picked. In other words, All About was not the choice made by the production companies, the staff, or anyone else actually producing the anime. Worse, the series was also meant to launch on TV next July. A year between starting production and launching episode 1 was not much time at all. There was next to no leeway in the schedule. This entire project was the result of good intentions falling through and people scrambling for something, anything for Plan B. But Itsuki knew all that and still said yes. If he wanted to take the next leap forward as an author, he firmly believed that overseeing an anime adaptation was unavoidable along the way. He knew this was a risky bet, but he didn't want anyone taking his work and turning it into a piece of shit anime. He wanted the series to work out well, to become a hit that'd prop up novel sales along the way. Thus, it was a mixture of anxiety, expectation, and nervousness that had him standing bolt upright as he took the elevator to the 4th-floor conference room and called Toki on the phone. He arrived before long, alongside editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo and part-time helper Mako Shirakawa. "Haven't seen you in a while." "Doing well?" Godo boomed in his high-pressure voice. Itsuki shivered for a moment before smiling vaguely and squeaking out to "Just fine, thanks." He debuted on the GF Bunko label almost 4 years ago, but he talked with the editor-in-chief so infrequently that every meeting still made him nervous. Godo gave him as kind of a grin as his villainous visage allowed. "Congrats on the anime. You're part of the writers' elite now. I hope you keep flying higher and higher after this." "You just slotted me in place of something else." Itsuki struggled not to reply. His ick wasn't aware, after all, that Toki had told him the whole story about his series getting subbed in. "You two-faced bastard," he thought as he stretched his lips into a smile and said, "Thank you very much. Let's go to the meeting room. Everyone else should be here soon." The four headed off, Toki and his boss in front and Mako and Itsuki in the back. "You're attending this, too?" Itsuki whispered to Mako. "Yeah." "He wanted me to get some tea and stuff ready." "Oh. Why do you seem so tense? Are you nervous?" Mako gave him a concerned look. Itsuki blushed a little. Of course not. I'm cool as a cucumber, and I'm here to calmly and precisely give the animation staff just the guidance they need. Ah ha ha ha. Sure, sure, Mako replied with a gentle laugh. Good luck. Several minutes after they entered the meeting room, the anime staff filed on in. For this meeting, it consisted of the director, the screenwriter, the production manager, and the producer. After a few quick hellos and exchanges of business cards, they all sat down, novelist and editors on one side, animators on the other. Itsuki sat at the head of his table, followed by Toki and Godo, on the other side. The director sat closest to the door, then the screenwriter, producer, and assistant. Mako, after passing out tea, stood meekly in front of the door. The director was named Moonlight Harui, age 42. He was of medium build and looked friendly enough, although he didn't have much of a presence in person, dressed in his wrinkled jacket and slacks. Based on Itsuki's net research, he started his career as an animator. This would be the third series he'd directed. The other two were romantic comedies based on manga series, both released to good but not great reviews. His art style was fairly nondescript. Itsuki had the impression that he preferred a workmanlike approach, taking the original material and doing a perfectly acceptable job of animating it. The screenwriter was Masahiko Hirugano, age 38. A pen name, apparently. He was a pudgy man in a short-sleeved tee and shorts, looking every bit like an anime industry old-timer. He'd made his screenwriting debut 10 years ago, working for a large number of series across multiple genres. On 3 of those, his credit was story editor. The main person overseeing the other screenwriters. 1 series was an original, while 2 were light novel adaptations. Itsuki didn't know much about the writing on those 2, but the box sets, DVDs and Blu-rays, on both weren't too shabby. The original anime, however, didn't have a very good rep among fans. The producer was Tsutomu Oshima, age 45. He gave a bit of a mobster-like impression himself, stocky, well-built, and dressed in a full business suit. His release list included a wealth of anime known for their sexier scenes, including several series that Itsuki knew and enjoyed. Finally, the production assistant was Keiko Yamada, age 32. He was tall, dressed in a polo shirt and slacks, and looked like a well-tanned sportsman, although one with a notably hangdog look on his face. Many more people than this would be involved with the production, but it would largely be these 4 people dealing with the original series publisher. Thanks to all of you for coming out here today, Godo began in his low voice. This will be the first meeting between the publisher and the main animation staff, and I'm hoping we can use this chance to talk about our goals and compare notes on how we picture the series going. Everyone murmured their agreement. So, the producer said, we have less than a year before launch, so we'll need to proceed quickly. Along those lines, I've had Hirugano here prepare a treatment of the series' overall structure for us to discuss. This was a surprise to the gift publishing side. Oh, let's see it. At Godo's bidding, Hirugano passed out 2 sheets of paper to all the attendees. Itsuki nervously picked them up. The outline called for 12 episodes. The first few seemed to follow the plot of the books pretty well, not going into great detail on the events they contained. About what I figured, Itsuki thought as he kept reading. But starting around episode 4, the descriptions tapered off into loose, bare-bones sentences. It unnerved him, but he didn't know why, not until he reached the end of episode 9, which featured the debut of an anime original enemy that wasn't in the novels. The battle against this villain occupied the brunt of airtime beginning in episode 10, and episode 12 capped things off with the final battle and the hero and heroine being linked together, a totally anime-exclusive ending. An original enemy? Itsuki asked in a quiet but foreboding voice. Hirugano, apparently expecting this, began to explain. In the original books, there isn't really a neatly defined climax to round out the final episode of the series. so we need something in the final quarter to build up anticipation for the ending. We want to be sure the viewers are satisfied with the series as a whole. Hirugana had a valid point. The original novels weren't known for strong endings, each one capping things off with a to be continued, and the screenwriter's evaluation made Itsuki realize that there really wasn't a single perfect plot point to hang a final TV episode on. Maybe some original storytelling was in order, and with that would come an original character or two. Dogged devotion to the original material didn't necessarily make for good anime viewing, and given that this was a whole different type of media, there were bound to be differences here and there, no matter how hard you tried. Even the all-about comic, which Itsuki was arguably the world's biggest fan of, featured edited dialogue, abbreviated scenes, and original content. It made Itsuki recall what he told Haruto once. "We're not here writing anime pitches." He didn't say that just to assuage Haruto's damaged ego. As a writer and as a performer, Itsuki was firm in his belief that his novels could never be 100% reproduced in some other media. Thus, he thought, if it improved the final anime, changing the original was a necessary evil, something worth actively pursuing, even if it was meant to improve the final anime, that is. And this was not. Yes, this series would tell a complete story in 12 episodes, but that was it. It wasn't a story but a summary of events, cutting out scenes and foreshadowing from the novels and cramming all the rest into a neat package like this. This wasn't adaptation. It did nothing to optimize the series for anime. "I'm seeing that the Unizaki siblings barely appear in this," Itsuki commented, holding his emotions back. "All About My Little Sister" mostly focused on the adventures of Kazuma Akatsuki and his sister, Yakika, but there was another pair of siblings, Shingo Unizaki and his sister, Yukiko. They were undercover monster hunters but also classmates with the Akatsukis, totally unaware of the demon blood running in that family. Sometimes they'd fight, sometimes they'd work together in battle, and along the way, the story developed. The Unizakis weren't just handy friends or rivals to have around, they existed as foils to the Akatsukis, an important asset to the series' diverse depictions of love between brother and sister. They were kind of the shadow hero and heroine, and Itsuki devoted as much strength and devotion into writing for them as he did for the Akatsukis. And there was almost nothing written about them in the story structure. Hirugana had a smooth answer ready. "If we bring in the sub-characters too much, the viewers will have trouble identifying who the hero is, so I'm thinking that we should put the spotlight on Kazuma and Yakika for the anime. There's only so much airtime to work with. Besides, of course, the Unizakis will have appearances in areas I didn't specify in this summary treatment, and I'm thinking we could include a few more Yukiko fanservice scenes that weren't in the original." Character. Itsuki could feel the blood rushing into his skull. Shingo and Yukiko were shadow protagonists, some of the most vital characters in the books. Dismissing them in crude terms like sub-characters or sidekicks was out of the question. In fact, all the characters that appeared in the novels were like children to him, complete with their own emotions, their own lives, and their own stories. Deep inside, Itsuki didn't want any of them to be treated as carelessly as this. "There's no such thing as a dispensable character in my stories. Don't use excuses like simplicity's sake or lack of time to snuff out someone's entire life, do you?" I see. But before Itsuki could erupt into a furious diatribe, Godo opened his mouth. "Certainly, there are a few things that slightly veer off from the novels, but we're dealing with different media. After all, we're all amateurs here when it comes to anime production, so I'll want to respect the professionals on questions like these." No doubt, he was turned toward Hirugana, but it felt like the words were meant for Itsuki. "So I'd be glad to leave the anime in the able hands of all of you here, while Mr. Hashima continues on with his own tale. I know it'll be a hectic schedule ahead for us, but I'm looking forward to doing everything we can to make All About My Little Sister as exciting as possible." Leave in the able hands of, while Mr. Hashima continues on with his own tale, doing everything we can. In other words, Godo had just told Itsuki to keep his nose out of the anime. Itsuki bit his lip, pushing the words back inside. He knew from Toki that his story was plan B for this project, that he shouldn't expect much of anything to go the way he thought it would. He knew that, and he had still agreed to it. So no, he shouldn't meddle. Godo was right. He had to accept the anime for what it was and devote his full attention to the original story ahead. He was an anime amateur. The only real option was to trust in the pros and let them do their work. He tried his best to bottle up the frustration, to convince himself that this was all right. But then, someone else gave his inner conflict the voice it deserved. Isn't that kind of weird? The loud, sharp voice came from Mako, standing in front of the door. Miss Shirakawa. Toki rebuked, wincing. We're not asking a part-timer for feedback. The sheer authority behind Godo's powerful voice made Mako freeze in place. But she was still upset, and she matched his glare, remaining firm. This anime's supposed to be based on Itsuki's work, isn't it? I just think it's weird that you're telling the original creator to butt out of his own anime. We aren't telling him to butt out. We'll be glad to have him help out as the original author, but I just want to be sure Hashima keeps the novels as his primary focus. The almost threatening tone Godo took made the anime staff cower in their seats. Mako didn't let it bother her. So why don't you let Itsuki have his say right now, then? Isn't the episode structure one of the most important elements of any anime project? I really don't think we can delegate all that to somebody else. He's an author, but he's still an amateur when it comes to anime. That's why we should trust in the professionals. Well, as an editor, you should know that not even professionals are perfect all the time. BFFPH, Toki said, stifling a laugh. She has you there. Godo just stared him down. That's why, I think you should talk things out and really think about this, to make sure that you can trust each other. And that's why I said this isn't something a part-timer needs to worry about. Godo's voice was turning rough with frustration as Mako gave Itsuki a forlorn, almost crying look. Itsuki, a casual observer to this exchange so far, snapped out of his torpor. Itsuki, what about you? You want to leave all of this to them? Maybe they'll put out a really great anime if you do, or maybe it'll wind up like Fuwa's series, no matter how hard they try. But this is your precious story, isn't it? Hey. An impudent smile crossed Itsuki's face. I've come back to my senses, Mako. Oh. She turned away, blushing. What on earth was I thinking just now? Why do I have to act like I'm so inferior to you all just because I'm subbing in for sillies? You told him, Ken. Godo glared even harder at Toki. The editor just looked away and played dumb. All about is my story, he said, voice sharpened to an edge. What's so wrong with me throwing everything I've got into the anime version? What's so wrong with me calling a shitty episode structure a shitty episode structure? He held up the summary printout in his hands and ripped the two sheets in half. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Hashima. Hirugano, the screenwriter, slowly began. He kept himself calm on the surface, but the anger inside bubbled up nonetheless. I can understand that the original author might find some off-putting elements in this, but I've taken my understanding of your work and done my best to put it in a format suited to animation. So I hope you can understand that these are the differences in media that everyone has to deal with. What are you, stupid? Stupid? The word stopped Hirugano in his tracks. I hope you can understand. Differences in media? That's nothing but a lame excuse from a bunch of people who have no idea what they're talking about with media. People who are gonna totally fail to bring out the charms of what's probably the greatest slice of life masterpiece ever written. Don't give me that crap like it's some kind of wise old adage. Oh, you did your best to format it for anime. You're a liar. I can't believe you'd come in here and give me that bullshit with this total mess of an episode summary. It just screams, well, here's a summary, hope you like it. It's so obvious you barely even thought about it. And if you did and this is the result, You're a talentless hack. Just quit and find a new career. Hirugano gritted his teeth against Itsuki's crashing tidal wave. Where does some mid-level writer who lucked into an anime get off telling me to? Hi Hirugano. Please, Mr. Hashima, calm down. Itsuki, that's kind of going too far, isn't it? Oshima, the producer, Yamada, the production assistant, and Mako, the part-timer, all expressed their panic in different ways, as Toki and Godo winced in shame. Only Tarui, the director, retained his serenity, almost seeming to enjoy the argument between author and screenwriter. I'll give you that. Yes, I'm a mid-level writer. That's why I decided to take this chance at an anime and do everything I possibly can to grab something with it. And I can't do that if I have to work with a bunch of crap from a screenwriter whose heart isn't even in it. Anime isn't some kind of RPG monster the writer can milk for experience. It's a team effort. You have a huge staff of professionals working together to create this work of art. Just because you're the original creator doesn't mean we have to listen to a total amateur when it comes to anime. If you keep calling yourself a pro, I'd like to see some actual pro-level work from you. You probably have a bunch of projects ongoing and figure it's safe to phone it in on at least one of them. Don't give me that shit. You think the industry's that easy to work in? If you submit a bad script, that's a permanent mark on your resume. It'll affect the work offers you receive for years on end. You can find a screenwriter's entire past career in 2 seconds on the internet. We get fans and haters just like everyone else in the business. I can't phone it in on anything and expect good results. So why did you phone in this total garbage of an episode plan? I didn't phone it in. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Oh, really? Well, if you didn't phone it in, am I supposed to assume this is your 100% best effort? No, I'm not totally satisfied with this episode setup either. So why did it end up like this? Because the original is fucking boring. HRNMGH, greater than question mark. Not even Itsuki could reply to such a frank evaluation. Hirugano let out a regretful clearing of the throat. Or, to be more exact, I'm not sure I understand what makes this story interesting. I'm a huge fan of Mr. Kitagata's Sillies, so when I heard about the Sillies anime project, I went directly to the director and asked him to let me handle the screenplays. And then that all went down the toilet, so we had to do some other property. It just doesn't make any sense. It seemed Itsuki wasn't the only one struggling to deal with this bait and switch. The feeling might have been mutual among the anime team. We had all the episodes fully mapped out. All we had left to do was wait for production to officially begin. And just because the main heroine has a dick, the fans lost their minds. These nerds drive me up the goddamn wall sometimes. But this is my job, so I read through all the published volumes of All About My Little Sister to get a grasp of it. More than once. But I couldn't. I just don't get what's so attractive about the little sister trope. I've got 4 younger sisters of my own in real life, and just picturing them as, like, girls, it makes me sick. So I tried to mold this into something I could understand, and these are the results. He looked down at the proposal in front of him and gave a dejected shrug. And Itsuki pointed a clenched fist at him. You lucky bastard. Anger, sadness, frustration, honest-to-God jealousy, all of it was mixed into that insult, lodged at Hirugano. He blinked, unsure how to pass it, then sighed deeply. I've said way more than I should have, so I really have no right to be involved with this project. I apologize for losing my temper. Hirugano bowed his head deeply at Itsuki. You want to step down from screenwriting? Yes. I'm not gonna let you. You call that responsible, saying all that and just waving goodbye? I thought you were a professional. But I told you, I don't understand this series at all. If you don't, then keep reading it until you do. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even matter if you get what makes All About good or not. Just understand what makes a little sister so wonderful. I'll be glad to give you all the guidance you need until you do. You've got 4 of them. 4, and I'm gonna make you understand just how blessed you are. right down to the bottom of your heart. Itsuki's speech seemed to be at least partially motivated by a personal vendetta against him, but Hirugano gave an abashed smile. Do what I can. And it was at this point, finally, when Tarui the director spoke for the first time. All right. So we'll keep Hirugano on as the writer, but it sounds like we'll need a top-to-bottom overhaul of our story structure. Mr. Tarui Oshima, the producer, was the first to react. That's going to ruin the schedule. Tarui ignored him, looking Itsuki straight in the eye. Mr. Hashima, he calmly began, you and Hirugano just exchanged your first honest thoughts about this with each other. So I'm going to be honest with you, too. With this project, there's essentially one thing expected of me, and that's to cut our losses. Wow! This was almost too much honesty for the conference room. Everyone was visibly taken aback. We have to deliver this thing on time. Of course, we have to cut down on scenes with lots of action or characters running around, anything that consumes too much animation time. We have to keep the number of characters that appear in any given episode as low as possible. We have to do everything we can to keep production costs low, push the sexy scenes on the forefront, and recoup as much as we can on the box sets. Keep the losses to a bare minimum. That's the prime directive, and that's at the root of Hirugano's episode structure. Oshima's gave his boss a pleading look. Mr. Tarui Itsuki took that moment to reply, wait a minute, director. When you say cut our losses, is that, like, basically expecting this anime to fail from the start? Well, look, everybody would love this to be a big success, but the top people in the production committee have come to the conclusion that there's very little chance of this anime succeeding. That's mainly due to the substitution we had to do, which creates all kinds of scheduling and personnel issues. But beyond that, this story is a love comedy set in a Japanese high school, and it has incest as one of its themes. I suspect that will put up a lot of barriers to worldwide distribution. The anime industry model was rapidly shifting from one that made its money off DVD and merchandise sales to one that lived or died off distribution deals. Itsuki, being part of an affiliated industry, knew that as well. In an era where people were no longer buying physical discs, any successful anime, that is, a profitable one, needed to resonate with audiences overseas. That's how important they were. But, Itsuki weakly responded, it was a lot to ask of a writer to care about whether their work would be accepted in a foreign nation, whether they wanted their novel to get the anime treatment or not. It wasn't like they were picturing the anime version from the first word they wrote. Now Itsuki knew that something he could never have accounted for was threatening to drag down his anime. It depressed him. Still, Tarui continued, I certainly don't want to lead a project I'm sure is doomed to fail from the beginning. Oh, maybe this is presumptuous of me, borrowing your work, but I like to think of the series I work on as my own children, and no parent raises their child with the intention of making them a failure in life, do they? Director Tarui was putting it as softly as he could, but Itsuki felt sure that he could see the passionate flame of a creator in his eyes. Plus, you know, sometimes you find an anime series that nobody expects anything from. But once you pop the lid open, it turns into a huge hit. So instead of going into this full of pessimism, I want to believe that we can win in this. It's certainly cooler, wouldn't you say, like the hero of some anime? He flashed a mischievous smile. Well, thank you very much, Itsuki said, meaning it from the heart. I look forward to working with you guys. Right. I'm going to do whatever I can to make this series work. And to do that, I'm going to need your help. Of course, Itsuki was about to say before Godo interrupted. Of course, from our perspective, we'll be glad to help check on the character designs and oversee the story settings. The pressure in his voice was nearly suffocating. That's not going to be enough, Tarui flatly replied. We need the original creator to take a full, active role, if we want to turn the tables on this. First, I need you, Mr. Hashima, to work with Hirugano to remake the series structure as quickly as you can. I want you to be present at all our script meetings. If we need original characters or settings, you'll be crafting them for us. Depending on how things go, we may need you to write a script or two. That and a special bonus novel to package with the disc releases. And I'm sure we'll have more things for you that I can't think of right now. Yes, but we need Hashima to keep up the pace on his novel work. I don't think he has the time to. I'll do it. Godo winced at being so forcefully interrupted. Hashima, being fully involved with the anime is much more work than you're picturing. It's going to affect your writing pace, I guarantee you. If you get too busy with it, and it slows your novels down, all that hard work's going to be for nothing, he lectured. I still want to be involved with the anime. And Itsuki steeled his resolve. I'll be very purposeful about keeping my pace up. Boss, Toki said, we don't have the right in editorial to ban him from anime work. Godo wordlessly stared Toki down before turning to Itsuki. Itsuki didn't flinch. Don't blame me if it blows up. And with that parting shot, Godo looked away. Well, Mr. Hashima, once again, thanks for joining the project, Tarui said with a light bow, and thank you for working with me. Itsuki bowed in reply. He was part of the team. After the meeting, Itsuki, Toki, Tarui, and Hirugano went out to discuss the project, get to know one another, and, most importantly, do some drinking. Oshima, the producer, and Yamada, the production assistant, left soon after, leaving the stern-faced Godo alone with Mako as she cleaned up the glasses. You know, most writers should really see the whole media mix thing as large-scale advertising more than anything. Whether it succeeds or not, they shouldn't care. All they have to do is focus on their project, their own project. Of course, if any of them actually thought that way, they probably wouldn't have become writers in the first place, Godo muttered, eyes fixed on some faraway point. Why do you want to keep writers so far away from their anime, sir? Mako asked. Because the more engrossed they are with the anime, the deeper it hurts when it fails. I've seen more than a few authors get so bent out of shape about the anime that they stopped writing altogether. And even if it succeeds, it can still burn them out. Well, that won't necessarily be the case with Itsuki, will it? Maybe. But maybe it will be. And based on my experience, there's a greater chance of will than won't. Godo's estimation was based on his 20-plus years of experience dealing with untold numbers of writers. It had real weight behind it. Mako had little to counter with. But, if you put it that way, then why bother making an anime adaptation in the first place? It was an honest question, the kind only someone the opposite of Godo, someone totally ignorant of the industry, could ask. Godo smiled a little and remained silent. Because anime is always on the move, pulling in the hopes and dreams of vast crowds of people. The grave visit. It was mid-August, the height of the Obon holiday in Japan. Obon is a Buddhist custom in Japan where families come together, visit their ancestral homes, and tidy up the graves of their long-gone brethren. The Hashima clan took this opportunity to visit the grave of Kazuki Hashima's ex-wife, in other words, Itsuki's mother by blood, but Itsuki never went with them. He preferred to visit the site alone over having to deal with his father, stepmother, and half-brother at the same time. He was there by himself again this year, in front of his mother's grave as the sun set over the horizon. The rest of his family had visited yesterday, so everything was already neat and clean around the site. So he went straight into the usual customs, using the nearby ladle to splash water on the gravestone, placing incense on it, putting his hands together. Inside his mind, he reported the latest developments in his life to his mother. His novel getting the anime treatment. How much more he'd been hanging around with Chihiro since the start of the year. How he and his father were still fairly estranged. How his feelings for the girl he loved were growing stronger and stronger. He had a lot of scorn for his father at the time, marrying a new woman so quickly after his mother died. He hadn't forgotten about that, but now he realized how far beyond one's control love usually was. and he found himself not feeling so terribly angry about how his father behaved any longer, and sensing that change in himself just depressed him more. Neither Itsuki nor anyone else in his family offered many kind words for Kazuki Hashima's second wedding. Before then, the family tradition for Obon and the New Year holiday was to visit Itsuki's grandfather's house up in Gifu Prefecture. After, they hadn't gone once. His grandfather and the rest of the family may not have held any ill will toward Itsuki, but they were far less lenient with Kazuki, and Itsuki resented that. So he started keeping his distance. He hated his dad, but more than that, he hated the judgmental eyes from his own family. This is all such a pain in the ass, he chided himself. A sister's all you need. The love I hold for my pretend little sister in my heart is what drives me to go on. But while it would have been great if things were that easy, real life had a way of tying you down until you couldn't move. There's just no controlling it, he whispered with a sigh as he unclasped his hands and stood up. See you next year, and hopefully, Itsuki thought as he headed back home, I'll have something even better to report then. I've seen this happen in real life all the time. So all you editors really need to be more careful. Like, seriously. It was near the end of August, past the gauntlet of the Obon dance, past the equally daunting chaos of Kamikit. All the August releases, including the latest in Nayuta Kani's landscape series, somehow managed to safely reach store bookshelves, and everything was much more chill around the editorial office than at the start of the month. Sounds like the Blue Landscape's doing as well as we thought it would, Nayuta's editor Kirara Yamagata remarked to Mako as she made copies of the stories submitted for the New Writers Contest. Really? That's great. Yamagata smiled a bit. I mean, it's selling way better than the rest of the month's titles combined. If this wound up being delayed, oh, I shudder to think about it. Thanks again, Shirakawa. We couldn't have done it without you. Oh, I really didn't do anything. If you didn't do anything to make her finish the book, she ironically countered, then I guess I'm completely useless, huh? But it's selling great, and the feedback's as positive as it always is. And all I did was clean up the typos. Mako could imagine all the praise heaped upon a book they had a hand in. But it's not like they worked on the content at all, really. Do you want to get more involved with the actual writing, Miss Yamagata? No. The negative response surprised Mako. There's really no place for me to butt in on her story, Yamagata flatly said. Even if we had ample time to discuss the plot instead of the Razor's Edge schedule this time, I probably would have still cleaned up the typos and released it as is. It's so annoying. Have you ever thought about turning her over to someone else? With Yamagata and Nayuta, it seemed like there was none of the trust, none of the friendship that Itsuki and Toki shared. If anything, Yamagata acted honestly resentful of her. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if she just switched editors? Mako thought, but with a sigh, I've never thought that once in my life. Oh, you haven't? I mean, if I quit, then I won't be the first person in the world to read Nayuta Kani novel. She made it sound so matter-of-fact. You really love Nayu's work, huh? As reluctant as I am to say it, yes. She hated the writer, but she loved the writing enough to keep working with her. Maybe, Mako reflected, that could actually work. After she wrapped up the copying, Mako was stopped along the hallway by a voice. Oh, Miss Shirakawa. I wanted to find you. This was Kihei Tokuyama, an editor from the comic Gifted desk that Kaiko Makuniyama reported to. Gifted ran a lot of manga based on GF Bunko properties. Their editors were all on the 5th floor as well, and they socialized together a lot. Mako knew most of them casually by now, even carrying out a few errands for them. Oh, did you need something? Yeah, we just got the sample copies of Gifted in. Could you bring them to the GF office for me? Sure thing. Going into the Gifted department, Mako discovered a stack of boxes near the entrance, each filled with the latest issue of the magazine. It's finally here, huh? Yep, they'll be on store shelves the day after tomorrow. Mako felt something warm bubble up inside her. The Gifted cover had the Akatsukis from All About My Little Sister posed front and center, touting the launch of Kaiko's manga adaptation. She picked up a copy and thumbed through it. Chapter 1 was right at the front, complete with a color spread to kick it off. It didn't take long for her to spot Yakiku Akatsuki's first nude scene a few pages in. This was huge. It meant that bookstores across the entire nation of Japan would soon be stocking a magazine featuring artwork modeled directly after her own boobs. Now, it felt real, and that sense of realness filled her with intense shame. Tokuyama gave her a look. "Why's your face all red, Miss Shirakawa?" "Oh, nothing." She hurriedly waved her hand. "How many should I bring over?" "Just this box." "That has enough for the GF editors and their writers." "Would you mind mailing copies off to the authors today, too?" "Yes, sure." The nuts and bolts work of shipping sample copies and merchandise to people took up a hefty portion of the part-timer's workday. "Should I get a copy over to Kaiko, too?" "Oh, right." Tokuyama placed another magazine on top of the box. Miss Makuniyama could probably use one. So Mako brought the dozen or so copies of comic gifted over to the GF Bunko side, whipped out her shipping envelopes and invoices, and prepared to get to work. But before she could, she snapped a photo of Kaiko's copy and messaged it to her. "The sample copies are here. I'll send one to you now, so you should get it tomorrow. Kaiko immediately responded with a sticker of some cutesy character crying a river of joyful tears. "Actually, where does Kaiko live?" Mako had a list of writers and their addresses: Itsuki Hashima's, Chevalier of the New World author Haruto Fuwa's, and so forth, but the list didn't include manga artists, so she decided to ask her directly. "Can I get your address?" A few seconds later, Kaiko sent the address and a thank you sticker. Mako promptly wrote the address on the invoice. Kaiko Makuniyama, City, Gunma Prefecture, 37. It wasn't until 2 days later that Mako realized she had made an enormous mistake. That day took a turn for the worse when Mako was interrupted from her survey tabulation work by a looking Kenjaro Toki. "Miss Shirakawa, were you the one who sent a copy of this month's gifted to Miss Makuniyama's home?" "Oh, yeah." Toki's eyebrows shot downward. Was that bad?" "You wrote Kaiko Makuniyama on the envelope, right? Her pen name?" He was right. That was exactly what she wrote down. The authors on her mailing list did have their real, legal names next to their assumed ones, if they used them, which she faithfully copied over for shipping purposes, but Kaiko had only provided her mailing address, so she didn't think to ask her real name. She called her Kaiko all the time anyway, so it never even occurred to her that Kaiko Makuniyama may not be her given name. Did the post office refuse to deliver it or something?" Mako tentatively asked. Toki shook his head. "No, I guess Makuniyama is her mother's maiden name, so her family received it all right." "Oh, good." A relieved Mako sighed. "No. Well, the fact that they did receive it is kind of the problem." "Oh? How so?" "It sounds like Miss Makuniyama didn't tell her family that she was about to debut as a professional manga artist." "Huh. But since the package had the name Makuniyama on it, her mother opened it, and that was how she found out about her pen name, too, and the manga she was drawing." "Oh no." Mako was shocked. All she did was write down an assumed name by accident, and now she had put Kaiko in a terrible situation. She had heard from Kaiko, at least in passing, that her parents weren't very keen about her entering manga full-time. She must have kept it a secret because she still hadn't fully convinced Mom and Dad back home about it. Toki sighed as Mako cowered in front of him. "This is partly editorial's fault. We should have made it clear to be careful with addresses, since writers come from all kinds of personal situations like that. It's not the first time something like this has happened. For example, there's this writer named Yomi Hirasaka who kept his pen name a secret, but then his publisher Kadokawa sent him this pointless legal notice about management reshuffling or something under that name, and that was how his parents found out." Mako didn't really care about the rather obscure author Toki referenced. She had other things on her mind. So is Kaiko okay?" "Well, Miss Makuniyama is at Gifted Editorial right now with her father. Her editor, Takayama, is handling them, but it sounds, pretty threatening. Mako immediately jogged over to the gifted department. Inside was a small partitioned space for visitors, where she saw Kaiko, Takayama, and a stern-looking middle-aged man who was probably Kaiko's father. Kaiko's family had run a silkworm cultivation business for multiple generations. Presumably her father was the president. Mako could see him angrily ranting at Takayama, the hapless editor trying his best to mollify him. Kaiko was seated next to her father, her eyes cast vaguely downward. The latest issue of Comic Gifted was haphazardly tossed on the table between them. She knocked on the partition door. "Pardon me, Maya?" A surprised Kaiko shouted. "Who are you?" her clearly peeved father said as he glared at Mako. "My name's Shirakawa. I work part-time in the GF Bunko department. I just wanted to apologize for all the trouble I caused, putting your pen name on that package." "All right. So I've got you to thank for discovering this stupid crap my daughter's involved in." Stupid. The father paid no attention to the resentful Mako. Instead, he turned right back toward Takayama. "So that's it, all right? She's not drawing any more manga, and whether she's finished drawing it or not, I'm not gonna let you print it in next month's issue." "Sir, you understand that puts us in a very bad situation." Takayama looked almost puny in the face of this assault. Right. I know this isn't great for you. If you want me to pay reparations or whatever, just tell me what kind of figure you're thinking of. It's really not that sort of problem, sir." "Okay, so we're done talking, then. Let's go, Inu." The father grabbed his daughter by the arm, motioning for the door. "No, father, let me go." "Please let go of Kaiko." Kaiko's tearful resistance finally made Mako's anger erupt. Her father glared resentfully at her. "This girl's name is Inu. Do not call her by that name." "Kaiko's the only person who can draw the all-about manga," Mako shot back, holding her ground. "When the original writer of this read her manga, he loved it so much he literally started crying." "Kaiko has a real talent for this, so please, let her continue working on it." "Maya." A light smile now crossed Kaiko's lips. But the plea had no effect on her father. He removed his arm from Kaiko, picking up the gifted on the table and thrusting a nearly full-page shot of the new Daikiku Akatsuki at Mako. "A talent. Nobody should ever have a talent for drawing manga as disgusting as this." "It's not disgusting. This manga has the power to make people happy. More than you can count. That's not something just anyone can do." "I think that's really incredible." "Don't give me that nonsense, girl. Do you think I put in all that time and effort raising my daughter just so she could be a manga artist?" There was a streak of grief in the father's shouting. There was no doubting his feelings for Kaiko. But the sheer contempt he showed for all of Kaiko's efforts, the manga artist career, and all the editors and other people bringing this magazine to life was more than Mako could forgive. "Sir, you can't say that unless you realize how much blood, sweat, and tears Kaiko put into drawing this." "Sure, it's a little all right, fairly raunchy, and I'll admit that I don't even like the story all that much, so I can totally understand if it's not to your liking. But Kaiko's father remained silent, listening on. "But she's a young woman staking her future on what she knows she wants to do. I think finding something that you really, truly want to do in life is one of the most beautiful experiences you'll ever have. And actually following through with it, pursuing it, takes an incredible amount of courage. And whether you're her father or not, you just don't have the right to say no to that." He waited a moment, making sure Mako was done. "So is that all? Then let's go, Inu." Mako's shoulders drooped down. Her words didn't come even remotely close to touching his heart. "I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're a total stranger to us, and I don't want to hear your opinions about how I run my household." "Wait a minute." "Kaiko is." "It's fine, Maya," Kaiko said, her voice serene. "Thank you for going out of your way to defend me." The sight of Kaiko's soft smile made Mako want to cry. "But this is all my fault." "No, Maya, There's no reason for you to feel that way. With all the things publishers send out to people, they would have found out soon enough anyway. Really, I want to thank you, Maya. Huh? Thanks to you, I've made up my mind. She looked up to her father, eyes resolute. This was bound to happen the moment I decided to pursue a career in manga. Just as father said, it's my responsibility to solve my own problems. Aren't you listening to me, Ginyu? I am. Kaiko nodded back. No matter how opposed you are, father, I'm going to live my life as a professional manga artist. And if that means cutting ties with my parents, so be it. Her father was clearly shaken. PFFT. How could a girl as sheltered as you ever go on by herself? I'm not sheltered. I can learn how to cook and do laundry for myself. Learning how to do a few chores is not the point. How are you going to afford to live? You know full well how hard it is for a brand new manga artist to keep herself fed. You can't live just off of what they pay you here. This is a monthly manga magazine, so it's gonna be a while before they put out the first collected volume, and if volume 1 doesn't sell, and sell a lot, they're gonna cut you. You sure know a lot, sir, Mako unconsciously whispered. It made the father's cheeks redden. It's just common sense. He must have researched the profession a little himself, Mako figured. It wasn't pure prejudice that made him speak up against this. Well, I'll work part-time until I can live off of manga alone. I can make it work, Kaiko responded. You've never worked a day in your life before now. I really don't think you'll manage to work hard enough to keep yourself afloat, Ginyu, especially while you're drawing manga. I can do it. I can work as an assistant for other manga artists. You? A girl as shy as you? You really think you can? Sure I can. I can do anything for the sake of manga, she shouted back. Father and daughter stared at each other for a few moments. Then, phew. It was her father who turned his eyes away first. He had been beaten. Why do you want to be a manga artist that badly? His voice was softer now, more forlorn. You could have become a great lingerie designer. When you were a kid, you said you dreamed of using our silk fabric to craft the greatest undergarments the world has ever known. Were you just making that up? No, Kaiko defiantly replied. I just found something I want to do even more. And that's drawing manga? Can't you just draw that as a hobby? No. What? The puzzled father replied. My dream is to use Japanese manga, a format known and loved all over the world, to show everyone just how wonderful undergarments can be. And if I want to do that, I've got to be on the front lines of the business. As a professional. Kaiko. The words moved Mako's heart, even as they made her want to edge away from Kaiko a little. Here was a woman, pretty much her age, boldly talking about her dreams and taking concrete steps toward them. It made her feel tremendously sorry for herself. It's such a beautiful thing. And look at me. Ginyu, her father called her, voice full of emotion. Kaiko responded by removing her hairband, taking the bow, or what passed for a bow, off, unraveling it, and presenting the pair of panties to him. Kaiko, what are you doing? A frantic Mako asked. This is. He took the panties in hand, a look of utter shock on his face. Kaiko gave him a smile, recalling her past memories with him. Do you remember, father? These panties? Of course I do. He stared at them lovingly, running them across his hands to feel the fabric. These are the high-end panties I bought you for your 10th birthday. I thought the pattern looked familiar, but I didn't think it was the same pair. Every page of manga I've ever worked on was drawn with these panties over my face. No matter how hard and painful it's been, I've made it over every obstacle I've faced because of the panties you gave me. And I want to keep pursuing my dreams, father, together with the panties you poured so much of your love into. Ginyu. Her father's eyes began to water. He brought the panties up to his face, taking in the aroma. Fuyu.ta. It smells wonderful. It's filled with the aroma of years' worth of hard work. You've worked hard. Ginyu. The panties were lovingly placed back on the table. I think I understand how you feel now. All right. I'll be happy to support your dreams, father. Kaiko beamed at him. But first, We'll need to go home and explain things to your mother. She's going to be a lot more stubborn than I was. I know, but with the kind of passion you have, I'm sure we can have her see things our way. Keep up the good work, Ginyu. Or I suppose I should say, Kaiko Makuniyama. Of course. Ah, you've grown into such a fine woman. Ginyu. Well, I'm my father's daughter. They smiled at each other, both shedding tears. Is this really something to get teary about? Mako was less than convinced, but she forced herself to accept it. Problem solved, I guess. Chihiro Hashima's hobby. One evening in early September, Itsuki and Chihiro were having dinner at Itsuki's apartment. On the lokotatsu table was a large bowl of soba noodles accompanied by tempura made from shrimp, silago fish, squid, eggplant, shishito peppers, ginger, shiso leaves, and more. The cold noodles, perfect for summer, were an excellent match for the crisp fried tempura, and they were making rapid progress through the bowl. Itsuki paused only just long enough from his single-minded quest to destroy the noodles to speak up. Oh, hey, Chihiro. Yeah? What do you want for your birthday? Chihiro arched his eyebrows up high. His 17th birthday was on September 6th, just a few days away. Oh, are you sure? You gave me a present. The owl t-shirt Chihiro had given Itsuki was now a regular part of his closet rotation. He took a moment to think. I dunno. Don't worry about it being expensive. I'm an accomplished, anime-adapted writer. Ha ha ha. Really? Well, maybe a carving knife or something. Huh? It wasn't what Itsuki pictured. He gave him a look. A carving knife. The one you have here is like you bought the cheapest one we could find just so you'd have one, right? It doesn't really cut very well. I try to sharpen it, but there's only so much quality I can get out of it. Oh. Itsuki had no idea. He never cooked at all. Wait, if you put it that way, pretty much every cooking utensil in the kitchen was taken from some cheap cookware set. Wasn't it? Yeah, a lot of it might be worn down by now. I've been using them for over 2 years. Chihiro looked almost guilty about it. Okay, perfect. How about we replace all the cookware with good stuff? I wouldn't know what to buy, so you can choose for me. Really? Chihiro's eyes lit up. Oh, wow. Are you sure it's okay to give me something like that? What are you talking about? Huh? That's just me replacing my kitchen stuff. Your present needs to be something else. Oh, really? Because that's perfectly fine as a present. Nope, pick something for yourself. How about some fancy shrimp, then, or some meat, for you to cook? Yeah, I'll eat it, too, so it'll kind of be for me. He was technically correct, Itsuki thought, but it didn't sit well with him. No. How about something that's 100% going to be yours, like a game system or a music player or something? I can just use whatever you've got here, though. Okay, how about a CD or a game or a Blu-ray anime box set, or, oh, how about some porn games? Itsuki made it sound like a brilliant idea. Chihiro just stared reproachfully at him. What kind of person gives his younger brother a bunch of porn games? A lot of people, wouldn't they? I remember back in middle or high school, people sometimes brought in porno mags or DVDs they found in their older brother's stash. Well, alright, maybe. Chihiro blushed. But it's not like seeing naked women makes me happy or anything. Itsuki had the impression that Chihiro openly was speaking his mind, not just demurring out of politeness. He had a lot of female friends. It felt like maybe he was so used to seeing naked girls in person, porn didn't interest him any longer. Are you thinking about something? He waved his hands at the quizzical Chihiro. Oh, no. Okay, do you have any hobbies, then? What do you do when you have free time at home? Oh, I read, I play games and, build gunpla. Whoa, Maybe you can tackle the stack of unbuilt ones I got." Gunpla was the brand name for model kits sold in Japan depicting robots and vehicles from the Mobile Suit Gundam anime franchise. Chihiro seemed a little embarrassed about admitting to be a fan. Itsuki's room back at the family house had a large stack of Gunpla he purchased and never got around to building. This was common among hobbyists, purchasing a set because the box art looked cool but being too butterfingered to actually put it together well. Itsuki thought he'd told Chihiro to take them, but "Yeah, I already did. I think I've done around 30. Wow, that apostrophe s. Just about all of them, isn't it? Are they bare?" That is simply put together following the instructions, without applying paint or other extras. Number. At first, I just added lining, using a pen or other tool to paint in the gaps in the model parts, adding to the realism, and applied a matte finish. But lately I've started doing the whole painting and weathering thing. I haven't done much modding apart from stuff to improve durability, but the real compared to Itsuki, who usually just glued them together, filled in the lines, and called it a day. Chihiro's skill level was astronomically higher. You know, I think there are some more unbuilt Gunpla in my closet here. You want them? Really? Chihiro asked, eyes aglow again. Yep. I can handle up to HG, high-grade standard 144:1 models, pretty much. The RGs, real grade, a line released several years ago on the same scale as HG but with a huge difference in realism and moving parts. The pinnacle of Bandai's Gunpla technology, have so many parts to them. I just opened the box and said nope. You're so kind, big bro. Chihiro immediately took an excited look inside the closet. Itsuki couldn't help but smile as he did. If he was that enraptured with Gunpla, he was definitely a guy. By the way, Chihiro's birthday present wound up being a really huge Neo-Zong Rookie Prize Judges Table. It was a sunny day in early September when Haruto Fuwa visited Gift Publishing to help judge for the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. Contests like these were, as the title suggested, a system for light novel publishers to discover new talent. Lots of labels held their own. They accepted unpublished manuscripts, gave out prizes to the best ones, and, generally, put the winners into print. Even if a novel wasn't quite prizeworthy, the writer would still occasionally be assigned an editor and make their debut later. Having new talent show up and be active in the business wasn't just good for labels, but for the industry as a whole. It was no exaggeration that the future of light novels rode on the backs of these contests. Despite having honest doubts about how qualified a judge he was, Haruto took the elevator up to the meeting room where the evaluations took place. The GF Bunko New Writers Contest was launched alongside the label itself. This was its 15th anniversary. Evaluation took place over 3 rounds, through a process of test readings and editor checks, before a smaller pool was nominated for the final judgment. This was what the judges went through to pick a grand prize and multiple first, second, and honorable mention prizes, along with a special judges selection. The judges were picked from writers, manga artists, well-known screenwriters and anime directors, and other creative types, paired with GF Bunko editors. It was common to see some pretty famous figures in the judge pool for the first few years of these awards, but these days, they were more likely to be people already working in the gift publishing family. This was Haruto's first stint as a judge. He was picked because his work was being made into anime. This was before the show's airing, and he had some momentum going. A lot of this also had to do with the fact that Nayu Takane, the most famous winner of the GF award, declined to participate. She told Haruto as much herself. Not that I could imagine Nayu taking this seriously at all. Haruto smiled a little as he called his editor Kawab to announce his presence. After a few moments, he was instead greeted by Mako Shirakawa. "Oh, hello, Fuwa." Hi, Mako." His heart skipped a beat. This came wholly out of the blue. He knew she was working part-time for editorial, of course, but he hadn't had much business at the publisher itself after the anime's run ended. It was the first time he had seen her here. "Mr. Kawaba's a little busy at the moment, so I'll let you in." "Okay." She used her ID lanyard to unlock and open the door. The way she seemed so used to operations around here flustered him a bit as he followed behind. "Here's the judging room." The meeting room she took him to was unoccupied. None of the other judges was there yet. Haruto had been here countless times before for other meetings. It wasn't decorated for the occasion in any way. Publishers would occasionally rent out space at a fancy hotel or hold the judging at a lavishly decorated chamber inside their building, but that wasn't the case for GF Bunko. Instead, there was a long table with some chocolate and other snacks on a paper plate in the middle, while neat stacks of paper had been placed in front of each seat. Haruto sat in a random chair, picked one of the contest entries in front of him, and flipped through it. "Have you read all the entries?" "Oh, sure." Haruto nodded. "Of course." "Well, the final 6 nominees, at least. The contest this year had received over 1,000 entrants. Haruto and his fellow judges would be assigning prizes to the 6 that made it through the process. "Pretty crazy to think," remarked Marco. "A 6 in 1,000 chance." "Yeah, I think there were around 900 in the contest Itsuki and I participated in. I'm still kind of amazed that I passed." He smiled a bit. That was the honest truth. "Oh, so you and Itsuki both turned pro after being selected in this?" We both earned prizes in the 10th annual contest. They publish the names of the writers who make it past the first round on the net and stuff. I still remember how happy I was to see my name up there. I was on pins and needles the whole time until they released the round 2 survivors. It was all that nostalgic memories for him now, at this point. "Though, really," he added, "it must be a lot harder to select from 1,000 entries." "I bet it was. The editors were all reading entries over lunch and everything." Marco mentally recalled the scene around the office a month ago. For the first round, GF Bunko usually hired on part-time readers, not from the general public, but among writers, critics, friends of the editors, and other people with an eye for quality. Works that made it past there and into round 2 were read through by at least 2 editors, and in round 3, the entire department read through the surviving entries. All stories that beat the first round had an evaluation sheet attached to them outlining their merits and issues, along with suggestions for improvements. These were sent back to the writer after the judging was over. Around 100 novels were picked in round 1, 20 or so made it past round 2. This meant, of course, that the editors had to read and write evaluations for 100 entries. This, combined with their regular duties, made the judging period a trial by fire work-wise. In the office, at home, commuting in between, it was a given that every second would be spent reading. Every waking moment devoted to work, and only questionably legal. "So we'll have to pick the prize winners from the 6 they hand-picked for us?" A bead of cold sweat appeared on Haruto's cheek. "That's a lot of responsibility." "Good luck, Fuwa. The future of our label is riding on this." Haruto giggled a bit at her ironic comment. "You really have become a full-fledged editor, Marco." "Huh? Oh, no, I really haven't." Marco laughed awkwardly. "No, Kawab told me about how Shirakawa, the part-timer, diffused a huge crisis at GF Bunko on her first day, and so on. All I did was go fetch Nayu's manuscript." "Not only that, but you're always working hard. You find stuff to do before anyone asks about it." He said they really appreciate having you around. "Well, I'm glad to hear that. But I wrote someone's pen name on a package I sent the other day, and it caused this huge uproar." Everybody makes mistakes. Do you mean the person making the manga for Itsuki's series?" "Yeah." "Why does he know?" It puzzled Marco. I heard about that." Like, the manga artist's dad stormed into the office, demanding you stop making her draw porn, and you lectured him into submission like Cameo, protagonist of a certain magical index. I didn't lecture him. And definitely not into submission. And who told you that anyway?" Marco's face turned red. One of the editors there was so impressed, I guess he told a whole bunch of people. Itsuki knew about it, so I bet a lot of other writers do. No wonder I've been feeling all this attention on me lately. I better yell at Mr. Tokiyama about that. Ha. It's no big deal. You're the most red-blooded, passionate editor we've got, Mako. Oh, stop. Mako gave Haruto a light slap on the shoulder for that jab. And, of course, that slight bit of unannounced body touching made Haruto's virgin heart skip a beat. Do I hear the sounds of youthful flirting? Is someone in here playing out a light novel-style romantic comedy? Writing about it isn't enough. Then, with a voice that seemed to rise up from the core of the earth, the door opened to reveal two men. One was Satoshi Godo, GF Bunko's editor-in-chief and flashy mafioso. The other was a slight, skinny man in his late 30s wearing a worn-out jacket, about Haruto's height but appearing shorter because of poor posture. His face was pale, drained of energy, and there were rings under his eyes, giving him the appearance of a ghost. That's strange. I thought this was the refined, holy sanctuary of the judges' table, and yet, I seemed to detect the voice of a dashing young man, enjoying casual conversation with a woman. The man sluggishly took his seat, his glassy, fish-like eyes squarely upon Haruto and Mako. Mako returned the gaze, utterly confused. Haruto, meanwhile, let out a little laugh. Hey, Kaizu, haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, you too. This was Makina Kaizu, a veteran novelist who made his debut way back at the very first GF Bunko New Writers Contest. Basic arithmetic meant that he had now been in the business for a good 14 years. Time he had spent launching a large number of titles. Some were cancelled midway through the plot, some were smash hits and candidates for an anime adaptation, but never accepted. But through it all, he had maintained his presence in the business this entire time. Kaiser had been a judge for the New Writers Contest since its 12th year. This was his 4th go-round. How are you feeling, Fuwa? Oh, fine, I guess. Fine seemed to sum it up. The Chevalier of the New World anime turned out awful, but the books were selling well, at least. You getting your regular checkups? Oh, you mean how am I physically feeling? I haven't gotten a checkup since college. Ooh, you better get one every year. Your health is everything, you know. Haruto giggled a bit. Considering his advice, Kaizu looked less than healthy himself. What about you, Mr. Kaizu? I had a physical last month. Everything passed with flying colors. Really? Haruto had trouble believing that, given the evidence in front of him. Hey. Kaizu gave him a creepy laugh, then turned to Mako. So who's this pretty girl? That's the new part-timer I mentioned, Godo replied. Oh, the real-life Miss Bear Cub, huh? What does that mean? A confused Mako exclaimed. That's the nickname of the main character in Juhan Shutai Sleeper Hit, a manga about an editorial team. She's a former candidate for the Japanese national judo team. Real passion, you know? The shame made Mako's cheeks redden again. How far are those rumors traveling anyway? People call me Cameo. People call me Bear Cub. I never even tried judo before. I did karate, but... Oh, you did? This was news to Haruto. Well, as a kid, the ever-reddening Mako replied as she poured tea from a bottle into some cups as a distraction. Right, now that we're all here, can we get started? Godo asked gruffly. The final decisions were to be made by these 3 judges, Makina Kaizu, Haruto Fuwa, and editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo. Right, Kaizu said blandly as he picked up a crunchy, puffed corn snack from the bowl and tore it open. Let's get this over with quick, shall we? Well, Haruto countered, I don't want to half-ass this. This is really important, so we need to talk it out. Hey. The laugh from Kaizu couldn't have sounded more sarcastic. Don't get so worked up, Fuwa. The important thing is the new writers contest system itself. The final selections don't really mean anything. Haruto arched an eyebrow. How do you mean? Anyone whose work made it to the final round is gonna be assigned an editor and have their work published. That's already been decided. Whether it's the grand prize or honorable mention, It's not their ranking in the contest that drives sales, it's how the package marketing plays out. Sometimes the grand prize winner flops in the market, and the honorable mention from that same year makes it into anime territory. Well, yeah, but, wait. Wasn't that my year? Chevalier of the New World won honorable mention at the 10th New Writers Contest, but the grand prize winner that year sold like garbage. That wasn't unheard of. You saw lower-ranked titles outselling the first prize entries at least once in the history of pretty much every contest. There were even real-life examples of entries that didn't make it into the final round getting fished out of the pile by an editor and becoming a big hit. We judges are just icing on the cake. We're here to keep up appearances for this event. That's all. All we're doing is deciding how much lunch money we're doling out to the new guys. Kaizu flashed an ironic grin. So let's keep it chill, huh? He was rather point blank about it, Haruto thought, but he might be right. Even if he was loath to admit it. So if all this is pointless, Mr. Kaizu, then why have you done it so many times? To get paid. Judges really don't make a lot of money. They did receive some payment for this, yes, but considering the work involved with carefully reading and judging 6 complete novels, pretty rough ones, too, since no editing or proofreading had been done on them, it was barely worth it. Writing novels was a much more lucrative use of their time. Oh, well, maybe it's just a pittance to a hotshot rising star like you, but for a starving writer like me, it's enough to make my eyes pop out of my sockets. Haruto could tell he was half joking. And we're kind of doing the writers a favor. Some of them may go on to do big things, and now we'll get to say hey, you turned pro thanks to us. And if they make hits, they'll take us out to fancy sushi places and stuff, even though all 6 of these are gonna be published anyway. Oh, you know, these new writers are so naive. No one has to tell them that. Haruto chuckled. Wow, that's pretty awful. He. Eating expensive sushi on some younger guy's tab. That's my dream in life. Well, enough chit-chat. I'd like to move on to the judging, if you don't mind. Oh, sure. Yeah. Both nodded as Mako took her post in front of the door. I don't have any idea how this works, Haruto said. But what's the process? First, replied Godo, the writing judges will go over their assorted feelings for each of the titles and name the one they think deserves the grand prize. I'll give my opinion as ik, too, but I want the writers' feedback to take precedent. If you two agree, then great, otherwise, we'll talk about it. All right. I think the grand prize should be something sexy written by a woman. Can you tell me which one that is? Kaizu joked. For the purposes of this contest, readers and judges were not given writer profiles, so they wouldn't have any preconceived notions going in. The content of the novel was the only thing they had to judge on. Well, said Haruto, ignoring Kaizu's nonsense, should I begin? Kaizu waved his snack toward him in agreement, so he took out his tablet and loaded up a document with his feedback for each entry. Oh, you brought your own notes and everything. Really into this, huh? Kaizu remarked dully. The 6 entries left for the finals were as follows. Checking his notes, Haruto began outlining his feelings. So Maken Wars to start. This is pretty much fate, although, I guess I'm not really one to talk when it comes to battle royale fantasy. The names of all the sword moves are pretty nice. They stir the imagination of the little kid inside all of us. I like them. But there's nothing novel to it at all. I really wanted at least some kind of fresh new element. Haruto's own Chevaliers of the New World borrowed a great number of things from Arthurian legend and mythological weaponry, so honestly, fate was a huge inspiration to him, but he thought that his work stood out from the pack a lot more than this one. Or so he hoped. At least, the judges in that contest slammed him for it, though. I woke up as the demon lord of another world, so I just started a harem well, about as Nero style, Shosetsuka Ninero, or Let's Become Novelists, a Japanese amateur novel publishing website and the starting point for many successful light novels, as you can get, like you can tell from the title. It definitely does what it says on the tin. Huh? Really fun read, and I think the ending got wrapped up in a nice way. Still, I think you'll find a lot of titles on row in the same wheelhouse and doing it better, so I'm not sure how much business it has earning an award. Harsh, Godo whispered in his low voice. Next was The Goddess Must Be Punished. I'll save the world for you, so just show me your ass, but how to put it? Haruto gave a glance to Mako before lowering his voice. The author's passion for butts and spanking them came across loud and clear. For sure. It's basically a quick reading comedy with a little sexy stuff in it, but you can tell he devoted a lot of his energy to describing people's rear ends. It's not just deep, but super deep. If you have the same tastes the author does, I think you'd really enjoy it. What do you think of that stuff, Fuwa? Haruto gulped. He had deliberately avoided talking about that, and Kaiser latched right onto it. Haruto gave him a taut smile, pushing back the desire to scream, I don't wanna talk about my sexual preferences in front of the girl I like. Well, I'm not you ugly into it. Oh, funny. Didn't you like maids a lot? I figured that scene where the goddess was dressed up in a maid outfit and spanked would be right up your alley. Why do you know so much about my stuff? Kaiser grimly smiled at the blushing Haruto. Because you can't hide the fetishes in your work. Like, you're a fan of the closet masochist type, right? Someone who's all willful and determined normally but faithfully follows orders and secretly wishes her master would punish her more? Gah! Why? Haruto's eyes burst open. He was absolutely correct. Hey. Kaiser smiled in victory. Maybe you didn't notice it, but you were definitely on a roll when you wrote that scene where Honey had Azao punish her in a maid outfit in Volume 7. That wasn't the only time your own tastes came out, but, we can compare notes another time. And thanks for reading my novels so carefully. Haruto made a quivering fist with one hand, then took a deep breath. Let's go to the next one, a legal trial. Basically, this is the TV series Legal High worked as a light novel. We've seen a few light novels set in courtrooms, but this one has a lot of fun, charming characters, and despite all the comedy, it's got a nice backbone of a theme to it. The plot gimmicks are pretty crude, though, to the point that I thought any prosecutor who'd be fooled by that stuff has to be an idiot. It affects the whole persona of this invincible defense attorney, and I think that's going to need some serious plot-level fixing to address. To sum up Haruto's take, although it had the potential to become a masterpiece on the level of Legal High, in its current state, it was far from a complete package. Considering it's a samurai drama about a man with eternal youth, Sengoku Kenpuden shares a few core elements with Blade of the Immortal, but the writing style and storytelling are pretty much a straight-up samurai novel. Going into all this detail on the daimyo of the period and their armies, I mean, personally, it'd be great to see a hard-boiled samurai tale in the light novel genre, but just thinking about its entertainment value, I worry about how it's so focused on historical realism that it brings out all these famous warlords and samurai, pits them against one another, and then all that gets cut off. It's like the main hero has no real effect on history at all. You see figures from history, but that's it, you just see them. Tokugawa Ieyasu puts on a little demo of his sword skills, he talks a bit, and that's all. Who cares? I'm not saying to ignore history, but I wish the author thought more about living up to reader expectations. I kind of liked it, Godo meekly protested. The last one is Memories of the Sky. I thought the way the author depicted each character's delicate state of mind was excellent. I was surprised by plot developments several times, and I think the story's well put together. The climax was a little heartrending, but it left me feeling very refreshed. It really felt like a nice novel about youth to me. So those are my feelings. Kaiser lifelessly pondered. So which do you want for the grand prize? It's hard since they all have their pluses and minuses, but if I had to pick one, I guess I'd have to go with Memories of the Sky. Huh? The protest came from a surprising source, Mako, listening in from the door. What is it, Mako? She turned her eyes toward Godo. hesitating to butt in as a part-timer. "If you have something to say," he replied, "say it." "All right. It's really nothing too important, but you were lavishing praise on Memories of the Sky just now, but you sounded pretty unsure about picking it for the grand prize." "I was just kind of surprised." "Ah, yeah." Haruto laughed. Memories was a well-made package and one he personally enjoyed, but he had good reason not to push too hard for a grand prize. "Well, I think you'll see why in a second," he simply said, before turning back toward Kaizu and Godo. "How about we hear from Kaizu next?" Godo asked. "Sure thing, boss." Although my feelings were mostly the same as Fuwa's. Kaizu took a quick peek at the list of entry titles on the table before giving his takes in his usual slow, disinterested style. Maken Wars is one of those Battle of the Stars type things. The setting and move names are really cool, so I wish the title was a bit more original, too. Otherwise, the same as what Fuwa said. Next, I woke up, blah blah blah. I liked it. Fuwa questioned it being here since there's a ton of stuff like it on Nero, but you won't find many series on Nero that wrap things up as nice and neat as this book, although that advantage will go away if it becomes a series. The Goddess Must Be Punished, like Fuwa said, is probably the best sex comedy ever if you share the author's fetishes. I didn't too much, but it takes a kind of talent to push your libido to the world the way this guy did. A legal trial. I agree with Fuwa. It's not really up to par yet, but it's got a good chance to hit it big with some rewrites. Sengoku Kenpuden definitely isn't all that entertaining per se, but for someone older like me, this kind of dispassionate writing style is nice. Finally, Memories of the Sky. It's a very well done Nayuta Kani wannabe, is all I can say. As he warned in advance, his opinions mostly matched Haruto's, including his impression of Memories. "So the grand prize goes to?" Godo asked. "Either a legal trial for all the potential it has, or maybe the Goddess Must Be Punished. For how neatly it comes together and how unique it is." Haruto winced at this. "We have a difference of opinion," noted Godo. "Oh, great," Kaizu responded, sighing with a little laugh as he turned to Haruto. "What do you think, Fuwa?" He mulled over Kaizu's thoughts for a moment and compared them with his. "Well, I can't see a legal trial getting the grand prize. It's just not complete enough." "Not now, no, but I'm thinking about what a decent round of editing could do. It could turn into a masterpiece." "But shouldn't we be judging based on what they sent in?" "You think? The readers are going to be seeing the edited versions, so wouldn't we be safe thinking about its future prospects?" "Well, if you put it that way, editing has the potential to improve any first draft. The difference is that with a legal trial, it's really easy to see how to improve it. I'm sure some entrants wrote multiple drafts of their work before submitting it, so I think it'd be kind of rude to them if we say, like, well, maybe we can make it better later." "True. Let's take a legal trial off the board, then." The ease with which Kaizu withdrew his proposal disappointed Haruto a bit. "Oh, all right. So next." "Right. I'm also pushing for the Goddess Must Be Punished. It's a complete package, it's unique, and it's a match for your fetishes." "Don't you think it's good?" My fetishes don't matter," Haruto shouted. "But in terms of completeness and uniqueness, I agree with you. Still, I think the grand prize winner is kind of the face of the whole award." "Maybe it doesn't matter to readers what kind of prize each entry won, but I think it does matter to future writers who might send stuff to us in later years. I mean, if I were a new writer, I'd kinda hesitate to join a contest where the winner was a spanking fetish novel with the subtitle 'I'll Save the World for You, so just show me your ass.' Well, what's the big deal?" "You like spanking, don't ya?" "I told you, my own tastes don't matter." "Certainly," Godo interjected, "the style of a grand prize winner can affect the trends we see in next year's entries." Fuwa said it before I could, but honestly, I'm not sure I want just show me your ass to be the face of the contest. Besides, added Haruto, I think that Memories of the Sky is even more complete than ass. I mean, the Goddess Must Be Punished. so that's why I'm pushing for that. But it's a blatant, inferior rip-off of Nayutakani. It was an extremely harsh way of putting it, but Kaizu sounded a little sad saying it. That, yeah, admitted Haruto. And that was why he, despite all his kind words, had trouble pushing very hard for memories. It was very clearly inspired by Nayutakani's landscape series. They had no way of telling whether this was deliberate or happened unconsciously, but either way, it was an undeniable fact. And memories didn't hold a candle to the landscape series in any way. The depiction of the characters' thoughts was excellent. But not as good as landscape. The story was intricately woven. But not as well as in landscape. It stuck in your mind afterward. But not as much as landscape. It was more complete than Goddess. But not as complete as the landscape series. The author had clear talent. But not as much talent as Nayutakani. Thus, it was an inferior rip-off. If it had anything going for it that wasn't already in landscape, Kaizu commented, I'd be happy to nominate it for the grand prize. I wouldn't hesitate either, I don't think. But if you ignore the landscape series for a moment, I think Memories is still a better piece of work than Goddess, so I have to give it to that, I suppose. Yeah. But we gave the grand prize 2 years ago to a series that's now GF's top seller. If we turn around 2 years later and give that same prize to a total ripoff, how is that gonna look? That apostrophe s. True, yeah. Kaizu and Haruto could see that they both had valid points. All they could do was grumble at each other, unable to reach an answer. But then, do we absolutely have to pick a grand prize winner? It was Mako who presented the simple question. And she, too, had a point. Memories of the Sky and the Goddess must be punished. Both deserved prizes, no doubt about that. Just as long as it wasn't the grand prize, the top spot won by Nayutakani 2 years ago. Kaizu turned to Godo. That's certainly true, isn't it? Ridiculous, but it was a rule in the GF New Writers Contest, beginning with the 9th year, that a grand prize had to be given out each time. Why is that? Mako asked. Because otherwise, the judges would never award one, Godo bitterly explained. In the first 8 years, we awarded grand prizes based strictly on merit. We didn't do any comparative assessments. So in that whole time, we only awarded a grand prize once. Well, that's not a bad thing, is it? It means winning a grand prize really means something. It is bad, Godo countered. Why is that? If we never give out grand prizes, people think we're cheap. Cheap? In our contest, the grand prize winner gets 3 million yen, the 2 runners-up, 1 million, the honorable mention, 500,000. 2 million yen of difference between the grand prize and the other ones. Kaizu called it lunch money. But for a new writer before their debut, 2 million yen is a lot. A lot of people enter the contest for the money, period. But if we advertise a 3 million yen prize and don't award it each year, what'll the authors think of that? They'll enter a contest that gives out the entire reward pool, instead of gunning for 3 million that never gets rewarded. Godo nodded at Mako. Exactly. Of course, this isn't something we should give out to a low-quality novel. But we can't have the standards for a grand prize be too strict, either. Sounds hard, she meekly stated. Kaizu gave this a sarcastic smile. Not that the judges are really supposed to care about what the company wants to do, honestly. Actually, does it say in the official rules that we'll definitely choose a grand prize winner? Asked Haruto. Yep, unfortunately, replied Kaizu. Like, a grand prize will be awarded to the best entry among the final nominations or something. So we gotta choose one, then. Haruto sighed. Despite himself, just like Kaizu, he wasn't into the idea of grading these entries on a curve. I know how you feel about it, Godo tried to explain. But since the year we made it clear that we always give a grand prize, the number of entries has kept going up. That's the truth of it. Yeah, I'll follow the rules. Kaizu shrugged. So the debate went like this. Kaizu was firmly against Memories of the Sky winning the grand prize. Haruto steadfastly opposed a legal trial winning it. Godo clearly disdained the idea of the Goddess must be punished. taking the prize. Kaizu enjoyed Sengoku Kenpuden for its refusal to serve as casual entertainment, but Haruto disliked it for the same reason. I liked it, Godo commented, but just like Goddess, I don't want it to be the face of our awards. Everyone agreed that Maken Wars was a level below the pack in originality and execution. Thus, in the end, after tireless debate and discussion that extended across over 4 hours, the group managed to work out a compromise among themselves. The winner of the grand prize was. I woke up as the demon lord of another world, so I just started a harem. Once the grand prize was picked, the rest fell into place much more quickly. Memories of the sky and the goddess must be punished. Both got first prize, Sengoku Kenpuden and Maken Wars, second prize, and a legal trial, the special judge's selection. Thus, after much mental and emotional distress, the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest came to a close. Star of the Common Man. Well, I'm honestly at a loss to explain why it turned out the way it did, but either way, the judging process for the New Writers Contest is firmly behind us. Kaizu, Fuwa, thanks for all your hard work today. All the other editors, thank you for wading through all those entries and writing up all those evaluation sheets. Good work, guys. Cheers. Cheers. After Godo finished his deep-voiced toast, everyone raised their glasses, proud of the hard work they had just completed. It was a mere hour after the judging ended, and Haruto, Kaizu, Mako, and the rest of GF Bunko editorial were seated in a fancy yakiniku barbecue chain to celebrate the end of judging. Beer, sake, and shochu were readily passed around as the editors congratulated one another and eagerly placed the meat brought over in large plates on the grill in the center of the table. Looking at the mounds of marbled red meat and thick beef tongue, clearly pricey, Mako felt obliged to warily ask the nearby Toki a question. Is this really okay, ordering all this expensive meat? Ha ha ha, it's fine. It's all on the company tab. Toki, medium-sized beer mug in hand, was already well on his way down pass-out lane. To be sure, publishers usually put dinner outings with writers or other associates on their expense accounts. These were limited, though, up to 5,000 yen per person, by Gift Publishing's standards. And even if you stayed under that limit, if you expensed things too often, you'd get a call from accounting and get raked over the coals about whether it was really for business or not. But one plate of this stuff goes for over 4,000 yen. I'll pay whatever we can't expense, said Godo, working hard on his glass of straight whiskey. So don't hold back. He already looked like a mafia boss as is. Pairing him with whiskey fit him so well, it was scary. Add a cigar, and it would have been perfect, but he wasn't a smoker. That's what I'm talking about, boss, a nearby editor said as he caught a waiter's attention and ordered some sake and a Korean yako platter. Well, in that case, I'll have cold Chinese noodles and a salad, please. Mako still couldn't let herself get anything too expensive. Soon, meat was cooking from one end of the table to the other, crafting a mouth-watering aroma that wafted across their private room. You want something, Mako? Haruto asked from his adjacent seat, wielding a pair of tongs. Oh, thanks. Pick whatever for me. Okay. Picking up Mako's plate, Haruto tried to choose a few well-cooked cuts for her, when, twing, a pair of tongs cut him off from the side. Hold it, Fuwa, said Makina Kaizu, face dead serious as he grabbed the meat Haruto was after. That's mine. Oh, sorry. It's fine. Now you know. With the befuddled Haruto watching, Kaizu placed piece after piece onto his plate, then ate them all at astounding speed. You sure eat a lot, Kaizu. Haruto chuckled as he divided the remaining meat between himself and Mako. Kaizu turned his unhealthy-looking face to Haruto, swallowed the piping hot meat in his mouth, and took a swig of oolong tea. There's nothing I love more than eating with other people's money. The more expensive, the better. Oh, really? His point-blank honesty impressed Haruto. It's pretty much nothing but bean sprouts for me at home, Kaizu continued as he snapped up more meat for round 2. So when editorial springs for me, I eat as much as I can. To be honest, I don't really like the feeling of heavily marbled meat melting on my tongue. I think the cheap steaks they sell at the supermarket are tastier than that. But I still order the most expensive cut anyway, because it's their treat. He almost looked brave, dashing if you will, as he said it, following it up with an order of high-grade galbi. The most expensive cut. I see. You should just eat what you want, Haruto thought as he ordered some rice. Rice at this point? Rice at a yakiniku restaurant. You hotshot best-selling authors really are a different breed, huh? Haruto asked, not understanding the sarcasm. Oh, I kind of get that, Mako said. If you're at an all-you-can-eat thing, you kinda don't want to order rice because you'll get full sooner that way. Ah, looks like someone here is a true woman of the people. Kaizu theatrically motioned to Haruto. I hope someday I become filthy rich enough to be able to order rice at an all-you-can-eat place, while I'm lighting my smokes with 10,000 yen bills. What's the big deal about ordering some rice? Haruto shouted. Who cares? I like eating rice with yakiniku. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pick on you. You should eat whatever you want. Just enjoy your rice as you behold the comical sight of us low-born common folk clawing at this meat, since we know it'll be our only chance at it. NGH. Haruto gritted his teeth as Kaiser grabbed some more top-grade meat, applied sauce, and ate it. Hey, it's just melting. I can feel the juices seeping all over my mouth. This would go so much better with rice. Then order some goddamn rice, Haruto complained, not even realizing how friendly he'd become with the senior author. The party began late today, so last call came all too early at this restaurant. The gang just barely satisfied their appetites before they had to go. It sounds like the younger editors are going to another place, Godo reported to Haruto and Kaizu. What do you guys want to do? Is the second place all fancy, too? Nah, probably the same all-night izakaya we always hit. Duh, I better go home, then, Kaizu groaned. All the juices in that meat upset my stomach. And you were going to deal with that if they were going to a fancier place? Haruto asked, exasperated. Well, yeah. The green-looking Kaizu nodded. Godo sighed at him a little. I don't want you throwing up on the train. Let me call a taxi. You live pretty close. If I have someone taking me home, can I make it Kirara or Mako? Shut up, stupid. Mako interjected. I'm probably gonna have to say no to round 2 as well. Her statement visibly disappointed some of the male editors, enough so that Mako felt obliged to say I can't, guys. A little more strongly. These all-night sessions always ended with at least one of them stripping, so she did her best to avoid them whenever possible. With Haruto also opting out of the festivities, the judging after-party came to a close. The editors began walking toward the local entertainment district as Godo hailed a taxi. Thanks for everything, Haruto said to Kaizu as he climbed in. Kaizu replied with a pale, painful-looking smile. Hey, you do well for Mako, alright? Wow. He had spoken softly enough that only Haruto could hear it. Haruto instantly began to blush. I was right. Youth, just die in a fire. Haruto just stared at him, mouth agape, as Kaizu and Godo left him with those completely serious parting words. Well, he said, guess we better go, too. Sure. He and Mako began walking to the station. Then he opened his mouth again, trying to sound as casual as possible. Oh, actually, there's a Belgian beer bar right by here. Oh, really? I've never actually gone into a bar before. You haven't? My college friends and I always go drinking at cheap izakaya, and when I'm with you guys, we're always drinking at Itsuki's place. Yeah, that's true. Well, drinking out isn't so bad either. Sometimes. He could already feel himself flailing for a lifeline as he scrambled to keep the conversation going. A bar's different from an izakaya, right? I don't know the exact definition, but there's got to be a bar inside, obviously, and they make cocktails for you. Yeah, some izakaya have bars, too, though, and serve cocktails. True, but also, I guess it's a bar if there's a dedicated bartender. Mako gave a little laugh at this. Oh, that's a pretty arbitrary definition. Wait, I think this is going pretty well. Haruto drummed up all the confidence he could find. So, wanna check it out? That bar? Oh, sure. Sounds great. Mako nodded. It was an easy decision for her. So Haruto had successfully invited Mako to a private outing, but he had no real plans to push anything with her immediately. This was, after all, the first time they had done anything alone. She usually stopped by Nayuta's place, Haruto not invited, of course, after a day at Itsuki's with Nayuta and Chihiro, and even if they went home together, they split up at the station turnstile since they took different trail lines home. He had wanted to be alone with her for a while, since he wanted to be more to her than just a mutual friend of Itsuki's, but it was just too hard for him to take the plunge. Tonight was different. Nayuta wasn't there. They had something to talk about in the new writers contest, and Kaiser had just given him that final, decisive push. If I don't invite her now, then when? His emotions were running strong along those lines, which the alcohol no doubt helped along, and it finally drove him to do it. Drinking alone with a woman you like, one small step for a normie, but one giant leap for Haruto. The Belgian beer bar in question was located in the basement of a mixed-use building. Haruto had gone there once before with some of the other writers. He generally preferred to drink at home, so he had only gone to bars a few times with work colleagues, which meant he still wasn't very comfortable inside them. He tried his best to hide his nervousness as he opened the door. Inside was a space designed to look like an old-style European tavern, complete with wooden walls, ceilings, tables, and chairs. The lighting was on the dim side, adding to the stylish atmosphere. Over half the seats were occupied by a motley crew of customers, including groups of businessmen, couples in their 30s, and elderly men and younger women drinking alone. It was a booming business, but there was still something relaxed and refined about the space. Next to the register station was a large cooler filled with craft beer, mostly Belgian. Customers paid for these as they drank, taking them back to their seats to enjoy. Mako looked around, curious. So this is a bar? Not much like people's typical idea of a bar. But yeah, it's all beer, and I don't think there's a real bartender. Right. But you know, when I imagine the taverns we stop in during our RPG sessions, I kinda think of something like this. Oh, that's true. We have kind of a medieval European thing going in the game, so you're probably right. Except they don't have coolers. They secured seats for themselves as they talked. Hey, when'll we do our next session? Next month, probably. That Dama Sitsuki went and kept an NPC alive who was supposed to be killed, so I have to revise a bunch of things. I think Nayu's up to something weird, too, so I need to be prepared for just about anything. Sounds harder than it looks, Mako said. Her apologetic look made Haruto quickly change the subject. Well, if it goes really bad, I'll just bust out the all-powerful apologize spell. Apologize? Yeah. The GM's ultimate skill. If the players try something totally beyond my imagination, and I decide I can't fully handle it, I apologize and pretend it didn't happen. Haha. That is pretty powerful. You don't want to use it too much, though. I'm staking my pride as a professional writer on being able to put up with their nonsense. I'll look forward to it. The words made Haruto's heart flutter. It was just a passing sentence, but for him, it was a sudden bolt of energy. Love really is a crazy thing, he thought. Here, let me bring a beer over. Do you have any requests? Surprise me. All right. He stood in front of the cooler, comparing the unique, whimsical labels on the bottles. Many were new to him and looked worth a try, but for starters, he went with one he knew, Framboise Boon. This was a fruit beer aged on raspberries, pouring a bright red into the glass with a bubbly, slightly pink head for a beautiful contrast. The refreshing sweet and sour aroma of the raspberries was a preview for the beer itself, featuring the perfect balance of sweetness and tartness. People called it the queen of fruit beer. Haruto had the checkout lady pour the beer for him, placing an order for some mussels steamed in white wine along the way, before returning to his seat. "Thanks a lot." "How much was it?" "Oh, no, I'll pay for it." Mako shook her head. "No, let me cover this. I just got my paycheck." "Oh? Well, for now," he suggested Mako pay about a third of the total tab. She immediately obliged. "Well, here's to a long day of work," he said. "Yours was longer than mine, Fuwa." They clinked their glasses, took a sip, and breathed a satisfied sigh. The yakiniku at the after-party was wonderful, but it wasn't exactly a relaxed atmosphere over there. Now, they were really in their element. This is really good," Mako said, meaning it from the bottom of her heart. It made Haruto breathe an internal sigh of relief. They continued to enjoy it for a bit longer until a metal bucket filled to overflowing with mussels came to their table. "A bucket?" Mako exclaimed, eyes alight. "I guess this is how they normally serve mussels in Europe. It's about a kilogram in all. But this is one serving, half of its shell, though, so it's not that hard to finish." Haruto picked up and downed a mussel as he explained. The salt, onions, and herbs in the homemade soup paired with the white wine to add a light touch to the mussels, bringing out their full savory force. It went great with the beer, of course. Belgian beer comes in such a variety, tart, sour, bitter, that the potential food pairings are as limitless as the number of beer brands, but mussels in white wine work well with most beer styles, so if you intend to cross multiple genres in one evening, this was a good meal to go with. Whether it was for that reason or not, Haruto didn't know, but he knew that Belgium consumed the most mussels in the whole world. Mako copied Haruto's moves, taking a shell and eating the contents. It made her break into a smile. "Oh, I like this. I think I've had canned mussels in white wine before, but this is a lot better." "Yeah, those canned ones aren't bad, either. Maybe we can find some and have Chihiro cook them the next time we hang out at Itsuki's." "That's a good idea. I bet he could find an even better way to prepare them." Reasonably priced and low on calories, mussels went well not only with beer, but with wine, sake, and shochu, and they could be so freely seasoned that they worked perfectly well as a main dish instead of an appetizer over beer. The ultimate all-purpose dish. They really ought to be more popular in Japan. As the pair munched their way through the heaping pile of mussels, Mako suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Fuwa, what's Kaizu like?" Unable to gauge the motivation for this question, and what if there was some kind of romantic nuance to that? Haruto hesitated. "Because I don't know," she continued unawares. "He's kind of a tough one to grasp." He seemed really eager to get the judging session over as soon as possible at the start, but you and he engaged in some really serious debating. Haha. "Oh, you can assume that 80% of what he says is just him hiding his true feelings." Haruto laughed it off. "No, nothing romantic about that after all." Then his face turned more serious. "Kaizu's probably the one writer I respect the most." Mako tilted her head. "Really? But don't tell him that, okay? If you do, he'll make me take him out for sushi or something." Haruto smiled. "What kind of things has he written?" "I haven't really heard of him." "Lots of stuff. His first series was this battle chronicle type of thing. That ended in 3 volumes. And then his next one was a romantic comedy that went for 4 books. He's written fantasy, robot stuff, slice of life. I suppose his most famous titles are The Lord of Time and The Mechanical Strega and Futagon. Those both got manga adaptations. Right now he's writing Me and My Girl's Medieval Village revitalization. Mako had never heard any of those titles before. So he's pretty good at writing, then? Good? Yeah, I guess. He looks at the trends, and he puts out decent enough quality in that genre at a decent enough pace. Just decent? Yeah, decent. They're decently engaging, they sell a decent amount, but there's nothing that's world-changing originality-wise or way better than what's come before it. That kind of thing. You never see him in the top of the This Light novel is amazing rankings, and his style isn't unique enough to build a core fandom. He's, like, the eternal mid-level writer. Well, few are, so why do you Mako chose her words carefully. Why do I respect such a completely nondescript writer? Yeah. Mako nodded, despite knowing it was rude. Haruto took a mouthful of boon. That's exactly why. For 14 years, he's been fighting on the front lines of this business as a mid-level writer. If you think about it, that's just incredible. It is. Like, I couldn't even imagine writing for 10 years straight. There's a lot about this industry that can break your heart. Just because your first book hits it big, there's no guarantee your second one will. You're surrounded by genius-level talents, and there's this constant stream of new writers more talented than you coming in. Mako stopped eating for a moment, sitting intently as Haruto bared his soul. Kaiser won the grand prize at the first annual GF Bunko New Writers Contest, right? One of the other winners that year was a guy named Kasuko Sekigahara. Total genius-level writer. It's half thanks to him that GF went from a tiny label to the force that it is now. But that genius is long gone, and Kaiser is still with us. Seeing him work as hard as he does, it kind of drives me to keep striving, too. I don't want to lose to a total genius. I'm a regular guy, and I want to show everyone what we can do. You know, by genius, he no doubt meant either Atsuki Hashima or Nayu Takani. But in his life, Haruto had a mentor of sorts, a guy who trudged his way along, surrounded by geniuses and superhuman talents, never receiving heaps of praise or attention. Looking on from behind, he saw Kaizu as far cooler than any genius-level hero from any light novel. That apostrophe S. Really cool, I think. Mako smiled softly, and Haruto was bewitched. Oh, you see what I mean? Yeah, I mean, if you're a massively overpowered genius, I don't think that's as cool. He smiled as well, framing it as a joke. Not just Kaizu. You too. Me too? Haruto exclaimed. You, and Kaizu, Mako replied, her tone a little sad. And Itsuki, and Kaiko, and the editor-in-chief, and Miss Yamagata, and Mr. Toki, and the screenwriter for Itsuki's anime, and the director. It's like, we have all these people fighting for their beliefs and dreams, and it's really cool. Like, they're shining so bright, I almost feel like I shouldn't be there. With a self-effacing smile, she finished her glass and let out a deep sigh. I don't have any beliefs or dreams. I can't find anything I want to do. I took this job because I thought I'd find something if I was working near all these amazing people. But every time I run into yet another really cool person, it just reminds me of how empty I really am. What am I even doing? Mako, Haruto quietly replied, back in April, when we watched episode 1 of Chevalier at Itsuki's place. You cried for me, didn't you? Why are you bringing that up now? She looked back at him, puzzled. He passionately continued. You really saved me. Back then, I think that helped me stay strong when I was on the brink. He didn't want the person who saved him to berate herself in front of him. He didn't want her talking about how empty she was. He wanted to tell her, you are wonderful. It'd be so awful to live in this world, I think, if everyone was super cool or whatever. The only reason all those cool people can keep trying is thanks to really kind, gentle people like you, Mako, willing to cry for the sake of someone else. Maybe I'm just a little guy, but the novels I make, the manga, the anime, the art, the photos, the music, the poetry, the theater I make, will touch someone's heart. Not many creators can keep putting one foot in front of the other after losing hope about that. And hope was exactly what Mako gave Haruto back there. Kind and gentle. Softly, slowly, her tears began to flow. Huh? They confused her. She smiled out of embarrassment. Ha, ha ha. Wow, that really resonated with me. I guess it was just what I needed to hear. I'm getting kinda emotional. Haruto tried to sound as light as possible through his own emotions. Oh, really? Did you fall for me? Ha ha. I got pretty close to, maybe, she jokingly replied. Ooh, that close, huh? Too bad. Then, without further preparation, he dropped the laughs, summoned his courage and his feelings, gave her the kind of smile that usually comes with tears of joy, and confessed, because you know, I fell for you a long time ago." "Oh?" Haruto did his best to keep from shaking as he saw Mako's confusion. "Ever since you cried for me there, I've really liked you. If you're interested, I'd kinda like to be a couple." She could tell he was serious. What should I do?" Ha, ha ha ha. Her face was red, her eyes darting to and fro. And then, she took a deep breath to gather herself. Her eyes met Haruto's. She didn't want to engage in stall tactics. She wanted her full, serious sincerity to come across to him. And she said, "Let me think about it for a while." Mako Shirakawa. It was mid-September, a few days after Haruto told Mako how he felt, and the fourth-floor meeting room at Gift Publishing was being used to work out the episode structure of All About My Little Sister. A month had passed since the publisher and animation sides first met, and today marked the fourth meeting, counting that first conference and subsequent trips to the izakaya. In attendance were Itsuki Hashima, Kenjiro Toki, anime director Munrai Tarui, and screenwriter Masahiko Hirugano. Arranging a date and time was a challenge, given that everyone had other work to attend to, but they arranged this meeting over email so they could come together and, once and for all, decide how to best arrange the story over 12 half-hour episodes without draining the charm of the original novels from it. There, after several shouting matches that could only be described as heated, they finally hammered out a final plan. The anime would be based on the first 3 novel volumes, but they made some bold moves in rearranging the episode order, introducing a few anime-exclusive rival characters, throwing in a few episodes digging deeper into the Unizaki siblings' relationship, something Itsuki hadn't covered in the novels yet, and adding more sexy scenes that went beyond mere fanservice and functioned as foreshadowing for future events. Some fans might complain this is completely different from the original. But now, the novelist, the screenwriter, and the director were all convinced that this was the best way to bring All About My Little Sister to the screen. "All right, Hirugano," Tarui said as the two prepared to leave. "Make a clean copy of the final proposal and share it with Oshima and Yamada." "Got it." "After that, I'm gonna want you to work on the script for episode 1 ASAP. But can you do that?" "Of course." "We could have the first script meeting next week." They were both very busy people, neither could have slept very much lately, but they looked and sounded energized. "Thanks, guys." "Keep up the good work," Toki said with a bow of his head. "Thanks," Itsuki added. "You too, Mr. Hashima," replied Tarui. "I have to say, I've never worked so closely with the original writer before. The script meetings like this." "Me neither," his screenwriter added. "With all the passion and guidance you showed me, I think I'm beginning to understand the little sister trope a little. My littlest sister is always whining about wanting to take a bath together, but maybe I should say yes next time. How old is she?" Itsuki asked, squinting. "I think 16. "No, she turned 17 last month." "Wow." "By the way, Mr. Hashima," Tarui said in his soothing voice to the stupefied Itsuki, "this is actually a secret, but Hirugana here is married to the voice actress Kohamshiratri." Itsuki made the "it doesn't make any sense" face. Kohamshiratri, her role as the protagonist, that is the little sister, of A Sister's All You Need, an anime from a few years ago, rocketed her into stardom. Itsuki owned all her CDs. I have to call the police. This man needs to be arrested for having a monopoly over all the world's little sisters. Toki hurriedly leaned over toward the muttering Itsuki and stopped him before he could bring up his phone and call emergency services. "What are you doing? Damas, Gaewe, let go of me. Let me rub this playboy, this little sister robber baron, out of existence." "Ugh, calm down." Tarui smiled serenely as Toki attempted to physically pin Itsuki down. "What's he angry about?" Hirugano audibly wondered as he left the room. As he was about to take the elevator down from the meeting and go back home, Itsuki spotted Mako. "Oh, hi there, Itsuki," she said softly as other people were waiting in the elevator hall. "Hey, you going home, 2? Yeah. It was a little past 5:30. Between attending to meetings and being taken out to drinking parties, Mako often found herself inside the editorial hours in the evenings. But her actual work hours generally ended at 5:30. You look kind of spent. Hard meeting? She said, raising an eyebrow at Itsuki's exhausted face. No. The meeting went great, and we have a wonderful episode structure. But then the screenwriter launched a terrorist little sister bomb at me on his way out the door. A terrorist what? Mako giggled. It's not funny. I haven't had to deal with anything so unfair in ages, the gaunt-looking Itsuki replied. They both got off at the ground floor and headed for the exit. Chihiro's gonna come to my place around 6 to make dinner. Wanna join us? Itsuki phrased it completely naturally. There was none of the psyching up Haruto needed to ask Mako to the bar. Well, if you don't mind, then, alright. Mako, on the other hand, looked nervous, face taut. None of the loose let's do it casualness she showed Haruto. 5 minutes later, they were both at Itsuki's apartment. The moment they arrived, Itsuki flipped on the AC and invited her to sit at the Lokotatsu table. The season being summer, it wasn't plugged in and generating heat, but he kept the heavy futon blanket over it all year. It was never too hot as long as the AC worked, and it also protected you from the direct blast of cold air, making it useful for a little summer afternoon snooze. Want something to drink? He asked, opening the fridge. Do you have some tea? Yep. He took out a plastic bottle of barley tea and brought it to the kotatsu with 2 beer glasses. Taking a seat opposite Mako, he poured the tea into them both. Well, here's to work. They clinked their glasses and took a swig. Kind of weird to say cheers over tea, remarked Mako. Well, I got beer, too. Want some? I'll wait till dinner. Yeah. Itsuki drank about half the glass, then suddenly sat up and turned to Mako. He blushed a little. She looked back, puzzled. Well, I just thought this would be a good opportunity to say thanks to you. Thanks? We worked out a complete episode plan for the anime today, and in my opinion, I don't think we could have nailed it any better. Oh, congratulations. Thanks. We couldn't have hammered this out if Tarui, the director, Hirugano, the screenwriter, and I didn't seriously talk things over. Throwing our takes at one another, you know. And the only reason we're able to do that is you, Mako. So thank you. Very much. He silently lowered his head to the blushing Mako. Oh, don't say that. I'm just a part-timer, and there I was, butting in on an important anime meeting without any permission. This wasn't Mako being modest. She really did have qualms about it. It worked out well in the end, but she regretted running her mouth off on sheer impulse in a meeting where her input wasn't even invited. Itsuki lifted his head back up. Not just the anime, either. I heard what happened when Kaiko's dad showed up at the office. Mako grew redder. That totally was all my mistake. I'm really sorry. What are you apologizing about? Thanks to you, there's no more family drama in Kaiko's life, so now she can fully focus on the all-about manga. She, her editor, and I honestly couldn't thank you enough. He lowered his head again. So thanks. Thanks for working so hard for the sake of my story. And something about that touched a nerve in Mako. She groaned painfully, as if expressing all the darkness in her heart. It then evolved into an inscrutable, near-primal scream, evoking all her frustration, her sadness, and her self-inflicted pain. Mako stared at the confused Itsuki, eyes watering. Itsuki, please, listen to me. Yeah, sure. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I really don't care at all about my little sister. Itsuki's eyes burst wide open. That's a little too honest. She leaned right over the kotatsu toward him and brought her face close to his. During that anime meeting, and when Kaiko's dad came, too. When I let my emotions get the best of me, when I tried so hard to do something that wasn't for your story. That was for you, huh? What do you? Itsuki's mind was in chaos now. Her face bright red and her eyes welling with great big tears, Mako shouted, when will you finally notice, you dumbass? I love you. I finally said it. What am I even doing? Despite the sobbing mess she was on the surface, inside her mind, everything was strangely clear and serene. Seeing Itsuki there, blinking helplessly, his mind more confused than it had ever been, she was now sure of it. He never did understand his own feelings. He wasn't just pretending not to. It also meant that, to Itsuki, Mako was not on the list when it came to potential romantic partners. She knew it was true now. Nayuta Kani had been the only woman in his heart. But right now, why yeah, really? Itsuki was regaining his thoughts. Yeah. Mako nodded. Really? Now you've got me in your heart, too, Mako thought, enjoying this odd sense of victory. They used to just be Nayuta Kani, but now, Mako Shirakawa has a presence, too. I've really liked you for a while now. What am I even doing? I haven't replied to Haruto, but here I am confessing my feelings to another man. I'm just awful, but what's said is said, I guess. I was never any good at thinking before taking action, and all the impulsive things I did in the office turned out great anyway. It's got to work here, too. I'm sorry. The words came flatly out of his mouth. He was apologetic, but he was straight, unbending, as he looked at her. I'm in love with someone else. All she could manage the other day was let me think about it, but Itsuki Hashima had his answer ready immediately. This is exactly it. These super cool people, with their drives and their dreams, running straight ahead toward what they want. I'm talking about a real person, too, okay? Not a 2D one. I know that. You didn't have to rub it in. Oh. A faint smile came to Mako's lips. Well, so be it, then. She pretended to be indifferent, but her voice had gone all that nasal, and the tears were still flowing down her cheeks, so she knew she wasn't fooling anyone. But still, she smiled, a parting gift, the strongest smile she could manage. Her way of holding out against a world that couldn't go her way. Itsuki said nothing, but he still faced Mako as if withstanding some kind of pain. I think I should go home for today. Mako slowly stood up. Okay. Well, he was hesitating, because he didn't know whether to say see you later. Mako could tell. See you soon, Itsuki. He breathed a small sigh of relief. With that, Mako received her first taste of unrequited love, and the pain it brought would push the story of her life into a new, and unfamiliar, stage. The end.